The main character's name is Brian, and he did what the entire world thought was impossible. He cleared the Tower of Trials all the way to the end. Back in the day, this VR game took the internet by storm. Millions of players rushed into it on the very first day. Everyone thought they had found the game of the future, but the tower quickly showed its teeth. There were no easy wins and no fair rules inside. One floor froze players to the bone. Another trapped them in an endless maze. And after that came monsters that made you want to rip off your headset and forget the game forever. Within a year, almost everyone did exactly that. Players started calling the tower digital torture. But Brian didn't quit. He refused to become just another loser. Every day he went back into the game. Every day he died, made mistakes, and started over. Little by little, the tower stopped being a game to him and became a second life. He memorized traps, searched for weak points, and broke routes apart. Where others gave up, Brian found a way through. 11 years passed like that, and one day, he finally reached the last floor. Brian expected a reward, credits, or at least the end of this torture. But instead of victory, he received a message from the developers. They thanked him for his loyalty. Then they announced that the game would soon be rebooted. Brian didn't believe it for even a second. Who would need a reboot of a game everyone had abandoned long ago? Besides, he didn't want to play anymore either. He was 27, almost broke, and life had passed him by. Online, people called him a genius, but in reality, he could barely make ends meet. That night, Brian decided he was done with games. He went to sleep thinking that tomorrow, he would start everything over. But in the morning, his new life ended before it even began. The news was showing towers that had risen in cities all over the world. It was the exact same Tower of Trials. People were panicking. The authorities were silent. And Brian stared at the screen as his blood ran cold. He had already seen this before. This was exactly how the game's prologue began. Then the world was given a rule: reach the second floor within 3 months. And if humanity failed, the only one who could survive would be someone who had already cleared this hell to the very end. The panic didn't last long because people quickly realized the old world was over. Now, the winner was not the strongest person, but the one who started playing by the new rules first. While the crowd ran through the streets looking for answers, Brian already knew where to go. 11 years inside the tower had finally become his greatest weapon. He had notes, routes, and knowledge that no one around him possessed. For everyone else, this was the end of the world, but for Brian, it was a familiar starting stage. Running away was pointless, because the towers had appeared everywhere. So he ignored the panic and immediately chose the most profitable move. The first trial was supposed to begin in the subway, so Brian headed there before everyone else. Brian went down into the subway, but other players had already gathered there. Everyone stood in silence, staring at one another like enemies. The air was so heavy it felt like a fight could break out at any second. And then Brian heard a familiar voice behind him. Brian turned around and saw Harry, a famous streamer he had worked with in the past. To everyone else, Harry was a big shot, but Brian knew his true nature. Harry had quickly slipped into the new reality and was already trying to make money from it. He immediately offered Brian another contract, but getting involved with him was the last thing Brian wanted. In the past, Harry had scammed streamers, trapped them in suffocating contracts, and refused to pay their bonuses. Because of him, many people had lost their channels, their money, and their careers. Brian's friends were among them, so his anger had been building for years. On the outside, Harry smiled like a friend. On the inside, he was still a greedy piece of trash who only saw people as profit. Now, the old contract no longer held Brian back, so he simply remembered his training and punched Harry straight in the nose. The hit felt so satisfying that Brian even let out a breath for a second. He had waited far too long for the moment when he could finally do that. But there was no time to enjoy it, because the first trial was already beginning. Suddenly, a huge, strange tree grew right in the middle of the station. The players froze, because many of them already knew this moment from the game. So far, everything was following the old script exactly. This was the Tree of Greed, the tower's first trial. Fruits that boosted stats hung from its branches. The problem was that there were only 4 fruits, and around them stood an entire crowd of people who wanted them. Everyone understood right away that no one here was going to share. It was as if the tree had been made specifically to awaken greed in people. Now the choice was simple: risk your own life or steal someone else's chance. Harry was still clinging to Brian and trying to drag him into a deal. He understood that his chances of surviving were higher next to the best player in the world. Meanwhile, the crowd had already rushed toward the fruits. The first lucky ones ate them and immediately felt power surge through their bodies. The newbies thought the main prize was already in their hands, but Brian knew this was only bait. He calmly watched as greed made people lose their minds. And very soon, everyone realized the enemy was not only standing beside them. The tree came to life and began attacking the players. The first bodies hit the floor, and the station exploded into panic. After that, Brian unexpectedly agreed to make a deal with Harry. He suggested they team up, but only temporarily. Harry didn't understand his plan, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Brian, however, knew the real reward was not hidden in the branches. To get it, they had to reach the tree's roots. That could only be done by two people approaching from different sides. Alone, Harry would die here fast, and he understood that. So he accepted the alliance and prepared to play the role of a partner. Harry pretended to move together with Brian. But as soon as the danger increased, he suddenly stopped. With a smirk, he said he would simply wait for Brian to die and take the prize for himself. And that was how Harry finally showed what kind of person he really was. At that moment, Brian did the opposite. He smiled, glad to see that Harry had not changed at all. This guy was just as stupid as he had always been. Because of that stupidity, he never realized that the real blade would appear right beside him. Brian easily dodged the tree's attack, but his partner was nowhere near as lucky. In the final seconds of his life, he begged for mercy, but no one was listening anymore. Even his pleas were useless because his own stupidity had left him behind in the dust of the past. Now Brian could focus on the present and finish what he had started. A serious mission stood before him, and he had to see it through from beginning to end. He had already cleared this trial before, but that did not mean everything would go smoothly now. This time, he had no room for mistakes because even one slip could be his last. Thanks to his experience, Brian still managed to maneuver around and find the right angles for defense. Very soon, he finally saw the thing he was risking his life for. The core of the mangrove tree of greed appeared, the true gem that made all this hell worth going through. Now he had to find the right trajectory and provoke the tree into attacking so he could reach the roots. Everything was exactly like in the game, so an experienced grind addict like him should not run into any serious problems. Right now, the mangrove tree of greed was using the skill Bloodsucker Stem, which could be extremely dangerous for an inexperienced player. Brian had already faced a threat like this before, so he knew what to do in a critical moment. He deflected every attack with ease and moved like a hero straight out of a superhero movie. Sooner or later, it had to pay off, and the core was already practically in his hands. Strength was not his main trump card because, on the outside, he looked no different from anyone else. Right now, experience and confidence were on his side, because he had run this mission countless times in the past. The closer he got to the tree, the more pollen filled the air. This pollen could easily put a person to sleep, and inexperienced players always stumbled at this point. If he held his breath the entire time, the pollen would not be a problem, and he could approach the tree without any trouble. The core had already appeared before him, and all that remained was to reach out and take what rightfully belonged to the champion of the Tower of Trials. As soon as Brian touched the tree's core, everything around him seemed to freeze in place. For a second, life itself stopped, and then the system notified the player that he had taken down the mangrove tree of greed for the first time. Back then, he had never even imagined that constant analysis and endless practice with defensive and offensive techniques would help him in the future. He felt grateful for everything he had done before. The long years he spent at his computer had not been wasted, because now he held an unbelievable advantage in this new reality. The player received the heart of the peony tree, and this item was the true grand prize of the trial. We already remember that each fruit on the tree increases a player's basic stats. The peony does the same thing, except it boosts those stats 3 times more. As soon as Brian swallowed the pill, he immediately felt energy spreading through his entire body. He checked his basic stats and realized that right now, he was the strongest level 1 player in the world. A perfect start had been made, and within an hour, every news outlet was writing about what had happened. People quickly adapted to the changes and accepted the new reality, which, in a way, was not surprising at all. Now everyone was trying to survive and climb as high as possible through the Tower of Trials. Many people refused to believe that some random grind addict had managed to clear such a difficult mission. Only when undeniable video proof appeared did the internet explode with a storm of excited applause. Brian even received several offers for cooperation, with people offering him insane amounts of money. At that moment, he even felt a little bitter and remembered his past hardships. His life had never been easy, and even paying for a place to stay had been difficult. Sometimes he had to go hungry for several days just to buy food for his stream. Now he could make crazy money, but he was in no hurry to accept all those terms. He had no intention of sharing information about the game with anyone, because this knowledge was his alone, and so was this power. Right now, Brian had increased his stats and was trying to keep everything a secret. The young gamer wanted to clear this game to the end once again and taste real victory. No one was calling him a failure or a pathetic loser anymore, because the time for recognition, fame, and opportunity was coming. In the game, the tower's magic had spread across the entire city, although no major changes had taken place. The only difference was that all relics with legendary power had become real. Artifacts like these were stored inside the Tower of Trials, and obtaining something like that could be considered a privilege. Some of the artifacts were also located in the National Museum. That was exactly where many players with experience clearing the game were heading now. The National Museum, which held a massive number of relics, could now be considered a treasure warehouse. Many would hunt for relics, and since there was only one museum, a bloody massacre between top players would unfold there. Brian decided not to waste a single minute and headed to the museum as well. When he found himself inside, he smelled smoke and deadly silence. What he saw did not surprise him at all, because a slaughter had taken place here, and now there was far too much blood around. When life changed, it seemed like people would change along with the world. That assumption turned out to be naive, because powerful players, drunk on their own strength, had begun committing true atrocities. Inside the local museum was the legendary map that our hero had come here for. The ancient magical map contained a lot of information about the Tower of Trials, so absolutely everyone wanted to get their hands on it. The map only contained information about 10 floors, but that was enough to make it the #1 target for most hardcore players. Mass chaos had broken out, and even the museum guards were taking part in this battle. Everyone wanted to get at least some kind of artifact, let alone something priceless. During the fight, one guy ordered everyone to stop immediately and shut up. He thought of himself as a superhero and promised to kill anyone who stood in his way. At first glance, it was obvious that he loved going to the gym and lifting weights. Now, in real life, strength had moved to the front, and those muscles would clearly come in handy. This guy had not only big muscles, but also magical skills. He was definitely one of the grind addicts, and now he had quickly adapted to the new reality. But he should not forget that he was far from alone, and there was nothing special about him. Most people had not succeeded in the Tower of Trials, but there were special players who had cleared the game almost to the end. Those players had obtained all the knowledge they needed for the new reality and had already managed to gain an advantage. Each of them had cleared the first trial and raised their stats. Now these people had awakened their special abilities and could perform miracles. Some could turn into stone monsters, while others could control fire. The fearless bodybuilder thought he was the toughest guy in the world, but now he had turned into a charred lump, nothing more than a fried slug. That is what happens to people who do not understand that reality gives you no room for error. In the new world, even an ordinary old man could cause chaos and destroy the toughest guy in the city. The same could be said for little girls who had once seemed fragile and defenseless. Margaret possessed special skills and could summon the devil dog Anubis to her side. All she had to do was give the order, and the terrifying monster would obey any command. She told all the players that anyone who said even one word or moved even one finger would end up in Anubis's stomach. Everyone around her froze immediately, and no one wanted to take the risk. Margaret was satisfied, because she had come here to collect all the relics and calmly move on. She thought the situation was completely under her control, but then footsteps sounded. Some madman had broken the rules and was paying no attention to the devil dog at all. This guy's name was Brian, and he had come here to obtain a special map, so he did not care about her rules. Of course, his actions enraged Margaret, and her blood boiled in her veins. She immediately ordered Anubis to rip the head off this arrogant brat's shoulders. The devil dog drew its weapon and instantly closed the distance to the player. Any other guy in that moment would have tried to run away while screaming like a slaughtered pig. But Brian was not nervous at all, remaining calm, cold-blooded, and focused. The monster did not bother him in the slightest because to him, this was just child's play. With one sharp movement of his hand, he disarmed Anubis and shocked everyone around him. Margaret could not believe that her beloved pet had turned out to be too weak for an ordinary human. The other players also could not hide their surprise, staring at Brian as if he were a god who had descended from the heavens. Their reaction made perfect sense because none of them knew how many bonuses this guy had. Now the puppy was disarmed and no longer looked as scary as before. Margaret said she had more than one statue at her disposal and told Brian not to go anywhere. She nervously started rummaging through the statues in her backpack, then pulled out her strongest monsters. The embodiment of Anubis could strike terror into the hearts of beginners, but to the champion of the Tower of Trials, it was nothing but amusing. A guy like Brian did not care at all, although he did notice that Margaret had decent talent. Only the strongest players could control 5 statues at the same time, players like that old man named Albert. In the modern world, there were not exactly few hardcore players around, so he had to be careful and avoid overestimating his own abilities. Even an ordinary girl could turn into a deadly cobra, ready to strike at any moment. If Margaret wanted to show off her strength that badly, Brian would gladly accept her challenge. This guy knew his own worth because he was the one who had cleared the game all the way to the end. Right now, he was about to clearly show the gap between himself and the other players. 11 years of non-stop training, constant trials, and mission clearing were what this guy had gone through. With his experience, he could now perform miracles. The little princess needed to apologize quickly and drop to her knees if she wanted a second chance. Before her appeared a monster from the Joseon era, a fire tiger that made Anubis look completely worthless. If the Hellhounds thought they could challenge it, they were making a huge mistake. Brian ordered his little kitty to immediately destroy the overconfident dog. The battle between monsters began less than a second later. Everyone expected a long and exhausting fight, but the clash ended before it had even properly begun, leaving them all stunned. The young Anubis lost its head without even understanding what had happened. The golden tiger did not stop there and immediately launched an attack on the remaining monsters. Dog-like screams rang out all around, turning the place into a real bloody slaughterhouse. Margaret froze in place and could not move, while cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She had heard before that relics like this existed, but this was just too much. Right now, she looked like a trembling little sheep, her eyes filled with terror that pierced every cell in her body. She felt like her skin was about to be peeled off alive. The girl dropped to her knees, and a tear of despair rolled down her cheek. At that moment, the person who had never felt this confident in the world before walked up to her. Life had turned upside down, and yesterday's grind addict had become the undisputed king of the new reality. Brian leaned toward Margaret and ordered her to immediately hand over the mask of Tutankhamun. The girl replied that in Korea, this mask was useless and could not help him in any way. He had to remind her what would happen if she did not act like an obedient little girl. After that, Brian immediately got what he wanted, and the mask ended up in his hands. Now he had 2 relics, and he felt much better. Now, all the preparations were complete, and he could head to the next location. Brian was burning with impatience to begin the fight for the most desired abilities in the Tower of Trials. A few minutes later, Brian went up to the next floor of the museum. There, he met that same old man named Albert. At first, they did not even look at each other and pretended they were each standing there in proud solitude. Brian tried to figure out the mystery of this old man, wondering who he was and how he had managed to get so far. Right now, they were standing before a portal and clearly hesitating before taking the next step. It looked like a magical passage, and the old man clearly knew that. Neither physical force nor even special magic could help them pass through it. Here, magic worked in reverse, which meant they had to use their heads instead of their muscles. Brian said he knew how to destroy the passage, but certain conditions had to be met. He asked Albert to use flame magic non-stop, because only that could weaken the barrier. He needed to keep using the flames until Brian gathered all the necessary relics and came back out. It sounded like a reckless gamble, but it was their only chance to obtain the precious items. Brian promised to give the old man the map, because he was interested in a completely different item. The old man had no choice, so he had to trust this guy, or neither of them would get anything. Albert immediately prepared to release his firepower. Even though he had been retired for a long time, this old man could still turn up the heat and create a real firestorm. As soon as he began attacking the passage, Brian immediately used the chance to slip into the museum's far room. The old man was clearly struggling and asked the young man to hurry. Brian promised to move quickly, but it was obvious that he was planning to play his own game. The champion of the Tower of Trials looked around and saw no signs that other players were present. Then he discovered that someone had still been here before him and had even stolen Emperor Qianlong's iron sword. All he could do was wonder how that person had managed to open the passage and get inside alone. Brian knew all the best players in the Tower of Trials, and even now, he could guess who had been here before him. Our hero was not interested in the 2 second-rank relics at all. Judging by the look on his face, he had come here only for the coins of the Lin dynasty. These coins would help him create an entirely new skill, and now he only had to find the final piece of the puzzle. A few minor artifacts would help bring the original plan to life. Combining 2 relics could create something new. The items began to interact, and Brian happily watched what was happening. He had already done this before, and now reaching the finish line was only a matter of time. A flash of magical reaction lit up the room, flooding everything around it with blinding light, unlike anything this place had ever seen. The almost impossible fusion of elements had succeeded. Because of this, the player obtained an SS rank relic called the Eye of Truth. Now he could open another person's information window and tell whether the words they spoke were lies or the truth. Thanks to the fusion of elements, the player raised his level and acquired a new skill. He had long understood that the ability to copy and store different skills in the Tower of Trials gave him a chance to become the strongest player. Now Brian had obtained the skill Fusion and opened his path to the top of this world. He still had a long road ahead, but even now, it was clear that this guy was the embodiment of untapped potential. At the same time, he should not forget that the old man had almost died of a heart attack. At his age, he could not keep activating magic for that long. And right now, he was already at his limit. Brian had raised his level, and now he could copy the abilities of other players. It was interesting to wonder whether he would want to obtain old Albert's fire skills. The old man had worn a mask his entire life and hidden his emotions, so to obtain his skills, Albert had to lighten the burden on his soul. To Brian, that sounded simple enough because all he had to do was push Albert out of emotional balance. Our hero's expression changed immediately, and he asked the old man to calm down and not use his skill. It sounded extremely strange, and Albert immediately grew tense. Brian had known the password from the very beginning, and when he entered this portal, he had stopped the magic's effect. Now it was unclear why he had asked the old man to use fire energy at all. Brian had planned some game of his own and had no intention of forming an alliance with anyone. He wanted to drive the old man over the edge, and he was ready to use any method to do it. He knew absolutely everything about the tower, which was probably why a map containing information about 10 floors was completely useless to him. He had no intention of sharing this map with other players and giving them an advantage. Only now did the old man realize that he had made a deal with the devil himself, hiding under a sheep's skin. The champion of the game had gone through all this trouble only to destroy an important artifact. If the map continued to exist, players would obtain valuable information, and Brian's secret would be put at risk. No one was supposed to know that he could copy skills and combine items. Maybe that would seem strange to some people, but in the past, this strategy had already led him to triumph. Now he was going to do the same thing, even if he had to step over people to make it happen. He had just fulfilled every single condition, and Albert had completely lost his mind with rage. Thanks to this, Brian successfully copied the skill Intermediate Fire Element. He stored this skill in the memories of the world and became even more powerful. In a short amount of time, our hero had gained many bonuses and pulled ahead in the race of hardcore players. For that, he would have to fight the old man, who wanted to tear the arrogant deceiver apart. Brian was ready for this turn of events and activated the fire skill. The old man flinched like a child, realizing that his special trait had vanished, leaving only the image of an unremarkable old fool. The old man realized that the person before him was no ordinary man and that he did not even need the map. If Albert wanted to climb the tower's floors peacefully, he would have to obey Brian. The conflict ended very quickly, and our hero calmly left the museum. Several top-level players had visited this place today. Many of them did not want to put their lives on the line, wanting to stay ahead of the entire planet while refusing to take risks, which was laughable. Brian now had a clear goal. He wanted to master as many skills and abilities as possible. His stats were gradually rising, and that allowed him to dominate other players. A little later, he would contact Albert, who was supposed to keep leveling up all this time together with little Margaret. Now he was beginning to form his team, one that would obey his orders. A very long road lay ahead, and he needed to identify the most important abilities and start absorbing them. By gathering the best skills, he could become the absolute ruler of this world. The former loser was now trying to become a hero, but he had better not forget that his body still needed food. Brian got hungry and went to the nearest cafe. A lot of people had gathered there, unable to tear their eyes away from the television. It had just been reported that more than 23 bodies had been found in the National Museum. They also found more than 50 injured players there, all of whom had been hunting for relics. The same thing was happening in museums all over the world, with players marching to their deaths for the sake of an advantage. There was nothing surprising about this, because everyone who had played the Tower of Trials understood perfectly well how important artifacts were. Players from other countries were not sleeping either, which meant Brian would soon have serious competitors. The museum's security camera footage had already become available. The video clearly showed an unknown guy demonstrating outstanding strength. He summoned a golden tiger and dealt with the devil dogs in just a few seconds. Now this guy was already being discussed in the tower chat, where people had nicknamed him the champion among players. There was nothing bad about receiving a nickname like that, although it did attract unnecessary attention. Right now, the government was investigating the appearance of the tower and trying to calm the residents. The Awakened Association had recently been created to stabilize the situation. The association would include people who possessed abilities and knew what to do in the new reality. The leader of the association would be a man named Hassan. He seemed cold-blooded and ruthless, and this player clearly knew what he wanted. He planned to gather the Awakened, offer them high salaries, and give them the best terms for cooperation. He was especially interested in the guy who had caused chaos at the local museum. Hassan asked the champion to join the association and promised to satisfy all of his conditions. Brian had not expected to become a local superstar so quickly. Now they were talking about him on television, and that was the best compliment a player could receive. Nevertheless, Brian had no intention of becoming a pawn for others to use. One experienced player was far more valuable than 100 beginners, and Hassan understood that perfectly. Working for the association was not especially profitable because the player would become dependent on the boss's decisions. Brian was not going to hand his freedom over to someone else, so for now, he was not considering that option. He noticed the time and immediately remembered the game. When the hour hand points to a new time, the Tower of Trials opens. Now players could enter the tower and finally dive into a world of uncertainty. A huge crowd had gathered here, people who understood nothing and had simply come to look around. Only Brian stood out from the crowd, like a seasoned predator among a school of helpless little fish. Upon entering the tower, players received a small number of coins by default. Players could record videos and upload them online, earning even more money from views. The livestream feature could only be used starting from the next floor. That was where the bloodiest trials would begin, filled with fear, doubt, and horror. The system warned that view manipulation and other rule violations would be punished severely. Now the streaming system would connect absolutely everyone in the new world. People would only watch videos from the players who climbed as high as possible. There was nothing strange about that because no one cared about losers. With popularity would come money, and that was the main goal for most players. Everyone around him started rushing to begin clearing the trials as quickly as possible. These newbies did not even understand that most of them would not be going home today. Brian was not in a hurry to upload the first video online because he did not want to share special information. To him, that was stupid and irrational since he had already decided on his plan of action long ago. In the past, he had faced a serious obstacle on the 30th floor. He had to clear the same path again and again in order to climb higher. After countless defeats, Brian finally found the answer in the ruins. He went to an unknown place, and that day changed him forever. Every decision he had made regarding character development had been fundamentally wrong. The hero he had raised for years turned out to be worthless, so he decided to delete his character. It was hard to endure, but only by doing that could he get a chance to clear the Tower of Trials all the way to the end. Brian promised himself that he would correct his past mistakes and destroy everyone in his path. More than 6 long years filled with victories and defeats had passed since that terrible day. Right now, our hero was standing near the Minotaur's labyrinth. This was where his path in the Tower of Trials would begin. To overcome 30 floors, he had to collect at least all the basic items located here. Brian had never thought he would return here again, but sometimes life throws twists at you that are impossible not to marvel at. After stepping inside, he felt the familiar smell of dampness and ancient stone. It was a little cold here, and everything was exactly as it had been in the game. After taking a few steps forward, he saw several players exploring the area. They had been looking for hunting grounds and had accidentally ended up in the labyrinth. Now we need to go back 10 minutes to understand what happened. The players noticed that some guy had entered the labyrinth and decided to follow him. Some of the newbies hesitated and were even afraid of the unknown. Emily acted like a real man, showing no fear at all and ready to move only forward. People like her usually succeed in life thanks to their unbreakable character. She figured that if a level 1 player was entering the labyrinth, then there probably could not be anything too scary inside. Emily talked her allies into robbing this guy and knocking him out of the game. 10 minutes later, Brian met her in the labyrinth, and she seemed pretty cute to him. She smelled of innocence, although her companions looked a little tense. Emily suggested that Brian team up with them and explore the labyrinth together, and at that moment, he immediately felt distrust. Thanks to the Eye of Truth, he was able to quickly analyze her stats. He learned that she had decent parameters and possessed the skill Bonding with Strangers. To copy this skill, he would have to spend more than 240 hours with her. While Brian was trying to decide what to do, the other players introduced themselves. There were too many newbies here who could become a burden in the future. Brian tried to appear polite and as cute as a little kitten. In reality, he was not even planning to remember these people's names. They clearly would not be able to reach the second floor, so there was no point teaming up with these losers. Emily kept forcing herself on him and moving closer and closer. Her communication skills were truly amazing because just one touch was enough to make a stranger feel his heart start beating faster. It was almost like love, and this skill was hard to shake off. Brian tried to pull himself together so he could quickly create some distance. Emily asked him to tell them a little about the labyrinth so they could avoid unnecessary problems. She had come to exactly the right person, because no one knew the labyrinth better than the champion of the Tower of Trials. Brian said that the labyrinth periodically changed its structure. As soon as he said those words, everything around them immediately began to change, and the newbies fell into panic. They had naively assumed the first floor would be a walk in the park, and that was their fatal mistake. Huge stones began falling from different directions. If you stood still and did not move, you would be flattened like a pancake. Something like an earthquake continued for several minutes, and then everything finally calmed down. Only the experienced player was not nervous at all, almost as if he were mocking these newbies. It was obvious that this was their first time inside a labyrinth that changed its terrain. Emily panicked and suggested they retreat immediately, shouting that this was too dangerous for level 1. One of the girls had the ability to find a way out of any situation. But now everything was different. After the labyrinth changed, she lost her gift and could no longer find the exit. All this time, Brian had been very curious about why these people had entered the labyrinth so calmly. They had been relying only on a navigation skill, thinking they could safely get out of here without any problems. It was obvious that sooner or later, sweet Emily would drop her mask and reveal her true face to the world. She started yelling at Brian and blamed him for everything that had happened. That is exactly how angry girls behave. Her words had no effect on this guy at all, and not a single muscle moved on his face. He had not forced anyone to follow him, so Emily and her team had only themselves to blame for what happened. If they were going to accuse him of something, they could end up seriously regretting it. If Daddy decided to punish his children, no one would avoid a spanking. The newbies lost control of themselves and decided to get rid of the arrogant stranger. They had completely forgotten where they actually were. Did these fools really not understand that the labyrinth belonged to the Minotaur? That meant they could run into monsters here that did not play by the rules. And now the real show begins, so grab your popcorn and Coca-Cola. Finally, we are about to witness blood, violence, and cruelty. There had been too much soft talking and unnecessary psychology. Sometimes you just want to watch special effects and battles. It was as if Brian had been waiting for exactly this, patiently biding his time until the moment came to spread his wings. Like a seasoned hunter, he waited and chose the perfect moment for a devastating strike. In less than a second, the champion of the Tower of Trials closed the distance to the monster. He dodged the first blow and soared upward like an eagle from the wild mountains. His face showed absolute confidence in his own strength. Every movement he made seemed to say that we were looking at a true legend of the Tower of Trials. At the beginning of his gaming career, Brian often struggled. Thanks to his failures, he finally found the only path to victory in the Minotaur's labyrinth. He had endured the attacks of this ruthless monster countless times. Only through constant analysis and training did he learn to masterfully dodge every one of its strikes. Once you gain a defensive skill, all that remains is learning how to strike back. It is during an attack that an opponent is at their most vulnerable. That is why experienced boxers try to land counterpunches first, and for that, timing is extremely important. Brian moved as if he had been born for battles like this. With his increased stats, he made the newbies respect him from the very first minute of the fight. Only the Minotaur was against human dominance inside its own labyrinth. Its roars did not scare its opponent at all, because he had gone through this many times before. All you have to do is put your life on the line, and you can receive a reward equal to the risk. Risk was what had brought Brian to the final floor of the tower, and risk was what he planned to build his triumph on once again. Now let's turn our heads and see what is happening with the newbies. Right now, fear has paralyzed them. No one knows what to do, and all they can do is greedily gasp for air that is running out. One thought appears in each of their minds: run away and save themselves without looking back. That sounds logical enough, but the problem is that this method will not clear the trial. If they want the reward, they will have to accept the rules of the game and fight alongside the champion. By dodging the monster's attacks, they can earn secret points, and it is easier than it seems. Running away will not work anyway because the players are inside the Minotaur's world, and here, they have to take risks. They will have to change the way they think, because without risk there is no life, and without faith there is no luck. Of course, they can stand still, hide, and cry for mommy. No one is stopping a player from doing whatever they want. But if a player craves victory, they will have to attack and charge straight ahead no matter what. Experienced Brian gave the newbies a few pieces of advice, then said goodbye to his friend the Minotaur. After the walls shifted, he calmly left that area of the labyrinth, as if everything had gone exactly according to plan. The enraged bull was left without its snack, but in this labyrinth it would easily find another victim. Now stopping this monster would be much harder. It had entered a state of madness and wanted to smash through everyone in its path. During the labyrinth's shift, some of the newbies managed to escape together with Brian. They were shocked and tried to understand how they were supposed to live from here on out. Brian told these brats to get up and listen carefully. Sun moth pollen strongly attracts the Minotaur, so the monster would keep chasing them until the very end. While the labyrinth was moving, they could rest and gather their strength. Emily and Charles had to accept it. They would spend the next month inside this cursed trap. They said they would go separately in order to avoid being hunted by the monster. These naive fools thought they would live longer if they stayed away from the rule. Their way of thinking was naive, and reckless actions would only bring even greater danger. After just a few steps, each of them felt insane terror and the fear of death. These guys were too stupid to find a way out of the labyrinth on their own. In this world, everything comes with a price, and Brian planned to make good money off inexperienced players. He was willing to take them with him and show them the way out, but not for free. For that, they would have to give him absolutely all their money. While you try to justify our main character, let's switch over to other players and their equally exciting stories. Many talented guys and girls are now trying to climb to the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Real diamonds are formed through obstacles and clashes with monsters. Most players will die, but those who survive will get the chance to become legends. Among the most talented players, a streamer named Hank is already gaining fame. The energetic and reckless troublemaker quickly drew the public's attention. His videos are blowing up the internet, and together with his friends, he is already painting pictures of his millionaire future in this new reality. He thought he had set a record and cleared the trial as fast as possible. Then, one of his subscribers left a comment saying they had seen a more talented player. A new video appeared on the glory lists, and Hank felt like fate had cheated him. The new video had tons of comments and an enormous number of views. Everyone was losing their minds and could not believe how much this player had upgraded his skills. Now it is worth going back 10 minutes and seeing what happened in the Minotaur's labyrinth. Brian ordered Emily and Charles to prepare a place to sleep, start a fire, and find some food. As soon as they left, he immediately remembered the exchange. During this time, the champion had built up an impressive fortune by trading experience for ringing coins. With money here, he could buy all available equipment and make himself much stronger. If you use your head, you can learn to use even the cheapest items effectively. It was also worth remembering that our hero knew how to combine artifacts. He bought 3 cheap items and now tried to turn them into something worthwhile. The fusion succeeded, and he received the incomplete Wheel of Fortune. This artifact maxes out luck for 10 minutes, but because the item is incomplete, there are limits to how it can be used. Even with limited luck, he could still count on serious success. Brian remembered perfectly well everything that had happened in the game, so he knew how to use luck properly. He activated the Wheel of Fortune and directed all of his luck into the daggers he had bought earlier. Now this weapon would become deadly for anyone who dared to stand in his way. After gaining those skills, Brian felt goosebumps crawl across his skin, a long-forgotten thrill of anticipation. His achievement was instantly uploaded to the glory list. Brian was insanely satisfied that he had finally gotten something actually useful. Over the next 10 days, Emily and Charles kept getting worse and worse. It was hard to envy them because their living conditions were absolutely miserable. There was barely enough fire to stay warm, and they had to sleep on patches of rotten grass. And let's not even talk about what they were eating, because it definitely was not Michelin star food. Meanwhile, Brian did not complain at all and simply made do with what he had. He had already gotten used to the Minotaur showing up at the same time every day, and for him, it had basically turned into training. Running through a labyrinth on the edge of life and death makes a person look at himself very differently. Only a true champion could take this situation so calmly. For the newbies, it turned into pure hell, pushing them close to suicidal thoughts. Thanks to her subscribers, Emily tried to find out anything she could about Brian. So far, they had found nothing, as if this guy were some phantom who did not exist. He did not run a channel or build an audience, which was hard to believe considering his talent. Emily asked them to pass this information to the Raven Guild, hoping they might find at least some kind of lead. They still had to survive here for another 20 days, and that felt like a disaster. Emily decided to suggest one interesting plan to her friend. They could kill Brian while he was sleeping and hide inside the cave they had recently found. After that, all they would have to do was wait for help from their friends, who were supposed to arrive within the next few weeks. Charles agreed to try, grabbed the nearest rock, and raised it to deliver a killing blow. At the last moment, Emily grabbed his hand and stopped the murderer. She reminded him that Brian had incredible reaction speed. A direct attack would be certain death, basically the same as signing their own death warrant. Charles could not endure this suffering anymore, and he wanted to escape Brian's control and get revenge for losing his money. Emily had a brother who was a member of the Raven Guild, and he had given her an item to use in a desperate situation. The poisonous saliva of a giant bee could wipe out more than 100 trolls. If they were going to kill Brian, they had to do it properly and use the most twisted method possible. When our main character woke up, he was not exactly in the best mood. The whole problem was that he had not gotten the breakfast he had been dreaming about in his sleep. Mushrooms and moss had already gotten seriously old, but there was nothing else to eat here. All his companions were eating the same thing, so Brian ignored the ingredients and got ready to eat. Charles and Emily held their breath, greedily waiting for the climax and the moment of truth. Brian calmly brought the mushroom to his mouth and slowly began chewing, as if trying to savor every bit of his dinner. All this time, Emily's friends were watching the stream, enjoying this cruel revenge and constantly posting angry comments. All of them were hoping that the thing they had waited for so long was finally about to happen. A few seconds later, the plate of food fell from the player's hands, followed by screams and groans. But no, the person who had eaten the poisoned dinner was not the champion of the Tower of Trials at all. It was Charles who had swallowed the poisonous mushroom and immediately felt unbelievable pain. His skin quickly turned black, and his internal organs began tearing their way out. At the same time, Brian enjoyed the scene and called Emily a stupid girl with naive thoughts. Of course, he knew they were planning to poison him, and there was no way he would ever fall for such a cheap trick. On top of that, he reminded her that turning on a hidden stream was a violation of the rules. The system had warned that rule violations would come with serious punishment, so now it was time to see where this would lead. Streaming was allowed when fighting a boss to move on to the next floor. The rules clearly stated that view manipulation and other violations would be punished extremely harshly. Brian quickly wrote a complaint and sent it to the system administrators. Whoever had created this game had now received a report about a rule violation. Emily immediately felt the creator's sanctions hit her, as everything around her lit up in red. The girl looked terrified and kept repeating that she had done nothing wrong. Her viewer count instantly dropped to 0, and now no one would be able to watch her streams. After 2 violations like this, the user would be banned forever. But that was not all. A player had to experience the full cruelty of fate, or all their efforts would become meaningless. Behind Emily appeared a massive minotaur, and it also wanted a delicious dinner. It was not interested in mushrooms because it had come here to taste juicy human flesh. Terrified, Emily begged Brian to fight the monster. She was sure nothing would change today, and the champion would defeat the horrible giant once again. A couple of minutes ago, she had tried to poison him, and now she was praying for him to protect her from the monster, which is exactly what hypocrisy looks like. We already remember that Brian had been trying to copy this beauty skill and learn how to gain a stranger's trust in just a few minutes. To do that, he had to spend 240 hours with her, which was exactly why Brian had decided not to kill Emily from the start. Now all the conditions had been met, and the communication skill had been fully copied into the Book of Memories. Now there was no reason to keep dragging this girl around with him. Emily had turned into dead weight, and he needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. She tried to prove to Brian that they had to stick together, but he was no longer listening to her at all. The champion of the Tower of Trials abandoned the beauty and refused to cooperate. As a final warning, Emily tried to say that her brother would definitely avenge her and come with the warriors of the Raven Guild. Did this silly girl really not understand that the champion knew no fear because he himself was the boogeyman? I'm willing to bet that once the Raven Guild sees this video, they will immediately decide not to mess with this guy. They would need the police just to feel safe because this guy is a real beast. Ruthless, insanely strong, and dangerously experienced, he is the kind of person no one wants as an enemy. He decided to use the fire element to roast the Minotaur's meat a little. Brian was so sick of mushrooms that he was ready to take desperate measures. All that remained was to wait for the monster to reveal its final trump card. The Minotaur activated its Berserker skill and entered its most furious form. Now it had definitely shown everything it was capable of, which meant it was time to end the show. Any other player in this situation would have been filled with doubt and fear. But none of that applied to Brian, because he had already gone through this mission countless times. The enemy's size, strength, and stamina did not scare him at all. When you know your opponent's weak point, there is nothing to worry about. Emily watched the fight the entire time, and before the final strike, she felt as if the whole world had frozen in anticipation. In the past, reality had been far too cruel to Brian, leaving him helpless inside a world that seemed frozen in place. This player died again and again until he finally looked inside himself. He recognized his own incompetence and began working day and night. Through training, he raised his level to the heavens and unlocked hidden talents. Risk-taking players are always rewarded, and that is the unspoken rule of the Tower of Trials. Using the Power Leap skill, Brian broke through the Minotaur's defense and charged straight toward his target. The opponent's level and skills did not bother him in the slightest. Everyone knew that Berserker mode gave a creature unbelievable strength for 5 minutes. Usually, players died during that time and never even got the chance to learn the most important part. Once the skill ended, there was a backlash, and the monster would lose consciousness for 24 hours. The Minotaur had just fallen into a coma, and Brian did not even have to rip its heart out of its chest. Sometimes you do not need to show strength because all you need is flexibility and wisdom. A new player would usually find that hard to believe because everyone is used to only boosting raw power. Emily could forget about running away because she still had 20 more days to enjoy the process. The next day, the Minotaur regained consciousness and started smashing even the walls in its path. Brian defended calmly and paid almost no attention to it. A light morning workout only made him better. Let's not forget that by defending against the monster's attacks, he was gaining a huge number of points. That was exactly why he genuinely enjoyed fighting the Minotaur. After a full month of non-stop trials, it was finally time to say goodbye to the Wild Bull. Now it was time to decide what to do with this beauty who loved cooking poisonous mushrooms. Brian was recruiting trainees for his own squad. If Emily wanted to survive and keep climbing the Tower of Trials, this was her only chance. She said she was interested and had always wanted to join a group of special players like this. Now they had to figure out what use she could actually bring to the team. Her communication ability was no longer needed because Brian had already copied it. Her connections in the Raven Guild were not relevant either, so he needed something more interesting. Emily burst into tears and said she could give him the Ring of Brahman. She desperately clung to the champion's leg, begging him not to kill her and to take her out of this hellish labyrinth. It was hard to believe this sneaky woman had been carrying the Ring of Brahman the entire time. It was one of the best artifacts on the first floor, increasing movement speed and resistance to magic. Thanks to his skills, Brian realized Emily was telling the absolute truth. Now she was officially accepted as a trainee in his new team, and her fate was decided. It is worth remembering that trainees do not get paid and must always come to the captain's aid. They also had to sign a contract because everything needed to be official. Brian decided to activate fusion and combine 2 of his magnificent skills. By combining the communication technique with the fire element, the skill Brand of Destruction was born. This was the very contract he had been talking about. Times had changed, so there would be no more paperwork, because things worked completely differently now. From this moment on, Emily was part of the Black Team, and a brand would appear on her body. She was forbidden from harming the owner or doing anything against Brian's wishes. Thanks to this, she finally earned the chance to leave the labyrinth and feel alive again. She was even added to the honor list, and her account was credited with 5,000 coins. Not long ago, she had been fierce and ruthless, but now she called Brian boss and behaved like an obedient child. Now she would no longer cause problems and would become a loyal ally. On top of that, Emily had to get used to handing over her entire salary to the boss, because that was also part of the contract. Within the next 3 days, she had to bring him the Ring of Brahman. If she failed to do it in time, she would deeply regret ever being born. Emily would have to accept her new life because she was no longer the tough girl she used to be. Meanwhile, not much had changed for Brian, except that he had become even more terrifying. The strongest guild in Korea was Tangun, and next week, its players were planning to defeat the boss of the 3rd floor. Players from America, Europe, and Japan were also fighting fiercely inside the tower. That meant the entire world had already adapted to the new reality. When Brian heard that someone was attacking the boss of the 3rd floor, he considered those players far too impatient. Experienced and wise people know that everything has its proper time and that there is no need to rush anywhere. This kind of risk always comes from greed, because players are too desperate to get as many resources as possible. Players are always given 3 months to move up to the next floor. and that is more than enough time to overcome the difficulties and adapt to the floor. Brian was in no hurry, because he understood that rapid success could make him vulnerable to future challenges. Greed would eventually destroy players sooner or later. Only wise and patient warriors would be able to reach the top. Do not forget that no one gets a second chance, because this is not virtual reality anymore, and everything is real now. After returning from the labyrinth, Brian decided to gather information about everything that had happened over the past month. He decided to talk to people he could actually trust. Long ago, he had already met informants who knew everything about the Tower of Trials. One of those informants was Baldhead. His real name was James, and to be fair, he was actually a pretty great guy. He had not come here alone because Sandra was with him, also known as Firefist. She had a fiery temper and had known Brian for many years. They had played together for a long time and became real friends thanks to virtual reality. James was the king of machines, with high stats and plenty of battle experience. Sandra had long been known as a taekwondo master with an unshakable will and a hunger to win. Each of them could become strong support on the climb upward, which was exactly why they were here now. Brian had completely forgotten that during the game people used to call him Captain Nerd, which sounded a little basic now. He had been very young when he created that nickname, and things would be different if he made one today. Brian felt incredibly comfortable being around real, proven friends. All of them were talkative, cheerful, friendly, and completely loyal. On his journey, our hero had already met the total opposite kind of people. He had seen people who wanted to use him for their own purposes, and thanks to them, he had learned how to tell good from evil. After spending so long surrounded by hypocrites, it always feels good to relax beside real friends. Thanks to a short conversation, the champion managed to learn everything that had happened in the world over the last month. Large and powerful guilds had appeared, along with streamers who had captured the viewer's attention. There was even disturbing information about miners who had created some kind of factory and were kidnapping people. Brian was very surprised when he heard that players had been taking some kind of test. Apparently, he had missed too much and had now fallen out of touch with current events. When the tower first appeared, all the players immediately rushed inside. Starting from the second floor, the number of deaths increased, and the association introduced a restriction. Now only those who passed the test could climb to the second floor, and those people received a code on their hand. All of this was nothing more than a trick by the association's boss, who was collecting people with powerful abilities under the excuse of reducing casualties. He had started a dirty game, and Brian was ready to accept those terms. He intended to use the association for his own purposes and beat Mr. Hassan at his own game. After the tests were created, players began receiving different ranks. Those who received a weak grade could not climb to the second floor and lost the gate to glory and rewards. At the same time, players with high grades immediately received offers from the best guilds in the country. 3 different types of people took the test, mostly dreamers who wanted to climb to the second floor. Besides the failures, there were also superstars here, the kind who made partners come to the association just to see them. Everyone wanted to capture players who were famous for their special talents. Sometimes journalists got lucky and managed to photograph players like Emily and John. Today, even Richard, a member of the Father of Battle Guild, could be seen at the association. He had not missed a single strike yet, and had already become famous for his violent temper. This guy did not like it when fans came too close to him. He preferred keeping his distance, which was why he walked around with bodyguards. One of the guards approached the newbies and told them to step aside so they would not bother the stars. Those newbies turned out to be Brian and his friends, and they did not like being spoken to that way. Seeing the small conflict, John immediately rushed straight into the middle of the situation. He could not believe that some pathetic loser was trying to challenge Richard. Using his skills, Brian quickly analyzed this guy's stats. He saw that John was genuinely impressive and also had some very interesting skills. If he provoked him into a conflict, he could copy his deadly attack skill. John's sister saw what was happening and decided to calm her brother down. She could not believe her own eyes when she saw who he was arguing with. Standing nearby was Brian, the same guy she had spent an entire month with in the Minotaur's labyrinth. When he saw Emily, he smiled and grabbed her brother by the finger. That alone was enough to make John suffer. Everyone around them froze, realizing that a real battle between players was about to unfold. John was truly determined and had no intention of humiliating himself in front of everyone. He was ready to do anything, even if restoring his honor meant killing a stranger. Brian understood that avoiding the fight was almost impossible. He moved as fast as possible to show everyone who was in charge here. One hit was enough to send John into a knockdown. Terrified, Emily stared at this guy and tried to understand what he was doing here. Next, Richard from the Father of Battle Guild stepped in. He ordered them to stop fighting, immediately catching the attention of the champion of the Tower of Trials. Brian tried to analyze his skills, but the system denied the request because of the level difference. Brian decided to play with this guy a little and show his fangs. He started joking that Richard was basically John's babysitter. It was obvious how badly those words offended the local superstar. Richard became so furious that he decided to use his signature skill. Everyone around them immediately felt the world change. Richard trapped himself and Brian inside a protective space. Before that, Brian revealed that he knew what John was doing, supplying core dynasty ginseng to China. The ginseng helped restore stamina and mana, but if someone simply ate it, they would suffer magical poisoning. Right now, many players were suffering from that side effect. 3 items could help with it: Corasian juice, moonstone, and mandrake root. Brian knew all about the players' problems and could even help them with this issue. His information perfectly matched the scouts' reports, which left Richard completely stunned. He could not understand who was standing in front of him, but he knew this guy was clearly strong. He was ready to trust him and even start working with him, but only on one condition. Brian had to forget all his little tricks and play by the rules. Our hero did not like being threatened with a weapon. If someone raised a sword against him, he immediately switched into killer mode. Richard could forget about his title as the strongest hunter in the world, because now he was in the hands of a true master. Firefist and Baldhead also prepared to fight the guards. Each of them was ready to show what they could do. The association could have been reduced to ruins if Brian had not calmed his friends down in time. He said everything was fine, and they had achieved their main goal. He had managed to find common ground with Richard, so the conflict was settled. No one understood what had happened, and John was still trying to punish the arrogant bastard. He begged for a chance to fight Brian and tear his head off. This worm did not understand that the champion was on a completely different level. Richard explained to his assistant that he needed to keep his mouth shut. Everyone understood that something had happened inside the dungeon, but it would remain a secret. Emily's brother still hated Brian and swore that sooner or later he would kill him. He raised his hostility level to the maximum, and that was exactly what Brian needed in order to copy his skills. Brian had not only gained a new skill, but also negotiated cooperation with Richard, even though he had only just arrived here. Now he could calmly head off to take the test. After a few minutes of waiting, it was finally our hero's turn. Today, he was ready to use only one dagger. An experienced master had no need to carry around a pile of weapons. The association employees suggested that he attack a low-level stone, but Brian was not listening. He wanted to demonstrate his power immediately by striking the mid-level stone. The test looked pretty basic because all he had to do was attack a mana crystal. From that attack, the association employee would quickly understand the player's strength. He expected to see standard numbers and was clearly not ready for something abnormal. This seemed completely impossible. Most players failed the selection because they did not have enough magical power to attack the stone. Almost no one had ever managed to split the mid-level stone in half, but Brian did it with a single strike. After that, the champion thanked the employee for his help and said he would wait for the results. Then he calmly left the office and headed to the elevator. There, he ran into a beautiful girl who clearly did not want to see him. Emily had not changed at all. The moment she saw Brian, the same icy terror from before took over her body. Only now did she hand over the Ring of Brahman and keep her promise. Emily hoped the cursed brand would be removed from her, but it was still far too early to talk about that. Then our hero met up with his friends and learned that his test results were extremely weak. No one understood why his skills were so low. So could this have been a deliberate manipulation? He promised to explain everything later, once the second round of the test began. The first test determines rank based on magical power. Then those who pass the test get the chance to enter a tower dungeon for the second stage. Brian would head to the ancient ruins of the first floor, where he would have to face something unimaginable. This dungeon had remained uncleared for 11 years of the virtual game, and even now that had not changed. The last time he had been here was a very long time ago, and back then, everything was different. The mountain ruins were part of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Brian had received F rank, so now he could not enter alone, because the guild guarding the ruins would never let him through by himself. He would enter the ruins as a porter. It was still unclear why our hero had decided to get the lowest possible rank. He was clearly planning something and had no intention of letting anyone in on it. Soon, the players received their raid mission. They had to capture the ruins. To do that, they would have to kill the boss and rescue the prince hidden deep inside the ruins. As a reward, they would be able to choose one special relic. It was also revealed that if someone cleared the test alone, the reward would be multiplied by 10. Greed immediately awakened inside the champion, and he could practically taste money on his tongue. The tower contained an unbelievable number of different rewards. Getting even one of them was already insane luck. That was exactly why this mission was important, and he absolutely could not afford to relax here. Very soon, the porters witnessed the arrival of the guild players. These guys stood out because of their gear and combat abilities. Their leader was named Christopher, a rather arrogant and cold level 14 player. He worked for the Pahun Guild and had the skills Steel Defense and Insane Concentration. To copy that skill, Brian would have to earn this guy's trust during the raid. That would not be easy at all, so he would have to use his brain here. For now, Brian chose to wait and observe instead of forcing things. He calmly explored the ruins and moved in the right direction. There were experienced mages in the team who guided everyone along the proper path. Any mistake in this dungeon could cost someone their life. That was why the porters were told to stay close to the guild players. They had to stick together and react quickly to any threat. Soon, the first battle with the monsters began. None of the players died, and Brian found that strange. He immediately remembered the captain, who had a low level despite his rank. At that moment, he got lost in thought and completely forgot about his job. Right now, he was playing the role of a porter, so it was better not to get distracted. Foreign players could also be seen among the team members. Their equipment bore the mark of the Zion Guild. It would not be a bad idea to get acquainted with one of them and secure some support. One of the players received a glass of cold water from Brian. This was the perfect moment to activate the communication skill and earn some trust. The player instantly started taking a strong interest in Brian. When the player removed the protective helmet, it turned out that we were looking at a beautiful blonde. Brian had fully cleared this game, so he knew perfectly well who she was. She was the youngest daughter of the De Laurentia aristocratic family from Europe. A universal player connected to divine power, she possessed both protection and healing skills. It was Teresa de Laurentia who saved Amsterdam from chaos, and now she was one of the most famous players in Europe. Brian tried to use the Eye of Truth, but it failed because of the difference in their levels. Only after raising his stats and spending a large number of points was he able to see Teresa's abilities. As it turned out, she was among the top 100 players in the world, which meant that since she had been pulled out of her safe little corner, it was the perfect time to copy one of her unique skills. Her stats were genuinely impressive, and now it was easy to understand why everyone admired her so much. She thanked the porter for the drink and said she needed to get back to work. Teresa possessed the Protection of Heaven skill, something many players dreamed of having. Now Brian only had to figure out what kind of situation could put this paladin in danger and how he could save her from it. It was too early to relax, because new and much more serious problems were already appearing on the horizon. The squad captain learned that all the sentries were dead, and no one even understood how it had happened. The guardians of the ruins were watching the intruders. The ruins' defense system would activate when intruders appeared, and only 10 minutes remained before that happened. Some idiot had triggered the system, and now everyone had a problem. Fighting the guardians would be suicide, because the players were absolutely not ready for this. There was no time to evacuate, which meant the entire team had fallen into a deadly trap. Christopher had worked hard to become the head of the guild, so he had no right to back down now. He said they had to continue the raid despite the danger. Every player was supposed to feel confident with Saint Teresa by their side. The players had already heard the guardians waking up. Not everyone was scared because the Pahun Guild was here, so everything was supposed to go smoothly. The solo players only had to listen to the boss and everything would be fine, or at least that was what they believed. The problems began when the first guardian appeared, and everyone realized the theory did not work. Before a battle, everything can seem laughably simple, but reality, as always, dumps a bucket of ice-cold disappointment on your head. Once the guardians appeared, it became clear that this was no time for jokes. The hunters prepared for battle, even though they were under insane stress. The main force of the raid group also realized they had to mobilize. Every member of the team knew what to do, but chaos still hung in the air. Christopher decided to activate level 3 steel defense to reduce the damage from the Guardian's attack. He also activated combat concentration to raise his teammates' level. Everyone tried to help in any way they could, and the mages immediately got to work. The Angel's Song skill was activated to raise morale. But was that really enough to stop the Guardians? Well, let's see where this goes, because anything can happen now, and the stakes have never been higher. I have no doubt that Christopher already regrets deciding to continue the raid. Every action comes with a price, especially when you are the leader of a squad. The hunters split into two fronts to hold back the monster's assault. Casualties would be impossible to avoid, and Christopher understood that perfectly. He had no time to worry about players who were not part of his team. The guild warriors moved in perfect coordination, while the solo players immediately lost control of the situation. They felt abandoned, and their panic only grew worse. Usually, moments like this follow the classic script, and every solo player gets wiped out. But today was the day the rules went straight to hell, and an unexpected twist stepped onto the stage. A special warrior appeared on the battlefield, giving the weaker players a chance to stay alive. This was possible thanks to the paladin we mentioned earlier. Teresa de Lorenzia could make even the weakest brats feel alive. Her skills and her aura inspired every living creature around her to perform great deeds. Teresa realized the Guardians had broken through the rear, so she had to hurry and protect the team's weakest area. By that point, the rear guard had already suffered a large number of casualties. The porters were not ready for such a brutal sight, and most of them had not survived the first battle. The survivors understood that they had only bought themselves a few extra minutes of life. And at that critical moment, Brian finally decided to drop the mask and show everyone who the real champion of the Tower of Trials was. He had been hiding his skills for a long time, but now his hands were free again. A huge and powerful guardian could terrify even an experienced player. That probably would have happened to Brian too, if he did not have fire skills. He quickly activated his power and delivered a crushing blow. The guardian that had terrified ordinary players was defeated in less than a second. Brian had no intention of defeating all the monsters by himself because that went against his plan. He wanted to stay at level 1 and avoid drawing unnecessary attention, and that was the strategy he had chosen. Let's see where this leads, but either way, this guy clearly knows what he is doing. Teresa saved one of the porters, and then it was time for a serious conversation. She believed Brian was the one who had awakened the terrifying guardians. She shot him a harsh look and said he was under arrest. After that, she instantly closed the distance to our hero and tried to grab him like a child's doll. The girl asked him not to resist because if he did, she would have to seriously hurt him. Looks like a massive misunderstanding is waiting for them because now these two are standing against each other. Teresa was sure this guy was not who he claimed to be, while Brian was simply trying to protect his freedom. His skills were more than enough to calmly dodge any attack from the paladin. With light movements, he made Teresa miss and slam into a stone wall. During the battle, she looked foolish and far too naive. Naive like a little girl, she had walked straight into the clever trap of a proud and dominant predator. Then one of the porters ran up to Teresa and said Brian was the one who had saved him from the Guardian. Now this girl would finally understand that she had almost made a huge mistake. Within a few minutes, the incident was settled, and there was nothing left to worry about. Teresa had to apologize for what she had done and admit that she had jumped to conclusions too quickly. They quickly introduced themselves, and Teresa immediately tried to understand why Brian was hiding his identity. He was doing it for the same reason as Teresa, because he knew she secretly wanted to obtain the contract of St. Peter for her class selection quest. She had invited the guild as cover and thought no one would discover her plan. Brian also needed an item that no one was supposed to know about. He knew every strategy for clearing the ruins and suggested that Teresa join forces with him to reach their shared goal. The items they needed were in the same place, so forming an alliance was the right move. After their serious conversation, Teresa returned to the rest of the team. The hunters had managed to suppress the Guardians' resistance, and now it was time to split up. Christopher could not believe Teresa wanted to act on her own. Without her, the other players would start panicking and feel completely uneasy. It was obvious that Teresa would not back down from her plan because she knew exactly what she was doing and moved with determination. Christopher had no choice but to allow her to act independently. She only had to return by the time the team reached the boss room. Of course, she asked to take one porter with her, and permission was quickly granted. Everyone around them was scared and did not want to go with this insane woman. Only one guy raised his hand and said he wanted to risk his life for the sake of adventure. Everyone tried to talk him out of it, because they were sure that going for a walk with Teresa was a one-way ticket. Brian paid no attention to it, because no matter what he said, they would not understand anything anyway. He had to play the role of a love-struck guy and loudly declare that his heart belonged to Teresa. Judging by the faces of the other porters, that was enough. Now Brian was considered the last romantic of the new generation, and they even nicknamed him Young Romeo. Now they had finally gotten rid of the extra eyes and could act independently from the group. There were always many monsters in the ruins, and that could become a serious problem for inexperienced explorers. Only those who had been here before knew how to get around the obstacles in their path. The contract of St. Peter was inside a sarcophagus protected by zombies. Teresa was not stupid. and she understood that they first had to remove the protection from the sarcophagus. As soon as the players prepared to act, the system announced that the Master of the Ruins was watching them. It was probably talking about the boss, who had never cared about players before but had now decided to show himself. Brian had said earlier that he knew a way to clear this place, and now Teresa wanted to understand how she could help him. A second later, the monsters heard strange sounds coming from above. When they turned around, they saw the arrival of a deadly paladin. The zombies instantly became furious, realizing that someone wanted to attack their treasure. Teresa activated Battle Song, a skill that would triple all her stats for the next few minutes. Brian explained what she had to do, and his plan was brilliantly simple and effective. The paladin had to draw as much attention from the undead as possible and create room for Brian to move. To do that, she had to unleash her divine energy and start some real rock and roll. The power of this holy woman could tear ordinary monsters into tiny pieces. Fighting undead would not be a problem because these were not dragons or vampires. Monsters like these were perfect for a solid training session, and she would not even have to strain herself much. The only problem was the number of monsters, but even that would not stop Teresa. Brian used his chance and tried to stay unnoticed. Even though he was literally stepping across the monsters' heads, the undead remained focused on the paladin. Everything was going smoothly, but moments like this are usually exactly when the turning point comes and everything goes to hell. Just when it seems like everything is under control, something unbelievable happens. Elite undead appeared on the battlefield, and special dead warriors rose up. Now the real fun was about to begin, because the boss's assistant, Riff, had personally arrived to protect the sarcophagus. A quiet mission was no longer possible, so they would have to make some noise. Not only had the boss's deputy appeared, but a Dullahan had shown up as well. The player would have to fight Black Lightning and the Iron Death Knight at the same time. For now, Brian was not panicking at all, but he still had to be careful. He did not need to overestimate himself or rush too hard toward the sarcophagus. The atmosphere here gave him confidence, and so far, everything was still going according to his plan. The player managed to dodge the black magic, and all that power flew straight toward the sarcophagus. The protective barrier was destroyed, and now all that remained was to take the main prize. The local creatures would do everything they could to stop the thieves from taking the relic. This place was about to smell like blood, be soaked in sweat, and turn screams of pain into its new music. When Brian pulled out his dagger and rushed into the attack, the whole world seemed to stop. During battle, he felt completely comfortable because this guy's experience was on a completely different level. Now it is worth seeing how Teresa is fighting, because she also seems to be doing just fine. She was clearly less comfortable than her partner, but that did not stop her from masterfully destroying the undead. All this time, it turned out that the monsters had been fighting two players. That continued until one more special guy stepped into the situation. No one expected him to appear, although he had known all along that he would definitely meet the champion of the Tower of Trials here. There was clearly some bad blood between Brian and Marcus. They had not seen each other in a long time, and it was hard to guess how their new meeting would end. As it turned out, Brian did not recognize this guy at all. Had he really forgotten everything that had happened between them back in the virtual game? This called for the Eye of Truth, because he needed to understand who this guy really was. The additional effects canceled out the level difference, and the person standing before the champion was none other than a true swordmaster. Marcus was convinced that he was the best swordsman in the world, so Brian had to defeat him in a sword fight and break his arrogance. He was the one who had visited that museum and taken the beautiful relic with him. Now Marcus fought with the iron sword of the Qianlong dynasty, and no one could stand against him. Now Brian finally remembered this guy because they had already fought back in the virtual world. Wherever our hero went, Marcus would appear there too and challenge him. He was nicknamed the Battle-Hungry Warrior, or simply the Stalker. Now that the game had become reality, Brian failed to recognize him at first glance. He had always underestimated him, although this battle would now be viewed from a completely different angle. The thing was, Brian had felt confident because he had been playing in virtual reality and was not afraid of making mistakes. But now every mistake was fatal, and that raised the fight to a completely new and truly dangerous level. At the moment, the champion had an advantage because he was fighting alongside a very talented partner. She would not just stand there and watch Brian get torn to pieces, because the Saint would definitely step in and show what she could do. Apparently, Marcus did not care at all, because he had just activated the battlefield selection skill. Only close combat warriors had access to this special skill. Brian understood what was about to happen, as the reality around them began changing rapidly. He saw that the sarcophagus had already been destroyed, and all that remained was to grab the desired item. A frightened Teresa watched all of these events unfold. With her own eyes, she saw Brian pull an unknown pill from the sarcophagus and promise that he would definitely return. After that, he disappeared together with his opponent, vanishing like mist. The battlefield selection skill allows a player to drag an opponent into another location. Usually, this skill is used to create a one-on-one battle and cut off the influence of allies. Now that no one could interfere, they could freely activate the duel technique and begin a real fight. Thanks to this skill, Marcus raised his own stats by 10% and lowered his opponent's power. This skill was truly useful, but it should not be overestimated. Either way, skills came to the forefront, and Brian had no problems in that area. He had ended up in a disadvantageous position, so he activated the special conditions of his synthesis skill. Viewers have probably already noticed that in this new reality, players rely on skills first and their raw strength second. When Brian ends up at a disadvantage for copying, he activates the skill to balance out his chances of success. He had just copied his rival's skill and obtained Sword Song for himself. This would allow him to double a swordsman's abilities and feel like a fencing legend. The copied ability would be saved in the memories of the world and available at any time. Enough with the skills already, because the viewers want to see a real, merciless battle, not an ability parade. They want to watch two first-class warriors fight each other without limits. The swords were quickly prepared for battle, which meant sparks were about to fly. Marcus was surprised by his opponent's strategy. Brian was using a dagger but still fighting at mid-range, which looks stupid to an experienced swordsman. Apparently, this guy knew what he was doing, or he simply wanted to piss off his opponent. Marcus had dreamed his entire life of defeating the champion of the Tower of Trials. For years, he had played and lost to this guy again and again. He had missed his chance to become the best, and that was when he started hating Brian. Now the world had changed, and he finally had a chance to make up for his pain. To stop that from happening, Brian was going to use a special relic. Right now, he would gain the ability to stand against the sword. All he had to do was activate Synthesis and combine Sword Song with Demon Soul. The result would be an ability that could be called the SS rank Sword Graveyard. This skill strengthened a swordsman fivefold, and now his body would use only the most effective techniques. Brian turned into a demonic swordsman by simply combining two of his skills. Dark Moon Knight would allow him to reach a whole new level of close combat. Right now, he did not have enough mana to control all this power, so he had to replenish the shortage quickly. Meanwhile, Marcus froze in anticipation, trying to understand where his opponent had gotten such unbelievable power. He had created the best battle conditions for himself, only to end up at a disadvantage. Marcus immediately saw flashbacks from the past. In the game, he had lost again and again, and there was nothing he could do about it. He felt like a complete hopeless loser whose strength was powerless against fate. Would he really fail to surpass himself even once in real life? We are about to find out, because the final round of this confrontation is approaching. Brian blocked his opponent's main attack and rushed forward. He caught the intoxicating scent of victory and understood that Marcus had to be finished off before he could recover. With quick movements, he slipped behind his opponent's back, keeping himself away from unnecessary risk. Then it was time to deliver the final blow and walk out of this battle as the winner once again. Even though Marcus managed to parry the strike, it was obvious how quickly he was losing the initiative. Victory slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, leaving him with absolutely nothing. He lost his sword and stood unarmed before the greatest rival of his life. He had lost more than 100 times, and now he no longer wanted to keep living as a failure. He asked to be killed, hoping it would free him from his endless suffering. Brian had no intention of doing that because sooner or later they had to fight again, and progress is born through battle. The Tower of Trials was a problem even for strong players. Death waited around every corner here, so talented players had to be treated like treasures. History had plenty of cases where sworn enemies became friends. Brian used his communication skill to copy his opponent's ability. Marcus was not exactly rushing to become friends with this guy, but in the future, things could change. The battlefield effect was cancelled, and the players returned to Teresa. Marcus felt insulted and said he would call Brian the same thing he used to call him in the past. He called him Stinky, and that nickname always drove our hero absolutely insane. Nothing had changed even now, though this time the nickname unexpectedly made Saint Teresa smile. At the same time, the guild players continued moving through the ruins. They detected strange movement on the map and assumed not all the monsters had been destroyed. Some unknown object was moving toward them fast, so they had better be ready for anything. Very soon, they ran into a gigantic iron monster and realized that all the previous fights had been nothing more than a light warm-up. A strange creature was sitting on top of the monster, and it looked like a high-ranking vampire. The vampire climbed down from the iron monster and did not rush to attack the humans. He stepped closer, lowered his head, and politely greeted the honored guests. His name was Bellis, and he was the assistant of the local lord, someone who knew every corner of the ruins. Christopher remembered that he was the team captain and quickly threatened the vampire with his sword. To a monster like this, a sword was no threat, and besides, he had come here with an offer. The players could follow him without argument, or the blood plague would be activated. If that happened, everyone gathered here would very quickly regret raising their swords against a vampire. Everything could unfold so fast that it would all be over before you even had time to break a sweat. Christopher was charmed by what had happened and lost touch with reality. Bellis would take only half of the players with him, while the rest would become his prey. Brian and Saint Teresa had no idea what was happening in another part of the ruins. Right now, they were trying to recover their strength, and the Saint knew exactly how to do it. She used the Frozen Tears artifact, which strengthened magic and purified mana. Brian quickly healed his wounds and felt much better. Now he was satisfied with the result and could continue showing off miracles again. At that moment, the system announced that the Master of the Ruins was calling the players. If they accepted the invitation, all monsters and traps would be deactivated. It became painfully clear that the entire squad had been taken hostage, and to save them, they would have to accept this sinister invitation. Teresa had to do everything she could to save her team, even though doubts were tearing her apart. She was not at all sure she could defeat the Lord of these lands. This could all be a clever trap that would lead to the death of every single member of the raid group. To win, they would have to join forces with absolutely every player and hope luck stayed on their side. When Teresa joined the squad as a paladin, she had only wanted to protect the players while also achieving her own goal. She had obtained the artifact she needed, but now her team was in danger. Marcus heard the whole conversation and decided to offer some advice. Even though this had nothing to do with him, he still wanted to do at least one good deed. He understood that Brian was selfish and would probably not want to save weak players. Even so, without him, this battle had no meaning because he was the champion of the game. Only this guy could challenge the Lord just to satisfy his own ego. That was why Marcus advised Teresa to bring Brian with her if she wanted even the slightest chance of success. Brian had always fought for greatness, and in that sense nothing had changed, because he still craved superiority. He was ready to fight, although his financial appetite would have to be satisfied first. Teresa was ready to give up everything she had if it meant defeating the Lord. The negotiations quickly ended in success, and now it was time to fight. The quest was accepted, and the monsters automatically fell into sleep mode. The players calmly reached the Lord's Gate and prepared to conquer the unknown. Brian tried to calm his partner down and told her everything was under control. Battles are not always won by the strongest, because sometimes a flawless plan is all you really need. No matter what happened, Teresa had to believe in her partner. When they entered the main hall of the ruins, they were surprised by the luxury and beauty of the Lord's chamber. Many high-level monsters had gathered here, waiting for their guest for a long time. The lord of this place was Alice von Ataraxia. Even though she had grown tired of waiting long ago, nothing had happened to the surviving members of the team during all that time. John was here as well, and Brian was sure he was the one who had awakened the Guardians. Now was not the time to settle personal grudges, because there were much bigger problems in front of them. Alice had invited Brian here because a special scent was coming from him. For the first time, she smelled such an intoxicating sweetness of blood, and resisting that temptation was incredibly difficult for her. That exciting aroma was driving her insane, and Brian was not exactly comfortable hearing it. He was clearly unsettled after hearing those compliments about the smell of his blood. Now it became obvious that the Lord's main goal was to eat the team's main player. The champion said he had no intention of ending his life that way and would absolutely continue his journey. At that moment, he was almost destroyed by a laser attack. No one had asked for his opinion, so Alice became furious when Brian opened his mouth without permission. She reminded him that he had no choice and had to submit to the Lord's desire. Then Brian took several steps forward, dropped to his knees, and promised to give the Lord something sweeter than blood. It seemed our hero was about to play a dangerous game by tricking the Lord with his clever moves. He had come here knowing exactly what needed to be done, and now his experience was taking center stage. Instead of his blood, he offered Alice the freedom she had dreamed of for so long. All the vampires instantly became furious and started shouting at this arrogant, self-obsessed worm. They were already ready to tear him to pieces, but one gesture from the Lord's hand forced them to shut up immediately. Alice even rose from her throne and ordered Brian to prove his words with action. After that, the player gave his name and said he was a representative of the Mains. Now it is worth explaining that a Mane is a warrior who turned his back on other humans for money, revenge, or personal reasons. The Manes interfered with players climbing the tower and helped the monsters living inside the ruins. Alice had already heard of such beings, and she immediately began thinking seriously. Brian said he had established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor. That was where he learned that a powerful lord was trapped here and needed to be pulled out from under the barrier. While Brian explained that he knew how to trick the barrier covering the ruins, Teresa tried to understand what was even happening here. All the vampires also became restless when they heard him mention the temple. A light panic began, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the next words from this unexpected guest. It was clear Brian was not bluffing, but for some reason the Lord still decided not to trust him. She had met countless smooth talkers with pretty speeches, and now she had no intention of believing anyone. She activated the blood sphere and prepared to taste the sweet blood of this special player. Our hero had a clear plan of action, and I have no doubt that even now, he would not flinch. While he stayed in place, Teresa reacted quickly and rushed to protect her ally. She activated a protective shield of holy energy to block the monster's attack. Teresa did everything she could to block the attacks, and begged Brian not to step outside the protection. She hoped her divine power would be enough to withstand this attack. On the other side, the Lord only laughed loudly, as if this were some kind of game. Alice had hated everything connected to holiness since the day she was born. The blood explosion was supposed to quickly put an end to this divine presence. For a moment, Teresa grew scared and thought she would not be able to hold back such power for long. Then she remembered Brian and realized that together, they could get through any hardship. Standing beside him made her feel more confident. But sadly, that confidence was nothing more than a deceptive mirage. A second later, the saint felt a burning pain in her heart. Her body had been pierced by the very person she had trusted so deeply. Even the high-ranking vampire paused for a moment in confusion. No one understood what was happening, and only Brian kept moving according to the plan. He said he had not been bluffing this entire time, and now his words finally carried real weight. He took a few steps forward and felt someone grab his leg. Teresa was drawing her final breath, still hoping Brian was acting according to plan and would save the team. He looked at her coldly, then raised his dagger high. The gathered monsters became unwilling witnesses to an act of shocking, unheard-of cruelty. Brian killed his ally without even blinking. After that, Alice burst into loud laughter, and she clearly had a talent for laughing like a villain. She could have easily passed an audition for the Joker, but honestly, she seemed pretty comfortable here too. She decided to trust Brian and obtain the very artifact he had mentioned, the Ring of Brahman. If this ring was placed inside the soul, it could briefly trick the barrier and allow someone to leave the ruins. This was the first time Alice had ever heard someone suggest sealing her soul. Now it finally became clear why Brian had refused all experience points and received the lowest rank in the association. He had deliberately wanted to stay at level 1 and use the soul transfer skill. Only a level 1 player could activate a skill like that. Now the entire puzzle finally came together into one crystal clear picture. The soul transfer magic circle was activated. A trick like this could only be used once every 365 days, and only on one soul. It would activate after the target gave consent, and then the magic circle would disappear forever. Alice had only 1 minute to agree and finally free herself from the chains of death. Everyone around watched in shock, too afraid to interfere. Bellis looked the most thoughtful, as if he were trying to see through the Lord and understand the truth. It was hard for Alice to trust a stranger she was seeing for the first time. If something went wrong, she could always destroy Brian and tear apart the magic circle. Alice did not want to place her life in a stranger's hands, but on the other hand, she had been imprisoned for far too long. 1,000 years had passed, and now her chance had finally arrived. The chance to breathe in the long-awaited scent of freedom. Brian assured the Lord that she could trust him and would not regret her choice. As soon as she touched his fingers, he immediately activated the communication skill. After that, Alice felt trust toward this guy and allowed him to transfer her soul. The Ring of Brahman instantly activated and released strange sounds. Now the soul of the legendary vampire was moving into an equally legendary artifact. All this time, Alice believed she had been freed and could finally forget the underground prison. Of course, that was not true, because now she had a new home, one much smaller than her old mansion. With the protection of heaven, Brian wanted to solve one more problem. He activated his skill, and behind him the dead paladin rose up. All that remained was to congratulate Saint Teresa on returning to the world of the living. Protection of heaven can bring a dead person back to life, with instant death being the only exception. Brian had killed Teresa with 2 attacks, and now he brought her back to life with ease. Even though she had gone through terrible pain, A smile now lit up her face. Teresa had a lot of questions for her friend, and they would have to have a long conversation. But right now, there was no time for that, because the vampires understood what had happened and prepared for revenge. The most aggressive one was the Lord's chief servant, the high-ranking vampire Bellis. He said these worthless worms would pay dearly for what they had done to Alice. Anyone who betrayed the master of these lands had to be turned into bloody dust. They had to react with lightning speed and defend themselves as effectively as possible. Fire would help hold back the blood for a while and buy the players a little time. A flashy battle was beginning, and the allies had to split up. Brian had to handle the monsters, while Teresa had to save the remaining members of the team. They could only get out of here if they joined forces and fought the bloodsuckers together. The best of the best had gathered here, the elite guards of the vampire squad. Even now, they did not understand what had happened when their mistress ended up imprisoned. They had already lost, and now all that remained was to breathe their last breath. Using Sword Graveyard, Brian prepared to challenge the vampire who used a dark martial art. This battle promised to become legendary because the odds were a perfect 50-50. All this time, Christopher had believed Teresa was completing the mission with an ordinary weapon porter. Only now did he watch in shock as he realized who this guy truly was. On his own, he had just cleared the perimeter and killed 100 vampires. Explaining that in normal words was almost impossible, and Teresa did not even try. Brian kept his mask on so he would not show his face again. Many people had ignored him earlier, so they would not even remember what he looked like. Teresa had passed through death for the first time, and for the sake of success, that was not a problem for her. Thanks to Brian, they had survived and overcome every hardship. He had truly managed to save the paladin's life and complete his personal quest. Now Protection of Heaven had been fully copied and saved inside the Book of Skills. Teresa happily realized that Brian had known from the very beginning that she would be resurrected. In reality, that was not true at all, because he had only been hoping and was not sure of anything. Brian decided not to anger Teresa and chose not to tell her the truth. It was much better to focus on the good part and collect a few rewards for defeating the vampires. Christopher approached the Savior and said he was ready to repay him for everything he had done. If not for Brian, all these guys and girls would have died without ever seeing home again. Even though Brian did not like this guy, he still wanted to do one more good deed and give the players some relics. There were plenty of good items here anyway, so he could afford to be a little generous. Christopher immediately noticed the fragment of Merlin's staff. Now he could not only restore his authority, but also make good money. Greed wrapped itself around the team captain's heart and he quickly regretted it. As soon as he touched the relic, he saw a seal appear on his hand. Even though Merlin's staff was a precious relic, it still carried a curse. If the Lord of the Ruins disappeared completely, the staff would become safe. But Alice was currently trapped inside the ring, which meant the curse would make Christopher a little different. Brian had never liked him anyway, so the champion did not interfere with what was happening. He assured Teresa that everything was fine and asked her to leave this place without looking at Christopher. After the trials were over, the players had to return to Seoul. Many association representatives had gathered here after receiving a letter from an unknown player. Manager Lisa was now speaking with the department chief, Mr. Ronnie. The experts had already told them the raid would last at least 3 weeks. The group's main expert turned out to be Marcus, who told the association everything that had happened inside the tower. No one wanted to trust this guy because he was not a member of any guild. Nevertheless, he told the truth, and the ruins of the fallen dweller were officially cleared. The portal opened, and exhausted, worn-out players began coming out of it. Many had died, and those who managed to escape were seriously wounded and exhausted. Reporters immediately began taking pictures of the players and congratulating them on a successful raid. Then the guild leader appeared and every camera turned in his direction. After the curse, Christopher had changed a little, and now he had to get used to his new look. Everyone was stunned into silence with no idea how to comment on what they were seeing. Then Paladin Teresa appeared and said the ruins had not been cleared by Christopher's squad at all. It had been done by a man in a mask, and he had not needed help from any other players. Everyone else had simply watched from the sidelines as this special guy showed his greatness. After hearing everything that had happened, they decided to call the leader of the association. John did not hide his burning hatred because Brian and everything connected to him still twisted him up inside. The next day, the champion finally got a chance to rest. The internet was exploding with loud headlines and everyone was trying to figure out who the man in the mask was. It was hard to believe that someone could clear such difficult ruins alone. Brian had accidentally drawn everyone's attention, even though he had never wanted that at all. Luckily, he had been wearing a mask, and only Saint Teresa knew his face. She promised to keep everything secret, so there was no need to worry about that anymore. Now the time had finally come to speak with the vampire trapped inside the ring. Alice hated Brian for locking her inside this dark and stinking pocket. She did not understand that she was now completely under his control. All he had to do was shake the ring a little, and Alice would instantly feel a violent earthquake and dizziness. She needed to calm down and accept the fact that she now had a master. Vampires never forget grudges, but for Brian, she would have to make an exception. The carousel of death could force any vampire to change their rules. If Alice wanted to keep living, she had to adapt and bow her head before the champion. Now he allowed her to come out and breathe a little fresh air. The silly girl thought that as soon as she returned to the real world, she would be able to take revenge. But here, she had lost the old power of the ruins and had become nothing more than an obedient pet. Brian pulled only part of her out of the ring, and right now, she did not possess most of her strongest skills. Even with the restrictions placed on her, Alice was still stronger than an ordinary vampire. She could be used for his own goals, but for that he would have to find a compromise. Brian was ready to give her the real freedom she had dreamed of her entire life. If Alice helped her master, he would destroy the people who had betrayed her many years ago. Then, he would restore her position as the head of the Ataraxia family, and Alice would once again become a legendary figure. The next day, a video of the raid appeared online, showing an unknown masked player completely changing the situation. Everything was heading toward total collapse until that guy appeared out of nowhere, and his fire tornado skills instantly flipped the tide. Brian destroyed every monster that stood in his way and ignored the difference in levels. Now people were calling him a hero and the masked champion. No one doubted anymore that the country's best guilds would want to recruit this hero. There was nothing new about that because the moment a player becomes even a little famous, profitable offers start piling up. Brian had no intention of getting involved in guild politics or their internal wars because he had chosen his own path. At the same time, he had not forgotten that guild members had tried to kill him. If they wanted war, they would regret it very quickly. He would tear apart anyone who dared to challenge him or call him weak. The age of defeat was far behind him, and now the local bullies would have to admit it. A new king of beasts had appeared in Seoul. The boss of the Black Raven Guild had ordered his people to kill Brian inside the ruins. John had awakened the Guardians and still achieved absolutely nothing. That was exactly why the guild leader, Mr. Roger, was furious today and could not sit still. This whole performance was destined to end much earlier than planned. The very guy who was supposed to be destroyed inside the tower ruins walked into this office. Seeing the man in the mask, Roger immediately ordered his guards to seize and behead this fool. John felt like he finally had a chance to restore his honor before his boss. He had dreamed of revenge for a long time, and now he pulled out a dagger to show off the speed of his hands. The naive fool did not understand that Brian was operating on a completely different level of training. He was not afraid to show his face or deliver several brutal knockouts. No one had ever dared act this confident inside the Black Raven Guild boss's office. Brian walked around the place like a king returning to his own territory. He was not afraid at all of the boss's actions, even though the man had already completely lost his temper. Roger had not become the guild leader for no reason, because he had earned that right through his skills, connections, and influence. Now let's see what this mustached man can do, and whether he is really that good. With one smooth movement, Brian broke the legendary sword into 2 pieces. He did not even need to get out of his comfortable chair to do it. Right now, he felt completely at home here, and I would not be surprised if he decided to swallow the entire guild and become its new undisputed boss. The champion of the Tower of Trials could afford to do whatever he wanted. To reach the top floor, he had already destroyed every single guard in the building. With his skills, the champion could subdue any ordinary player. He no longer needed to hide his abilities or pretend to be a level 1 player. Now it was time to take over this place and force everyone to play by new rules. Roger tried to negotiate with the last of his strength. He reminded him that more high-level players would arrive soon, and then this place would turn into a bloody mess. Even if he died now, his friends would definitely take revenge, and the city would fall into chaos. Blood always gives birth to revenge, and war will last until one side forgives the other. There was real sense in that because blood and revenge always get in the way of peaceful sleep. For 1 second, Roger thought Brian had actually calmed down and that everything would be fine. But that was his biggest mistake. The champion of the Tower of Trials would keep taking revenge and killing everyone until the Black Raven Guild surrendered. He had more than enough power to absorb the entire large organization. Like a hungry great white shark, he had arrived to taste fresh meat. This situation was supposed to show the whole city that another major player had appeared. From now on, the guilds had to take Brian seriously. or they would be crushed like bugs. John would only stay alive because Brian knew his sister. He had better never appear before the champion again, because there might not be a second chance. One of the guards was pretending to be dead, but Brian noticed him and ordered him to get up immediately and introduce himself. This guy was 26 years old. His name was Kim, and after graduating from university, he had been doing general work for the guild. He seemed hardworking and smart enough not to waste by dying here. Destroying a guild like this was not profitable at all, so Brian decided to hand control of the organization to this guard. He would be the official representative, while Brian would become the true king. Kim saw the danger in this, because if a low-ranking member of the organization suddenly received a high position, everyone else would oppose him. Brian told him not to worry about that and promised to deal with the extra problems. All he had to do was use one interesting ring, and life would immediately shine with brand new colors. Very soon, every Black Raven player received a message telling them to gather at the main office. These guys looked frightened and were afraid to meet the boss's eyes. They had failed the raid and understood how badly this could end. When they reached the organization's main office, they saw a terrifying scene. Roger was no longer the boss, and soon he would become worm food in the cemetery. The guild leader was dead, and the association building looked like some homeless cult hideout. One of the main players was shocked by what he saw. Sitting right in front of him in the boss's chair was an ordinary guard named Kim. For a second, it looked like another battle was about to break out in the exact same place. Everything changed when Kim explained that a new owner had appeared. Standing beside him was a mysterious short girl. Her name was Alice, and from now on, she would be running absolutely every process inside the Black Raven Guild. Everything that was happening looked like absolute nonsense, and the players flat out refused to believe it. They even called the new boss a little rat who knew nothing about the Black Raven organization. The moment Alice heard those words, she flew into a rage. Now she would instantly show everyone that from this point on, any disobedience would be punished with brutal violence. The organization's office suffered even more damage as a massive explosion tore through the upper floors. Brian witnessed what happened and was not surprised at all. When you put a high-ranking vampire in a position like that, it is no shock that problems will occasionally appear. He would just have to accept it and head to the association to take the second test. About 2 months had passed since the Tower of Trials appeared. The world had changed quickly and adapted to the new reality. People adjusted to the changes around them and even found themselves a new masked hero. This mysterious player drew attention by clearing ruins alone that large squads could not handle. And now only a few people knew who was hiding behind the mask. The porter leader, Uncle Raoul, and the brilliant paladin Teresa promised not to tell anyone anything. Thanks to the mask, acting freely would be much easier, and Brian had no intention of giving up the image. Now he headed to the Awakened Association to finish the testing. All preparations were complete, and now it was time to seize power across the country and leave no trace of the old order behind. At the association, Brian met up with his friends who had not seen him in a long time. He had not come alone because he had to bring Alice and say she was a player. Of course, he had to hide her vampire origins, or it would have caused a scandal. Brian also introduced his friends to Kim, who would now manage the Black Raven Guild. He would study the dungeon and help raise their stats, which was a perfect chance for him to prove to everyone that they were nothing. Now Brian's friends could constantly cooperate with Black Raven and receive various bonuses. This would help them climb the tower faster and raise their ranking. As soon as Brian was alone with Alice, it was time for a little talk. This girl needed it drilled into her head that blowing people up inside an office was, to put it mildly, unacceptable. There were far too many cameras in the city center, but she did not care at all. After 1,000 years, she really should have learned how to control her emotions. She would have to learn to follow the rules if she did not want to upset her master. Together with Alice, he headed out to hunt, because from now on, they would be a team. The 3rd floor of the tower had been fully cleared, but the 4th floor still had not opened. The most valuable dungeons were controlled by guilds, and everyone believed there were no good hunting spots left. To an experienced player, things looked different, because he knew exactly where to find a place worth hunting in. On the 1st floor was Moon Lake, known for having the most beautiful scenery in the tower. Brian had not been here in many years, almost as if it belonged to a past life. Humanity's fate was hanging by a thread, and for a long time, there had not been even the slightest chance to enjoy beautiful scenery. As it turned out, this place could also be used for hunting, although only the best of the best knew that. Peaceful Moon Lake was decorated with 12 statues, and Brian had come here to obtain one of them. This statue was not just decoration, because it had another function. Only 3 players in the world had discovered this secret. People rarely talked about this statue in the community because no one could find the right key. There was nothing strange about that, because the key turned out to be extremely specific. All you had to do was spill a little moonlight onto the statue, and the secret would open. To do that, you had to use your fingers and properly adjust the amount and angle of the light. The system immediately reacted to the reflected light, and the statue began to move. Thanks to this, a secret passage to the lower floors opened, completely flipping the usual understanding of the world. Everyone was sure the tower had to be climbed upward, and no one even suspected that a path into the underground world could be opened. Even Alice, who had visited many corners of the world, had never felt anything like this. She had already forgotten what freedom tasted like, and now she even liked it. Brian noticed that she was happy she had signed a contract with him. Even though she now had a master, she no longer had to sit in a cage and constantly kill players. Protection of Heaven activated holy power and began the process of thawing the frozen tear. All of this was needed to control the vampire better. Alice had lived in the tower for more than 1,000 years, and Brian wanted to talk to her about many things. It was interesting how she identified herself and whether she understood that she was only part of a game. As soon as Brian tried to ask that question, interference appeared all around them. The system was doing everything it could to stop him from learning the answers to all his questions. He would have to settle for what he had and continue descending into the abyss. Alice felt something approaching them and asked Brian to prepare fire. After lighting the path, he saw a huge monster in front of him that had come here to feast on fresh prey. They would have to roast this disgusting bug and show it who the true masters of the underground were now: humans. Brian wanted to conquer not only the upper floors but also the underground abyss. To do that, he would have to face a massive army of monsters. Knowing this guy, there was no doubt that he was ready for it. Huge scarab beetles could scare even a high-ranking vampire. They really were disgusting and revolting creatures. That was probably why the dungeon stank so badly of dead bodies. Brian had no time to fight the whole army, so it was much easier to use Protection of Heaven. With this skill, he could clean out the area fast, better than any cleaning company. Once the monster's physical strength dropped, Alice got ready to show her own power. The noble vampire clearly was not thrilled about fighting these repulsive monsters, almost as if she had forgotten who was in charge here. She would have to do everything Brian wanted, or Alice would be forced back into the Ring of Brahman. Her blood skills quickly put everything in its place. Now it was clear why Brian had decided to keep Alice alive and turn her into his own slave. In the future, she would play an important role and help him fight the strongest creatures on the tower's upper floors. By constantly destroying monsters, the players' levels rose. Experience points also piled up alongside their growing stats. That was exactly why our hero decided to enter the abyss and put his body through trials. He wanted to make himself much stronger and prepare for the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. His actions in the real world caused concern inside the Olympus meeting room. Frederick was the head of the Titan Guild, and today he had gathered his friends to discuss all the latest news and problems. The attempt to enter the 4th floor had ended in failure, with only 9 out of 100 people returning alive. The boss of the 3rd floor had seemed fairly ordinary, but his skills surprised the players. He managed to summon thousands of creatures that were nearly impossible to defeat. The head of the China Guild, Mr. Richard, was upset that the players had failed even with the help of a divine artifact. Maria was the head of the Olympus Guild, and she said they had not had enough time to prepare. Augustine was one of the most aggressive players at the table, and he was the head of the 3rd squad of the Tangan Guild. He fully agreed with Maria and said it all happened because the China Guild interfered with the squad's proper preparation. Everyone gathered at this table needed to calm down and try to solve the problem. Yesterday, Frederick received a message from a main, and it worried him deeply. One condition had to be fulfilled, and then players from influential guilds would receive support. The mains were internationally wanted, and cooperating with them was punishable by law. Getting involved with them was extremely dangerous, and every leader understood that, including Teresa, who had come with her boss. The guild's influence was now greater than the government's, so they had to remember that their moral image mattered more than ever. They could not cooperate with shady organizations, even if many people were ready to step over others for success. Another influential figure appeared at the table, and he was unhappy with what was happening. He believed the guilds would not be able to handle this without his support. He had come here to show that he was afraid of no one and nothing. The guild leaders got furious and promised to tear him apart. No one was going to cooperate with a filthy main, especially in an age where privacy barely existed. The man in the cloak ordered them to calm down and listen to what he had to say. Only if they agreed to cooperate would they get a chance to deal with the boss of the 3rd floor. His offer sounded naive, because even if they joined forces, they could never gather an army of 1,000 warriors. Mr. Bronson knew exactly what he was doing because he could create the required number of warriors with the Black Graveyard Keeper skill. At that moment, strange things began happening outside. The dead, buried here many centuries ago, started rising from the ground. Even the most powerful necromancer could not summon such a countless number of corpses. Bronson was clearly extremely powerful, and now he had proven it. He had been helped by the Staff of Greed, and now the players looked at this man very differently. They had a chance to deal with the boss of the third floor, although not everyone agreed with cooperating with Bronson. They could kill him right here and now, or they could make a deal and keep everything secret. Terrified, Teresa held her breath and watched the situation unfold, trying to predict how it would end. Working with Bronson went far beyond the rules, and if Brian were here, something like this would never have happened. Teresa tried to understand what she should do and whose side she should take. At that exact second, she received a video call from her new masked friend. He immediately heard that Teresa was somewhere dangerous. Bronson noticed the strange conversation and said that voice sounded familiar. After that, Brian automatically switched the call into video conference mode. He quickly put on his mask and scanned the whole room, studying every face carefully. Everyone was shocked to see the same mysterious stranger who had cleared the terrifying ruins all by himself. Right now, every major guild in the world wanted to recruit him. His mask had become a symbol of battle, and of course, everyone here had already heard of him. They had spent enormous effort trying to contact him, only for it to happen completely by accident. Everyone interested in him felt their mouths go dry from joy at his sudden appearance, and even Bronson smiled. He had also heard about this guy and decided to discuss conquering a boss on a completely different level. He offered Brian a place in the raid and the chance to share the battlefield with the undead. The champion hesitated and went silent, clearly not expecting a simple conversation with Teresa to turn into something much bigger. Brian quickly noticed that Bronson had been holding a fake staff this entire time. To create an artifact like that, a large number of ingredients had to be used. Bronson had done almost everything required, but he had failed to find the last two pieces of the puzzle. He needed the heart of a saint and a prison uniform anointed with holy oil. Brian had known for a long time that the real Staff of Greed had a red stone beneath the skull. Some materials were not available on the open floors, which was why the staff summoned undead that were far too weak. Those soldiers would not last even a few hours inside the boss's lair, and at the slightest threat, they would simply run away. Brian saw through Bronson immediately and said he was nothing but a fraud trying to trick everyone. The old worm realized his plan had gone off the rails and quickly lost control of his emotions. He loudly promised that the next time they met, the pathetic humans would crawl on their knees and beg for mercy. He would be watching them, but for now, it was time to disappear into the unknown. By appearing, Brian ruined Bronson's plans and exposed the truth behind his mysterious skills. Now, the influential players had no idea what to do next in order to climb to the tower's next floor. The champion asked them not to worry or cooperate with shady organizations, because he was ready to take full responsibility for the future operation. As ridiculous as it sounded, Brian wanted to handle it alone. For the players gathered here, this was a profitable deal because even if this guy failed, they could still get closer to him and earn his support. If he actually succeeded, the result would be shocking. No one would dare miss such a perfect opportunity, and the guilds were already ready to fight for the chance to fund the raid. Each of them would do everything possible to become as friendly as possible with the local champion. Brian calmed everyone down and said he did not need anything, only for them to let him into the tower. He was not interested in the reward either, and only wanted the entrance restricted so no one but him could go inside. At that moment, doubt swept over everyone, because no one could understand this guy's motives or why he would risk his life without an obvious reward. He had to explain the reason in a more elaborate way, so Brian said he was doing it for his beloved ally. He had to add some meaningless drama, or no one would have believed him. Of course, all of it was a lie, but it was enough to make Teresa feel like the happiest woman in the world. Augustine was moved by the champion's motives and said that love could even move mountains. No one even noticed the tiny camera near Brian. That meant the video conference had been recorded this entire time and would be saved afterward. Ordinary players would have asked for good payment, but the champion decided to think about long-term prospects. Now he could gain far more than anyone could have imagined. He could not afford to clash with the guilds, so he would upload the video after editing out the part with Bronson. Brian was playing a very cunning and dangerous game, so let's hope he knew what he was doing. Now he could calmly return to the trials inside the abyss. Over the course of today, he had raised his level by 12 positions and completely forgotten about Alice. He had left her alone all this time, and she had nearly died while fighting an endless army of scarab beetles. Now everything was behind them, and he could spend a little money to restore his helper's mana. That should make up for it a little, and Alice could finally feel happy. Usually, she restored mana naturally, which meant drinking human blood. She said there was no way around it, because otherwise her energy reserves would run out quickly. Just one small bite, and little Alice turned into a satisfied princess. It is honestly scary to imagine where exactly she bit him, so let's not dive into those spicy details. Brian continued shopping and treated himself to various artifacts. The minor relics were supposed to improve his defense and make his attacks faster. Now he could move on to the rest of his business, and there was still far too much of it. To do that, he would have to dive into the unknown while balancing on a razor's edge. As Brian flew into the abyss, he was not worried at all and did not doubt for a second that everything was going according to plan. He had jumped down here more than 100 times in the virtual world, so he knew exactly how deep it was. With the reverse gravity he had bought a few minutes earlier, he quickly managed to stop his free fall. Even a hardened high-ranking vampire was not ready for such a dizzying roller coaster. Now everything was fine, and they could light up the underground space. Brian and his assistant had arrived exactly where they needed to be, and soon things would get very interesting. The local residents stared at the unexpected guests in surprise. The smell of rotten meat filled the air, and ahead of them stood a statue of Anubis. Brian looked this monster straight in the eyes and smiled happily. He had come to the right place because the bored devil dog still lived in the depths of the abyss. Brian was the first human to come down here, and Anubis was very happy about that. He would finally get to entertain himself by tasting an earthly player. Frightened, Alice took a few steps forward and asked her master to retreat immediately while she fought the monster. Apparently, she did not understand that this was all part of the plan, and it was far too early to panic. Brian wanted to show the monster what kind of person he had made a deal with. This angered Anubis, and he activated his personal ability, Judgment of Fate. He always used this ability on his opponent to learn the truth, and right now, he wanted to know how a human had found this place. To obtain Anubis's abilities, Brian would have to destroy his incarnation and make him lose his temper. If Brian succeeded, he would gain the power to ask questions of any character in the game. Brian said he had learned about this place from a vampire and had come here to obtain a special item worth a lot of money. Step by step, he answered every question without worrying at all. As soon as all the conditions were met, sharp fangs began rising from beneath the ground. The Judgment of Anubis was activated, cutting all of the player's stats in half. Abilities and skills were sealed for 1 minute while the boss's verdict was awaited. Anubis chose a representative, a monster named Mendes, and he would deliver the judgment. At that moment, the champion smiled and pulled out a mini gramophone. It could not be turned off until the music finished playing. Everything that happened next could only be called pure madness, absurdity, and farce. Brian turned on the music, pulled out his dagger, and started showing off his disco skills. The perfect music played during the fight, found through pure trial and error. Its rhythm matched the monster's attack patterns perfectly. Brian followed the beat with flawless timing and kept the whole fight under control. He had fought this monster 100 times before, which was why he understood the distance so well. Anubis could not believe his eyes because all of this looked more like a dream than reality. Only when the right moment arrived did the champion activate Sword Graveyard. Then came brutal payback, painting the ground with crimson pools of blood. Anubis's servant recovered in seconds, and once the player burned through all his strength, he would be in serious trouble. Brian knew that from the start, and it did not bother him at all. He looked like he was playing with the monster, making Alice admire his talent even more. Now she trusted this guy even more and even started thinking he might really help her get revenge. After 10 minutes of fighting, the Devil Dog's representative decided to retreat. Anubis refused to believe he had chosen the wrong opponent. Brian kept humiliating and provoking the monster no matter what. He followed the plan he had prepared in advance and never moved a single step off course. When Anubis's representative was defeated, the player felt his level rise. Now he had unlocked the chance to learn ice magic. Even for the champion of the Tower of Trials, that was a solid gain. At last, the monster admitted that the human from Earth standing before him was no ordinary man. He had come here to challenge Anubis and take every skill he had. For Brian, this was nothing more than entertainment, and that drove the Devil Dog absolutely insane. He could not believe an ordinary human had the nerve to fight him as an equal. The dungeon boss released a massive beehive filled with countless insects. He ordered them to attack the human and leave no living piece of him behind. That many monsters would terrify any inexperienced player. But a man who controlled fire would never fear a swarm of insects. These monsters lived deep underground and feared the light. So let's see what happens when their bodies get scorched by fire, hot enough to melt even titanic slabs. Brian decided to play grown-up games and fused fire with his ice skill. As a result, he obtained the daylight technique, and every monster gathered in the abyss felt the bright kiss of Zeus. Screams and groans echoed everywhere as the blinding light destroyed the underground creatures. Anubis had no choice left but to activate his chosen creature. At this rate, he risked losing his entire world, so he had to turn the fight around immediately. To regain the initiative, he had to summon a special monster. Brian was ready for that too, and with one motion of his hand, he attacked the enemy with an ice arrow. The giant bees quickly realized that today was definitely not their day. Once again, there were too many enemies, so Brian decided to use a special pill. This relic could increase the size of an object several times over. The effect would kick in after 1 minute, so all he had to do was buy time and hold the enemies back. In the past, Brian loved superhero movies and always wanted to be like his idols. Right now, he could easily become B-Man if he wanted to. His actions kept making the master of this territory angrier and angrier, and Anubis knew perfectly well he was losing control. In horrible and absurd conditions, an opponent can never judge the situation clearly. Every grind addict who has played the Tower of Trials more than once knows that. The champion kept combining skills and always stayed one step ahead. Thanks to his past attempts, he had learned the monster's tactics long ago and could analyze the situation instantly. Fighting opponents like these was nothing more than child's play for him. He trapped the monsters inside a magic cube and then grilled them alive. Those disgusting creatures screamed so wildly in pain that it felt like the abyss had turned into a complete madhouse. After every monster he destroyed, Brian received an enhancement pill. To stand on equal ground with a boss backed by a massive army, he needed to collect as many pills as possible. Brian had prepared the fusion items in advance as soon as he figured out where he was going. He had created the perfect trap and had been provoking Anubis into conflict from the very beginning. The devil dog clearly did not like that, and now he was starving for revenge. A human had no right to treat a high-level monster with such disrespect. Anubis became so furious that Brian automatically fulfilled the copying conditions. Now he could officially obtain the devil dog's judgment skill. With it, he could ask 3 questions, then weaken the opponent and block all their skills and abilities for 1 minute. This skill could only be used on the same person once, or the gods of Egypt would punish the judge. Alice continued watching everything unfold, completely unable to understand what was happening. There was no time for a long explanation, so all that mattered was this. Her master had clearly become stronger. The moment the champion finally relaxed, he received an unexpected video call. On the other side of the system was Marcus. So had he finally decided to become friends? When Marcus saw his eternal enemy, he got angry. He was angry because he did not know this place and could tell Brian had once again grown stronger. In reality, he had called to make an offer. Very soon, a martial arts tournament would begin at the Awakened Association. High-ranking players had been invited there to find out which of them was the strongest. Marcus offered Brian a chance to join the tournament and fight him again. The champion of the Tower of Trials was not interested, but Marcus was not backing down. He had a secret weapon to convince Brian to enter the tournament. If the champion agreed, he would receive a pass to the legendary black market. Now we should explain what the black market means in this new reality. This is not the kind of place where players can buy things with ordinary coins. It is a secret market where invited participants can purchase items only with real money. After the Tower of Trials became reality, people became obsessed with auctions like this. To move on to the next stage, Brian needed precious artifacts, so he was clearly interested in visiting the black market. We already remember that Brian uploaded the video of the Olympus incident. He edited the footage and made the guilds look good. Many people believed the man in the mask could actually defeat the boss of the 3rd floor alone. A huge wave of hype gathered around our hero, and once again, he was the center of attention. Brian uploaded that video to his channel and pulled in a massive number of views. Players earned money from views, and that was exactly how they became rich. Thanks to that, Brian refilled his balance and could now afford almost anything. If he got a pass to the black market, he could truly buy every artifact he needed. So he decided to agree and take part in the tournament of the strongest players. The world's best warriors had gathered here, and now the entire world was watching their battles. The association wanted to show the strength of players, so people would believe the tower would soon be cleared. Now we need to rewind a little and finish Brian's conversation with Marcus. Only high-ranking players were allowed to participate in the tournament. Brian did not have that kind of pass, but Marcus was not listening to him at all. The winner would receive any relic from the National Museum, along with many other benefits. Marcus was doing everything he could to hook his enemy and defeat him in front of the entire world. Those words were enough to catch our champion's interest. He arrived on the first day of the tournament and decided to see what was happening. Several brutal killings had already taken place in the arena. A player appeared who could summon monsters and attack opponents from a distance. These were our old friends, Mr. Albert and Little Margaret. Players like them always caught the attention of association analysts in various guilds. Even the head of the Black Luck Guild was here, a highest-rank player known as Master Daniel. He noticed one particular player who looked absolutely outstanding. This guy did everything well. He controlled the fight, kept a wide view of the battlefield, and mixed different attack types together. They had already tried to invite him into the guild, but unfortunately, Marcus refused. He became the first player to ever reject an invitation from the Black Luck Guild, and Daniel took that personally. He liked ambitious guys and wanted only the best fighters on his team. Another player was hiding in the stands, threatening to tear every participant in this tournament apart. The arrogant and insanely ambitious Patrick from the Black Luck Guild had also come to watch the fights. A lot of money had been invested in him, and now the boss expected that investment to pay off. He had every chance to reach the highest rank within 3 years, although he would have to work hard for it. While Daniel dreamed of raising his guild's prestige to the heavens, the fights in the arena continued. Many people might have thought Marcus was some weakling who constantly lost. In reality, he had only ever lost to one person, the champion of the Tower of Trials. Every other player had never been serious competition for him. The moment he picked up a sword, he instantly showed everyone who the best swordsman in the world was. Nothing had changed in the real world, because Marcus defeated everyone again and did not even get tired. He became the winner of the tournament, and every eye in the crowd turned toward him. Now he had the right to choose any opponent for a duel. Most players dream of picking the most influential opponent they can find to make themselves famous. But Marcus chose a different path. Patrick was sure he had been chosen, because this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Daniel ordered his player to shut up immediately because Marcus was pointing at someone else. His sword pointed at Brian, who had been watching the tournament the entire time without taking part in it. At first, he had been interested, but without a high-rank certificate, he could not get the committee's approval. Everyone around them was shocked and tried to understand who Marcus had challenged. This guy was a complete mystery, minimum level, and apparently no skills at all. Brian ignored everyone completely, stood up with ease, and jumped down into the arena. To the crowd, it looked like Marcus would gain nothing from this and was simply about to humiliate a weak opponent in front of everyone. People were about to be very surprised when they saw that this rookie could pull off plenty of top-level tricks. Brian advised his opponent to learn how to accept defeat and surrender in advance this time. Marcus would not tolerate insults like that. And today, he was determined to finally get results. He had trained hard to sharpen his sword technique and push his aura to a new level. Today was his big moment, and he was ready to reveal the soul of his sword. To Brian, there was nothing scary about this because he had seen this technique many times before. If the stalker was truly confident in his victory, then now we would see what he could do. It had been a quiet and peaceful day with sunny weather and a great mood. That lasted until a battle of titans erupted in the middle of the city arena. After that, nobody felt calm or peaceful anymore. Fire, smoke, and blood raged everywhere, all because two madmen decided to find out which one of them was stronger. Marcus was not ready for the sheer number of skills his opponent had. He lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground before he could restore his health. Before the duel, they had made a deal, and now Brian had the right to take what belonged to him. The black market pass was now in his hands, and another goal had been reached without much trouble. This is what experience does to people. It lifts them to the top of the world while crushing every opponent in their path. After his victory, Brian decided to talk with his old friends. Many days had passed since their first meeting at the museum, and Albert and Margaret had grown much stronger. Now no one wanted to become the enemy of someone as talented as Brian. Today, he was ready to speak to them as friends and offer something interesting. At the same time, one of the spectators could no longer hold back the storm of emotions raging inside him. His pride was tearing him apart, and he refused to recognize the local champion. Some low-rank guy could not take first place, and he had to be punished quickly. I already mentioned the arrogant Patrick, and this guy's ego was far too big for him not to interfere with the show. He had a special skill called Giant's Hand, and to copy it properly, Brian had to figure out Patrick's true intentions. Everyone was sure a fight was about to begin, although Patrick clearly had not come here for that. They worked in the same field, which meant they would definitely run into each other during missions. That was why he wanted to show basic courtesy and introduce himself to the new star. When Patrick reached out his hand, Brian immediately smiled because he understood what was happening. All those words were nothing but fake politeness, because Patrick felt rage and hatred, and the reporters had been waiting for exactly that. Daniel was waiting for the outcome the entire time, because he knew his player and knew what would happen next. The Giant wanted to defeat the local champion in front of the crowd. After that, his ratings would rise together with the Black Luck Guild's reputation. In that case, he would get all the public attention and increase the number of subscribers on his channel. Brian read this guy like an open book, which meant he had fulfilled all the conditions to copy the Giant's hand skill. Now he could use giant strength, lift massive objects, and feel like the real Hulk. Back in the virtual game, Brian could only dream of skills like this. Now he had become far more powerful, constantly raising his level with the copying technique. He gladly agreed to shake hands and get acquainted with Patrick. The player from the Black Luck Guild was sure everything was going according to plan. He smiled happily, waiting for a firm, man-to-man handshake. At the last moment, Brian's expression changed, and he said he would not let anyone challenge him. After that, Patrick instantly activated his skill and tried to rip his opponent's arm off. He was sure the same thing as always would happen because he had pulled this trick many times before. This fool still did not understand that today, he had met someone with the exact same strength. Now we would finally get to witness the judgment of Anubis. Patrick grew nervous and quickly started sweating, because for the first time in his life, strength had failed to bring him success. He was quickly forced to his knees and felt like a pathetic, helpless Barbie doll. Brian had no intention of ignoring an attempt to disgrace him. Since so many reporters had gathered here, this was also a perfect chance for him to make a statement without the mask. The champion of the Tower of Trials wanted to prove that his victory over Marcus had not been a fluke. Daniel flew into a rage when he saw his main star being beaten in front of the crowd. He had done everything possible to make his guild successful, and now he wanted to punish the bastard responsible. Brian saw where this was going and prepared for battle. To him, this was nothing new. Another fight, another victory. Maybe our hero should have been a little more serious considering Daniel's stats. This player had not become a guild leader for nothing, because his skills and mastery were on a very high level. Brian was confident he could defend himself with his blade and the daylight skill. He calmly waited for the distance to close, then showed just how sharp his blade really was. He had to spend experience points to reduce the level gap. Daniel immediately remembered his fight against the second-floor boss, known as the Divine Warrior. Back then, the guild boss had led the vanguard and victory had only been possible thanks to his actions. Now he was fighting some rookie and had no intention of letting him steal his glory. The battle promised to be as tense and ruthless as possible. Neither side was ready to back down, and both burned with the desire to rip the heart from the other's chest. One more second, and the audience would have witnessed a bloody massacre, but that was not meant to happen. The president of the association stepped into the conflict in time and ordered everyone to stop immediately. Hassan would not allow a serious tournament to turn into cheap entertainment. Brian immediately greeted the leader of the association and said the arrogant rookie needed to be punished. Hassan asked him to calm down and remember that everyone fights each other at a tournament, so there was nothing strange about Brian defeating Patrick. The association boss calmly walked up to Brian and introduced himself. To be honest, 20 minutes earlier, he had not even known a player like Brian existed. That changed when one of the association representatives contacted the boss and told him what was happening here. Either way, the moment Hassan had come to the tournament for had finally arrived. He hurried to congratulate Brian on winning the tournament and officially made him an S-rank player. There were only 16 warriors of that rank in the entire country, so the news caused a nationwide shock. Hassan also apologized because the association had originally given Brian the wrong rank. Everyone completely forgot about Patrick because no one cared about him anymore. Daniel found it hard to accept that the tournament was supposed to be the stage for the Black Luck Guild, but instead, it had turned into a disaster. He and his best warrior had been completely trampled, and now keeping the situation under control had become painfully difficult. He grabbed a reporter to talk about the guild's future plans, but the reporter was not even listening anymore. Journalists only care about the person standing in the spotlight. Right now, that person was Brian, who had quickly turned into a celebrity. Daniel was unlikely to forget everything that happened here, and he would definitely try to get revenge. The guild boss did not even realize that during the fight, his opponent had secretly copied his Blood Rage skill. We will see that skill again in the future, but for now, it is time to enjoy the champion's victory. The public warmly welcomed the new highest rank player. Everyone was shocked that even an ordinary rookie could turn into a star so quickly, which became great motivation for new players. The association boss apologized to Brian and, as compensation, provided him with a plane for his trip to Las Vegas. That was exactly where our hero was headed, because now he had a pass to the black market. As a child, he had always dreamed of flying first class and feeling rich. Brian had always been poor and had only seen privileges like that on television. Now he could finally enjoy the experience as long as Alice did not bother him. His assistant noticed a flashy guy flirting with a flight attendant. He had a strange smell, a terrible scent of blood that she did not even want to taste. To a high-ranking vampire, it was obvious that this blonde man was far from ordinary. Alice understood things like this, so Brian had every reason to listen to her. He analyzed the guy and learned that his name was Alex Goudreau, a necromancer with the Forgotten Gravedigger skill, and on top of that, he was a main. To copy his skills, Brian had to get close to the target, and to do that, he would need to enter the main association. Alex approached Brian first and said he had seen him on television and would be happy to meet him. The champion was no fool, and he knew their meeting was no coincidence. After the news of his rank promotion came out, Brian had attracted interest from more than just the major guilds. Alex shared a little about himself and even handed over his business card. He suggested having a drink to pass the time on the plane. A minute later, he had already pulled out expensive cognac and started telling the story of his life. He had a cosmetics business that was thriving, even though it had recently struggled with funding. Brian also played the role of a cheerful guy who had no idea what was going on. In reality, he knew perfectly well who was sitting in front of him and was already planning several moves ahead. Alex had come to Korea to expand his business and work with the Awakened. He wanted to adapt to the new world, and for that, he would have to overcome every trial in his path. Not long ago, he had written about the masked player who had caused a storm in the media. That player had promised to attack the boss of the third floor without guild support. The problem was that Alex and his team also wanted to join that raid, and now the man in the mask was standing in their way. Those actions had angered many interested players. Right now, Alex and his team were looking for support so they could feel safer on the third floor. He happily offered Brian a chance to go with them. Alex's team would gain a powerful player who could help them overcome every obstacle. In return, they offered support and funding for the special operation. The major guilds had blocked access to the third floor so no one would interfere with the man in the mask. Alex wanted to bypass those restrictions by using the new superstar. All of this sounded like a very serious request for someone who had only just been promoted. Brian explained that he was a serious businessman and was offering serious terms. Besides funding, he could offer something far greater than ordinary artifacts. The elixir that makes the heart beat again was currently in his possession. Items like that do not just lie around on the ground because they have to be found, conquered, and ripped from an enemy's hands. The main association had done the impossible and obtained something that rare. An item like that would interest even the champion of the Tower of Trials. If Brian signed the contract, he would receive both funding and the elixir. A contract with a corpse is never too sweet, and that is worth remembering. On the surface, it looked like a normal contract, but if Brian failed to fulfill the terms, a deadly curse would come after him. That was exactly why he wanted to refuse the signature and avoid worrying about it altogether. Alex grew a little disappointed and said that, in that case, Brian would not receive the elixir. After that, he watched as the person in front of him snatched the relic right out of his hand. The whole thing looked strange, as if Brian were nothing more than a petty scammer and thief. Of course, that was not the case because this guy was calculating and ruthless, and he always got what he needed. The situation quickly heated up to the limit, and a fight on a plane would have been a beautiful sight. At that exact moment, every traveler felt turbulence. Brian had triggered that effect with his mana. The plane captain immediately warned the passengers to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Brian said he urgently needed to return to his seat and thanked Alex for the pleasant company. The necromancer was stunned, angry, and scared all at once. Alex warned that Brian would definitely suffer for this, but the champion knew exactly who he was dealing with. Alex was the same man who had been kicked out of the guild meeting when he looked like an old sage. The necromancer was furious, but at the same time he tried to calm himself down, convinced that the person in front of him was bluffing. Meanwhile, Brian kept mocking him and said he had no intention of giving back the sacred relic. He promised they would meet again later, once he had some free time. The whole situation looked very strange, and maybe after receiving a high rank, our hero had become even more confident. Now he was in Las Vegas and had nothing to worry about. Bright lights, a wild atmosphere, and the intoxicating smell of money surrounded him from every side. Even Alice liked being in this insane human city. She was the one who had smelled the necromancer, so Brian gave her a little freedom as a reward. With his mana level, he could allow Alice to grow a little and feel like a full member of society. Now it was time to combine the Eye of Truth with the energy of Blood Rage. Thanks to fusion, the player obtained the Greedy Gaze skill. Now he could see not only a player's status, but even read their thoughts. Now it was time to go to the place he had flown to Las Vegas for. The private mountain mansion known as Tortuga had been waiting for its guests for a long time. They had not come here to have fun, but to complete a mission. Near the entrance, Brian witnessed an unpleasant scene. Some man tried to ask the guard to let him back in, only to receive several punches to the face. Brian decided not to interfere and simply walked past. Inside, there were plenty of interesting and shiny things, and the highest elite had gathered here. Brian had come here for serious business, and he needed to keep the vampire under control so Alice would not cause trouble. He sat her down at the bar and ordered her to stay quiet. Then he walked up to the bartender and told him to pour Alice any drinks she wanted. Now the champion was free from unnecessary attention and ready to enjoy the evening. The man who had been thrown out of the mansion had said the employees were using magic. The guards had not believed him, even though he was telling the absolute truth. Tortuga's dealer today was Pedro, a calm and seemingly balanced guy. Brian had been sitting here for more than an hour and had lost a large amount of money. Everyone around him thought he was a loser, but that was not true at all. It was time to win and ruin the dealer's mood. To do that, he had to play big and go all in. Brian looked like a madman ready to lose every last dollar he had. Only a man who is either stupid or certain of victory would bet $5 million. During the betting, Brian also learned that the Cleaners Guild was running this place. He was not gathering information for no reason, because it would come in handy later. Brian used his mind-reading skill and understood everything he needed to know. Pedro got a little scared, but then instantly pulled himself together. With his skills, he was sure he could fool this guy and earn a huge amount of money for the trading house. He could swap cards at the moment they were revealed, leaving the guests unable to do anything about it. This skill was called Sleight of Hand, but it looked like today it had finally failed. It is always satisfying to watch the face of someone experiencing pure shock. Now it became clear that Brian was the only one controlling the situation here. Mind reading and greedy gaze helped him hit a massive jackpot. Now it was time to cash out his chips and calmly enjoy his victory. But that would not be so simple because the local staff would never let someone walk away after taking their monthly profit. They were sure Brian had cheated and used skills to do it. People like that were not treated as guests here, because they were beaten up and banned from ever coming back. Winners were not exactly welcome here, though that was nothing new. Every casino works the same way, but today, these guys were not getting what they wanted. They wanted to grab the lucky winner and drag him into an interrogation room. Everything went wrong from the very beginning, because Brian had no intention of becoming a punching bag. If he had earned the money, then no one would dare stick their hand into his wallet. One of the guards pulled out a gun and decided to show off. Brian remembered the Matrix perfectly, and he had always wanted to be like the main character. Now he finally had the chance, and all that was left was to learn how to dodge bullets. During all of this, the guests' attention was locked on the player who had won millions. Only one person in the hall paid no attention to it, the cold-blooded and calculating Alice. She calmly enjoyed her cocktails and the beautiful atmosphere. Even when everything around her went up in flames, Alice did not even blink because none of it interested her. Discovering the human world seemed far more attractive to her than another slaughter between players. By that point, the guards no longer knew what to do and started panicking. Not a trace of their confidence remained, and they turned into doubtful little kids. Even though they were in a criminal district, these thugs still had no special privileges. An ordinary player was destroying them like stuffed rabbits. One of the guards found information about Brian and showed it to the boss. Now they would finally understand they were fighting a man who had received the highest rank from the president of the Korean Players Association. Even in America, warriors like that could be counted on one hand. That meant a real devil had walked into the Tortuga trading house today. If they failed to calm him down, he would simply destroy a casino in the middle of Las Vegas. The head of security immediately ordered all his employees to stop. He dropped to his knees and started begging the guest for forgiveness for acting so rudely. Brian smiled right away and understood what was happening, because this was not the first time he had seen people change once they realized who he really was. Besides his winnings, the champion of the Tower of Trials also felt that his rights had been violated. On top of the money he had won, he demanded compensation for emotional damage, and $10 million would be enough. His account was topped up very quickly, and he calmly stepped out into the fresh air. Now, with that kind of money, he could safely head to the black market and test his luck. At an auction, fortune is essential because the competition is far too high to rely only on yourself. The auction's location had been carefully hidden for many years. Brian rode in a tinted car without even knowing where he was. The car stopped near a large castle where the auction would be held. Alice asked him not to forget the promise and the contract they had made. She would also take part in the auction because today was a big celebration for her. The main thing was not to draw attention and to stay indifferent to any conflicts inside. There were too many eyes here, all watching arrogant newcomers closely. They could not embarrass themselves, so they had to stay neutral and do business like serious gentlemen. According to rumors, this auction would feature special goods. Thanks to the appearance of the Tower of Trials, far too many precious relics had now appeared in the world. Many ancient treasures were being revived and stirring the minds of aristocrats. Alice quickly sniffed around the perimeter and grimaced at the unpleasant smell. She was extremely sensitive to things like that because she was a high-ranking vampire. Soon, Julius Cedric approached them, a student of our old acquaintance Alex. It was obvious that after Alex lost an important relic, his teacher had been very strict with him. He had returned without results and without the elixir, which was a complete failure for the main organization. Using Greedy Gaze, Brian learned that Julius was also a necromancer with the Pyramid Keeper ability. He had incredible abilities and skills, capable of many tricks with minimal mana cost. Brian reminded him that thanks to Alex, he had received a good elixir and was no longer afraid of death. Julius replied that he had come here specifically to personally meet such a talented player. This old man was very direct, but Brian had no intention of playing by his rules. He said he had no time to talk right now, and his attitude angered the old man. This conversation could not be pushed to tomorrow because Julius was not someone you could disrespect. He was ready to tear apart anyone who showed disrespect, though Brian was not afraid of that at all. With his new abilities, he was now ready to challenge anyone. The main organization and everything connected to it did not scare him. If these people wanted war, they would regret it very quickly. Alice suggested grinding these fools into dust because of their disgusting smell. She needed to calm down and avoid drawing unnecessary attention, because now was not the time for a fight. The auction was only just beginning, so they needed to stay cold-blooded and patient. The first item was a meteorite that had fallen in Arizona, and ever since the Tower of Trials appeared, it had been giving off powerful magic. The starting price was $100,000, and the bidding officially began. In less than half a minute, the price had doubled, and that was only the beginning. Only Brian knew that right now there was no one capable of processing the meteorite. For experienced players, this was a chance to get a good item for a low price. The champion officially entered the bidding and raised the price to $300,000. He should have been warned that he would face brutal competition here. Someone had just offered $1 million for the meteorite, which meant the fun had only begun. Julius decided to act another way, and he would be just as cunning, so he could not be written off. As the bidding continued, absolutely nothing changed. Brian was ready to buy good items at reasonable prices, but every time he placed a bid, Julius stepped in and offered 3 times more. He easily won the competition and gave the other aristocrats no chance. Again and again, that greedy old man stuffed every treasure into his own pockets. Behavior like that would annoy almost anyone, and it looked like someone was about to explode with rage. When it was time to auction off another relic, Brian clearly decided he would fight to the end. First, he offered $500,000 and prepared to keep raising the price. Julius entered the fight and offered twice as much money. At that moment, the champion of the Tower of Trials showed some backbone and raised the price again. He thought that little flex would be enough to win, which was far too naive. In the end, he lost once again, although he forced Julius to pay much more. Maybe that was his strategy, but for now, all we can do is guess. The old man kept paying insane amounts of money just to stay ahead. Even his assistant Alex was starting to worry about their bank account. He made a comment to his teacher and very quickly received several slaps to the face. Young people understand nothing these days, so it is better not to interfere when the old school steps in. The old man wanted to take absolutely everything his opponent had set his eyes on, then trade those relics for information about the man in the mask. Julius had no doubt that Brian had learned about what happened at the guild meeting from that mysterious player. As soon as the next lot went up for sale, Brian started bidding again. He kept raising his bids and forced Julius to pay more and more. In the end, the old man was now $8 million poorer. Maybe he was happy about it, but from the outside, paying that much money for minor artifacts looked absolutely stupid. During the next round of bidding, Brian raised the price to $10 million, even though that was every dollar left in his account. The greedy old man offered 3 times more and felt like some all-powerful god. In reality, he was just a fool who had burned through a fortune. At the same time, Brian could not exactly be proud of this either. He had come to the auction to obtain precious artifacts, but now he was being forced to leave empty-handed. Alice had no intention of letting their competitors take the artifact called the chessboard, so she entered the battle too and offered 100 million. No one expected a twist like that because this was pure madness. The old man had already spent more than 70 million on random junk, and his trading balance was not infinite. He realized Brian badly wanted the chessboard, which meant he absolutely could not let this guy win. He needed to obtain every artifact so he could blackmail the player later. Alice understood perfectly well what was happening and kept raising the bids. The auction host was so stunned that he had to ask Alice for proof of income. He clearly could not trust this girl until she proved she actually had that kind of money. For a high-ranking vampire, that was not a problem, because her treasury held billions of gold coins. Every aristocrat gathered there was left speechless. Just one crown from the vampire's collection was worth more than $500 million. At last, the old man understood that he definitely could not win today. For Alice, satisfying her master was not difficult at all. The most interesting part was that she had not warned Brian about what she was planning to do. But it was too early to celebrate, because the greedy old man was putting Plan B into motion. After that, he left the auction hall and left the situation under Alex's control. Meanwhile, Brian was ready to receive the first chessboard he had dreamed of so badly. Alice handed the artifact over to him as a gift. Whether this was part of their deal or simply a gift from an immortal vampire remained unclear. For a moment, there was peace, joy, and satisfaction. Alex had been waiting for exactly that, and now he was ready to ruin everyone's calm. The building began to collapse as stones rained down on the heads of wealthy aristocrats. Panic broke out, and everyone tried to escape before a stone wall crushed them. All these polished, elegant people quickly turned into panicking rats fleeing a sinking ship. In their rush, they did not even notice the extra danger. The threat had been nearby the entire time, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a crushing blow. Alex used Magic Meltdown and started chopping people into tiny pieces. Then every survivor felt a savage headache and nausea. People began falling to the ground and begging for mercy, clinging to their last shred of hope. All this time, the highest-ranked player had been frozen in shock. Only now did he analyze the situation and understand what had to be done. Alex had crossed every line, and the damn psychopath needed to stop immediately, or his head would come off his shoulders. The necromancer was unlikely to listen to advice from a player he hated. He had started this whole plan to see it through to the end, no matter what. With his skills, he had already created several horrific monsters. Brian was the only one who managed to stay on his feet after Madstorm activated. That showed his skill, but could he really survive against an opponent like this? The player had never faced a trial this difficult before. On top of Madstorm, he was being attacked by monsters and the one controlling them. Danger was everywhere, and getting out alive would take nothing less than genius. First, he had to start blocking the opening attacks, and only then could he improvise. Alex noticed that Brian was fighting without support, which meant Alice had run off somewhere. He still did not know that Alice was a high-ranking vampire who could come to her master's aid at any moment. Brian definitely would not refuse her help, because otherwise, this would become a very long fight. There was no point dragging things out and wasting energy, so he had to hurry. Using Sword Graveyard, our hero quickly stopped talking and got down to business. He dealt with the monsters and then turned his gaze toward the main cause of the disaster. Now we need to talk in more detail about the necromancer, his abilities, and his skills. This was not some ordinary man with magical artifacts, because Alex was far stronger than that. He used magic in different directions and brought the dead back to life. A necromancer does not simply summon zombies for help, but turns them into horrifying undead creatures. That is how necromancers fight, and it is their standard tactic. Brian had already faced threats like this in the past. It was only thanks to his experience from the virtual game that he was still alive right now. In past battles, he had failed several times before finally finding the key to victory. But now everything was different, because even the smallest mistake could cost him his life. He would have to burn every monster to ash before they had a chance to recover. Daylight turned out to be a skill Alex had not prepared for. He realized he had to take back the initiative fast. To extinguish the light, he had to summon the darkness of the abyss. The monsters received the necromancer's support and pushed forward. They were sure of their success, only to start crumbling like statues made of sand. Brian's skills were far more powerful than expected. The player was progressing too quickly to be stopped by ordinary dark powers. Something much greater was needed here. Something like divine presence. Alex could not afford that. which meant he had now become easy prey. For a few seconds, the necromancer lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. When he opened his eyes, he repeated the word impossible several times. All his beloved monsters had been wiped off the face of the earth. But the show was not over yet, because it was time to settle the score with the main cause of all this chaos. No one would let him escape, and even his teacher could no longer help this fool. Sooner or later, every bandit faces the moment of payback. Bad deeds pile up until they finally tip the scales. Brian had done what he needed to do, taking out the trash and removing the problem. But that was not all, because it looked like he wanted to enjoy the agony of a wounded deer. The champion was about to tell the necromancer exactly how he was going to die. Details always stir the mind, especially when they are connected to death. By that point, Alex was already choking on his own blood, while Brian calmly enjoyed the show. He even took out the elixir that could help a person avoid death. He was willing to share salvation only if Alex told him everything about the main association. The necromancer decided to show his courage and remain loyal to his teacher. He said nothing and chose the path of a long, painful death. Alex Goudreau choked on his own blood and became a thing of the past. During the incident, chaos erupted inside the trading house. All the survivors had already run outside and left the artifacts unguarded. There was a safe here, created by Michelangelo, and inside it lay the heart of the ichthyosaur. If these artifacts were combined, they could create a massive inventory space. Brian had better not relax because he heard a familiar voice and approaching footsteps. The manager of the trading house walked over to thank his savior. If not for Brian, he and that child would have been buried alive under the rubble. Brian realized he could no longer steal the items he needed, so he would have to pay for them. The manager had seen everything that happened, including how the players saved ordinary people's lives. After an act like that, it was impossible to just walk away without helping Brian. That was why the manager allowed him to take the items he needed. Now let's talk about the third floor of the Tower of Trials, where players enter the Cathedral of Hatred. Only humanity's strongest representatives had made it this far. All the weak slugs and spineless worms had been thrown far behind. This is where things really get interesting, because with every passing day there will be fewer and fewer talented players left. Melina was unhappy with what was happening, because that idiot Alex had sent everything downhill. Because of that, she was even getting into conflicts with her own ally. Soon, someone appeared, stepped into their argument and ordered them to calm down. These two were always acting like cats and dogs, and Melina and Thomas seriously needed to grow up already. They had not been gathered here for no reason, because a new figure had appeared and he needed attention. That figure's name was Brian, and lately, he had been making a lot of noise. That did not mean he was the strongest player in the tower, but either way, they would have to take him seriously. Maybe he had played the virtual version of the game, and his experience was what made him move with such confidence. Melina and Thomas did not take their allies' words seriously. They were underestimating Brian, even though this threat had to be removed immediately, without delay. Now they would follow Cedric and fulfill their purpose. At the same time, other players continued preparing to conquer the tower. Constant battles had become something ordinary for people. Morning sparring was now treated as something light and casual. Girls had long stopped being seen as the weaker sex, and they were ready to tear apart any man who looked down on them. Everyone wanted to climb higher in the tower, get relics, and become rich. Recently, the man in the mask had made contact again, appearing on the tower's third floor. This guy really was special, and it was no surprise that he had captured the public's attention. The champion stood near the temple inside the boss room of the third floor. If he answered the wooden man's 3 questions, he could receive a reward. At first glance, it looked way too simple, but that was not the case. The questions were extremely difficult, which was why so many players stumbled on this task. Brian had already cleared this game, which was why he calmly and confidently streamed straight from the scene. He was ready to solve any riddle to obtain a valuable prize. If he made even one mistake, the punishment would be merciless. His arms and legs would be slowly torn off, and then he would be forced to die in a pool of his own blood. Now that the player was properly scared, he could hear the first riddle. Brian had to say the optimal depth and temperature for Kelgorns to live in seawater. The stream viewers were shocked, because they put themselves in his place and realized they would never solve a puzzle like that. Brian, however, stayed calm, reacted almost instantly, and answered the question. In moments like this, even those who doubted him understood they were looking at a one-of-a-kind player. Everything that happened next was nothing more than a formality. Brian quickly became the first person to answer all of the wooden monster's questions. The subscriber chat exploded with excitement, because the man in the mask had just gained even more fans. Now he could receive any leaf from this tree, red, yellow, or green. That sounds confusing, so let's explain what is going on. The red leaf is a fire modifier, while the yellow one strengthens defense. According to rumors, the green leaf increases movement speed and makes a person almost impossible to catch. For a boss fight, most players would choose speed, which means the green leaf. Brian gave an unusual answer because he did not need the ordinary leaves and wanted something else. He knew the wooden monster was hiding a black leaf, and that was exactly what he wanted. No one had ever heard of the black leaf before, not even James and Sandra knew about it. The wooden monster said he could not give away the black leaf because it went against the rules. Did the monster forget that the player who answered every question correctly was supposed to receive any leaf? The player in the mask had no intention of arguing, because he had come for the black leaf and would not take a single step without it. The monster was clearly upset, because the administrators might find out about this incident. The tree would have to keep its word and hand over the reward Brian needed. The black leaf adds a decay effect to the player, dealing extra damage with each attack. Now the final piece of the puzzle was ready, and it was time to begin a completely new era. The wooden monster was not in a hurry to let the guy leave with the black leaf, so it ordered its monsters to attack. Dirty play is part of the entire Tower of Trials, and by now, we should all be used to that. Many warriors had already heard that the ghost had begun the raid on the boss of the 3rd floor. The guilds ordered warriors to guard the entrance to the 3rd floor, even though it sounded absurd, because only a madman would come here anyway. Sometimes warriors start fantasizing too much and forget their actual duties. In moments like that, they suddenly realize their allies have disappeared somewhere. An unknown force came from beneath the ground to commit terrible acts. The guards failed their duty and allowed the black-clad people to enter the portal. Julius already knew that the ghost had started clearing the floor, which was why he was in such a hurry. It is worth explaining in advance that the man in the mask had been nicknamed the ghost who fears no rain. Sometimes, it really did look that way, especially when Brian challenged monsters far stronger than himself. Right now, many people around the world were watching this stream and feeling a faint tingling all over their bodies. It was all nerves because even through the internet, the insane tension of the 3rd floor could be felt. Many streamers do everything they can to befriend their audience and increase views. Brian was not like that, because if someone did not like something, he would simply end the stream and block the chat. A lot of people liked that concept, because they believed the ghost was real. He was not some plastic, soulless character, but someone alive and natural, even behind the hidden identity. The ghost noticed suspicious activity on the left flank. He decided to end the stream so he would not be distracted. After a burst of energy, a large number of armed soldiers appeared on the 3rd floor. This clearly involved main magic, and they had been at the scene for a while now. A major battle was beginning, and the undead would take part in it. On one side, stone statues could be seen, summoned for destruction. On the other side, the dead waited for them, risen from their graves. A brutal slaughter began, and Brian was there to witness it. He stood on top of a hill and calmly enjoyed the bloody scene. At first, the forces were equal, but then the mages entered the fight. Recently, the ghost had grown fond of being the center of attention and bathing in the spotlight. Maybe that was why he could not hold himself back and rushed straight into the middle of the action. This was a perfect chance to warm up properly and test his new skills. Protection of Heaven was always ready to help its master destroy any enemy. Because of the holy skill, Brian's mind could not be controlled. He was becoming too powerful, and even magic could no longer stop him. Julius had not planned for anything like this, which was why he now looked completely drained, down to the last drop. An uncontrollable genius had appeared on the battlefield, and he refused to listen to anyone. As a result, the 4 teams created to control the undead efficiently ran into serious problems. One team was completely destroyed, while the others retreated out of fear. If the army's formation snapped like a chain, victory would become nothing more than a dream. They could not allow control to collapse, so the ghost had to be stopped. That was much easier said than done, but the Moai battle statue wanted to try. This statue had been bought at the auction, and Julius had paid insane money for it. Back then, Brian had been very upset because he had failed to obtain one of the important artifacts. That was probably why he now wanted so badly to ruin Julius's day. Brian kept making the old man's life miserable, which was exactly why Julius hated him. At last, the old man activated Pyramid Keeper and decided to show what he was truly capable of. Before this, it had all been talk, but now it was time for action. Julius wanted to focus all his power and kill the bastard. To do that, he called on every undead creature in this land to awaken. The old man was undead himself, so he could actually pull something like that off. His assistant wanted to make sure the boss was all right and stepped closer. That became the biggest mistake of his life, and he paid dearly for it. Sometimes that happens. You trust someone, only for them to turn out to be a monster who wants to suck every last drop out of you. That is how far Julius was willing to go to defeat his enemy. He was absorbing the energy of his own comrades, and Brian had to prepare for the chance that the same thing could happen to him. So now, let's get back to the fight. The old man had completely lost his mind, and he should have been sent to a nursing home long ago. Now it was too late to call for help, because the undead had awakened from their eternal sleep and were ready for battle. Brian would have to perform a deadly, masterful dance if he wanted to get out of here alive. The third floor turned out to be a real trial even for the best player in this world. I am honestly scared to imagine what would have happened if ordinary players with no experience had come here. Now we can return to the battle against the Heartless Army. While Brian tried to figure out how to defeat every monster, Julius's assistants watched the fight from a distance. They had no intention of stepping in unless they had to, because apparently, nobody wanted to get their hands dirty. Julius had many different abilities that made him insanely dangerous. Sometimes he got so carried away with his skills that he lost his mind and started mowing down every living thing in front of him. While Thomas kept his eyes on his boss, Melina was looking in a completely different direction. She noticed the man in the mask, who was quickly walking over the heads of his enemies. His movements were light and technical, because true talent cannot be hidden behind any mask. During this fiery battle, Brian almost felt like he had returned to the past. He remembered the old days and the valuable experience passed down to him by the Swordmaster. Back then, his weapon was strong and sharp, but he did not know how to use it properly and wasted his energy. A true master can land a powerful strike while using the smallest amount of strength. All you have to do is hold a rope and imagine it moving as freely as the wind. The rope becomes responsive and flexible, while its chaotic shape turns into a deadly threat for enemies. At the right moment, you only need to release the energy and guide it in the proper direction. That is how one can learn the legendary master's spiritual sword art. Thanks to those memories, Brian awakened the spiritual art and restored the skill. Now he could once again create real miracles with minimal energy. Everyone who had doubted this guy before now needed to shut up and fall to their knees. Julius had been a monster, but now he was nothing more than a cornered tarantula too scared to even sting his opponent. He felt the whirlwind of spiritual art and experienced total helplessness before fate. By that point, the tornado was already sweeping away everything in its path, leaving only the option to run and pray. Many years later, this skill would be known as the fifth form of the sword dance. Some people would even claim they had witnessed this massacre, but that would be a lie. After the mad tornado, no one could survive because this power was far too difficult to master. One of the leaders of the main organization still could not understand where this guy had gotten so much power. No one progresses this quickly at such a young age, but Brian had somehow managed it. If the other players had the same virtual game experience, they would also feel much more confident. Without experience, skills become helpless because warriors have no foundation for landing that one crushing blow. When the deadly tornado ended, Julius lifted his head and immediately decided to run. There was nothing strange about his thinking, because if he could not win the fight, he had to think about staying alive. He called on the dead for help, but only one barely living corpse answered. Brian used to respect Julius, but now he realized the old man was no better than Alex. Sweat ran down the old man's face, and that was when he finally understood who was standing before him. Now the full picture opened before him. Brian and the ghost were the same person. The old man had never felt such aggression before, and unfortunately for him, it was already too late. Using Fire Hand, Brian set his opponent ablaze and forced him to suffer. He enjoyed watching the old man die and felt his own superiority. The warriors who had been fighting this whole time stopped and felt their magic stop working. The undead began to evaporate, and the dead could no longer help the mages. That meant Alex was dead, and now his army had turned into nothing. A lot of blood had been spilled on this battlefield today, and the stone statues had claimed a crushing victory. Brian no longer cared about that because he used soul destruction and continued his path to the top. He had to buy a mid-level mana recovery solution, or recovering would have been extremely difficult. He only had to endure a little longer because the goal was too close to stop now. Brian used to love using shields, and right now he was feeling nostalgic. He would need solid defense to overcome the next obstacle in his path. He already knew these guys, because this was not their first meeting. The Temple Guard was the Lord of the Four Beginnings, and together with his warriors, he would not let anyone pass. Fighting low-level monsters was no longer interesting. The ghost felt far more excitement when he challenged stronger creatures. Besides, these statues were massive, which meant they had enormous combat power. There was no getting through this without a shield and smart control of defensive reflexes. The player had come here to get the key, and he wanted to do it as quickly as possible. If the statues refused to give him what he needed, they would quickly turn into a pile of lifeless rubble. During the fight, one of the monsters finally revealed the key. The beautiful golden artifact radiated green energy and an aura of invincibility. The key leading to the main hall immediately began to react. The being beyond the gate answered the call, and the surrounding aura changed color. The monsters called their big brother for help. Ariel of the Thousand Hands. Brian was in no hurry to be scared because he had just destroyed massive monsters and had plenty of confidence. It had been a long time since the four great heavenly kings had summoned Ariel. Brian had come to destroy the boss of the third floor, and that caught the golden statue's interest. Ariel acknowledged the player's courage and was surprised by his strength. The ghost said he was not in the mood to talk to statues today. He had not come here for conversation, but for a massacre that would end with his victory. Ariel promised that before he died, he would remember his own stupidity with regret. Maybe that would happen, but I would still bet on the ghost winning. Brian knew perfectly well that he had to endure the first assault. The monster's attacks were extremely strong, but if he held out sooner or later, a chance to strike back would appear. Taking each blow head-on, the player felt his body crumbling into tiny, barely visible grains of sand. To avoid turning into dust, he had to move and launch a counterattack. That was exactly why he activated the ice creation technique. Now this battle became much more interesting and much more intense. Brian moved intelligently and used an unconventional strategy. At first, he threw his shield to distract the monster's defense. Only after that did the real attack come, landing exactly on target. Poison Blade would not work on such a powerful creature, so what was the point? The point was that this was not simple poison, but blood energy that dealt continuous damage. The monster now had one less arm, and Brian needed to build on that success fast. Brian knew the same method would not work twice. He had already gone through this in the past, and now he knew what he needed to obtain in order to defeat Ariel. From the very beginning, he had been aiming for the arm with the gemstone. Now all that remained was to fuse the Principality Grimoire with Ariel's gemstone. The result would be the Golden Dawn of Lemegeton. You could call it a kind of magic book that pushes magical abilities all the way to their limit. Brian had collected plenty of different skills in the Western world, and now he planned to put them to use. He wanted to copy the monster's skill, and that monster absolutely hated Western magic. To do that, he had to make the enemy lose control by using ice magic and turning it into a beautiful statue. The copying conditions required the right music and outfit, which sounded genuinely strange. The system was getting crazier and crazier, and the tasks were becoming absurdly ridiculous. But there was no time to think about that now, so he had to improvise and throw a full-on carnival. Ariel would probably not be happy once she heard Western music. I doubt Snoop Dogg was about to start playing, although honestly, that would have been pretty good. Brian found the flashiest costume anyone could possibly imagine. He was not thrilled about what was happening, but he tried not to show it. That was enough for the monster to activate Mandala and completely lose her temper. Now the real fun was beginning, and getting distracted was not allowed. Ice creation was a mandatory condition for copying the skill. For now, the ghost was following the plan and not breaking from his original strategy. Even here, he was being watched by two warriors he had noticed back during the first battle. They were shocked that this player was fighting a monster while blasting music, and honestly, he probably looked insane. On top of that, he had put on a strange wig, which made him look even more outrageous. This guy's actions were impossible to predict, and now it was almost scary to imagine what he would do next. Ariel was one of the strongest bosses on the early floors. Even players who had reached the 10th floor would not be able to defeat a monster like this. Brian had clearly gone beyond basic abilities, because otherwise, he would already be dead. At first, Thomas suggested attacking this guy from behind, but Melina quickly rejected the idea. She said it was too dangerous without leadership support, and it was better not to take the risk. Thomas objected, believing they would never get promoted without taking risks, so they had to gamble and use a special relic. These two wanted to progress and earn a higher position inside the main organization. Because of that hunger, they did not even realize Brian had noticed them back during the first fight. He knew an attack was being prepared against him, and he would be ready for any strike fate through his way. Right now, he was more focused on Ariel, who was putting more and more pressure on our hero. With ice and fire, he could stop her attacks for a short time. Moves like that would not destroy the monster, but they would help make her lose control. And that was exactly what he needed in order to copy Ariel's main skill. The player's only real problem was survival. Before he obtained the enemy's skill, he simply had to stay alive. He stubbornly kept following the plan and refused to turn away from it. Ariel was sure resistance was useless and that he was only delaying the inevitable. Anyone who fell out of the monster's favor was basically signing their own death warrant. Brian had to be destroyed by the divine spear immediately, right here and now. He clearly did not like that, and he would definitely try to defend himself with ice. During battles like this, time slips by without anyone noticing. Right now, that worked in the ghost's favor, because he needed to stay alive as long as possible. While defending non-stop, he simply waited for the moment when he could land that one perfect strike. Brian only pretended to be a weak victim to distract his opponent. Now he used Ice Prison and showed what he was really worth. The monster hated ice magic, which was exactly why she now had to shiver inside the ice prison. With this much aggression, nothing works better than shock therapy. Brian finally got what he wanted, and the monster completely lost control of her emotions. Patient, methodical work always pays off for a player who knows how to wait. Now all that remained was to take Mandala, an ability only a player in harmony with himself could use. This skill allows the user to charge a weapon with special power and direct the attack exactly where it needs to go. Now the awful wig was no longer needed, and the time for true freedom had arrived. Only now did the octopus monster realize that her ability was not unique. Brian had copied the skill, and now he would use it against its creator. The potential of this technique would not go to waste, so there was no need to worry about that. A devastating strike flew straight toward its target, the heart of the legendary Ariel. No screams or pleas for help would matter, because this death sentence could not be appealed. After the victory, Brian automatically received a level-up notification. It had been a long, sweaty battle, all for the stone key of the Golden Lotus. Now the ghost could summon the boss of this territory to help him at any time, and a skill like that would definitely be useful on the upper floors. All his stats increased, and his level kept rising closer and closer to the top. Brian was ready to go home, and only then did he remember that he still had unfinished business. The Tower of Trials is a place with a special atmosphere. Once night falls, the temperature drops fast while the monster's aggression and strength rise relentlessly. That is why most players leave the tower at night or stop hunting to find a safe place. That is what all wise, rational players without much experience do. Madmen who fear nothing act differently, because they stay inside the tower overnight and grill giant shrimp. Delicious treats like that can only be enjoyed inside the tower. You cannot find anything like it in the real world, although even that is a weak excuse for taking such a risk. Not even an experienced grind addict would want to spend the night in a place this dangerous. Brian knew exactly what he was getting into and was not even surprised when he heard footsteps approaching. Melina and Thomas said they had failed to leave before dark, so now they were forced to stay here. Brian did not react to that at all, because he had already known these two would soon come visit him. The ghost treated them kindly and invited them to sit by the fire. The players acted calm and restrained, while Melina was especially sweet and friendly toward Brian. She turned out to be a cute girl, so the ghost decided to return the gesture by offering them some food. The players were clearly hungry, which was obvious from the drool running down Melina's face. Thomas stepped in and said they did not eat food from strangers. That instantly showed the players' wisdom, along with his experience and self-control. Brian understood perfectly well that his mask was bothering these players. If they disliked it that much, he could take it off at any moment. He was ready to do it right after they played a small but interesting game. Everyone wanted to learn more about each other, so Brian suggested answering 3 questions. If he got the answers, he would take off the mask immediately afterward. Thomas found the request suspicious, but Melina, on the other hand, was delighted. She decided this was a perfect chance to see the face of the stranger everyone was talking about. Melina suggested using a coin to decide who should answer the questions first. She won on the very first try and prepared to begin the game. Brian was no fool, and he knew she had just used Caligula's magic coin, which could influence an opponent's mind. It did not affect him at all, and he remained completely aware and impartial. Melina tried to find out who else was in this forest, and Brian answered that he was here alone. After that, he said he knew the local players were hunting the boss and wanted to understand why Thomas and his partner were just watching. They answered that they were only waiting for the right moment to enter the temple and were being cautious. After that came one more stupid question from each side. Nothing supernatural. The moment of truth had arrived, because if Brian got an answer to his question, he would finally remove his mask. The warriors froze in anticipation, while the silence and tension around them charged the moment to the limit. He wanted to know whether the main association really thought 2 warriors were enough to stop the masked ghost. Strangely enough, Melina was not surprised at all, almost as if she had been expecting a trap and an escalation. They had been ready to fight for a long time, and now understood that their opponent knew exactly who they were. These bastards were sure the two of them would be enough to stop the masked ghost. Once again, we were looking at naive fools who were catastrophically overestimating their own strength. When the battle began, it became clear that their skills had absolutely no effect on Brian. They had tried to use Caligula's special coin and suffered a crushing failure. There was nothing wrong with the coin, but right now they simply could not use it. The Judgment of Anubis had been activated, lowering all their stats and completely blocking their skills and abilities for 1 minute. They wanted to move on to Plan B, but even that failed completely. The temple gods were now pleased with the offering Brian had brought. All that remained was to choose the subject for the Judgment of Anubis, and the process would begin. The Great Warlord was chosen as the opponent, together with the Netherworld Warlord. These two had never heard of monsters like this before, which was probably why they looked like terrified children. The massive monsters were guardians of the earth, and right now, they sensed a threat. The sacrifice had awakened the pillars, which was why Brian had not rushed to eat and had waited for the right moment. After everything that happened today, he was tired and simply wanted to watch the fight instead of taking part in it. Sometimes battles drain you too much, and you just want to stay on the sidelines, and this was exactly that kind of moment. Brian had earned the right to enjoy the show and watch streams of blood spray in every direction. The Great Warlord warned the players not to move under any circumstances. When Thomas broke the rule, he immediately received a warning. The first warning hurts, and the second warning eliminates the target. Melina was left completely alone, terrified and unsure what to do next. It was already too late to run, because the monsters had surrounded the girl and were ready to grind her into dust. Brian quickly stopped the judgment and suggested continuing their conversation. If Melina did not want to be flattened like her friend, she had to answer his questions honestly. The ghost had heard plenty about the main organization, and now he wanted to understand their motives and plans. If players failed to climb the tower, humanity would disappear, so why were the mains interfering with them? Melina was ready to tell the truth, but at that moment, Thomas showed his last signs of life and ordered her to stay silent. He begged her not to say anything, although he would have been better off continuing to play dead. Because of his own stupidity, he lost his chance to survive. Brian reminded her that they would keep her alive only if she gave him valuable information. Good information is worth a lot, and right now, Melina had to make the right decision. Her mind was a mess of loyalty, survival instinct, rules, and insane fear. She had been sent to kill Brian by the bosses known as the Lancelots. Their real names were unknown. There were more than 10 Lancelots in total, and they were extremely secretive and quiet. Using his skills, Brian understood that she was telling the complete truth. The leadership had ordered the warriors to collect the 12 cursed relics of the tower so they could survive the catastrophe. If humanity went extinct, the organization would still survive and continue to prosper. Brian remembered all of this information and realized his enemies were even more insane than they had seemed at first. The organization's goal was to summon a devil, because they believed that was the only way to survive the global catastrophe. Now he had to act with this information in mind and decide what to do with this beauty. The ghost had promised to keep her alive, but that did not mean she could calmly go home. It was time to activate a contract through the Soul brand. Melina was terrified, and her whole life flashed before her eyes like bright fireworks. She needed to calm down and understand that a contract was much better than death. She would have to serve a new boss, but in return, she would get the chance to live and enjoy her youth. A little later, Brian told his subscribers that he would not stream the fight with the third-floor boss. He would simply upload an interesting video for the subscribers who were especially invested. When the sun climbed high into the sky, the ghost took out the stone key. With this key, he planned to open a portal that would lead him straight into trouble. The boss of the third floor immediately sensed the energy and answered the call. The enormous gates opened, and the loud, terrifying footsteps of a giant were heard right away. This boar had not come alone, because below him stood his loyal warlords, ready to fight to the very end. The giant was not the boss of the third floor, because things here were much more complicated. Mukhtar would be the true boss he had to overcome in order to climb to the fourth floor. Copying his skills would be impossible, because he was far too strong for cheap tricks like that. Many had tried to fight his army, but only Brian had challenged him by using the key. Mukhtar's stone army numbered more than 100,000 souls. The boss wanted to know if this naive boy had really come here alone, without an army of his own. In response, Brian smiled and activated the first chessboard. Then he summoned the magic chess pieces and felt energy circulate through his entire body. This guy had never been a fool, and when he decided to face the third floor boss, he already knew exactly what had to be done. Brian always had interesting ideas, and with this method, one man could become a full replacement for an entire army. Our hero was not finished yet, because we should not forget that he had a huge number of enhancement pills. With these magical pills, he could give his army special skills. Now even Mukhtar would be worried about the battle ahead. Brian had earned respect and shown that he was nothing like the players who had come before him. He summoned an army of chess soldiers and was now ready to challenge his fate. Before we witness the battle, let's dive into the backstory. To prepare for the boss raid, Brian reached out to other players for support. He made a contract with Margaret and Albert and ordered them to fill the chess pieces with magic. They understood perfectly well that if they failed, they would regret it badly. It was thanks to their support that Brian now had a chance at success. Now we can return to our hero and prepare for an epic battle. On this horse, Brian looked like a knight from ancient times trying to conquer new territory. He knew this boss had only defeated weak players and lacked the ability to climb higher in the tower. Trial monsters guard their floors and use the tower's energy to develop themselves. Monsters can also climb the tower and increase their strength, which makes them similar to players in some ways. Brian was sure Mukhtar could not rise above the 4th floor because of his weakness. The ghost was doing everything he could to provoke his opponent and use that during the battle. We have already seen how this strategy helped him succeed before. Today, he hoped to continue his winning streak despite the resistance of a massive stone army. The first chessboard skill helped double the strength of the pieces. The battle would begin in just a few seconds. All preparations were complete, and the air rang with tension. During the very first clash, it became clear the chess pieces had not come here just to play the role of punching bags. These warriors were well prepared and immediately began using the arrow rain tactic. Another part of the army did not fall back either and activated Fire Wave for maximum effect. In just a few seconds, Brian dealt with the boss's front line and earned his praise. Let's see what happens when the chess pieces meet the second and third defensive lines. Every war is a chess match, and strategy always comes first. Whoever organizes their troops and resources correctly gains the chance to win. Brian had never had problems with that, because like a capable commander, he always knew what needed to be done. This guy is hard to catch off guard because no matter what happens, he always holds his ground. On top of that, he is the first one ready to fight, leading his army forward like a true leader. The chess pieces would not be the only ones taking part in this battle. The high-ranking vampire Alice also put on the crown and felt like the queen of this game. Brian knew he was taking a risk, so he could not afford to refuse her help. Alice had her own strategy, and she was ready to prove to her master that he could count on her. After the first small victory, the enemy had lost more than 3,000 warriors. For Brian and his army, that was a good sign, because they were moving in the right direction and now had to build on their success. This battle would not be quick, because they would have to slowly and painfully fight for every inch of ground. One big success is built from countless small victories, and every soldier knows that. During battle, there would be brutal moments too, and right now, Alice had been surrounded by massive titans. The boss finally sent in the heavy soldiers and ordered them to tear the pathetic creatures from the human world to pieces. Strangely enough, Alice was not scared at all, and it almost seemed like she had been waiting for this. Brian was also running into trouble because Mukhtar had not forgotten about him. He targeted him with magic and forced the huge statues to turn their attention toward the main enemy. The monsters even started mocking the human, saying they had expected more from the world of humans. They saw the ghost as a little child, not understanding that an enormous power was hiding inside that child. Before the battle, the player and the vampire had a serious conversation. Brian said he wanted to go there alone, while Alice kept repeating that she was too worried about her master. She warned him that after the 3rd floor, things were no joke, and it was better to be ready for anything. In the end, Brian decided to organize a special squad under the vampire's command and bring her onto the battlefield. Now Alice had finally ended up right in the middle of the chaos. She had been very smart and strong in words, so now let's see what happens in real combat. With Blood Spear, she was about to paint the whole area red. These statues had no idea who they had just tried to kill. Alice was not just a high-ranking vampire, but a monster from a completely different level. Now the blood explosion would show all these brats who the real queen was. Before, they feared their boss, but now they would panic at the mere mention of Alice. Mukhtar had clearly expected something different when he ordered the monsters to kill the arrogant girl. He wanted to behead the queen so badly that he completely forgot about the king. Brian managed to get closer and activated Blood Rage energy together with the Black Leaf. Thanks to that, he unlocked a new attack modifier called Mind Destruction. The target hit by it becomes disoriented and can no longer tell allies from enemies. All it takes is one precise strike from the poison spear. And as we remember, Brian has never had problems with accuracy. The poisonous aura spread across the battlefield, and conflicts broke out between the statues. Their minds became clouded, and many warriors switched sides. This squad was led by the statue of the legendary warrior David, whose perfect abs and pumped biceps had long caused envy and irritation among ordinary soldiers. They could no longer hold back their emotions, and this pretty boy had to be destroyed right now. Just like that, a conflict broke out among the stone statues quickly and easily. They started knocking each other down and made Mukhtar look ridiculous. Because of one human, his army was now close to destroying itself. Add a little ice to this, and the third-floor boss was going to have a nervous breakdown. The champion of the Tower of Trials was closer to victory than ever, and only the final note remained. The biggest and most important monster was still left on the battlefield, and he still had to be defeated. Taking over his mind had failed, so Brian would have to use Mandala. Combining skills had always been Brian's strong suit. Today, he had to deliver checkmate, and he was fully ready for it. By the time Mukhtar realized defeat was much closer than it seemed, it was already too late. The third-floor boss really did turn out to be too weak, and because of that, he was defeated. Alice played a key role in this battle because without her, far more blood would have been spilled. The fourth floor of the Tower of Trials was now officially open to anyone who wanted to enter. Players had another 3 months to conquer the new floor. Absolutely every player received the notification and began preparing for the new level. All of this happened thanks to the player who successfully cleared every trial on the third floor. And remember, he did it alone and fulfilled his insane promise without any real trouble. His level had risen considerably, giving him a solid foundation for the next trials. Now he could also receive various treasures for successfully clearing the territory. On the early floors, it is hard to get anything truly valuable. Only with luck can a player expect real success. Today, Brian hit the jackpot because the vault was about to be filled with mountains of diamonds. Now money should no longer be a problem because this guy was set for life. Besides the diamonds, there were also various skills that improved offensive potential. In moments like this, Brian looked like a devil who was always hungry for victory. Now it is worth returning to the guild owners who still could not believe what had happened. The ghost had truly kept his promise and cleared the third floor alone. Now it could be said without doubt that humanity had gained a new hero. But not everyone at the meeting was happy about his success. The head of the China Guild believed that clearing the third floor had not benefited them. Brian was the one who got all the treasures and views. He became the star, while the guilds were left in the shadows. Even Teresa could not hold back and stepped in to remind them that thanks to the ghost, the guilds had not lost precious soldiers in battle. All this time, Teresa had been waiting for support from the other bosses. She was surprised that no one shared her opinion. The hot-tempered girl quickly made her decision, leaving the association and becoming a solo player. She no longer wanted to stay with people who did not share her view of life. Of course, you cannot just walk in and out of the guild association that easily. There would be no going back. So was Teresa truly ready for that? It seemed she had already placed her trust in one person and had no doubts about her choice. Teresa was now on Brian's side, and she did not care what anyone else thought about it. Now we can return to the ghost who finally had time to rest. He felt insanely exhausted, but at the same time, ridiculously rich. Sandra Firefist called him to share unpleasant news. Grandpa would not open his eyes and was in terrible condition. Now we should talk about Sandra in more detail so every viewer understands who she really is. She was not called Firefist for no reason, because she was the granddaughter of the legendary martial arts master, Master Chun. Sandra could be described as a tough, energetic, cheerful goddess of martial arts. As soon as Brian heard what had happened, he immediately came to help. Maybe for the first time in his life, he saw Sandra in such a broken state. Now it was time to calm down and explain absolutely everything that had happened. They were in a city hospital, and Grandpa's problems had begun after the Tower of Trials appeared. Grandpa had gone to the first floor and defeated monsters, but during that battle, he was seriously wounded. Now his condition had gotten even worse, and he barely regained consciousness anymore. Mr. Chun was once considered the strongest man in Korea, possessing the yin-yang technique and the ability to cultivate the heavenly flower. Right now, he was between life and death. And if Brian could save him, he would gain the chance to copy one of the legend's skills. A young man stormed into the hospital room, radiating irritation. He did not like people who only knew how to fight coming into the hospital, and he was clearly taking a shot at Brian. Frederico was a high-ranking healer, and he was sure even an S-rank hunter would not help in this situation. Someone had to explain to him that Brian had known Sandra for a long time and had come here to help. Frederico ignored all those words and kept making jokes at the famous player's expense. It was obvious that the situation could spiral out of control at any moment. Sandra herself finally snapped and ordered Federico to shut up, because he had not helped Grandpa either. The best specialists were only throwing up their hands and saying they were doing everything they could. Even with modern equipment, no one could examine an illness caused by the influence of the Tower of Trials. Everyone gathered here was trying to help, but Grandpa was only getting worse. Sandra asked Brian to leave with her so they would not interfere with the doctors. He ignored her and activated the killer's greedy gaze. The ghost looked at all these doctors and read their thoughts with ease. These people were annoyed that a famous ranker had shown up and was getting in the way of their easy money while they did absolutely nothing. Federico declared him comatose and said the treatment would be expensive. The doctors would try to help the patient with magic stones, even though their price was currently inflated. For Grandpa's sake, Sandra was ready to do anything, even if it meant going to extremes. Federico had been waiting for exactly that, because this fraud was profiting off other people's grief without even feeling guilty. For the first time in a long while, he probably heard someone call him a pathetic liar. Brian saw right through him and said he would not let a scammer trick his friend. He kept reading the doctor's thoughts and seeing straight through him. Brian calmly listed every thought in Federico's head, catching him completely off guard. A full-blown scandal erupted in the hospital room, with everyone accusing each other. While reading his thoughts, Brian even learned that the Black Guild had contacted a dweller. That information shocked him and forced him to think seriously. A tower dweller had made contact with humans, something that once would have been impossible to even dream about. Daniel had contacted the dweller, but what had they discussed, and what had they agreed on? To the residents of the tower, humans were a serious outside threat, and every experienced player knew that. For now, it was better to put those thoughts aside, because the legendary master had started choking on his own blood. As soon as that happened, Federico immediately tried to run from the scene of the crime. He had done almost nothing to heal Grandpa, and realized he was about to be blamed for every sin under the sun. He would have calmly run into the hallway if Sandra had not activated monster mode in time. If Grandpa died, Federico could forget about leaving this place alive. Brian stepped into the conversation and asked his friend to calm down. All this time, the doctor tried to justify himself, saying he only wanted to go get useful medicine. That might have worked before, but no one believed him anymore. And it was time to end this farce. Fire Fist had waited a long time for the chance to deliver a crushing blow, and her technique was still beyond understanding. Meanwhile, her grandfather was on the edge of life and death, with his body overflowing with mana. This was an extremely serious case, and an ordinary person would have died long ago. Brian could not let this legend die, which was exactly why he was ready to use a relic. The elixir he had taken from Alex Goudreau was finally ready to show its true power. The ghost had known Sandra for a long time and had always been ready to help her. Besides, he could not pass up a chance to copy the skill of a legendary martial arts master. The patient quickly absorbed the elixir and began feeling better. Brian had been saving this elixir for a special occasion, and today, that moment had finally arrived. Happy Sandra could not hold back her emotions, and the room filled with a sense of joy and harmony. The conditions had been met, so the champion of the Tower of Trials copied the Heavenly Flower cultivation technique. This skill would allow him to absorb magic from the atmosphere. With this technique, a person could look young even in deep old age. Federico tried to escape, and for that, he had to be punished. For a long time, he had deceived Sandra and only squeezed money out of her while offering nothing in return. It was time to have a serious talk with him and explain how things really worked. Brian was unlikely to kill this guy for those crimes, because ordering him to return all the money would be enough. If Federico kept deceiving sick patients, punishment would eventually come for him. The doctor was surprised they were leaving him alive, and at first, he did not even believe it and thought it was too suspicious. Then he finally accepted the deal and returned the money to the girl he had scammed. More than $28 million landed in her account, so now Sandra and Grandpa definitely would not go hungry. Federico was released and immediately started running. He greedily gasped for air, hoping that returning the money was the worst thing that would happen to him. Brian ordered Alice to follow this worm and figure out where he was rushing off to. He had deliberately left him alive to find out exactly who he worked for. It would have been stupid to kill someone who could still be useful. After the problem was solved, Brian decided to talk with Master Chun. They were left alone, and now nothing would interfere with a private conversation. The master opened his eyes and looked carefully at the person in front of him. He felt much better now, and all his problems quickly faded into the background. He thanked the player for his help, admitting that without the elixir, certain death would have been waiting for him. His granddaughter had suffered for a long time, but now she could finally feel confident about tomorrow. For the first time in ages, He felt the fullness of life again and the intoxicating scent of possibility. Now it was time for a serious conversation and to learn what had happened during the raid. The master still had a large scar after the battle, even though he had only been on his way to a conference when everything began. Back then, no one understood that the world was about to change, and humans would have to fight for their own existence. In the middle of the road, a dungeon from another world broke through. Horrifying monsters appeared and began spreading in every direction. People were not ready, and massive panic began. The martial arts master reacted quickly and decided to act before things got worse. He started fighting the monsters and ordered the police to evacuate the people immediately. The experienced hero took control of the situation, and then he heard a human voice. A man with burning eyes became interested in the master and offered to play with him a little. Destroying the monsters was not difficult, because they were only giant bugs. The problems began when Chun encountered the unknown man. This stranger quickly showed that his skills were enough to fight the best humans on the planet. With one powerful move, he wounded the old man without even blinking. A tower resident is exactly what this mysterious samurai should be called. He had never seen a human in his life and only skillfully controlled a high-speed sword. A long-haired man in Asian clothing, an assassin samurai, or a ninja, call him whatever you want. All of this meant that the Murim forces ruling the 21st floor had started acting in an extremely unpredictable way. They could be called persistent people who use every possible method to achieve success. When Brian cleared the virtual game, the Murim had always caused problems. Now they had crawled into the outside world and were trying to accomplish something. The situation had become complicated very quickly, and nothing like this had happened in the virtual world. This time, our hero's experience would not fully save him, so he would have to act differently. The master noticed that Brian had been friends with Sandra for a long time. He even started hinting that it would not be a bad idea to arrange a wedding. Over his long life, the master had learned how to read people well. He knew that becoming a true professional required walking a long road. The tower had appeared only a few months ago. That meant many modern experts were wildly overrated because they were only better than ordinary people. Only Brian could be called someone who broke through every imaginable limit of possibility. His stats were impressive, and the master could see right through him. Now he wanted to repay the person who had saved him from death. Brian had no right to refuse gratitude from Korea's most celebrated martial arts master. A few minutes later, Brian finished his conversation with the master. For now, we do not know what he asked for, but judging by our hero's satisfied smile, everything went well. In a few days, Grandpa would be fully healthy and able to leave the hospital. He had already fully covered every loss, so Sandra had nothing to worry about. The master looked happy and peaceful, but there was still a tear hidden in his eyes. Only by looking closely could one notice the tear in his eye. Apparently, Brian had asked for something very important, and we would learn what it was a little later. Still, money is a very good thing because it lets you feel comfortable and stop worrying about life's little problems. After all those battles with monsters, sometimes you just want to sit down and deny yourself nothing. For example, enjoy delicious food and wash it down with excellent, expensive French wine. Today, Brian could afford that, but he still should not relax too much. The climb to the 4th floor was not far away, so preparations had to begin right now. A program about the Tower of Trials was playing on television. They had even invited a Tangan Guild ranker named Johnny to talk about the tower's monsters. He looked confident on camera and said every player had to constantly strive for improvement. To become stronger, he highlighted two main methods. The classic method was developing skills, while the other involved using coins that could only be spent inside the tower. Buying useful and powerful items always led to the growth of skills and talents. Relics improved defense and attack while making a player more versatile. Brian had cleared this game from beginning to end, so he had no interest in listening to this worn-out nonsense. Alice was left alone and decided to enjoy her proud solitude. Any modern woman would gladly treat herself to good wine on a Friday evening. She kept watching television and tried to catch news related to the tower's 4th floor. That was where a special dungeon waited, one where players had to clear 100 attacking waves. The key to clearing it was capturing and holding a base, but there were certain problems. If the player failed to defend the stronghold, the 4th floor would be completely locked for 3 weeks, so even the masked ghost had to act very carefully. If the 4th floor was not cleared within 3 months, humanity would come to an end. The tower system was the supreme ruler of the world, and everyone had to be extremely careful with it. They could not rule out a scenario where humanity disappeared from the face of the earth completely. Johnny believed players needed at least a month of preparation. Only after that could they confidently climb to the 4th floor. As soon as the live broadcast ended, Johnny got ready to go home. The moment he got into the car, he saw an announcement saying the ghost had already declared his run on the 4th floor. Now every other player had to prepare because the first wave would begin in 8 hours. They needed to gather every ranker and declare an emergency. The players were completely unprepared, which meant brutal chaos was about to begin. The ghost had not warned anyone, almost as if he had decided to throw them a little surprise. Brian simply was not used to sitting around because the moment he finished one task, he immediately moved on to the next. An hour and a half remained before the first wave, so buckle up and get ready to witness the show. On the 4th floor of the tower, players would face a special obstacle. Only those chosen by fate could survive 100 waves of monsters. There were 2 ways to defend, such as preparing defensive towers. They could also choose a base capable of holding the line effectively. That is what people usually do, but we already know Brian is not a conventional ranker. He became the first player to enter the 4th floor. There, he immediately felt the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of despair. First, he had to set up a base and prepare for battle. Brian chose the World Cup Stadium Sangam as the base for the fight. He began upgrading the surroundings and preparing the base for defense. A little later, anxious players started appearing on the 4th floor. The atmosphere was tense and everyone looked slightly frightened and nervous. Brian immediately met his friends, the only lunatics smiling and eagerly waiting for the raid to begin. Teresa had also come to take part in the battle. No one expected her here because Brian had not told anyone he would call his friend. Other players also noticed the Korean star and his friends. Everyone around them felt more confident standing beside such a talented guy. Brian announced that he had chosen a massive stadium as their base. To defend a base like that, they needed at least 100 people, which was probably why even his friends called the plan absurd. Even Teresa thought the leader of their team was a complete maniac. They did not understand at all that a stadium was the best place to wipe out enemies. The real problem was that defending the base required at least 5 people. Brian had only gathered 4 so far, but it looked like the 5th was already on the way. Honestly, I had almost forgotten about this cursed swordsman, a fencing legend who kept losing to special champions. Marcus was already here, and this time he was definitely planning to cut off Brian's head. Not long ago, he had been out in the wilderness training relentlessly. His muscles were stretched tight like iron cables, and his movements had been polished to perfection. During training, he received a message from Brian. Brian invited him to clear the 4th floor trials together and, in return, promised to fight him with swords. Brian said he would not use his left hand or right leg during the fight, which sounded like a childish provocation that might actually work. Anger was the fuel of Marcus's soul, and that was exactly why he agreed. Now the 5th member of the team was here and was not holding back his emotions. He feared no one, and today he was absolutely determined to claim a clear victory. He needed to slow down and calm himself, especially considering his sword. Right now, the weapon had not revealed all of its full properties. For the sword to become truly powerful, he needed the artifact given for clearing the 4th floor. Only after passing this trial could he improve the attribute sword and then challenge the ghost. Brian had planned everything carefully, and his cunning was on another level as always. He had obtained a smart and powerful ally, given him motivation, and calmed his anger. Now the full team was assembled, and they could begin preparing. Sandra almost forgot to give Brian a valuable gift. The twin dragon swords were the kind of weapons that made simply holding them an incredible privilege. The player felt chills run across his skin. He was so happy to receive the gift. Now it became clear what Brian had asked Master Chun for. Grandpa still hoped he could marry his granddaughter to this guy, so let's see where that leads. I already mentioned that a lot of powerful players had gathered around them. One of these warriors decided to step forward and greet Brian. At his waist, he carried a special sword capable of cutting even dragon skin. The long-haired guy in the hat looked like a homeless man from the underground subway. His name was Floyd Philidor, and he should not be underestimated. The pattern on his sword meant he was one of the Murim members from the 21st floor. It seemed these guys were starting to cooperate with the Dark Guild, and now they had truly stepped out of the shadows into the outside world. Brian already knew the Philidor family were fools with mush for brains. As it turned out, they already knew each other because of past events. The Philidor family consisted of high-class sword warriors. Members of this family had insanely huge egos and hated being looked down on. Brian had always mocked this family for their bloated self-importance. Nothing had changed now, and he happily made the person in front of him lose his temper. Floyd was a professional swordsman with various divine-level skills. To copy his technique, Brian had to discover other Murim residents in the outside world. The players gathered here had spent a long time preparing to fight monsters, but the moment of truth arrived, they started arguing with each other and forgot their purpose. Call it whatever you want, stupidity or stubbornness. Either way, we are about to see an unforgettable spectacle in a blazing battle. James, the one known as Baldhead, activated his machine skill. He was the king of machines while Sandra had always been Fire Fist. This girl did not know how to take a step back, and in that way, she was similar to Teresa. Brian had surrounded himself with stubborn warriors he could take to the ends of the earth without fear. As for Marcus, I probably do not even need to say much because this guy proved his level long ago. Together, they created a nuclear fireworks show. Different skills combined through teamwork and amazed the players who were not taking part in the fight. Even though Marcus often loses to Brian, to every other player, he is a real devil. Filigree technique and an uncompromising character. That is the best way to describe him. He considered himself the best swordsman in the world, just like Floyd. Watching these masters clash would be pure pleasure. The Imperial sword technique had been waiting for its time to shine for a long time. Marcus immediately felt the hardness and ruthless pressure behind his opponent's strikes. He felt his own sword skills beginning to crack. This guy was lucky he was not alone, because Teresa reacted in time and came to help. Brian saw the situation heating up and decided to step in. With the fire element, he would quickly turn this place into a nuclear battlefield. Floyd thought fire magic was just a childish trick, but what would he say once Brian started adding other elements? Usually after the fire attack comes the ice freeze. Brian was ready to deliver the final blow, but at that exact moment, another warrior appeared on the battlefield. His technique stood out instantly, because a bright and dynamic style always earns respect. The opponent stopped, and everyone around them froze while waiting for the outcome. The man who had fought the martial arts master during the dungeon outbreak had appeared. Just a second ago, there had been screams and groans, but now there was only silence. The mysterious warrior had not expected people outside the tower to have such developed internal energy. Brian had finally found every resident of the Triad, which meant he had fulfilled his part of the conditions. Now he could calmly copy Infinite Step and combine it with Sword Graveyard. The result was the Demon Sword King Steps, which doubled his speed. Floyd was unhappy with his performance. The other members of the Triad started mocking him like a younger brother. No one would enjoy being treated that way, especially not an arrogant and self-confident warrior. He needed to be reminded that the boss had ordered them to reach an agreement, not kill everyone around them. Brian already knew all these guys came from the tower, so it was no longer a secret to him. Sean asked his brother to calm down and stop making the situation harder. A wave of zombies was approaching from the right, and only a few minutes remained. The swordsmen from the tower were going to head to another base because they had already prepared a place for battle. They would definitely meet again in the future, and when that happened, rivers of blood would flow. Even during this small fight, many players had already burned through a lot of strength. Right now, they needed to organize quickly and prepare to fight the monsters. The Triad headed to the supermarket, where the walls were strong, food was plentiful, and the location was ideal for a long defense. That place had one drawback, though Brian was not in a hurry to tell them about it. Right now, he was busy with his own team in the stadium defense. The zombies were already closing in, and the first wave promised to be as brutal as possible. The monsters were motivated and ready for success, but would the players be able to stop them? Brian prepared for battle and brought something interesting with him. The sunflowers had already been planted and were ready to help with the defense. Now it was time to explain the plan, so come closer and listen carefully. The most important thing was to stop the flag in the center of the stadium from being captured. The stadium had 4 entrances, and Brian had planted the flowers near each one. The players had to protect the plants in order to win and receive the reward for the highest number of kills. The plants would destroy most of the zombies, and the team only needed to help clear the perimeter from time to time. Everyone received their assignment and prepared to defend the stadium. The team felt confident because a perfect plan is the key to success. The twin dragon swords had waited a long time for the moment Brian could test them. The master really did not want to part with this relic, but he had to thank Brian for his help. Everyone activated their skills and prepared to show their absolute best. The zombies were closing in fast, and the atmosphere reached its breaking point. In the final moment before battle, the mind goes blank and every muscle tightens to the limit. Some people are nervous, others stay calm, and it all comes down to experience. The sunflowers used the sunlight skill, guaranteeing increased brightness. The zombies had come here to kill and did not even realize they were about to become prey. Roasting the dead was not difficult at all, but the real problem was their number. All that remained was to wait and hope the sunflowers could handle such an abnormal flood of monsters. Even the players were not ready for the plants to be this powerful. They were lucky they were fighting zombies and not the sunflowers Brian had brought with him. At first glance, these cute little plants could very quickly turn into demonic creatures. The second wave of monsters was not far away, so relaxing was absolutely forbidden. The twin dragon swords would finally feel the sweet sound of cracking bones and joints. Only now was the real battle beginning, and Brian was ready to lead the death team forward. In this thrilling moment, Teresa could not help but admire her general. Like a fearless commander, he inspired hope and faith in victory. In moments of danger, Brian was always nearby and always came to help. Even when it turned out he was not playing by the rules, everything eventually ended in success. For a man like that, Teresa was ready to unleash her terrifying potential for a man like that. Now let's look at the other players who had just defeated the first wave of monsters. It was not easy, but most of the players survived the battle. They felt confident and celebrated their first success. They should not rush to celebrate because 99 more trials were still ahead. The system announced that the battles would be broadcast, so a popularity vote could be held in the end. For now, the most popular base was the city's central stadium. There were only 5 players there, and they had used plants to stop the zombies. Their captain had shown incredible flexibility of mind and a flawless battle strategy. The team moved like one body, with every member supporting the others in difficult moments. Watching these heroes was a pleasure, and even other players admired their talent. Teresa won the fans' hearts with her ferocity during battle. Christopher, a member of the Tangan Guild, had not forgotten how she once supported him during difficult moments. By now, he had gotten used to his new image, but the memory of Teresa remained in his heart. By that point, Teresa and her allies felt completely exhausted. They had spent a lot of strength just surviving and clearing the perimeter. Brian kept planting more and more plants to prepare for the next battle. With special skills, he could help the plants grow at a phenomenal speed. Then he said he wanted to take a walk and clean up the area a little. It all seemed strange, but Teresa decided not to stop the captain. Brian calmly walked through the city, not even realizing he was being watched. Right now, that did not matter, because before the next monster wave, he needed to catch his breath and recover. The ghost looked down on the other players like they were worthless little kittens. Only fools prepared for a long battle, while experienced players knew things worked differently. He had not been here in more than 8 years, and just like before, there were cobwebs everywhere in the corners. He had come here to look at the very relic that had never disappeared. All he had to do was touch the mirror to activate a strange aura. The players in the supermarket were still trying to catch their breath. They did not even pay attention to the mirror covered with a dirty cloth. If they had been more careful, they would have seen the champion of the Tower of Trials himself emerge from that mirror. Meanwhile, Floyd was pacing around the supermarket, still unable to calm his anger. He felt his honor had been touched and dreamed of taking revenge on Brian for the insult. Julia believed that gaining more influence did not require teaming up with someone they could not control. She agreed with Floyd that they could simply slaughter Brian like a pig. They had met many people outside, and only the ghost had managed to understand who they truly were. That said a lot, and this guy could not be underestimated. Soon, one of the assistants ran in to report urgent news. A disaster had happened in the warehouse, and now it would be hard to stop. Brian had decided to wreck his rival's defensive base. He secretly slipped into the supermarket and brought terrifying monster plants with him. Sean tried everything to intimidate him, saying the consequences would be catastrophic. Brian only mocked him in response and said he knew absolutely everything, even about the Queen. After that phrase, every Murim representative stood there with their mouth open in shock. Ordinary players knew nothing about the Queen, because they were on a pathetic beginner level and were just part of the crowd. Only the chosen few knew what would happen if a massive base was destroyed before the third monster wave. In that case, the mistress of the fourth floor would appear, the womb of the dead, nicknamed the Queen. Brian had been waiting for her to appear for a long time, and that was exactly why he wanted to destroy the large supermarket base. A lot of people might not like that, but when has this guy ever cared about anyone else's opinion? Many believed the Queen could not be defeated even if everyone joined forces, so challenging her was complete madness. Brian explained that he was simply too lazy to clear ordinary zombies 100 times, and wanted to speed things up while tasting the sweet flavor of risk. If that meant summoning the insane Queen, then he had no problem with it. Brian quickly left the supermarket and abandoned the players to fight the horrible monster. The base could not hold out and was soon completely destroyed. Every news portal reported it, and we should not forget the live stream online either. The entire death team was tense to the limit, hoping the incident had nothing to do with their captain. Meanwhile, the conditions had been fulfilled, and a unique event began. Only Brian knew exactly how to summon the Queen of the fourth floor. Pendariel was now officially added to his equipment. The players learned that a unique quest had begun and screamed like pigs being slaughtered. It was hard not to feel sorry for these guys because they had come here to fight zombies, not the boss of the fourth floor. All of this became reality because one guy was too bored. He decided to have some fun and speed up the process, even with the risk of getting killed. The solar eclipse stone is used in ceremonies and brings darkness by covering the sun. A relic like that weakens light skills and strengthens shadow techniques. By activating the solar eclipse stone, Brian opened Pandora's box. Players who relied on light immediately felt weakness and despair. Teresa was terrified because her holy power had been cut in half. Every dark monster instantly felt a surge of strength and energy. The queen now wanted to find the arrogant little brat who dared interfere with the solstice. The monsters were approaching the stadium, which made this the perfect chance to start a live stream. When all the players heard the news, panic began. Fear took over even the bravest warriors, and players scattered while trying to avoid certain death. By that time, a video had appeared online showing a strange plant destroying the supermarket. After watching it, people got the impression that Brian was cleaning up the mess left behind by the Triad's failure. Praise started pouring in for him, and the hero became even more popular. His little walk turned out to be a joke, and his team members were clearly not happy about it. Either way, the captain knew what he was doing because strategy had always been his responsibility. He knew how to defeat the queen, and he had a clear, polished plan for it. This time, the swordsman's role would take center stage. Marcus had dreamed for a long time of becoming the main character of the tower, and now his moment of truth had arrived. They had to hurry, because the monsters were approaching at a terrifying speed. The zombies were under the queen's control, and for her sake, they were ready to kill people and eat children alive. The queen dreamed of punishing everyone who refused to kneel before her. She believed Brian, the one who had blocked out the sun, was far too arrogant to stay alive. The players had been waiting for the monsters to come into close range for a long time. As soon as Teresa reported the advance, James immediately connected the machine gun. Brian was also nearby, controlling the sun plants. Within seconds, the entire stadium was swallowed by flames burning with hatred. The queen grew furious and ordered all the plants destroyed immediately. She prepared to punish the pathetic humans who had dared challenge her. It is hard to even describe her surprise when she reached the center of the stadium. A strange sight opened before her. A massive ice rock with people trapped inside. 4 members of the team were frozen and completely unable to move. A small purple crystal broke free from the ice and fell right at the queen's feet. Let's take a step back to see how Brian convinced his team to follow his insane plan. He had to pay each of them a serious amount to calm their nerves and erase their doubts. He would have to use his friends as bait, and a swordsman like Marcus clearly hated that idea. He did not want to be the main character anymore, and now he had to settle for being an appetizer before the main course. The crystal had to play the leading role, and now we were about to witness something incredible. As soon as the queen took the shiny stone in her hand, the ice creation skill activated. Ice prisons struck everything around them, and the entire monster army, along with the queen, turned into frozen statues. To escape this prison, the queen had to activate the plague technique, and it took her no more than 3 seconds. The monster considered this territory her home and wanted to drive away the unworthy humans. Because of her anger, she did not even realize she could now become the target of silent breathing. All this time, Brian had been controlling the situation from a distance, linking another skill and hiding himself with demon steps. Arrogant and overconfident, but at the same time deeply magnetic and strangely sincere. That is the only way to describe this player, who was using his experience to try and seize the entire world. He headed toward the queen's fortress to turn her into a homeless puppy forever. Pendariel, also known as the Womb of the Dead and nicknamed the Queen, is someone we should talk about in more detail. Her level and skills were especially deadly thanks to poison. The boss of the 4th floor was strong in every area except intelligence. The core of clearing the 4th floor is base defense, and that rule applies not only to players but also to zombies. The queen was now at the stadium, which meant her own base was at its weakest. Brian had deliberately set up the bait to lure the rat into the cage. The queen quickly saw through his plan, but she understood the horror of it far too late. This is where we should remember how he fused several skills to obtain the demon speed technique. Now that speed came in handy, and with this skill, he was about to do the impossible again. Sword Graveyard should work even better together with the twin dragon swords. The zombies defending the territory should not become a serious problem. Without the queen, they were nothing more than bowling pins, easy to knock down on the way to the central flag. The finish line was right in front of this runner, and only a few final steps remained before he could claim the grand prize. Usually, this is exactly when something unexpected happens, like a surprise attack. or even a heart attack. Brian knew someone much bigger than ordinary zombies would appear on his way to the target. A giant pig-like guardian protected the Queen's flag, a monster nicknamed the Butcher. The moment he sees living meat, he is ready to chop it into pieces. It would be hard to call the Butcher an intellectual, so if you want to play chess with him, that is a terrible idea. That is probably why people often call him a stupid pig. But this stupid pig has insanely powerful muscles. To avoid becoming an easy snack, Brian would have to act smart and stay focused. The fire element should help in this difficult situation. The Butcher had never faced problems like this before, and after meeting fire, he no longer looked like the terrifying Lord of Meat. Brian roasted the pig, and now it was time to slice the bacon nice and thin. With the twin dragon swords, that should become pure heavenly pleasure. Smart movement, light jumps in different directions, and an astonishing sense of distance. All these skills quickly guaranteed success in the fight against the Butcher. The player's level rose automatically, and as a gift, he received scissors with a soul thirsty for revenge. Now he could calmly take the flag that attracted fearless players so strongly. The system reported that an unidentified black object was approaching him. The representatives of the Egyptian gods made Brian an offer, and it genuinely caught his interest. Brian was sure Anubis would stay quiet for a while after burning through his strength in the dungeon. For some reason, that dog had decided to climb back up and have a serious talk with the champion of the tower. Mozart had come to ask Brian to calm down and not take the Queen's flag. The Egyptian gods wanted to see the battle reach its logical conclusion and asked the player to change his decision. They could not take part in this fight, but they also could not watch the floor get cleared without the boss being defeated. Most likely, they simply did not like this arrogant human acting like he was a god. Brian could take the flag and automatically secure an easy victory for himself. The cunning, devilish dog offered the player a contract so every side could get what it wanted. Brian became thoughtful when he saw exactly what kind of offer he had received. A few minutes later, the Queen finally escaped from her lair. She was furious and unshakable in her desire to destroy the human. When she saw the flag still standing, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. She could not understand why he had not taken the flag and claimed an easy victory. Brian explained that someone had still forced him to fight the stinking Queen. He had already received an advance payment, so now he could not take the flag until he defeated the boss of the fourth floor. He sharpened the Butcher's axe a little and was now ready to start some rock and roll. Brian looked so pleased about accepting Anubis's terms that even the Queen grew nervous. With protection of heaven, he planned to break straight through this monster. Because of the solar eclipse stone's influence, his skills would be weakened, and that had to be remembered. Basic stats alone would not be enough to defeat the Queen. Let's not forget that we are looking at a fourth-floor monster, not some pathetic zombie from the cemetery of psychopaths. He would have to fuse many skills together and reach a new level. That was exactly what the ghost did, calling on the mandala technique for help. In this battle, he had to be extremely fast, so demon speed was absolutely necessary. The speed skill helped with defense, while the ice technique would help with offense. Combining skills had always been part of the ghost's strategy. That was how he cleared the virtual game. And that was how he wanted to clear the Tower of Trials in reality. Constant pressure and unexpected attacks from different sides were his trump card. The Queen was very strong, but we should not forget that intelligence was her weakness. Thinking several moves ahead in battle was too difficult for her. In that sense, she was very similar to the Butcher, whom Brian had destroyed not long ago. All this time, Anubis was watching the fight and not hiding his genuine interest. This chained dog had been sharpening his teeth for a long time while watching the arrogant champion, hungry for revenge at any cost. When he came to Brian, he offered the Jackal Fang as an advance payment, an item that increased any attack by 50%. His generosity looked suspicious, so Brian asked him to fulfill one more condition. He became interested in the White Branch, which was mostly used for medical purposes and seemed like a completely ordinary item. The White Branch could be obtained on higher floors, and to someone as insanely powerful as Anubis, it looked like trash. He happily accepted the terms and started laughing, already imagining his sweet revenge. As a result, the player received the Jackal Fang and the White Branch, but now he could not take the flag until he defeated the Queen. The White Branch is only considered trash if you do not fuse it with other items. Brian was a master of fusion, and Anubis had completely forgotten that. If he added the scissors with the revenge-thirsty soul to these items, he could create a nuclear cocktail. This was not some green Mexican, but elite booze strong enough to turn even the most hardened pirate into a pig. The fusion succeeded, and Brian obtained the space-rending scythe. This relic represented absolute justice, allowing him to kill what could not be killed and cut what could not be cut. Even the system decided to intervene when a relic appeared that did not match the fourth floor. Because of that, an item like this could only be used once on the lower levels. The system seemed not to understand that one use would be more than enough. The queen was stronger, tougher, and faster. But what did any of that give her? In the end, she would be destroyed, because dodging was impossible, and all she could do was accept her death. Many people underestimate the importance of intelligence, even though strategic thinking and calculating moves ahead are essential keys to becoming a future champion. Brian once again showed that wisdom and intelligence can lift even an ordinary guy into the elite league. With the last of her strength, the queen tried to defend herself with her sword, but it was completely destroyed after the very first strike. After that, all that remained was to take the head off those horrible shoulders. For an experienced and fearless warrior, that would not be difficult at all. Now try to find Anubis's smile, because that is right. He clearly was not laughing anymore. In the final seconds of her life, a tear of regret appeared in the queen's eyes. Her entire life flashed before her eyes, and she remembered herself in the body of a little girl. Once, this monster had been sweet and innocent, before she ever learned the taste of death. Great opportunities opened before her, but they corrupted her soul and turned her into a monster. Now she had nothing to regret, because she had made her choice and had to take responsibility for it. Either way, the queen was far stronger than that fool Mukhtar, who hid behind his soldiers' backs on the third floor. The boss of the fourth floor had fallen, and the queen could finally sleep peacefully because she no longer had to defend her base. The battle winner's level rose significantly, and his skills automatically gained additional uses. The base had been successfully cleared, and humanity could set aside its fear of death for a while. Every member of the group received a random high-rank box. In the end, this guy pulled it off, though could it really have gone any other way? Even after the darkest night, dawn always comes, and that is something we should never forget. Only 24 hours had passed since the fourth floor opened. Brian had surprised not only ordinary people, but even the members of his own team. Everyone had been sure that clearing the mission and destroying 100 waves of monsters would take at least 20 days. They had guessed this guy was good, but this time he had surpassed even himself. Alice was a little upset that she had not been invited to the raid, because she also wanted to fully taste victory. She needed to calm down, because there would still be work for her in the future. No one expected Marcus to come to the celebration. So were these sworn enemies starting to find common ground? They needed to take a few steps toward each other, and then everything would be great. His old friends came as well because Brian could not avoid inviting them. He wanted to bring every member of his large team together and seat them all at one big table. In honor of the victory, he could loosen the wallet and spend a little money. Today was the kind of day when no one would deny you anything. A high-ranking vampire was used to feeding on blood, so eating fried chicken seemed absurd to her. There was no fresh blood at the table today, which meant Alice would have to improvise. One bite was enough to understand that chicken was just as good as sweet blood. Teresa was a little late, and this celebration would not have felt complete without her. A radiant smile and an always cheerful mood. That was the best way to describe this beauty. Brian calmly watched his friends and felt inner peace. When he cleared the tower as a game, he had always been alone and celebrated victories by himself. After the world changed, Brian changed too, and now he was not alone, which made him happy. His stats had climbed to the heavens, and anyone else in his place would have been satisfied. But Brian was built differently, because it was never enough for him, and he always wanted more. Right now, he was only on the fourth floor, and a long road filled with hardships and obstacles still lay ahead. He was ready for that, especially after receiving the fourth floor's main reward, the enhancement scroll. He also received a random high-rank box, which could contain any useful item. This was more like a casino, so gambling addicts should probably step away from the screen. Brian turned out to be a cunning and merciless cheater. As it turned out, he had long ago found a way to spin the Wheel of Fortune endlessly. Whenever he got an item he did not need, he repeated the trick again and kept doing it until he got exactly what he wanted. When Marcus saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe it at first. Now we understand what endless grinding in video games can lead to. Brian did everything he could to help Marcus obtain the item they had agreed on from the very beginning. However, he did not tell Marcus about the side effect. An item obtained this way would disappear after 1 week. When the swordsman found out, he would be insanely furious. But by then, Brian would already be far away. In return, our hero received the tricolor medicine for serious injuries. He also obtained a pass to the Great Library of Magic. Now that was much more serious, because the library could become an excellent foundation for leveling up. Without knowledge, reaching the very peak of the tower's iceberg was impossible, and Brian understood that better than anyone. The librarian knew the fourth floor had been cleared and had been waiting for guests for a long time. Rick Hennessy was always ready to help a curious mind find answers to important questions. Rick Hennessy was an influential mid-level administrator responsible for the tower's Library of Magic. Meeting an administrator was always interesting and exciting. It was always an unusual event, even for someone with a massive amount of experience. Brian explained that he was lucky, which was why he had cleared the trial so quickly. Now, he could look through and take any books he wanted. Although that did not mean everything would be simple. There was not a single book here that could be read normally, because at minimum, you had to know runic writing. Brian smiled confidently and said that was not a problem for him. He was extremely curious, which was why he knew many things hidden from ordinary eyes. A player who had not even climbed to the 5th floor yet already knew runic writing, which was honestly unbelievable. He was clearly different from other players, and it felt like the ghost had special support behind him. And he really did have the Egyptian gods behind him, thanks to whom Brian was climbing the tower so quickly. Rick sensed Anubis's energy and was surprised that the gods were already showing interest in players. At last, the librarian realized he was standing before an extraordinary person who deserved respect. If Anubis had seen this, he would have strangled himself out of rage. Rick apologized for his earlier disrespect and promised to give the player any book he wanted. Brian immediately took advantage of the situation and chose exactly what he needed. Only an ancient people who mastered the old runic language could read a book like this. For someone who had received the blessing of the gods, that would not be a problem. Now even Rick would eagerly wait for their next meeting and keep watching the ghost. Let's leave Brian behind for a few minutes and look ahead. Some terrified people were fighting just to survive. There were fanatics here who craved blood, and the whole place looked like a giant madhouse. Very soon, television started showing a guy who had managed to escape that hell. He said lunatics attacked him and tried to rip his heart out of his chest. Could this whole story be connected to the 5th floor, where skills cannot be used? All we can do is wait for Brian to explain what is happening. Teresa showed him this video because she wanted to go with him to the next trial. Brian was clearly not interested because this guy was used to living alone and did not want to ask his friends for favors again. She was extremely persistent and was ready to do anything to reach her goal. Her main task was to protect Brian, as strange as that sounded. She wanted him to promise he would not push past his limits or risk his life for no reason. He listened to her carefully, then went off to handle his own business. Recently, he had received a gift from the Kingdom of Caladium, completely without warning. The Kingdom of Caladium was an enemy of the Mirim world. With every new chapter, we dive deeper into the exciting twists of the tower, making the story even richer and more interesting. Brian received the scent concealment skill and could now hide signs of his presence. There was no doubt he would find a worthy use for that skill. As many had already guessed, the ghost headed to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Here, all his skills were automatically blocked, and he was given only one random low-rank item. The only objective was survival and escape, but Brian knew how to bend every rule. With a special book, he unlocked one of his skills, and now Greedy Gaze was available to him. He was not alone here, because other players had also gained entry. They did not interest him, because the loner's path was far more productive. As soon as Brian prepared to move forward, the tracking bracelet on his arm activated. It looked like the beautiful blonde had gotten her way after all, and would now be keeping an eye on her friend. She could not let him go because it was too risky and too dangerous. Teresa would stay close no matter what, and although Brian did not like it, her actions deserved respect. It was too dark around them, so players used whatever they had on hand to see each other. Teresa had brought a flashlight, but it was too early to turn it on. Brian advised her not to rush and to watch how the other players walked right into a trap first. The moment someone turned on a light, the crazed cultists would immediately begin their attack. The people who did not know this rule quickly regretted it. Teresa suggested saving the people who had ended up in trouble because her heart craved justice. Brian had to explain that she was forced to follow his orders and forget her own rules. Helping others can become a huge problem for yourself, and every experienced warrior knows that. Teresa knew she was being underestimated, so she had not come here empty-handed. Return stones were needed for the 5th floor, and she had brought 2 such artifacts with her. Brian was not happy about that at all, which meant he probably had a different plan for getting out of here. The other players were in a terrible position, because the cultist had already killed more than 10 warriors. At first glance, the cultists looked like fools with no special skills, but that was only an illusion. Many players decided to get out of here as fast as possible and stop risking their own skin. They were sure a return stone would help them in a critical moment. As it turned out, that entire advertising campaign was nothing more than a money-making myth. Dishonest organizations sold return stones to make money, convincing players that the stones would help them return home. In reality, everything was completely different. Climbing to the 5th floor was a one-way ticket with no path back. When the players finally realized that, their nerves broke. They started screaming and calling for mommy, refusing to accept their deaths. Now Teresa would also understand that she had been shamelessly deceived. Because of those scammers, a huge number of players would never leave the 5th floor. Here, they had to use a completely different approach and absolutely could not lose focus. Even the smallest lapse in concentration could cost them their lives. The cultists would gladly grab anyone to offer as a sacrifice to their god. Capturing Teresa would not be easy because she was a martial arts master and a woman with a fiery temper. In moments like this, she did not even need Brian's help. Only when more cultists appeared would she have to hide behind the ghost. And now that moment had arrived, the air becoming unbearably hot and soaked with hopelessness. The god demanded sacrifices and ordered the cultists to bring new meat. Brian had only a pen in his hand, which might seem like far too little. John Wick is famous for killing 5 people in a bar with a pencil. Brian had seen that movie, and now he wanted to surpass his teacher. With one pen, he planned to tear apart every righteous lunatic on this floor. The cultists prepared for battle, not even suspecting they were not alone here. A massive deputy appeared nearby, his eyes filled with open irritation. He had come here to punish and he did not care who exactly deserved it. Teresa was not ready for such a brutal scene, while the ghost calmly enjoyed it. The guy with the huge head clearly wanted to play and was not planning to accept refusal. He felt right at home and wanted to throw a fun party with his guests. It would be strange if Brian and Teresa refused, so they would have to accept the host's rules. Only Brian knew that every move he made was being watched closely. The cultists were constantly catching victims and preparing offerings for their god. They were carrying out their boss's orders, and he was not hiding his good mood. After the tower opened, this place was full of tourists he could use for his own purposes. The lunatics wanted to bring the Lord back into their world and thought no one would stop them. That was a mistake, because someone had appeared in the tower who could ruin any villain's plans. The main cultists were seeing the deputy suffer like this for the first time. Usually, he crushed players like bugs, at least until he met one special guy. One of the cultists recognized that face because they had crossed paths before. Now there was no doubt that Brian would become a major problem for their plan. We had already seen this mask before, and the person hiding behind it had tried more than once to destroy the champion of the Tower of Trials. This time, he would throw everything he had at Brian, and surviving that hit would not be easy. But right now, there was no time to think about that, because the fight against the deputy was still going. Teresa had not joined the raid for no reason because she wanted to help and stop being a burden. Her skills were good enough for Brian to actually feel her support. Together, they created far more problems for their enemies. The deputy was a pile of muscle, and his biggest weakness was his lack of speed. For a while, the players managed to escape from him. Now they could rest a little and come up with a plan to win. Brian promised to lure the monster to the right place. While Brian distracted him, Teresa had to find the other players and evacuate. Everyone had relied on the return stones, and now they could not pull themselves together. Experienced Teresa had to help them while Brian tried to clear the 5th floor. Before leaving, he asked her to remember one thing, speaking so quietly that no one else heard it. Then Brian went hunting and decided to play with the brute a little. Being small and fast is always nice because it gives you an advantage over giant boars. Getting attention would not be hard, but Teresa would have a much tougher job. She listened carefully to the boss's instructions and gathered the courage to act decisively. Brian handed her one valuable artifact that could be used at a critical moment. Then he left her alone with her doubts and went off to fight the monster. Greedy Gaze activated, and the deputy's stats were no longer a secret. This monster had insane strength, decent endurance, and almost no speed. When Brian used Greedy Gaze, he broke the rules of the 5th floor, and now the Rotting Heart had taken interest in him. The Rotting Heart was one of the perfect beings from the upper floors of the tower. This monster was also called the Demon King, and even the Devil. When someone bends the rules, devils start paying attention to those players. At moments like that, the Black Apostle is ready to grant a player power, but the person must obey the devil for the rest of their life. Many people accept that offer, but Brian was different because he was a tiger who would never bow his head to a mangy dog. He gladly rejected the Black Apostle's offer and continued walking his own path. The devil was furious because he had never seen arrogance like this before. Now the player received the devil's curse and was forced to suffer hellish pain. Brian automatically became a target for every demon. The curse would follow him until death, and pirates would probably call it the Black Spot. All of this made our hero's situation worse, but there was no way he would surrender and accept defeat. If a tiger is cornered, it becomes as savage and merciless as possible. The cultists thought they had captured the players and could now offer them as sacrifices. That was a huge mistake, because their arrogance would lead them to their deaths. Teresa was already here, and her fiery gaze looked like a leopard stepping out to hunt. Speed, grace, and self-sacrifice were what made Teresa famous after the Tower of Trials appeared. She had always fought on the side of good, and today, nothing would change. Many players had already lost their minds, convinced they would never get out of here alive. She was risking her life to save these people, and they did not even bother to thank her. That could become the biggest problem on the path to surviving the 5th floor. Here, she would have to work hard to take control of the situation. The players had no right to give up, because hope had to burn in their hearts until the very end. Teresa was a symbol of hope, calling them to pick up their weapons and rise from their knees. The naive girl was sure her friend was already clearing the 5th floor. If someone told her what had happened, she would refuse to believe it. Brian had been cursed by the devil and was now in a critical position, just like many other players. The local prison was packed, and these were not ordinary prisoners, but people sentenced to death. Brian was brought into that very dungeon, where the people making the highest level decisions would now see him. The head cultist looked at the champion as if he were staring at a pile of trash. Then that same man in the mask appeared, a main representative, mysterious and emotionless. This was his first face-to-face encounter with Brian, so it was an important moment for him. One look into our hero's eyes was enough to understand that the situation did not scare him at all. He looked at the man in the cloak and felt his incredible aura. Greedy gaze activated, but the technique failed because the target was using a high-level mental barrier. Brian wanted to use one of his artifacts against the main enemies. He was in a bad position, so he had to take the risk and do it right now. His stats increased and now Greedy gaze pierced through the defense. Standing before him was Jose, a knight of the Round Table with the mental barrier and sword of condemnation skills. He was an important figure in the main association, and Brian would not mind copying his skills. To do that, he would have to work hard, force the target to say his knightly name, and until that happened, act like a middle schooler with 8th grader syndrome. Sometimes the system seemed to be mocking the player, and honestly, it was fun to watch. Jose stepped closer to Brian and looked at him as if he were waiting for some kind of answer. Brian was in no hurry to respond, pretending to be a fool who could not think properly. The cultist even started doubting whether this was really the special player. But he was sure it was him, because people like that could not be mistaken for anyone else. Meanwhile, Alice watched everything happening and did not hide her enjoyment. Seeing her master act like an idiot gave her genuine pleasure. Jose reminded Brian that he had been captured to be offered as a sacrifice. In response, he saw only childish screams and the antics of a madman. The knight began to doubt himself, because he felt Brian was playing a role but could not be sure. The player had already shown incredible skills before, so now it was hard to make anyone believe he was mentally disabled. A second later, incredibly loud screams of pain and suffering rang through the prison. Everyone around flinched and almost cried from fear. Only Jose remained calm, because he knew those were the screams of a dying sacrifice, and all the captured people would soon end up in the same position. The Knight of the Round Table was ready to give them a way out, a key to freedom, and hope of returning home. If Brian told him about the ghost, he would receive that key. For our hero, this was a perfect chance to use the situation. He said he would gladly tell him everything he needed after the knight said his name. The main was sure this man would soon die, so he no longer hid that he was Knight Jose, also known as Lancelot. The conditions were automatically fulfilled, and Brian obtained Mental Barrier. This skill would help protect his mind from mental attacks and keep his aggression under control. After that, it was Brian's turn to answer questions. The champion of the Tower of Trials smiled calmly and said the name. He did it so quietly that no one heard exactly what he said. Still, it was enough to get the key, and Jose kept his promise. One of the players grabbed the key and rushed to open the doors. Brian did not react at all, imagining himself sunbathing on a beach in Bora Bora. The only thing he cared about right now was Teresa. Her plan had failed spectacularly, and at that very moment she was also in prison. The cultists had never seen a sacrifice resist this much before, because she had defeated at least 20 opponents before losing consciousness. Her life force was truly impressive, because Teresa really was a holy woman. An unexpected conflict broke out inside the prison cell. Teresa tried to step in and stop the fight, because the whole thing looked stupid. It seemed the saint did not understand what was happening or who she was protecting. The little girl, who looked sweet and innocent at first glance, was actually a resident of the tower. People hated tower residents, because their lives had changed after the trials appeared. That was why the players were so eager to hurt them and take revenge. The frightened little girl did not know what to do, and she felt completely cornered. At the last moment, Teresa finally decided to interfere and stopped the bullies. She declared that everyone here was equal, and not a single drop of blood would be spilled in her presence. If anyone dared go against her words, they would face brutal punishment. A few minutes later, the situation calmed down, and Teresa learned that the girl's name was Andrea. The little girl told her story, which had begun last year. One day, believers came to her village, and from that moment on, everything changed. The cultists demanded that the villagers hand over someone for sacrifice. They promised that if everything went well, they would not touch the rest of the villagers. The villagers decided to sacrifice a small child with no parents, and that child was Andrea. That was how the girl ended up in this prison. Even though she was a tower resident, she was no different from ordinary people and did not deserve cruel treatment. Right now, the cultists were choosing who to sacrifice next. Everyone around was terrified because no one wanted to die and offer themselves up for madness. The same story from the village was now playing out inside the prison. The people decided to hand over the little girl because she was a tower resident, and they did not feel sorry for her. Teresa instantly jumped to her feet and declared that it would happen only over her dead body. In the neighboring cell, one of the people raised his hand, volunteering to become the sacrifice. The cultists had never dealt with people this insane and desperate before. That person turned out to be the champion of the Tower of Trials, the phenomenal Brian. Together with the other potential sacrifices, he stepped into the corridor and looked around. No one paid attention to him or noticed the tiny pill in his mouth. Then he dropped it into the water as discreetly as possible. All preparations were complete, and now the fun could begin. Brian understood perfectly well that Teresa had already been captured and was most likely in a cage too. Knowing her personality, she would be the first to volunteer as a sacrifice, which meant everything was following the script he had prepared. Brian had just received a hidden quest: destroy the cultists and ruin all their plans. If he succeeded, all his stats would increase, and his adaptation to skills would improve. Crowds of terrifying cultists had gathered all around. In the center of the circle stood a huge, muscular executioner, a real devil from the depths of hell. The sacrifices trembled in fear and prayed to every god in the universe. Only Brian stayed calm, coldly studying the situation like a boa constrictor. The cultists called for the sacrifice to begin and demanded fresh blood. Beautiful Teresa did exactly what Brian had expected. She chose to become the sacrifice so little Andrea would get a chance to stay alive. The sacrifice was about to begin at any moment, but one madman decided to ruin everything. He used a skill book and freed himself from the control of the fifth-floor master. Now all his sealed abilities were available again, which meant it was time to activate the fire element. Together with the red fire pill, this would create a real precedent. Everything around would turn the color of fire, and the cultists would feel like meat on a blazing hot pan. They were all shocked, because according to God's laws, skills could not be used inside this building. Only the champion had managed to bypass every restriction and force his own game onto them. First, he rushed to help Teresa because she meant more to him than just an ally. The blonde had already lost consciousness, and after being freed, she collapsed into her hero's arms. There was blood on her head, because the cultists had wounded her to get rid of the problem. At that moment, Brian stopped caring about stats, quests, and achievements. He simply decided to kill everyone who used such dark methods. A smokescreen covered everything around them, and the cultists found themselves in the abyss. While these slugs could not see anything, all that remained was to pull out a magic sword and chop them all to pieces. For Brian, this was pure pleasure, and he savored every second of the slaughter. The cultists fell to their knees and began calling out to their demonic god. They saw a strange creature walking toward them from the darkness. Every one of these insane fanatics thought their beloved god was coming to them. In reality, that was not the case because death itself was approaching them. A second later, they felt a burning blade slice through their flesh. Blood sprayed in every direction, and Brian breathed in the scent of madness. Teresa was still unconscious and needed medical help. Half an hour earlier, she had fought fiercely and tried to protect Andrea. The little child deserved a second chance, and Teresa had done everything she could to save her. Out of fear of death, people had turned into monsters without conscience or compassion. They had thrown a child to the lions and regretted it very quickly. Teresa had shown her holy strength even without using special skills. Her martial arts were on a high level, and if anyone doubted that, she could quickly make them suffer. To avoid bloodshed and protect the child, Teresa took a desperate step. She said she was ready to become the sacrifice because she had nothing left to lose. Thanks to the efforts of her best friend, Teresa was still alive. The territory had been completely cleansed of cultists, and those madmen had finally learned what heavenly punishment felt like. When the blonde finally opened her eyes, she saw the champion in front of her. With her gentle smile, she showed that she had always known Brian would definitely save her. It was time to get out of here, but Teresa asked to check one more place first. She ran to the prison and began freeing all the hostages. Little Andrea was still alive, although she was scared to death. Teresa lifted the child into her arms and hugged her with all the warmth of a woman's heart. Brian had to be told that this was not her real daughter, but a girl who needed to be saved. At first, the champion thought they had simply wasted 10 precious minutes. Then, he saw the situation differently when he realized Andrea was a tower resident. He immediately began asking questions, trying to understand why the little girl had not become a believer when the locals worshipped their god. The child answered that she did not want to believe in such horrible beings. In her opinion, if God existed, then he was the creator of a real hell full of despair. It was God who made people sell her to the cultists, and it was God who created all these monstrous conditions. Brian told the little girl that his story was very similar. After he was born, he had been left in an orphanage and survived alone, without parents, friends, or support. In the end, he still chose to live, fight, move forward, and abandon regret. Now he was going to kill the cult leader and cleanse this place of sin a little. He advised the child to try living in a world freed from the pressure of that bastard's will. In return, Andrea would become his ally and play her role in the future story. Brian performed the ritual and said they were now connected. It was time to go and destroy the chief occultist, and this guy was clearly strong. He looked even crazier than expected because of the influence of magical power. The leader was different from the fanatics because he could not use skills, but in raw strength, he was not inferior to the destroyer. In the last battle, Brian had spent a lot of energy, and now he could not use skills either. At the same time, his opponent possessed a relic that gave him the advantage. The pot that devours evil could kill any chosen target. The relic had a cooldown before it could be used again, but Brian would need help to win. Teresa would have to reach the boss at the exact moment his relic went on cooldown and became useless. Everyone around them was already prepared for a brutal battle, holding their breath while waiting for the bloody and furious finale. Victory had to be won at any cost, or this entire path, all the suffering and every loss would become meaningless. But before the fight, they could talk a little because Brian wanted to know where the boss's main ally had disappeared to. He had planned to eliminate that mysterious man in the mask, but somehow, the guy had already managed to slip away. The occult boss could not understand how the champion had used skills while openly breaking the laws and restrictions of the god himself. Now this madman had to sacrifice Brian and force him to repent for all his past crimes. Teresa clearly saw the relic and remembered her friend's instructions, patiently waiting to strike like a venomous cobra. The moment the cursed relic went on cooldown, Teresa would act immediately with lightning precision. Until that happened, Brian stepped forward boldly and fought with the wild fury of a true demon. The cult leader felt a heavy titanium heel slam straight into his forehead and leave him disoriented. When the right moment arrived, Brian secretly signaled his friend using the gesture they had agreed on in advance. The blonde stepped forward with confidence and launched her attack on the boss from behind like the wind of death. Everything happened incredibly fast, but Andrea watched every movement and understood the whole point of the fight. The boss managed to break free from the hold and slammed Teresa several meters back into the wall. After that, he viciously showed off his heavy fists and left Brian with a nasty black eye. Who did this upstart think he was? And did he really believe he could surpass the champion of the tower? Brian had cleared this game front to back and sideways, so a fight like this was just a warm-up before the real nightmare. He had destroyed monsters tens of thousands of times stronger than this occultist, and even without skills, his strikes were deadly. Teresa had no reason to doubt it. Her close friend would not let this madness-possessed enemy leave here alive. The real problems were only beginning, because the relic had activated and was ready to unleash its cursed power on everyone. The madman began chanting dark spells, and it was almost impossible to understand the meaning of his deranged muttering. But it worked, and the mysterious pot flashed, sparkled, and began pulsing with multicolored light. Only now was everything truly beginning, because absolutely everything, including everyone's lives, depended on Teresa's reaction. The relic had a long cooldown between activations, and the blonde had to use that vulnerable window to land the decisive blow. To do that, she carefully watched the eyes of the artifact, because their glow would reveal the exact moment to attack. Brian looked at his friend and smiled softly, and she instantly felt that he trusted her completely. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze for the champion. Time stopped, and reality shrank into a single point. The relic activated without warning, and 1 second later, Brian fell, struck down by its unavoidable power. His allies froze in horror, because no one knew he had truly planned to accept his own death willingly. He had no other choice because the cursed relic killed anyone caught in its aim. The system notified the player that his life force had run out, and the devil's curse faded along with it. The boss smiled with satisfaction, feeling new energy boil in his veins as he enjoyed the thrill of a fresh sacrifice. To him, this was the perfect offering, and the devilish god would surely bless such a valuable trophy. Tears appeared in Teresa's eyes, not from grief alone, but from rage, resistance, and pain all mixed together. In that instant, she automatically became the new sacrifice, and the boss immediately unleashed his fury on her. Then his gaze fell on the child hiding in the corner, the same girl he had wanted to devour for a long time. He tried to grab the little girl, but took a crushing blow from behind and roared in pain. Teresa was not the kind of woman you could afford to ignore, not even for a second. She did not forgive even the smallest mistake, and that was exactly why she was called the Holy Knight of Valor. Only now did the real fight begin, and this show would be merciless, uncensored, and without pity. All this time, Brian's body lay in a pool of his own blood, the champion taking his final breath before going still. Teresa was now at a disadvantage too, because her physical strength was lower, and she could not use her skills. She did not dare think about defeat, because if she lost, her ally would never return to life. Too much depended on her decisions because Brian had given everything to entrust the final blow to her. Time was almost gone, and as soon as the relic finished cooling down, Teresa would become its next victim. She quickly understood that she could not win in a head-on clash, so she had to play differently, with deception and cunning. The girl decided to use a Tom and Jerry strategy, luring the monster into a trap through trickery and acting. She deliberately stuck her golden hair out from her hiding place, baiting the monster into a trap of despair. The perverted boss smiled with satisfaction, already sensing the sweet smell of fear coming from his prey. In his sick head, the plan was already complete. First knock Teresa out, then find the little girl and finish her off. When Teresa woke up, he would show her how her little friend became a sacrifice on the altar of madness. But that plan was never meant to happen, because letting that monster get near Andrea was far too dangerous. For a moment, despair took over Teresa, the world collapsed, and only darkness and rage remained inside her. All the responsibility fell onto her shoulders, and never before had she felt such crushing pressure. Meanwhile, the enemy noticed the golden hair and headed toward it, intending to rip her head off. He was blinded by confidence in his own invincibility, and became vulnerable to the simplest trick. At the last moment, Teresa skillfully cut off her own hair, leaving it behind as bait for the blind fanatic. To her, that was no sacrifice because it was only hair, and she would give far more if it meant bringing Brian back. Hair meant nothing if the champion of the Tower of Trials did not rise again and open his eyes. In moments like this, reality seems to slow down, and a million thoughts and decisions rush through your mind. The boss tried to activate the relic again, but at that moment, Andrea stepped onto the arena. The little girl bravely pushed one of the pots, disrupting the ritual and pulling the monster's attention away. All this time, she had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for her moment. And now she finally took that insane step forward. Thanks to her interference, Teresa managed to gain control of the death relic, and once again, fate was in her hands. Before the battle, Brian had taught her the correct spell to activate the ancient power. To do that, she needed not only knowledge of a dead language, but also a huge supply of energy, because the soul would be drained. When the right moment came, Teresa had to speak the key words and finish the fight. Now she felt hot blood spreading through her body, and this was the exact moment Brian had told her about. She spoke several phrases in the dead language, and the relic flared with ominous blue flames. The leader of the occultists howled like a wounded beast, horror filling his eyes and fear twisting his face. Insane energy rushed toward him to tear the last remains of life force from his body. He cried, called out to his dark god and begged for mercy, but this time no one heard him. Anyone who chooses darkness must die in agony while hearing the crunch of their own bones. Everything was finally over. The boss had fallen, and little Andrea had not been harmed at all. Teresa immediately rushed to Brian, unable to believe he still had not come back to life. Her close friend lay breathless, motionless, and without hope, as if everything was truly over. But with the boss gone, the restrictions disappeared too. The skill lock was lifted, and the curse faded away. The automatic protection of Heaven skill activated, giving Brian the chance to be reborn. His life energy returned and his body began shining as if a saint himself had descended from heaven to earth. A few moments later, he rose from the dead and greedily breathed in the air of freedom. Yes, dying is unpleasant, but this guy had defeated death long ago and simply repeated an old trick. Teresa could not hold back her happiness, and it was hard to believe she saw him only as a friend, because it clearly looked like something more had been there for a long time. The leader of the 5th floor had been destroyed, but the path to the next floor still did not open. To leave, they had to exit the floor's territory, and only then would the clearing conditions be considered complete. This level had one special feature. The boss status could be transferred to another person, regardless of strength. Strangely enough, killing the boss was not actually the main condition for clearing the floor. Whoever took the pot in their hands would automatically become the new master of the 5th floor. Brian planned to hand this relic to Andrea. Strange as that might sound at first. He had promised her she could live without the cult and without fear, and he had kept every word. Andrea deserved a chance at a peaceful, happy life, and now no one would hurt her. Along with the relic, she received the title, and the girl filled with power before turning into an adult in an instant. Now she was the new ruler of this place and would forever serve her savior and mentor. After receiving Brian's blessing, she ran straight into Teresa's arms, now seeing her as an older sister. After several hours of warm embraces, it was time to say goodbye, because the tower was calling, and the path upward would not wait. Rumors spread quickly, and everyone learned about the triumph on the 5th floor. Brian once again confirmed his legendary nickname, and his name thundered louder than ever. Ordinary people celebrated the victory as if they had defeated the boss themselves, and it was honestly pleasant to watch. Only one person made it out alive, all thanks to the champion who seemed to be living a second life. But one observer felt no joy about these events, and his name was Marcus. Marcus looked upset because once again, he had ended up second when he desperately wanted to be first, the best, and unbeatable. At that moment, he heard someone loudly pounding on his door, even though he clearly was not expecting guests today. A second later, the front door exploded with a crash, as if an enraged Tyrannosaurus had slammed into it. A blond man with a weapon in his hands and a mask on his face burst into the house without an invitation, without knocking, and without warning. This guy's name was Gawain, and his manners were more than unusual, so all that remained was to wonder why he had come here at all. As it turned out, Brian was the one who had started this chaos by organizing a ridiculous raid on Marcus's home. When Marcus realized the champion was behind this, his face twisted with anger, rage, and an unquenchable thirst for blood. His cozy apartment had turned into ruins, and all of it was just a stupid joke from the tower champions. Meanwhile, Brian was enjoying life and did not even know what consequences his fun had caused. He returned home and decided to thank the people who had always supported him by throwing a small celebration. Alice happily ran through stores, buying everything that caught her eye, from sweets to jewelry. Her actions could have caused inflation, but this creature did not care about humanity's economic problems. In exchange for training Andrea, Alice had received freedom, the chance to live for herself and deny herself nothing. Meanwhile, Andrea had to master the basics of life as a boss, including the position, habits, and daily routine. She had lessons ahead of her in the basic skills every floor ruler needed, basically an etiquette course for bosses. As for Brian, everything was going great because his growth and development had exceeded every expectation, even the boldest ones. The guilds had raised an entire army of rankers powered up in dungeons, but even they could not reach the champion's level. For clearing the 5th floor, Brian received a special reward, a mirror, capable of piercing any barrier. This relic connects the user to the place they need, but it can only be used in truly critical situations. Brian decided to check whether everything had been fine during his absence and whether anything important had happened. At the same time, he wanted to ask an old friend for a small but very meaningful favor. Right now, the champion's face was on every channel. People discussed him around the clock, and he had become a true star. Crowds lined up just to join his guild and fight side by side with the legend. But Brian himself was focused on other matters, because he needed to meet certain people not for publicity, but for business. After only a few hours, the meeting had been arranged, and our hero headed to a central cafe. There, he met a representative of the Fathers of Battle Guild, an adult man named Kim. A lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and many things had changed. The former terrifying guild leader now looked humble, polite, and even a little scared in front of the champion. Brian apologized for the trouble with the Mandrake, explaining that he had been completely absorbed in clearing the tower. As an apology, he offered to improve the contract terms because the Fathers of Battle controlled 10 high-rank dungeons. His request was simple: one dungeon on the third floor in exchange for an alliance. Despite his polite appearance, Kim clearly disliked the champion and was barely holding back his irritation. He was still poisoned by the mandrake and hoped Brian would give him a recovery potion. But in return, he was demanding too much and acting like all the power was in his hands. After thinking for a long time, Kim grew tired of the negotiations and wanted to end the conversation. But then he froze when Brian mentioned something no one else knew. As it turned out, the Fathers of Battle had been failing to clear the Grey Temple and were losing their reputation. Their raid failures were putting the guild in a dangerous position, threatening its standing and the players' trust. Brian was ready to clear the Grey Temple himself in exchange for access to the dungeon he needed. That offer became the turning point, because this was how real negotiations were done. Now let's move far away from the noisy cafe to the ancient city of Vienna, the heart of Austria. Today, lovers of high culture, classical music, and true art had gathered here. Brian brought Alice here to fulfill the conditions of a quest by enjoying a work that changed an entire era. As soon as the task was completed, he received the skill of perfect pitch and a deep understanding of the musical world. As it turned out, even while relaxing, you could level up skills and become stronger. Now he could allow himself to relax a little before returning home to Korea. Although, to be honest, music was not the only reason for this visit, because there was something else just as important. It was connected to the elven forest located on the 6th floor of the tower. Oh yes, those same elves who consider themselves the superior race and guard the forest with fanatical obsession. They say that if you live there for 3 months, the door to the next floor will open, but players keep making the same mistake. They are obsessed with leveling, so after checking in, they immediately leave to grind on other floors. That is a fundamental misunderstanding because every floor has unique goals and demands a thoughtful approach. After his serious conversation with Kim, Brian realized it was time to move forward. He finished everything necessary and arrived at the entrance to the Temple of Class Selection. This majestic building on the 3rd floor is visited by players who want to decide their future path. Here, you can find a mentor, change your class, and basically enter paradise if you are still searching for yourself. However, no one suspects that a horrific, deadly labyrinth is hidden beneath the building. This was where Brian met Kim again, and Kim fully understood the importance of this meeting. Other members of the Fathers of Battle team were with them too, led by the captain of the 2nd squad, Leo. Leo turned out to be a hardcore fan of the champion, having watched every video and even hung a poster in his room. The other team members were also crazy about Brian because he was now a national hero. Even the guild's best fighters bowed before him. That was how massive his influence had become. Even though Leo was the official leader in reality, everyone listened only to Brian. Right now, only victory mattered, and everything else was irrelevant. Brian announced that the operation would begin in 30 minutes, so for now, everyone could prepare their gear and check their equipment. He decided to use the moment to visit the class selection teacher. She tried to understand his ambitions and opened many possible development paths before him. But there was only one thought in his head: surpass the stalker Marcus. That guy was insanely proud of his barrier skill, and now Brian wanted to beat him by accepting the Barrier Master quest. He wanted to defeat his rival on his own field. Bold, maybe, but that was his style. While walking through the Avenue of Stars, he noticed samurai entering the building. It looked like they had a conflict with the Fathers of Battle, and the situation could turn into a brutal clash. Tim had no intention of letting those Japanese pigs into the Grey Temple, but the samurai did not care about his bands. Many people were disappointed by the Fathers of Battle's failures and wanted to remove them from the clearing attempt. The Samurai Guild was developing rapidly thanks to excellent organization and smart scouting. They really might be able to clear the temple, but right now, this kind of competition could destroy everyone. Brian understood that if he did not step in now, everything would explode like an atomic bomb. The moment he appeared, every gaze instantly turned toward him, a figure impossible to ignore. The Korean legend and ranker was admired by everyone, except the samurai. After walking up to them, he decided to use his sharp tongue and play with fire a little. He admitted that the Fathers of Battle had failed to clear the Grey Temple, but the samurai had failed their previous attempt too. His words did not calm the conflict, but instead poured gasoline on the fire. Then the samurai leader accepted the challenge and said something that turned the whole situation upside down. Their team had someone who had reached the 30th floor, an absolute master, the strongest of the strong. Brian was stunned, because had someone really managed to surpass him, or was that just absurd? The samurai possessed information about floors most players could not even dream of. They were confident, and their progress was moving fast, all thanks to that knowledge. This called for activating Greedy Gaze. The champion was shocked because the person in front of him was not lying, or at least sincerely believed what he was saying. He began scanning every warrior gathered in the hall, analyzing and checking every detail. All the samurai passed through the lie system, but one guy drew special attention. His name was Yakamoto. He was 25 years old and he really was special. This warrior possessed partial foresight, a skill that allowed him to glimpse the tower's upper floors. That was a serious problem, and now Brian absolutely had to copy his ability. The samurai had suspected his talent a couple of months ago after one important incident. Back then, Yakamoto foresaw that a trap would not work, and the guild succeeded because of that. The truth was that his ability was not the real future, but only an incomplete reflection of it. He carefully hid his skills to earn respect, because before that, he had been nothing but useless trash. He really could see fragments of the future, slightly more accurate than a prediction, but still nowhere near as clear as experience. Brian saw right through this player, and from that moment on, the real game finally began. Kim suddenly lost it, because he thought all of this was complete nonsense and did not believe a single word. He was already about to throw a punch, but then he saw Brian confidently controlling the situation and understood that interfering was a bad idea. The champion suggested teaming up with the samurai and clearing the Grey Temple together so they could finally get results. Those words shocked not only the fathers of battle, but even the samurai themselves, because no one had expected this kind of turn. No one dared refuse, so everyone agreed, and the group headed into the temple, ready for a massacre. Only Kim was boiling with rage, because after everything he had been through, he would never agree to deal with samurai even for a mountain of gold. Brian gently but firmly asked him to cool down, because he knew perfectly well what he was doing. He wanted the samurai guild to understand that next to the champion of the tower, they were nothing but dust under his feet. And step by step, they entered the cursed temple labyrinth where chills immediately ran across their skin. Dozens of players had once died here, becoming martyrs of this tower, frozen in stone forever. The punishment seemed impossibly cruel, but not to these proud, overconfident samurai. For every achievement, Brian gained skills, and today, he obtained the Moon Seal. This gift allowed him to speed up the activation of every barrier, opening new horizons before him. Once he studied the forgotten languages of the tower, his possibilities would become limitless. Right now, no human even suspected the existence of ancient languages tied to the very nature of the tower. Only the first person to conquer the tower to the very end would receive this reward, and only Brian knew that. Right now, he was like a predatory tiger that had caught the scent of blood, ready to sink its fangs into the target. This guy never gave up, and he was planning to go all the way. Meanwhile, Yakamoto received a new vision and urgently reported it to Harry, his leader. Everyone instantly took battle positions when they saw a giant cobra approaching. Yakamoto's warning worked, and the samurai were the first to charge into battle. The players began moving like a well-oiled machine, leaving the enemy no chance to survive. The creature felt the full power and fury of the tower's best fighters. Not a single chance, because after one attack came another, then a third, and so on until the end. Harry acted like a true captain, moving forward boldly instead of hiding behind his allies. It had to be admitted that he deserved respect, and maybe even the title of boss. The fathers of battle only watched, because they did not even have time to step in before the fight was over. Leo admitted that they were not that coordinated yet, and still had a long road ahead before reaching true greatness. For a moment, let's return to the 5th floor, where things are getting pretty lively today. Alice continued training Andrea, the little girl who had received enormous power. A vampire with 1,000 years of experience knew what she was talking about, because she had lived in the tower for entire ages and studied every law inside it. They had a lot of work ahead, no less than the people fighting inside the Grey Temple. The players in the labyrinth stopped at a fork in the road, left or right. Yakamoto's skill failed him, because he could not determine the exact path and began losing confidence. Brian decided to play on that and pretended he had heard the right answer from his ally. He loudly announced that they had to go left, supposedly because that path allowed them to avoid every trap. Harry believed him and ordered the group to move in that direction. Brian had begun a clever game where every word was a tool and every gesture was a weapon. He already understood that Yakamoto's foresight was far from perfect. In reality, the path did not matter, because both roads led straight to hell. That was exactly why the Grey Temple still had not been cleared. Harry threw a heavy look at Yakamoto, as if blaming him for the failure. Yakamoto only shrugged and said it was a simple trap, so there was no need to worry. But calm disappears fast when deadly fire is flying right into your face. The players screamed in pain as their bodies burned like they were in hell, and panic broke out. Calm turned into chaos, their composure vanished, and their minds drowned in fear. Yakamoto cursed Brian in his head, believing he had led everyone into a trap. But then he looked at the champion and was surprised. Brian was calmly chanting a mysterious spell as if nothing had happened, and the first stage of the class quest had begun. He was as calm as stone and paid no attention to the chaos around him. His barrier lit up the entire corridor, blocking the deadly lasers. The players breathed in relief because the attack stopped and the corridor became safe. Even though the class had not officially been obtained yet, Brian was already doing the impossible. He had completed the first phase of the quest, and new abilities now awaited him. Ahead were hundreds of laser dodges and a path toward relics. This was madness because no one had expected a trial like this. But Brian had the situation fully under control and had no intention of dying. His body moved with precision and flexibility, like a hunter in the forest, agile and graceful. To ordinary players, this looked like magic, more like a movie than reality. Next to Brian, even the best samurai looked like a flock of frightened sheep. And on top of that, the champion was smiling, so yes, he was definitely insane. Before the start, Leo had wondered why Kim trusted an outsider. Kim explained that there are moments when it is better to step back than die out of stubbornness. He was ready to give up control for the sake of the goal, just so someone could finally clear the temple. Kim had made a difficult decision, surrendering control for the sake of the future. Thanks to his alliance with Brian, he had received a chance, and he grabbed it with both hands. For his efforts, the champion received a special relic, the Crystal of Blazing Flame. Sadly, not everyone was that lucky, because most players could not handle the lasers. Many players lost limbs, and some lost their lives. Every gaze turned toward the one who had promised them a safe route. Brian mocked them, saying they had believed in the wrong hero. They should not have told fairy tales about a master from the 30th floor. At the critical moment, all of that turned out to be fiction. It was time to come back down to earth because miracles do not exist. The champion had not revealed the danger to anyone because those were the quest conditions. Half the raid had to die or the mission would not count. Brian also had to take the blazing flame in order to awaken the temple guardian. Everything was going according to plan, so the real fun was starting, and it was time to pop the champagne. The fire serpent was the guest of the party, and it had come to have fun. The survivors pulled together and prepared for battle. This was a level 55 monster, Medusa's pet, wrapped in flames and immune to physical attacks. Only someone who possessed ice magic could defeat it. To beat fire, you have to cool things down. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the most effective. The samurai were not ready and fell under the fury of the underground beast. First, they had lost allies to the traps, and now they were being burned alive. Harry, yesterday's captain, was now nothing but a charred corpse. Only Yakamoto survived, and he saw Brian raise the shield of Perseus. It was a legendary artifact filled with ancient protective power. Yakamoto tried to understand who this man was and how he knew everything. Brian was openly mocking him now because he even knew about Yakamoto's hidden abilities. From the very beginning, he had known this guy was nothing but a fake prophet. Their conversation was interrupted by the monster's next attack. The serpent was used to incinerating enemies, but this time everything was different. It had met the perfect enemy, experienced and merciless. With one movement of his hand, Brian activated an ice spell and froze the beast. Ice prison was the perfect solution for hot-headed opponents. After something like that, refusing to acknowledge him as the god of the tower was simply impossible. That is what experience does. Even a weakling can become a legend. Yakamoto fell to his knees, begging forgiveness from the one he had failed to recognize, his true boss. Brian calmly began saying that he really was a god trapped inside a human body. And even if that sounded questionable, because a true god would not need to clear the tower floor by floor, it was better to keep that thought to yourself right now. His words carried so much weight that Yakamoto immediately bowed, trembling with fear and worship. He was sure fate had given him the chance of a lifetime, because the god of the Tower of Trials himself had noticed him. Yakamoto swore he would become a loyal follower and obey any order Brian gave. All that remained was to seal the deal, because if he ever betrayed his god, he would regret it more than anything in his life. Brian touched his face with a burning hand, and the contract was sealed. The system disabled the damaged barrier, and the players could finally look around. They saw that the monster that had wiped out the entire samurai guild had been defeated by one man. Every survivor felt awkward, because victory had not come from their own efforts, but from someone else's achievement. But it was too early to celebrate, because Medusa had no intention of silently watching her favorite beast die. Those who relaxed too soon would soon regret it bitterly, because the real battle was still ahead. the air filled with an icy shiver, the familiar signal that disaster was approaching. One player felt the cold fingers of death touch his head. He instinctively turned to see the attacker, but it was already too late. One look was enough to turn a person into stone. In this fight, vision was the enemy, and only those who trusted instinct and intuition could survive. Medusa Gorgon had appeared to take revenge, destroy everything, and erase anyone who dared touch her beloved pet. She saw the players as monsters for killing the only creature she was attached to. Gorgon's magic quickly spread through the entire temple, and Leo realized it was time to act. He reminded everyone that this was the very battle they had come here for. So now they had to fight with honor and courage. The head of the monster that had killed so many warriors had to be cut off at any cost. A life-or-death battle began. Light against darkness, honor against rage, compassion against revenge. Leo led the squad forward, but he was met with a crushing blow and instantly thrown back. His body shook from pain, blood poured from his mouth, and it felt like his insides had been turned inside out. It was terrifying to even imagine how hellish that pain was, and he was not the only one who felt it. The warriors who had just been eager to fight now ran around in panic, their will and reason completely gone. Monsters like Gorgon feed on fear, and every frightened scream only made her stronger. If the champion had not stepped in, the fighters would have been ground into dust within minutes. Brian waited patiently, sacrificing a few players in order to mislead his opponent. And when the moment came, he rushed forward like a furious lion that had caught the scent of blood. Gorgon tried to turn him to stone by looking him directly in the eyes, but it was useless, because the activated greedy gaze skill gave him complete immunity to petrification. Now he could stare at her as much as he wanted and even mock her without risking becoming a statue. Once Medusa realized her main trump card was useless, she activated her own territory. Inside this field, she moved faster and cast spells at double speed. Streams of acid rushed toward Brian, eating through the air and the temple walls. The champion had no choice but to activate the Demon Sword King's steps and charge straight into danger. Two opponents rushed toward each other, each dreaming of landing the first fatal strike. In Brian's hand was the legendary Shield of Perseus, and it gave its owner the decisive advantage. He easily avoided the attack and forced Gorgon to feel fear, the same fear his enemies had felt before. Now all that remained was to touch her forehead and use a special technique. This ability was called the Sealed Coffin, a grim name, but a fitting one. As soon as Brian activated the skill, the system registered his new class Barrier Setter. Gorgon's freedom was over, and now only an eternal prison awaited her. She would beg for mercy, but strength would no longer help her. Only the champion's mercy could. The class change quest was complete, the monster had been sealed, and the players were in shock. Usually for quests like this, people catch goblins from the first floor, but not Brian. He decided to tame the most dangerous creature right away, and he succeeded. Now he had become not only a master of barriers, but also an expert in runes, with a new level of access to the tower's secret knowledge. This secret class made the gap between him and other players almost hopeless. Still, unexplored runes and new pages of ancient knowledge were waiting ahead. There, he could gain even more power and speed up his climb. Without boosts like these, the top of the tower would remain unreachable. He had already cleared the ending in the virtual world, and now he planned to do the same in reality. Usually monsters are killed, skinned, and turned into trophies, but here, everything was different. Killing Medusa did not give any real reward like it used to. Her head lost its magic outside the temple, and her skin released poison that killed the owner. So Brian decided to perform a special ritual. He mixed rare components and drew a bloody symbol on the floor. This mark opened a channel to the secret temple, hidden deep inside the tower. There, he contacted the librarian, the person who knew more about hidden possibilities than anyone else. Their conversation had to clarify what should be done with the living Medusa now. No one had ever captured her before, so clear instructions simply did not exist. Judging by Rick Hennessy's reaction, the man was clearly intrigued. He loved Greek mythology and could not pass up such a rare artifact. If the library hesitated, the champions would simply finish the monster off. Understanding that, Rick instantly stopped Brian. He opened a portal so they could discuss Gorgon's fate in person. Brian felt something new opening before him and decided to take the risk by stepping into the portal. Ancient architecture surrounded him, along with the scent of lotus and dusty columns. Egypt in all its glory. He had arrived on the 42nd floor of the tower, in the city of the ancient gods. This place was known as the White Oasis, and no living person had ever reached it before. For the first time in history, the champion met the gods before reaching the top of the tower. The librarian came to this meeting because the Egyptian gods had long been waiting to meet the legend. His name was spoken in every corner of the tower, and the gods wanted to see him in person. Brian followed the guide, hoping this was not a trap, but an opportunity. He felt magic, the scent of dreams, and the presence of beings impossible to describe. Soon, they reached a crater where a majestic sphinx had once stood. It had disappeared after Brian lied while hiding behind Anubis's name. That lie had not gone unnoticed, and the story sharply turned in a new direction. But the champion was not afraid because he feared neither gods nor their power. He challenged fate and said that as long as they were not at the top, there was nothing to fear. Rick Hennessy burst out laughing, not from madness, but from shock at such arrogance. Because of that challenge, a new player entered the stage. Osiris, the god of rebirth, appeared, along with Anubis himself, the god of death. The librarian tried to smooth over the conflict, claiming the player's visit had been officially authorized. He asked the gods to follow the laws of the tower and not turn this into a massacre. Brian did not flinch even here and spoke to them as if they were old acquaintances. Anubis had no right to kill him directly, so he would have to follow the rules. He summoned a warrior, the strongest servant of death, prepared specifically to fight players. Guide of the Dead, Soul Catcher, Reaper, his name was lost somewhere in the legends. This was the most dangerous opponent available for battle on the 6th floor. With Brian's current skills, victory was impossible, which raised the obvious question: what should he do? If Brian lasted even 5 seconds, he would receive any treasure from the temple. He could have refused, but of course he did not. He realized he needed an impulse and bought royal blood for 2,000 coins. By activating the Demon Sword King's steps, he increased his power by 1,500%. The monster did not last even a second, because the champion's strike was fatal. Absolute fantasy. Brian had defeated the god of death on the 6th floor. The gods refused to believe what had happened, because none of them could have imagined an ordinary player was capable of something like this. But a deal was a deal, and now Horus, the god of the sun, would not let his fellow god break his promise. Brian received the right to choose absolutely any treasure from the ancient treasury of the gods. Inside were relics, artifacts, and treasures whose value had long since gone beyond any limits. The champion of the Tower of Trials was free to choose anything he wanted, with no restrictions on power or price. And immediately after that, he received another offer, one just as tempting. One way or another, he would have reached this floor sooner or later, because even the gods had recognized his strength. Brian was offered the chance to stay here as the floor's governor, exchanging gold and gifts for power and influence. This was called choosing a patron, an incredibly rare privilege that had never been offered to a human from the 6th floor. A god's patronage was an insanely powerful advantage, and the librarian was sure Brian would accept without hesitation. That was why he was so surprised when he heard the confident answer. No, Brian was not even considering options like that, because his path led higher, and he had no intention of losing course. Instead of power, he preferred a special item, already knowing exactly what he needed. A few minutes later, Horus walked out of the treasury and silently headed toward Anubis. The god of death's impulsiveness had caused problems again. Nothing new there. Anubis was shocked to learn that Brian had chosen the black wooden egg. Because did he actually understand what it was? This egg contained a power so dangerous that even the gods preferred not to touch it. One wrong step, and the egg could become a catastrophe for all of humanity. When Alice learned what Brian had chosen, she decided her boss had finally lost his mind. Incorrect incubation would lead to disaster, so the level of caution needed here was beyond extreme. Even if it succeeded, the creature born from it could easily wipe an entire city off the map. Alice reacted so violently that she had to be locked away in storage again. She talked too much, and sometimes silence really was necessary. For the first time in a long while, Brian felt real excitement, his mind boiling and his heart pounding wildly. Right now, he needed to focus and squeeze every last drop out of himself. Once he had heard a phrase from a strange adventurer named Fez, and he remembered it for the rest of his life. Tasty mana is the key to everything. Sounded like nonsense back then, but now it was starting to make sense. He activated all his inner energy and merged with the fire element. Several techniques were fused into one, so the ancient egg could absorb mana from the atmosphere itself. There was no doubt about it, the creature inside liked it, and you could even say it was smiling. The shell cracked, and the head of an ancient dragon appeared from within. Now Brian had to focus a little mana and feed the newborn monster. The dragon was satisfied, which meant it had recognized its new master. The tower's residents were shocked, because no one had ever tamed a creature like this before. Brian gave it a name, Bruce, and immediately activated his taming skills. Several days had passed since those events, and the champion could finally catch his breath. Mr. Fred, the manager of the CWB channel, had been dreaming of interviewing him for a long time. He hosted the most popular program in the world and hoped Brian would answer a few questions. Usually, players at this level refused interviews and sent agents in their place. But everything changes when a true star appears in the studio, and the hype breaks every record. Viewers wanted to hear the secrets of clearing the tower, which was exactly why the show's ratings were through the roof. However, the champion had no intention of wasting his time for free. Only magic crystals would do. The TV studio agreed and offered a generous, almost unlimited contract. But in return, Brian had to appear on air with one interesting person. The offer was tempting. But who exactly was this mysterious guest? Looks like something very entertaining is waiting for us, so it is time to get the popcorn ready. Tired of endless battles? Then you are about to see the Tower of Trials from a completely new angle. Daniel, the head of the Black Luck Guild, arrived for the show, and he had old scores to settle with Brian. He was not alone, because top Chinese players Cheeto and Betty came with him. This lineup promised phenomenal views and maximum intrigue. Finally, the champion of the tower himself appeared in the studio, the man whose name thundered across every floor. He smiled warmly and asked how his old acquaintance Daniel was doing. Daniel had already restored his reputation and dragged his friends along to show off in public. Let's see how this ends, because Brian still looked relaxed and casually amused. The other participants could not say the same, because every one of them was on guard. Their faces said it all. They were tense to the limit, as if preparing for battle. The holy woman of Amsterdam, the mysterious Teresa, was also taking part in the show. Beside her was the famous Korean martial arts master, Mr. Chun. And the legendary stalker had also arrived, the sword master named Marcus. Daniel clearly did not like this, because he had wanted to mock Brian, but everything had gone off script. Marcus had not come for polite small talk, and he did not hide his hostility. These two could not stand each other, and nothing had changed since then. The studio had turned into a powder keg, and one spark would be enough to blow everything up. Brian had too many powerful allies, and Daniel's partners were starting to turn away from him. They had gotten what they wanted, and now no longer wanted to stand in his shadow. Just like that, Brian had won the battle before the show even began. The journalists stopped noticing Daniel, as if he had turned into a rotten banana on the roadside. Brian himself felt right at home in the studio, calm and confident. He thanked his friends for helping at the right moment, even if not everyone liked hearing it. Marcus did not like gratitude, especially from someone he did not trust. Brian suggested forgetting old grudges and starting over with a clean slate. But that was not so simple, because not long ago, he had sent mysterious main warriors after Marcus. Marcus had been forced to face one of them and feel the full strength of his opponent. Gawain was strong, but compared to Brian, he was nothing. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun decided to find out what kind of relationship Teresa had with the champion. He would gladly marry his granddaughter to Brian if the opportunity appeared. Even with competition involved, Teresa had no idea what her grandfather was planning. Today, all of them were taking part in The Climb, and the show promised to be explosive. Brian received more questions than anyone else because viewers wanted to know his secrets. Millions were watching, the ratings were growing like yeast, and the revenue was breaking every record. The champion's advice was simple: try again and again until you succeed. Everyone expected something genius, but he kept repeating basic cliches. The viewers felt disappointed because lines like that would not help a single beginner. The ratings suddenly dropped, and the program started turning into a failure. Fred was shocked, because his brilliant idea had turned into an outright embarrassment. But Brian did not care, because he had come for the reward and he would get it. If anyone tried to trick him, not a single pane of glass would stay intact in the studio. He was not someone you could play with, especially considering how much he knew. He immediately noticed a photo of Fred with Harry, which meant the brothers were back in the story. Let's remember that Harry was the same streamer who had deceived Brian for years and profited from his success. At the very beginning of the story, when the world changed, he died because of his own greed. The champion remembered how the brothers ruined streamers' lives for pocket change. Their contracts were shady, and many people suffered from their greed. They broke many lives while profiting from other people's talent. Brian had forgotten nothing, and one careless word would send Fred flying out the window. Fred had no choice but to lower his head and meet every demand the champion made. Now all the TV company's crystals officially belonged to the player. According to the contract, he had 2 hours to take as many magic stones from the vault as possible. Fred was sure that in such a short amount of time, Brian would not be able to take much. He thought he had outsmarted everyone, not even realizing he was playing with the most cunning predator in the entire tower. In the director's office, Fred looked at the photo with his brother, remembering the brighter moments of their friendship. Then he threw the picture into the trash and said the living had to live in the present. His brother was still getting in his way even after death, and now Fred intended to fix the situation. Maybe he would have to bring in journalists and blow up a scandal to destroy the champion's reputation. He returned to the vault, certain the player had already taken enough stones. The Fred was shocked when he saw that the entire vault was completely empty. The girls responsible for security looked like they had gone insane. They were petting the little dragon and claiming he was the cutest monster they had ever seen. Bruce really had eaten every stone, and even that was not enough for him. Fred immediately fainted, feeling as if the blood had stopped flowing through his body. This worm was still trying to use dirty tricks, but now they no longer worked. The monster leveled up and gradually turned into a creature capable of helping its master. Brian calmly headed home for a well-earned rest, unaware of what was happening in a nearby hotel. High-ranking hunters from China were still training there. They were surprised Brian had already managed to form an alliance with Korea's key players. The guy was developing faster than expected, and in reality, he was not even enemies with Marcus. The Chinese were sure Marcus and Brian were allies despite their disagreements. They would have to destroy anyone who refused to cooperate with China. The Red List already contained many talented players who were now marked for death. Brian and his friends knew none of this and continued living calmly. Recently, the hero had shown Marcus a special mirror obtained on the previous floor. This mirror was a portal to any location across the first 10 floors. The players met in the Elven Forest on the 6th floor, and Brian had called Marcus there for a reason. He could have handled it alone, but for some reason he decided to bring Marcus with him. After the mirror was activated, the barrier shattered and opened a new portal. Very quickly, 2 professional killers ended up on the 10th floor. This place was called Quiet Harbor, and it was filled with stone warriors guarding the boss. The stalker had to deal with them on his own. That was possible as long as he did not wake up the main boss, an invincible stone giant. If Marcus held off the enemies and delayed the boss for 1 minute, Brian would give him a serious duel. The stalker immediately accepted the challenge and charged into battle. He was ready to risk his life again and again for a chance to defeat his rival. He rushed at the stone warriors, forgetting all fear of death. The next morning, an unusual person appeared in a hair care store. This player was impossible to miss, even after changing her image. Teresa had changed her hairstyle, but her face was still the same. Recently, she had met the same commander she had raided the ruins with, Christopher. Teresa had come to use a hair restoration coupon. Together with Christopher, they restored their normal appearance and felt relieved. But that did not last long, because the curse was still active, and Christopher continued suffering without the perfect hairstyle. He still had a long road of suffering ahead because of an image that made it harder to meet girls. The curse had become punishment for all his sins. He was supposed to become the best general and think not about money, but about his allies. Because of his greed, other people had suffered, and that was unacceptable. But he had changed and was now walking the path of good. Christopher could become the head of St. Teresa's fan club and train tower newcomers. Now let's return to the 10th floor and see how the sword song technique works. Marcus had always been an excellent swordsman, and that had not changed. His movements were polished to perfection, and his strikes at the proper angles dealt serious damage to the stone statues. He destroyed every soldier and now had to last 1 minute against the boss. If he succeeded, he would get to fight Brian in a fair duel. For that, he was ready to risk his life. The boss looked like an invincible monster, and that feeling only grew stronger when it opened its eyes. The player felt a chill, and his body refused to obey his brain. When Marcus regained consciousness, he realized he was in a hospital and had serious health problems. That is what happens to people who overestimate themselves too much. Emily was beside him and explained what had happened. He guessed that she was Brian's slave, carrying out every order he gave. After waking up, the stalker received a gift, a large black crystal. He remembered fighting the boss of the 10th floor, which had activated the invincibility skill. The boss took no damage because neither physical nor magical attacks could reach their target. The stalker's sword broke in battle, and Marcus lasted only 20 seconds. Then the main character stepped into the arena, the very person he had been waiting for. Brian activated several powerful skills and challenged the invincible boss. The monster was known for being unbreakable, but the champion confidently dodged its attacks. His movements were so light that they angered the boss to the core. Gravity in the area increased 5-fold, and Marcus had never felt such pressure before. At one point, he thought Brian would die, but then something incredible happened. The man in the mask activated a level 1 barrier and instantly strengthened his magic. He focused power in the center of the barrier and gave the boss a durability test. The stone statue felt horror as it began being torn apart. For any other player, this would have been impossible, but not for Brian. He defeated the boss right in front of his rival, as if mocking Marcus. All that remained of the monster was a small stone. To copy invincibility, he only had to defeat the enemy, and Brian had done it. The champion obtained a priceless skill and sent his wounded friend a gift. Of course, it was basically just mockery, there was no other way to describe it. Meanwhile, Brian was still on the 6th floor in the Elven Forest, checking his stats and studying new possibilities. He had not uploaded a video to the Ghost channel in a while, so it was time to fix that. Alice decided to interrupt his thoughts and distract her master. She noticed that someone was watching him and advised him to be more careful. Brian ignored the warning and paid no attention to the tracker. He had no need for a fight because he planned to move on and deal with other problems. Meanwhile, events in Beijing were developing quickly. The China Guild had lost its chance to reach the 5th floor because of Brian, and now they had learned he had climbed as high as the 10th. One of the guild leaders had lost an ear because of his weakness. His name was Liko, and now he would have to buy a hearing aid. Namgung, the head of the China Guild and a highest-ranked player, was now personally controlling the situation. For some unknown reason, Brian had returned to the 6th floor, and the China Guild wanted to use that. The boss gave the order to burn the Elven Forest together with the champion of the Tower of Trials. Now it was clear that the tracker was working for many Chinese players. They wanted to destroy not only the forest and Brian, but also every witness. The tracker watched the target while trying not to reveal himself. Did he not understand that he was inside the Elven Forest, one of the most dangerous places in the tower? The Elven Forest was a perfect place to rest, because the 7th floor would not open for another 3 months. It was always lively here, with music playing and the noise of young tourists filling the air. A young elf girl had been interested in this special guy for a long time. It did not look like he had a goal, and it seemed like he was simply lost. Only an experienced person could navigate this forest, and the girl was sure Brian would not get out. She was surprised when he used scent to figure out where to go. To navigate by scent, you had to spend a lot of time in the forest, and ordinary people did not even know that trick existed. Right now, Brian had almost reached the legendary Veil of Illusions in the Elven Forest. Players caught inside this barrier start walking in circles, trapped in endless hallucinations and illusions. The elf girl decided to keep following Brian, and once his energy ran out and he lost consciousness, she would carry his body outside. But Brian turned out to be smarter than most and calmly walked through the illusion barrier without falling into the trap. That seriously pissed off the elf girl, who had been sure this guy was already on her hook. Meanwhile, Brian got seriously hungry and decided to show off his cooking skills. His otherworld table skill allowed him to cook anything he wanted, as long as it satisfied his appetite. The elf girl also felt hungry and decided to move closer to the source of that mouth-watering meat smell. But in this forest, cooking animal meat was actually forbidden, and for elves, it was a serious insult. Brian loudly declared that he was not cooking meat, but soy protein, and that was the truth. After smelling the food, the elf girl finally understood that she was looking at a true bean-based delicacy. The elves of the Tower of Trials loved cooking and everything connected to it. For them, food and music were sacred, although animal meat was strictly forbidden. Brian decided to play it smart and offered the elf a taste of his unusual delicacy. The elf simply could not refuse such insane pleasure. The food was unbelievably delicious, and for the first time the girl felt this kind of bliss. She looked like a child who had not been fed for several years straight. Brian was generous and fed her several plates. After that, the elf girl introduced herself. Her name was Sylvia, and she was a ranger of this forest. She apologized for the sudden attack and was ready to do anything to make up for it. That was exactly what Brian had been waiting for, because from the very beginning, he had wanted to reach the elf village. Beauty always ruled there. Green meadows, the rich scent of flowers and music flowing everywhere. The village chief was named Pan, and at first glance, he seemed like a cheerful, lively man. The same could not be said about the other elves who treated strangers with caution. Humans were not exactly honored in this sacred place, so Tesla was ready to shoot at the first opportunity. He was a proud ranger, completely confident in himself, and it would not be a bad idea to copy his shooting skill. Brian said he had received an invitation from Sylvia. Then he immediately deflected his opponent's arrow, showing that it was better not to mess with him. Elves who treat guests rudely risk losing their heads if they do not change their behavior. Sylvia finally stepped into the conflict and ordered her friend to calm down. She said this guy could cook a dish the elves had never tried before. The faces of everyone in the room changed the moment they heard about the unusual delicacy. The chief immediately asked everyone to calm down, while drool began to gather on his lips. Now let's talk a little about figs, a special fruit that grows in the forest. They contain a lot of mana, and eating one can significantly boost your stats. During the Moonlight Festival, the elves gather the harvest and give thanks to the forest. That was exactly the festival where Brian planned to surprise them with his culinary masterpieces. Today, the elves were true gluttons, ready to eat everything he cooked. This many delicious dishes had not been seen here since the great coming of the gods. No one was breaking the rules because they were eating soy-based food, not meat. The elves' bodies filled with life energy, and a rush of happiness hormones could be felt. Tesla looked extremely unfriendly because he was still sure someone was trying to poison him. Because of that, he got no portion and could only envy his friends. Meanwhile, the boss had already tasted the dish and declared he had never been this happy. The Moonlight Festival began, the music played loudly, and everyone started dancing. Players inside the forest could not help but hear the cheerful sounds of the celebration. They realized the elves had a festival today, which meant they would not be getting to sleep early. These guys were discussing elven customs and failed to notice danger approaching. The masked ninjas were already here, which meant it was time for a bloody reckoning. Young and inexperienced players became innocent victims of circumstance. It all happened because the China Guild had promised the boss they would leave no witnesses. Meanwhile, the elves continued enjoying the festival and having fun. They did not even suspect that their sacred celebration would soon be under threat. Representatives of the China Guild were already closer than anyone could have imagined. They were watching and waiting for the perfect moment to strike hard. The ninjas remained unnoticed while Brian continued arguing with Tesla. He wanted to compete in archery and prove that he was not inferior to his opponent in any way. The loser would have to leave the sacred forest forever. Tesla was not used to refusing challenges like this and was ready for the duel. An archery contest always draws attention, and only a blind person would refuse to watch this show. The warriors were ready. They had received their weapons and focused on the target. Tesla had plenty of support, so Brian decided to call someone to his side. He opened a portal and summoned the little dark dragon into this world. The outsider always shoots first, and today would be no exception. Brian was sure he would hit the target perfectly, but his preparation let him down. Tesla smiled, feeling that the newcomer would fail and soon leave the forest. He straightened his shoulders and aimed his arrow right at the target. At the last moment, the little dragon appeared above him to play his role in the contest. He activated his unique skill, Fear, which belonged only to him. Maybe for the first time in his life, the experienced ranger felt true, overwhelming fear. It lasted only a few seconds, but for Brian, that was enough to make him break. Everyone around felt the fear and stopped enjoying the festival. The elves scattered in every direction like willow petals falling in the wind by the river. The arrow never reached the target, a complete failure. Tesla did not understand what had happened, while his opponent and the dragon enjoyed their victory. There were no special restrictions, which meant any skills could be used. Now Brian had fulfilled every condition and copied his opponent's skill. His archery reached a new level, and now he was not inferior to the best elves. Tesla refused to admit defeat and insisted on a rematch. He still did not understand that Brian had already mastered his skill and become his equal. The elf hit the target perfectly with flawless precision. Sylvia knew Brian would lose and be forced to leave the forest. She asked him to apologize to Tesla and admit defeat, because Tesla was the best archer in the forest. In response, Brian only smiled and activated his ice skill. This guy always came up with something unusual, and this time was no exception. Using ice, he sent the target high into the sky. He did it to raise the difficulty and make the challenge match his level. Blood Rage energy fused with accuracy, and a new skill was born, Scarlet Magic Projectile. With destructive black flames, his shots became stronger and more precise. Now Brian was the best archer not only in the Sacred Forest, but in the entire Western world. Not even the legendary Legolas could repeat a shot like that. The spectators gathered for the show did not regret coming. They witnessed the impossible. The target split in two as if struck by lightning. Tesla admitted defeat and promised never to return. Everyone was upset, because their close friend was leaving the tribe for the first time in his life. Brian tried to stop him, reminding him that the festival was happening right now. He did not want to ruin the mood and offered to change the terms of the deal. At first, Tesla did not understand anything, but then decided the idea was not bad. Everything changed when he accepted the terms and regretted it very quickly. Every elf gathered at the festival could barely hold back their laughter. Where Brian came from, Only men with truly powerful spirits wore outfits like that. People called it a veteran's outfit, and in the modern world, it was even respected. It was hard to hold back their emotions, and loud, horse-like laughter immediately rang out all around. Tesla got so angry that he started hitting his friends. Sometimes it was useful for him to taste defeat, because this guy had always won before. Everyone was sure the festival had been a success, until strange screams suddenly rang out. One of the guards, his eyes clouded over, was approaching the boss. The entire crowd fell silent and no one was dancing or singing anymore. A member of the Outer Horizon was badly wounded, missing an arm and barely holding on to his sanity. He reported that the invaders were already here, and the invasion was inevitable. The guard said masked people had arrived without warning. All of them were well prepared and trained to kill without mercy. The guards tried to stop them, but there were too many assassins. They used different skills and fired at the elves from long range. Only one guard managed to escape, and now he could barely speak. Every gaze turned toward the boss because now he had to give the order. Pan shouted loudly, calling the entire settlement to prepare for battle. The elves grabbed whatever they could find: swords, arrows, spears, and hammers. Every high-ranking ranger gathered, preparing for war. Brian stood in the center of it all, feeling completely out of place. He became furious, as if someone had ruined his plan and tripped him on purpose. By that time, the players had already run into problems too. They tried to stop the mercenaries, begging them not to touch innocent civilians. But these guys did not understand because the China Guild had been ordered to leave no witnesses. Today, everyone inside the forest had to die. The unexpected guests mercilessly killed everyone around them. The forest darkened with blood, and the festival was completely ruined. The killers thought there would be no resistance, which was laughable. Tesla and his archers were already in position and began shooting down the scumbags. The boss arrived later, saw the blood-soaked forest, and felt his heart tighten with pain. All those little children should have had a chance at a full life. They were brutally killed without even being allowed to say goodbye to their families. The soul of every elf was crying, and their emotions could no longer be contained. Even Tesla lowered his head so no one would see his tears. He ordered his assistants to listen carefully to his next command. Right now, they had to evacuate the weaker elves to the center of the village and then form a circular defense. Every enemy had to be destroyed without mercy, because the elves had to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. Revenge is sacred, but did they actually have a plan? The killers were moving in a coordinated and efficient way. It was obvious this was not their first mission because they knew every corner of the forest. Even without communication, they followed their boss's orders, true professionals. There were more than 150 killers here, surrounding the forest and moving inward to find Brian and cut off his head. They were hunting the main target and leaving no chance for escape. No matter how strong the champion was, sooner or later, his defense would crack. That was exactly why the killers were confident in their victory. Brian understood the situation and decided not to hide or wait for guests. This guy never retreats. He only moves forward. He removed the warrior's mask and realized that the China Guild had come for him. He recognized the girl he had seen before the TV show. Today, they would have to answer for interfering with the festival of his new friends. Everyone had just received an emergency message. It said Brian had been found, and all forces had to be thrown into destroying him. The assassins tried to regroup, but their plan was falling apart. The champion of the Tower of Trials had prepared the elves and given them clear instructions on how to defeat the enemy. Tesla listened carefully and now knew exactly what to do. Meanwhile, Brian had already begun the cleanup, using the Demon Sword King. In battle, he was unbelievably good, and even experienced assassins were starting to fear him. Everyone around scattered in every direction. The mercenaries had a clear plan: find the main target and regroup. Brian understood that, so he arranged with the elves to act differently. They did not stand in the center of the village waiting for enemies, but moved forward to break the fist of death. The China Guild thought they were smarter than everyone, but that was a mistake. Their plan was built on the idea that Brian would eventually return to the village to protect the residents. The killers planned to regroup there and launch the attack, but Brian was in no hurry to return. All these plans were ridiculous, because he had read his opponent from the very beginning. When part of the assassins reached the village, cold sweat broke out on their skin. They were terrified because an ancient vampire stood before them, activating blood spears. That skill alone was enough to kill every member of the guild. They had no way to deal with a monster like that. Alice had waited for her moment for many years and finally tasted sweet blood again. Brian had forced her to eat ordinary human food, but this beauty had been dreaming of the main dessert for a long time. Betty received a message saying all her partners were dead. They kept asking for help, but everything was happening too fast. It had to be admitted that Alice had not even broken a sweat, because this was far too boring for her. The surviving elves watched her and tried to understand whether this girl could be trusted. They had the same ears, and usually that was enough for friendship. But right now, they had to think about their enemies first and plan friendship later. Betty called for reinforcements and ordered everyone to gather near her. The main target had been found, and all that remained was to destroy the champion. With injections of psychotropic poison, that should have been an easy task. The poison made the troops resistant to fear. The champion of the Tower of Trials no longer scared them, and they looked like zombies starving for blood. Brian did not care who stood before him, because the enemy would be destroyed. The number of opponents was just a number. He only had to combine skills and stay alert. Brian had never had problems with that, which was probably why he had reached such heights. The elves were not going to sit in safety and wait for the end. The champion had helped them, and now they wanted to repay him. Sylvia and Tesla showed why they were considered the best warriors in the squad. Together, the two of them caused serious trouble for a high-ranking player. Cheeto had to give everything he had to break out of their deadly grip. He had not pushed himself this hard in a long time, and these were just ordinary elves. He got close to Sylvia, preparing to rip her head off. The girl was terrified, realizing she could not stop him. Suddenly, a scream rang out, followed by a powerful explosion, and the entire forest shook. Only highest-ranked players could deliver blows like that. Do not worry, Sylvia was fine because Tesla saved her at the very last moment. But that did not mean they could relax and go watch TV shows. Not at all, because they had enraged their opponent, and now they had to withstand his insane assault. For Brian, things were simpler because his sword had already sliced dozens of assassins in half. Betty realized there was no point hiding anymore because the others had not made it in time, and she simply could not wait patiently. It was time to activate spiritual poison and show what she was truly capable of without holding back. Brian was completely ready for this turn of events, and he did not even flinch or take a single step back. He felt the perfect moment had come to give her a real masterclass and show the difference between their levels. All he had to do was activate a defensive barrier and push his attack stats to the limit. From that moment on, victory was only a matter of time, and this was pure tactical advantage being executed. For the first time in her life, Betty faced an opponent so confident and powerful that she completely lost her composure. And we should remember that she was one of China's best warriors, a recognized elite of her class. After taking several crushing hits, she decided to strike back and make him pay for every defeat. Watching this was almost funny, because Brian had already destroyed more than 1,000 opponents of this level. To him, battles like this were no harder than cracking nuts, although surprises could still happen. Betty had just managed to break through his defense and poison him with one of her best techniques. The poison gradually spread through the champion's body, and he felt his mind beginning to fog over. The China Guild player was already celebrating victory, but had she relaxed a little too early? The champion of the Tower of Trials could activate accelerated mana recovery skills at any moment. His regeneration had always been on an absurd level, and nothing had changed now. This monstrous poison was only a temporary obstacle, and it was time to end the fight in style. The ice technique was the perfect choice for clearing annoying enemies from the area. Brian raised his sword and prepared to behead his enemy, while everything in the situation was turning in his favor. At that moment, Betty's partner, a player named Cheeto, was approaching the battlefield at incredible speed. He jumped as high as he possibly could and swung his weapon to stop the execution. His blow was devastating, and the forest filled with a rumble that spread for miles. This guy clearly had no intention of backing down and letting anyone hurt a member of his team. Betty and Cheeto joined forces, and now the champion of the Tower of Trials might finally have real problems. Brian began thinking about how to defeat his new enemies, and for that, he needed to analyze their stats. At that moment, he wondered how analysis could be connected to the tower system. As soon as the thought of the system flashed through his mind, the reality around him began distorting rapidly. His opponents noticed the changes and decided to use the moment to recover their strength. Only 2 members of the Chinese team were left, because almost the entire squad had been wiped out by the elves. For the first time in a long while, Cheeto felt fear and said they might need to retreat, because this guy was too dangerous. Betty replied that she had a plan, removed his mask, pressed close, and kissed him on the lips. All of this was done to activate a special skill known as poison injection. The skill's effect increased resistance to fear and made the mind less vulnerable to doubt. Now Cheeto was ready to die, as long as he did not betray his boss or regret his choice. He activated the second form of his sword technique and moved forward like he had nothing left to lose. Betty did the same, and her poison snake sword technique could be dangerous even for elites. But that could hardly scare Brian, because he had just activated the 8th form soul sword. His body became a vessel for a dark spirit, and the forces of evil answered the champion's call. The battle lasted only a few minutes, but those moments felt like eternity. And then the barrier-blocking communication disappeared. Bloody bodies, broken swords, and the remains of destroyed equipment lay everywhere. Cheeto was wounded and barely crawling because even fear suppression had not saved him from pain and madness. A moment later, he breathed his last breath, and the heart of the experienced warrior stopped forever. After winning decisively, Brian copied the skills 1000 Poisons and Source Detection. He absorbed his enemy's strongest traits and felt new energy rush through his veins. Betty had been destroyed as well. And on the same day, she and Cheeto went on their final journey. The attempt to eliminate the champion of the tower had failed spectacularly because he had turned out to be even stronger than love. A quarter of the elven forest burned because of that terrifying battle, and many elves were killed. Tesla lost his fight against Cheeto and received severe wounds, surviving only because Sylvia helped him. In the end, he thanked Brian for saving the forest and promised to change his attitude toward outsiders. The elves quickly restored the village and accepted what had happened without unnecessary panic, simply as a fact. To them, Alice became a symbol, an idol, almost like a deity who had descended from heaven to save them. Brian clearly understood that all the elves' troubles had begun because of his problems in the real world. To make up for it at least a little, he activated a powerful protective barrier around the entire forest. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the China Guild, they had already learned about what happened in the dark elven forest. The vice leader, known as King Kong, refused to accept such a shameful and painful reality. It was hard for him to believe Brian had become this dangerous and impossible to catch. His magical power had exceeded every expectation, and this guy was a true madman. He no longer fit among ordinary top players because now he stood above them, completely off the scale. Dozens of ways to eliminate him were discussed, but all of them were naive and useless. A Murim resident from the 21st floor entered the conversation. The head of a great clan, Mr. Gundabad, he insisted that without understanding the fundamentals, it was impossible to defeat a truly strong enemy. His clan would personally take on the task of eliminating Brian and was already preparing an attack plan. He promised to discuss the strategy with the boss of the China Guild and explain his vision for the future. From the video fragments, it became clear that ordinary players would never be able to handle this monster. Brian had used sword dance, a technique available only on the higher floors of the tower, and that said a lot about him. While the villains gathered their strength, the elves continued rebuilding the village after the tragedy. For the first time since the Great Battle, their boss appeared because he wanted to say a few words. He admitted that the losses had been terrible and that this day could never be forgotten under any circumstances. But they had to move forward for the restoration of their home and prosperity beneath the trees. Mr. Pan suggested continuing the Moonlight Festival and seeing off the souls of the fallen. The villagers warmly supported his proposal, and the festival continued. They raised their glasses to the brothers and sisters who could no longer share these moments with them. Brian once again set his sword aside and threw himself fully into preparing treats. The outsider Sylvia had accidentally met in the forest turned out to be a surprisingly kind person. Everything was going perfectly until a character no one expected stepped onto the stage. Silence fell instantly and even the music stopped, as if it had sensed something. It seemed Tesla had fallen in love with this look and no longer wanted to appear any other way. All his life, he had believed outsiders were hunting for the elves' secrets, especially the fruits of the trees. In the end, the outsiders' invasion had nothing to do with fruit, because it was a massacre for blood. He admitted that the real contribution had not come from him, but from an ordinary outsider no one had expected. Today, he wore this outfit by his own choice to keep his old promise. Everyone received his words with understanding. Everyone except Alice. She laughed so hard that she fell to the ground and could not calm down for a long time. Then everyone burst into laughter together, and the festival atmosphere became truly bright. Watching all of this, the elven boss decided to speak with Brian alone. He led him to a sacred place where no one had ever been allowed before. As a sign of gratitude, Mr. Pan gave him an ancient musical instrument, the Dakar. Playing it boosted all stats, making the owner even stronger. Brian admitted he was not a music fan and would rather receive something else. He had always been a little shameless, and that was exactly what made him famous. He liked the heritage itself, passed down through generations of elven ancestors. But this gift was too valuable. because long ago, it had been received for saving an ancient being. Only a worthy resident of the village could receive such an artifact, not some random outsider. Together with the boss, Brian returned to the festival and once again sank into the joyful atmosphere. When most guests were already tipsy, he decided to take a short walk toward the temple. Earlier, it had been protected by a second-level barrier, but for some reason that barrier had now disappeared. Brian remembered how Mr. Pan had looked at him strangely during the toast. He had not understood it then, but now he had a strange feeling that everything had been planned. It seemed the elven boss had done everything possible to give the outsider access to the relics. Now it was time to see what was happening on the third floor of the tower, inside the mysterious Temple of Hatred. Because of all these endless battles, sudden clashes, and constant disasters, many had almost forgotten the mysterious main organization even existed. At the moment, its members were desperately trying not to interfere with what was happening on the 10th floor, because they definitely did not want to lose control of their relics because of two strangers, the Ghost and Brian. These naive fools still had not realized that both of their enemies were actually the same person. Melina looked down on them as completely blind and stupid creatures, unable to tell truth from illusion. Every time Brian's name appeared in her thoughts, the magical brand on her face began burning unbearably, as if reacting to the memory. She knew that if she revealed the truth, her life would end instantly, and that was exactly why she had stayed silent. Suddenly, she noticed two strangers who were not supposed to be here and instinctively reached for her weapon. But in response, these strange guests only smiled ominously, revealing long, sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. A few seconds later, an unimaginable massacre broke out inside this ancient temple. Something worthy of nightmares from the depths of hell. Apparently, real vampires had arrived here, and judging by their behavior, they could clearly distinguish the taste of every drop of blood. Melina froze in fear, goosebumps covering her skin while icy blood seemed to stop in her veins. She realized the vampires had come specifically for her, to drain her dry, and it looked like her final hour had arrived. But at the most critical moment, she was suddenly saved by black energy bursting straight from the center of the temple. The mysterious man in the mask recognized these guests and respectfully called them representatives of the noble house of Night, offering any help they might need. The vampires finally felt respected and were glad someone had recognized their true power, so now they were ready for a long conversation. The 7th floor of the Tower of Trials opened automatically 3 months after the players began staying on the 6th floor. The participants started actively preparing to explore a new, even harsher, and more unpredictable level. At the same time, on the 1st floor near Moon Lake, an important meeting of faction leaders was gathering. The organizer of the meeting was pleased because everyone had arrived on time and completed the tasks assigned to them. He had invited only those he could truly trust, though some were clearly not happy about working with him again. Old Albert and little Margaret immediately started complaining that they were tired of life in the organization and had wanted to quit for a long time. But Brian, as usual, used cold logic and reminded them that if employees died, the organization would have to pay a large compensation. After those words, their opinion changed instantly, and their desire to quit vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Now they could move to the main point because Brian wanted to know what had happened to each of them while he had been away. The director of the Black Raven Guild cheerfully reported that things were going great and the company was prospering. There was also information that someone named Johnny, operating on the 7th floor, was looking for a mysterious feather that could open the way forward. The 7th floor of the tower was a harsh, wind-blasted tundra full of danger and trials. To clear it, one had to overcome a whole chain of obstacles from the entrance to the exit, and it was definitely not a casual walk. Because of the area's extreme conditions, this floor was considered one of the most difficult and required serious preparation before a raid. Everyone was sure Johnny was hunting the first Phoenix, because only it could point the way to the next level. Meanwhile, Marcus had fully recovered from his wounds, left the hospital, and sent Brian a threatening message. "If I see you, I'll kill you." Apparently, he was doing fine, because words like that were completely in Marcus's style. Yakamoto was now also on the Champions team, endlessly happy to see his god again and ready to serve him until the end of his days. In Medusa's temple, he had secretly stolen the needed artifact, which had now caused panic everywhere because a national relic had disappeared. Andrea was responsible for the 5th floor and had recently made serious progress. Power in her territory had already been distributed, and now she was actively increasing the size of her army. The other team members were shocked when they realized there was a real floor boss among them. Once they learned it was not a joke, they became terrified, as if a massive Godzilla were charging toward them right now. They would have to get used to the idea that Andrea was not an enemy, but an ally, even with such a frightening status. Now it was time to listen to Milena, the main employee who possessed valuable information. She said their organization had run into a powerful faction that had descended from the upper floors. They were representatives of the Decasis family, and they had not come down for formalities because they wanted a serious conversation. They knew the Mains were hunting for the relic of the 11th floor and planned to profit from it. The vampires had also lost a prisoner who had been sealed in the ruins of the first floor, and now they were desperately searching for the fugitive. The condition of the deal was obtaining the traitor's bracelet, which was supposedly hidden on the 11th floor. The Mains wanted that relic at any cost, and for that, they were ready to form an alliance with the vampires. Feeling the tension reach its limit, Brian dismissed everyone, because otherwise he would have been torn apart by emotions. It seemed Alice had completely snapped after this news, and darkness swallowed her mind. She declared that she hated the Decasis family and dreamed of tearing those worthless insects apart without mercy. They were the ones who had betrayed her many years ago, and now her revenge would be relentless and merciless. Brian had once promised to help the vampire take revenge, and now it was time to keep that promise. However, he asked everyone to keep a cool head and avoid reckless decisions. For Alice to restore her strength, she would need a massive amount of mana, and it was too early to expose themselves to danger. For a while, they would stay out of the public eye to gather energy and return stronger. Alice was unhappy, but she would have to trust her master, because she simply had no other choice. They would need to find a way to calm her down, maybe by handing her a whole bucket of chicken legs as emotional compensation. Now let's see what is happening on the 7th floor, inside the frozen and merciless icy tundra. The East Sea had turned into an ice desert, and unprepared players froze here in a matter of minutes. Neither 3 pairs of socks nor several pairs of pants could save anyone, because the cold pierced straight into the heart. This cold was scarier than any fight with monsters, or even with an S-class boss. Johnny, the leader of the second raid group of the Tengun Guild, tried to stay calm, but anxiety was raging inside him. He dreamed of being the first to clear this level, and for that, he was ready to do anything without holding back. At that moment, his assistant called him over, saying an unexpected guest had appeared and should be greeted. That guest turned out to be the champion of the tower himself, the great and terrifying Brian. Johnny became even more nervous and immediately refused any help. He wanted to reach the goal on his own, although Brian had not offered him anything. The only thing that interested the champion was the phoenix feather, and when Johnny heard that, his expression changed. He had no intention of stepping aside because he considered the 7th floor his territory. But in reality, no guild could control it because there were no bans or borders here. Brian offered a fair competition and ignored every attempt at intimidation. That was how a new race began between them, an official battle for the Phoenix Feather. The Tengun Guild had already posted guards everywhere and was patrolling the territory. The players had received strict orders not to let outsiders through, especially people like Brian. Everything changed when the legend appeared before them, the champion known across the entire game world. Many of the guards were his fans, and not a single one dared talk back to him. They only advised him to be careful, saying the forest ahead was dangerous and could be deadly. But the champion had stopped listening to warnings long ago, so he only asked them not to get in his way and moved forward. Johnny gathered his group and ordered them to watch every step his rival took. He was sure that if Brian reached the feather first, their entire mission would fail. After several minutes of walking, Brian noticed traces of a recent battle. A massacre had clearly happened here, but there were no bodies anywhere, only scattered earth and drops of blood. He heard unfamiliar footsteps approaching and reminded them that he had asked them not to hold him up. The pursuers pretended they simply wanted to help, although it was obvious they were acting under their boss's orders. Getting rid of them would not be easy, so Brian decided to take them with him, just so he would not have to save them later. He understood perfectly well why they were here and had no illusions about it. He warned them that following him was dangerous and could end very badly. This was not the time for hostility, because a much more serious trial was waiting ahead. Near the very entrance to the forest stood a rock carved with the mark of the ice trolls. These creatures were heroes of ancient legends, and every story about them inspired terror. Ice trolls were considered the strongest mid-class monsters on the entire 7th floor. They usually lived in the western mountains, but for some reason, they had appeared here. This place was the only road to the island where the first phoenix was hiding. The trolls did not fear the cold, and it seemed they had come for that same feather themselves. The situation was getting stranger, and it was unlikely to be resolved peacefully. Brian instantly sensed the danger approaching and ordered everyone to retreat. Dozens of sharp arrows and spears flew toward them, and the attack began. Young and inexperienced players panicked and rushed away to find cover. They found safety behind the trees and froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, the champion himself stepped forward and walked toward danger without hesitation. He saw a blazing crimson light rushing toward his head, and maybe this was the first real strike. These monsters should have understood long ago that their spears were useless here, so now all they could do was step out and show their true faces. And finally, sinister silhouettes appeared on the distant hill, the shadows of terrifying creatures. They were the same two vampires we first saw during the conflict inside the main temple. The moment they came closer and called Brian handsome, the storage ring on his finger began vibrating strangely. The tall guy's name was Liord Bertian. He was over 1,000 years old, and he had already reached level 108. Brian immediately ordered every player to retreat and run as fast as possible. They could hardly believe he truly intended to fight these monsters alone. But that is exactly what separates a real legend from everyone else: the willingness to face danger head-on. He would stay and fight so the others could survive because there was simply no other way. His selflessness and courage did not go unnoticed, and he was winning hearts through his actions. To copy the vampire's skills, the champion had to raise 4 death flags and survive at the same time. Each raised flag would block one skill, and the first one would be spiritual poison. The battle began, and the terrifying monsters charged at the player with fury. While the trolls went wild in battle, the vampires coldly watched everything like spectators in a theater of death. The situation was taking an even more exciting and dangerous turn. To hold out against the trolls, he would have to push himself to the limit and show his entire arsenal. Liord introduced his bloodline, the Decasis family, and beside him stood Ophelia, another representative of an ancient vampire clan. They were the ones who had summoned the trolls and started kidnapping people, so there was no hiding it anymore. It seemed Brian was the first human who did not lose his nerve at the sight of these monsters. The vampires were sure they had lured him into a trap, but in reality, he had come to this meeting himself. The Mains had given the vampires a list of survivors from the first floor. Among them were people like Saint Teresa. Besides her, the mysterious ghost and the swordsman Marcus had also survived. The fourth survivor was a young man everyone had considered an ordinary porter, Brian. He was the one who helped the vampire Alice von Ataraxia escape from the first floor. Brian knew perfectly well that help from the outside world was not coming. By now, the Mains should have already moved out and begun clearing the tundra. And now the vampires demanded answers, starting with the most important one. Where was Alice? The champion only smirked and said he had no idea who they were even talking about. Then he took out the legendary elf relic and offered the vampires to draw their weapons too. If they were truly confident in their strength, they could prove it in battle. They did not hesitate and activated a dark battle spirit, directing it toward the player. But Brian had already faced attacks like this before, so he managed to defend himself instantly. Although this fight was partly new to him, he knew exactly how to act. Ophelia reminded her ally that they could not kill the player, because he had to stay alive. Liord remembered that perfectly. But his opponent was much stronger than he had expected. He had to resort to blood blockade, an ancient skill of their clan. It robs the target of sight for 30 seconds, giving the user a serious advantage. Brian felt as if he had been thrown into a bloodbath, but it did not scare him. He simply smiled, ignoring the temporary discomfort. The fire element was his ally, and with it, he could disperse any bloody darkness. Tricks like that clearly did not work on him. And in this battle, he would not yield even to an ancient vampire. This was the man who gave Alice a chance to escape, and that alone said enough about his strength. The vampires had underestimated their enemy and were now paying for their arrogance. Brian had known in advance that they would try to make contact, and he had been looking forward to this meeting. And now he was going to tell them something they definitely had not expected to hear. He had his own sources too, scattered all across the tower. Seeing the forest trolls advance, the players in the tundra began retreating in panic. Panic spread everywhere, and the air itself seemed to turn thick and soaked with fear. That was when mysterious hooded figures appeared on the battlefield. They drew their weapons, making it clear they had no intention of running. With a holy blessing, they summoned sunlight that pierced through the mass of darkness and malice. Teresa gave the order. Everyone who wanted to survive had to get in formation. Johnny and his teammates realized that not everything was lost yet. The trolls had come to kill, but they did not understand that their own hatred would turn against them. A battle worthy of being called the Infinity War began. Stalker used the legendary Sword of Lapis to destroy the first wave of monsters. Only now did the vampires realize they were the ones caught in a skilled hunter's trap. He had made them believe in their own genius, then dropped reality on their heads. The battle grew hotter. Blood flowed like a river, and the battlefield sank into chaos. The mains, who had been so sure of victory moments ago, now wavered in uncertainty. An elite squad that did not know fear stood against them. Every one of these fighters knew how to use special techniques in battle. Fierce gusts of wind scattered enemies in every direction. Teresa filled her allies with strength and gave them courage. Lancelot quickly assessed the situation and realized it was time to retreat. He felt the bitterness of defeat, understanding that he had been fooled. Suddenly, a strange light shone from the other side of the forest. Liord sensed familiar energy, but he continued fighting without backing down. Again and again, he used blood techniques, trying to stop his opponent. Brian understood that the decisive moment had arrived, and now, he could not lose momentum. The paladin's appearance ruined every vampire plan, and they began to retreat. Did they naively think they would be allowed to escape? No one was letting them go, and they could forget about finding a safe hiding place. The daylight skill would force them to rethink their strategies. The strike was so powerful that all we can do is wonder whether they escaped in time or dissolved into ash. By that moment, the second death flag had been activated, and the fire element was now sealed. All this time, Alice was exhausting herself trying to break free, torn apart by hatred and despair. The Tangan Guild camp miraculously survived that bloody storm. Everyone thanked Teresa and her squad, who had appeared at exactly the right moment. The mains would soon launch a second wave, and Teresa suggested retreating beyond the floor. The leader realized Brian was behind this, and he had underestimated him again. By that time, the champion had already returned and greeted his friends. None of them had been seriously hurt, almost as if it had only been a warm-up. Even Marcus appeared, although, as usual, he was unhappy with everything. No one fully understood the whole picture yet, but everyone wanted answers. The highborn vampires from the upper floors had joined forces with the mains, and now they were acting as one evil. Based on his experience, Brian was sure all of this was being done for a breakthrough. The moment he said that word, everyone fell silent and stared into his eyes, deep as a bottomless ocean. The ice trolls, immune to cold, guarded an ancient relic, the phoenix feather. It granted protection from the cold, but that was only part of its power. If combined with another artifact, it could open a portal. Members of the Tangan Guild had been kidnapped, and many had vanished without a trace. Most likely, the villains were trying to escape the tower using both the feather and those people. Teresa trembled in horror, realizing the tragedy in Amsterdam could happen again. But she needed to stay calm, because strong allies stood beside her, ready to protect. Brian definitely had a plan, because he was always one step ahead. His confident smile made it clear that he would not let them carry out the breakthrough. Meanwhile, it became clear that the vampires had survived the daylight strike. They returned to their leader and knelt before him. The main vampire was confused when he learned that the same player once considered a failure now possessed astonishing power. The boss was furious and deeply disappointed that his best subordinates had failed such an important mission. If things kept moving like this, they would never catch the escaped Alice, and then the situation would spiral out of control. In battle, that guy was not inferior to an ancient vampire in any way, which seemed impossible. Ophelia also noticed a strange, almost aristocratic vampire aura coming from this player. That was actually good news because now the vampires were confident they would reach their goal very soon. At the same time, Brian was not wasting time either, because he had made a plan and left several partners in the forest. He planned to draw the enemy's attention with ordinary drones acting as bait. Teresa and the Stalker received their combat assignments and were now ready to carry out any order from their commander. This guy was always grumbling, but in the end, he always completed the task, no matter how difficult it was. The Tangan Guild decided to evacuate and leave the tower, thinking only about their own safety. All of them would return to their cozy and safe nest. Everyone except one person. Johnny refused to leave, even though no one had asked him to stay. He believed he had to protect his guild's camp, because he was the one responsible for everything. The champion headed to the freshwater lake, which was considered the point with the highest concentration of mana on this level. When a tribe faces trouble, its leader comes here to restore his energy. Usually, that is enough to solve any problem, even for creatures of enormous size. This morning, the trolls stepped out of their tents and saw something extremely unexpected. Right in the middle of their camp, a human was walking around with a white flag, and many thought it had to be a joke. Brian forced Johnny to carry the flag so none of the trolls would attack them first. Brian himself went to negotiate with the chief and, with his words, drove him into a rage. Clouds were gathering over the players' heads, because one wrong word and heads would start flying. The chief had no intention of forgiving the champion, because his death would be the only worthy end to this conversation. The head of the tribe personally challenged the best player in the world to a duel because that was their custom. Brian was not the type to refuse a challenge, so he accepted the fight with Klaus without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the China Guild headquarters, frantic preparations for a new attack were still underway. They had just learned that the guild's top 3 players had fallen in the Elven Forest. For the boss, that was a real punch to the gut, and he demanded permission to destroy the champion himself. But Gundabad ordered him to shut up and admit that Brian was too strong even for the entire China Guild. Those words crushed his pride because the man who considered himself invincible had suffered defeat. Today, passers-by could hear screams of rage and despair coming from the China Guild office. At that moment, Brian did not care who he had upset because he had more important business. Right now, he was fighting the Troll Chief, and all his attention was focused only on that. The Troll had several unique abilities, including the terrifying death scream. Those sounds could crush any warrior unprepared for such a destructive wave. Luckily, Brian had recently mastered defensive barriers that could reflect even attacks this brutal. The Troll turned out stronger than expected, but even that was not enough. Brian's victory was only a matter of time, because his power kept growing with every second. Over the last few days, he had fought like a man possessed, like a demon entering the battlefield. Using Sword Graveyard, he unleashed all his fury on the enemy and Klaus fell. Even the trolls and Johnny were stunned by how quickly the battle ended. But the chief was still breathing and admitted his defeat, refusing to continue the fight. The champion knew the customs of the forest trolls well, because they always kept their word. After losing, they obey the victor completely and carry out his will for the rest of their lives. Brian intended to direct that power against the vampires and the mains in the coming battle. All this time, the trolls had supported them because they believed the vampires were the stronger side. Klaus admitted that he had not been defeated by Ophelia or Leord, but by a being more powerful than both of them combined. That vampire's name was Michael, and in his presence, the frozen tundra felt like a hot resort in Rio. As long as he lived, the trolls could not win, even if they united all their strength. They were terrified of going against that kind of power, and it seemed they were ready to die right here. Brian grew seriously thoughtful after hearing the name of this high-ranking Decasis family member. He offered the trolls another path, not to die, but to rise higher and take revenge on the vampires for everything. The champion promised to return the tribe to its former greatness if they united and followed his orders. To prove he was serious, he left Johnny as collateral, a guy no one would really miss. While Brian searched for a path to victory, his enemies were growing stronger by the minute. They kept finding scout drones flying far too openly. Scouting was supposed to be invisible, but these drones seemed to be shouting about their presence on purpose. Michael ordered Ophelia to move toward the lake and find out what was happening there. The Iceblade tribe had not made contact in a long time, and maybe Brian had pulled them to his side. If that was true, Ophelia had to destroy every troll without exception. At the same time, Leord was preparing something special, which meant the key moment was close. Brian gave his final instructions and prepared to deal with the annoying drones. His gaze was so heavy that even the air above the lake seemed to tremble. It felt as if the goddess of chaos herself had descended from the heavens to pour her fury onto every living thing. Thunderous strikes shook the area around the lake, and Brian's friends started worrying about him. But they could stay calm because their captain was always nearby, even when no one could see him. He had already returned from the lake and completed every preparation for the plan. At that moment, a stunned Ophelia stood on the shore watching strange distortions in space. A 2-star illusion barrier appeared before her, almost like something alive. She saw beautiful silhouettes, but in the next second, the entire illusion shattered. Saint Teresa descended from the sky, a weapon of justice and light. For centuries, vampires had destroyed worlds, burned lives away, and turned civilizations into ash. But everything comes to an end, and now they had to answer for their crimes. A battle began, and the trolls decided not to retreat because they were fighting for their future. The paladin with the flaming sword rushed forward like punishing light. Ophelia had fallen into a trap, like a rat trying to steal cheese from a mousetrap. Teresa delivered a crushing strike, and the vampire's body smashed straight through a cliff. She had come here for a reason because this was her chance to show what she could do. Today, she was in a good mood, which meant her enemies were in serious trouble. The mains received their order and rushed toward the players' camp, hoping to catch them off guard. Instead, they walked straight into a deadly trap, a true cauldron of chaos. And this was only the beginning, because that is what happens when you go against the champion. Lancelot had not entered the fight yet, because he was watching and analyzing every move his opponent made. Sandra, known as Fire Fist, was raging alone, her attacks shaking the ground. She was inferior to no one in strength or speed. But Teresa was not beside her, so the odds became even. Soon, Sandra was surrounded and felt the lack of support. Usually, at moments like this, Teresa appeared and removed half the enemies. She was not here now, but that did not mean Sandra was alone. Bald James had been patiently waiting for the signal, and finally, he heard it. At that same moment, he activated an anti-tank mine made of pure mana. Lancelot and his army realized the real rock and roll was beginning. Explosions thundered everywhere, and even the smallest creatures had no chance of surviving that hell. Only thanks to her phenomenal speed did Sandra manage to get out of the blast zone. The mains tried to hold her back, but only got caught in new waves of destruction. Michael contacted them and admitted they had fallen into a trap. Because of his own arrogance, Lancelot thought he was dominating, but now he understood how wrong he had been. He immediately ordered a retreat, canceling every plan to continue the pursuit. Their path had led forward, but now they were turning around and leaving. The enemies realized they had walked into a prepared trap, and Brian's plan was now at risk. Once he understood they could not deal with the mines, he ordered a retreat toward the mountain ridge. By that point, it was already too late, because the enemies suddenly launched their attack as if they had emerged from the void. It was a devastating strike, the kind only a few could survive, and even then, only through unbelievable effort. The players retreated in panic and broke out onto an open, snowy plain. Horrifying saber-toothed wolves and their sinister masters rushed after them, giving them no chance to breathe. The plan had failed spectacularly, and now all they could do was improvise and hope flexibility would save them. Running through deep snow was almost impossible, which was exactly why the wolves quickly closed the distance. Then the story suddenly shifted, because Lancelot froze in place, seized by shock. He saw all three of his comrades rushing straight toward the masked figure. It was the same mysterious ghost surrounded by so many troubling rumors. Now we should pause this story and rewind the tape to the evening before. The main China Guild building was full of noise, laughter, and loud toasts. That was when a man wearing a ghost mask entered, and his goal was to destroy everyone inside. He acted so confident that no one doubted they were facing the real, untouchable ghost. This guy called the China Guild a bunch of pathetic weaklings and advised them to switch careers to running a Chinese restaurant. The ghost coldly dealt with everyone who tried to stop him and walked up to the leader. If Namgung was unhappy with what had happened, he should personally come to the 7th floor of the tower and clean things up. But if he dared challenge the ghost, he would have to fight not only him, but also his partner, the champion of the Tower of Trials. No one here had ever seen this level of arrogance before, and they simply had no words to answer. That evening, the China Guild suffered a crushing and humiliating defeat. The boss could not sit still because rage was eating him alive from the inside. And now that mysterious guy was already on the 7th floor, right in the heart of the icy tundra. Namgung finally saw his enemy standing before him, calm and confident. Brian walked past the ghost and smiled faintly, while Marcus could barely suppress his rage. He had been forced to wear the mask and play the role so the champion's plan would work perfectly. After a brief pause, they shot off in different directions at maximum speed. A furious battle between two massive armies began, full of chaos and tension. One small misunderstanding caused the demons and the China Guild to fight each other fiercely without even understanding why. That was enough to change the course of the battle and satisfy Brian's plan. Lancelot was convinced he was fighting the ghost's army. At the same time, Namgung believed his goal was to destroy the champion's army. Meanwhile, Brian and his allies hid and watched the battle from a distance. They had reached the mysterious Valley of Eternal Frost, a place almost no one knew about. There, he summoned his friends so they could warm up and finally discuss the next part of the plan calmly. The troll leader was already there, terrifying and free. Earlier, the trolls had obeyed the vampires, but now their chains had been broken. They were ready to help Brian in exchange for final freedom. Every member of the champions team had gathered here, alive, unharmed, and ready to fight. The enemies were heading toward the island with the Phoenix Feather to escape the tower, but Brian and his team had a clear advantage. They had to prepare carefully for the final push, and then everything should go smoothly. Luckily, Brian had planned everything in advance, and reinforcements were already nearby. The portal to the 7th floor opened, and 4 armed fighters stepped through, ready to carry out their leader's orders. Brian took out a mana core and handed it to the troll chief as a sign of respect and gratitude. This core was called the Soul Essence, an incredibly rare artifact the trolls were willing to risk their lives for. Now they were no longer slaves and could free themselves from the vampire's control forever. Only one final step remained, ending the threats on the 7th floor. Brian left his hiding place and openly challenged the enemy. Michael appreciated his courage, although he did not understand why his opponent had revealed his location so foolishly. Over the past few days, the vampire had realized just how smart his opponent was. That was exactly why today's inexplicably stupid move seemed suspicious. Brian had given the soul essence to the trolls, but he still had one more energy sphere in reserve. He intended to use the relic to even the odds in the upcoming duel. Today was his first time facing Michael directly, and he still did not fully know what to expect from him. Brian had to stop the vampire and prevent him from leaving the tower, while Michael wanted to complete the plan and find Alice. Each of them had their own motives, but in the end, only one of them could win. As soon as the tension reached its peak, Michael demonstrated his power. Everything happening now was part of a blood technique known as blood root. This technique allowed him to create creatures from human blood. The vampires had already captured many players, so they could use their blood at the critical moment. They wanted to leave the tower, gain even greater power, and enslave not only the tower, but Earth as well. No one except Brian could stop them, which was why this battle mattered so much. Michael was not going to send his monsters directly to fight the player. The blood demons would bring him the phoenix feather, while he fought his opponent himself. This arrogant fool did not even realize he was still playing by rules Brian had known for a long time. The champion had predicted every possible turn of events and was ready for anything. His fighters were only waiting for the signal to open fire and stop the blood army. Michael should not have looked away, because a flash of daylight was already moving toward him. One burst of this powerful technique could incinerate almost any monster. But it would not work on Michael, and at most, it would only make him angry. The legendary vampire endured it, and was ready for a real fight. He swore he would beat his opponent until he begged for mercy on his knees. But the champion would not be the only one having a hard time, because his comrades were in danger too. They repelled the first wave of demons, but immediately felt their strength running low. In conditions this icy, fighters who could use fire magic were extremely important. Old Albert had not gone hunting in a long time, and today, it was time to remember his youth. He enjoyed the battle and inspired the younger generation with his mastery. Teresa did not fall behind either, skillfully taking hits for others. Flashes of her holy power filled the players with faith in success. Even Teresa alone could stop an entire squad of blood monsters. Every player received a clear task and a territory they had to defend. The smallest mistake could ruin the entire plan and destroy their bright hopes. Brian ordered them to fight to the last drop of blood and not take a single step back. As the leader, he had to set the example himself and defeat the main enemy. Michael did everything he could to destroy the main player and cut the head off the entire team. He would have to go all out because by now, the champion had copied plenty of powerful skills. He had just used the holy power of the paladins, which he had obtained back on the first floor. The vampire could not boast techniques like that, so all he had left was his thirst for blood. This would not end quickly, and they would have to roll up their sleeves and dig hard toward victory. Meanwhile, Michael's assistants finished their task and returned to their master. It looked like the three of them planned to fight one opponent together. Vampires never played by the rules, and today, they had no intention of starting. Brian had to accept that he was alone against three monsters. That had not frightened him before, and he remained calm. First, he had to focus on defense and saving his strength. Only after several exchanges could he identify the enemy's weak points. The champion had always known how to see vulnerabilities, and now he would have to show that quality again. If the vampires had allies, then the players had support of their own. Andrea arrived from the 5th floor in time and immediately used what Alice had taught her. This technique was only available after clearing the 5th floor. Her skill was called Edge of Another World, also known as a 4th level barrier. And only now did Brian decide to release his final hope into freedom. Now the real fun begins, because Princess Alice is finally stepping onto the stage. The vampires' expressions changed immediately, with surprise and caution flashing in their eyes. Only Michael smiled a little, because he had finally gotten what he wanted. At last, she had stepped out of the shadows to take revenge on the ones who betrayed her. The restrictions had weakened, which meant Alice could now show most of what she was capable of. She had been waiting for revenge for a very long time, and now she had no intention of holding back, even if her master asked her to. The vampires had to understand one thing. There was only one princess and everyone else was her slave. She had lost so much while trapped in an endless prison, and now it was time to deliver justice. The horrifying monsters raised their heads and saw the princess soaring high into the sky. Demons filled the entire area, thinking they could win the war through sheer numbers. Now they had to learn the lesson that quality was far more important than quantity. A huge number of demons were wiped out by a single Alice technique. And honestly, it was beautiful. Even the players had no idea what was happening and were terrified when they saw the bloody dagger of death. Teresa looked into the distance and tried to understand what was going on, because no one had told her a vampire princess with maxed out skills would appear. She had just killed half the enemies with one attack and caught Michael's interest. He became extremely interested in this woman, because efficiency like that was hard to reach through ordinary training. Brian ordered the princess to fight Michael, while the champion would join the battle a little later. He did not want her to handle everything alone, because he truly considered Alice an ally, not a slave. A lot of water had passed under the bridge since their last meeting, and now there was no point thinking about formalities. So Alice rushed forward and did everything she could to make that arrogant worm finally shut up and stop polluting the air with his filthy mouth. She delivered a full power strike and expected the result to be overwhelming. It did not go that well. The blood demons were destroyed, but Michael withstood the attack and even smiled. Tears appeared in his eyes because his opponent was far too weak for a battle like this. Even though Alice had received a blessing, she still had not returned to her former peak. Again and again, she attacked her opponent and only forced him to strike back. Michael put on the beast mask and filled his entire body with bloody power. Now he wanted to show the princess how much stronger he had become over the last 1,000 years. Brian was not left without work either, because 2 more vampires were still thirsting for his death. He was not bothered in the slightest because a little warm-up and entertainment always brought him pleasure. Just a moment ago, he had been fighting 3 vampires at once, with Michael among them. After the princess took the main vampire for herself, defeating these 2 donkeys would not be difficult. Thanks to soul absorption, the champion had learned to partially steal an opponent's strength during battle. Life force restored the entire body, a skill available only to higher beings. Now the limits of the champion's strength had completely blurred, which simply meant he could keep progressing forever. All he had to do was turn that power against the vampires and show the difference between their levels. Add a few skills on top of that, and even immortal creatures start suffering from pain and terror. At the same time, Alice continued fighting her worst enemy. Right now, things were not simple at all, because the pressure of a superior vampire felt like a truck being dropped on her head. Alice did not have enough mana, and she could feel the initiative slipping from her hands. Michael made perfect use of his energy advantage and kept channeling mana into brutal attacks. Explosions thundered again and again, and the Tundra had never seen a battle like this before. Half of the Blood Demon army survived, and they continued following the plan while searching for the Phoenix Feather. That meant the massive trolls could finally fulfill their part of the agreement. They tried to outrun the demons and reach the Phoenix Feather as quickly as possible. This could be compared to an Olympic marathon squeezed into a short-distance sprint. Johnny had an important role to play in this story, because with his agility, he had to reach the magic stone and take control of it. Slipping through the monsters would not be easy, but you cannot sit in a safe place forever and hope other players do everything for you. Johnny had always wanted to be a hero, a successful and unbeatable warrior admired by everyone around him. Now he had that chance, because Klaus had drawn attention to himself and opened a path to the magic stone. All that remained was to see whether this guy would use the chance of a lifetime or not. Klaus acted with complete self-sacrifice, and he had his own motivation too. Freedom for his entire people. For that goal, he was ready to give his life if it meant escaping the vampire's monstrous oppression. Finally, the moment of truth arrived, and Johnny took his first step with no right to look back anymore. In that deadly moment, he remembered a day that had changed his life. Back then, he received the title of second captain of the Tangan Guild, and they promised him everything: money, glory, and respect. At that moment, it felt like he stood on top of the world, even though there was still so much left to do before he could truly become the best. A lot of time had passed since that day, but this player's goals had not changed. As soon as he got the chance to prove himself, he did not hesitate for even a second. He raised his sword and destroyed the blood portal, just as Klaus had told him. The magic circle immediately began to disappear, and that instantly affected the course of the battle. For a moment, Michael stopped, looked around, and felt his strength fading. At the same time, the players felt the opposite effect, and their fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Brian realized his friends had done it, and now they were halfway to victory. By that point, the champion of the Tower of Trials had already submerged Ophelia in water. All of this was needed to find out what the vampires were after. They were interested in the 29th floor, even though dangerous and ruthless Imperial forces were stationed there. Michael wanted Balmung, which belonged to the Empire, and that was why they were taking such a massive risk. Now Brian had finally learned the enemy's plans and understood just how tangled everything was. Balmung was known as the greatest dragon-slaying sword, and only with that weapon could someone kill the dragon living on the 48th floor. It was time to activate the brand of sorrow and give Ophelia a chance to fix the situation. She could choose death or try to live in a new reality. The brand dissolved into the vampire's body, and now she had become a slave of the champion of the Tower of Trials. Brian had to hurry because one of his best allies was now in deadly danger. Alice had overestimated her abilities and run into major problems during the fight with Michael. He was about to return her to where she was always supposed to be, an eternal prison. One more second, and Alice would never have escaped into freedom again. But Brian arrived in time to help. Once again, he showed that they were allies who never forgot each other. Now he would be the one fighting the main vampire, the player whose name everyone knew. For a battle like this, he would have to squeeze everything out of his body, activate every skill at once, and also rely on luck. Because of this battle, we completely forgot about Johnny, who had ended up in the center of a deadly trap. Help arrived in time and saved him from brutal suffering. He looked down carefully and saw what this player was capable of. He had defeated absolutely everyone with a broken sword, as if he were just playing PlayStation. The great and mighty Klaus was dying, and he needed urgent help. Teresa was not used to refusing friends and allies, and she was already rushing to activate healing magic. Sacred healing could restore health even to a creature that was almost dead. It required a huge amount of mana, and in the end, even Saint Teresa lost consciousness from exhaustion. Marcus remained the squad leader and remembered the captain's words. Brian had asked them to retreat as soon as the mission was complete and never approach Michael under any circumstances. Right now, this place was far too dangerous because the legendary vampire was doing everything he could to turn the battle in his favor. They clashed again and again, each trying to knock the other off balance. Thanks to countless battles, Brian had learned to understand enemy weaknesses well. Before, that gave him an advantage, but now it only created problems. Michael became even more furious, and even Alice started worrying about her ally. She ordered the champion to retreat, although he needed to take the hit in order to survive. It might sound stupid, but Brian was sure he had to stay, while Alice needed to protect herself with the Perseus relic. She tried to stop him, but no one listened. A few seconds later, Michael gathered all his power and prepared to direct it at the player. Bloody lava swallowed everything around them, and visibility dropped almost to zero. Even legendary figures of the tower would hardly have survived an attack like that. For the first time in his long life, Michael used every drop of his mana against an ordinary human. For Brian, that was supposed to be an honor before death. Michael looked at Alice and told the princess the parasites were gone so they could continue their fight. After that, the girl lifted her eyes and burst into loud laughter. Michael's expression changed instead, because he could not understand why she found this so funny. Only when he looked up too did he realize that the human he had called a parasite had survived that insane strike. Brian had not only survived, he was also smiling, clearly showing that now it was time for payback. Everything happened so fast that many people never understood how he had overcome such a powerful explosion. The reason was the 1-second invincibility skill he had copied from the huge stone guardian on the 6th floor. This skill goes against the laws of nature and consumes an enormous amount of energy. Brian sacrificed his mana reserves to withstand the blow and launch a rapid counterattack. Michael had poured all his strength into that strike, and now he did not have a single drop of mana left. His defensive barrier was automatically removed, turning him into an easy target for the King of Beasts. Now the battle would become a head-on clash, and both sides still had a chance to win. Michael tried to end the fight as quickly as possible and completely forgot Alice was still there. The vampire princess had not gone anywhere. She had stayed here to finish the job and take revenge for the betrayal. Together with the champion, she would do everything possible to rid this world of that filthy, rotten vampire. This battle was being watched not only by the forest residents, but also by influential figures from the 39th floor. They admired this player, who had forced Michael to use all of his power. Only now did those figures accept the fact that the vampire might actually lose. For now, they had no intention of interfering and wanted to keep watching from the sidelines. Those strange entities would step into the light sooner or later. But for now, it was better to return to the battle. Michael fought desperately, clinging to life with both hands. It was obvious that he was losing his composure and control over his own body. Never before had this vampire been so close to defeat. But everything happens for the first time eventually. Alice felt her second wind awaken and realized the moment of truth had arrived. Through intuition, Brian felt the same thing and pushed forward desperately. Right now was the perfect moment to get rid of the annoying Michael. The princess's precise strike forced the vampire to choke on his own blood. She moved closer to his face, and as if looking into a camera, began speaking to someone else. The princess knew other people were watching this battle, and she addressed them directly. Alice would take revenge on every filthy traitor and leave none of them alive. They could all be certain of that because the princess had serious support. Brian finally made the next move and drove a massive sword into the vampire's body. Blood poured from the mouth of that horrible creature, and now his song was over. Mission complete. The player had survived the battle with Michael and fully copied his skill. Now he could activate the hidden moon claws. His level rose even higher. And now he could relax, lose consciousness, and fall into Alice's arms. The princess felt happy because for the first time in a long while she had met someone she could trust. For a long time, she had not understood why he would not help. But now everything fell into place, and it was time to say a simple thank you. Chaos and conflict broke out on the tower's higher floors. Those proud clowns could not believe that Michael, the one they had sent to kill, had been defeated himself. The blood conduit had also been destroyed. And without that stone, attacking the Empire was now impossible. Only one person remained calm and asked them not to jump to conclusions. They had not lost anything. On the contrary, they had found the one they had been searching for all this time. Alice. When Brian opened his eyes, he was already in a much cozier place. Teresa was the first person he saw, which made it clear that everything had ended successfully. He was surrounded by friends and could stop worrying for a while. All of them had done a great job, and each had completed their own mission. They could eat a little, relax, and forget about the next floor for some time. It was easy to forget that a fierce battle between the China Guild and the main squad had been raging this whole time. Only now did Namgung finally stop and try to understand why they were even fighting. All this time, he had believed their opponents were being led by Brian, but that was not true. All of them had one common enemy, and only now did they realize they were on the same side. It was honestly funny because the battle immediately stopped, and the warriors scattered in different directions. Ophelia had been watching them all this time, but whose side was she on? She had been lucky to survive, and in return, she received a strange brand that constantly reminded her of itself. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Melina approached. The girls began accusing each other of betrayal, and endless insults started flying. A brutal massacre was only a matter of time, but things were not that simple. As soon as the vampire tried to kill the human, the system warned her that it was impossible. Fighting between slaves was strictly forbidden, so now they could forget about their feud. While Ophelia was getting used to her new life, Brian was enjoying the phoenix feather. His cold resistance had now increased by more than 5 times. Together with his friends, he enjoyed the celebration and denied himself nothing. Klaus thanked his savior for freeing his people from eternal suffering. For the champion, there was no better gratitude than 500 magic stones every month. The troll boss had planned to get away with simple words, but now he would have to add magic stones too. Marcus had been nearby the entire time, waiting for a chance to settle the score with the champion. Instead of another sword fight, Brian offered him a different bet. They had to catch the biggest fish, and the loser would face a terrible punishment. Marcus agreed and immediately jumped into the water. He kept repeating the same mantra, saying he would win. Words do not help when the battle with underwater monsters begins. Brian had deliberately lured him to this place so the stalker would stop acting so smart. When he lost consciousness, they immediately pulled him out of the water and brought him back around. The champion got rid of unnecessary problems and began studying Michael's relic. This was the item the vampire had wanted to use against Alice, and it contained great power. During the celebration, Johnny disappeared somewhere and no one had seen him for a long time. His boss had just learned that the new tower floor had been cleared by Brian and his team. He started yelling at Johnny and accusing him of incompetence. Johnny had promised to do everything himself, and once again, he had failed. Strangely, this guy truly wanted to be the best, but even after losing, he smiled and looked happy. He felt like he had become part of this victory and surpassed himself. News of another floor being cleared quickly spread across the world. Bobby, the head of the Awakened Associations Department, reported everything that had happened to the president. For now, no one planned to reveal their intentions, and the association would wait. They needed to let this guy celebrate his victory because the important thing was that the world was still safe. Near the central building of the capital's eastern district, everything was chaos today. People were running in every direction and shouting about some kind of VIP protocol. They looked excited, rolling out a red carpet and pouring champagne. There were even servants scattering rose petals across the floor. All of this was meant to impress one noble lady. Alice was happy because she liked being treated like a real queen. Today, she was shopping again, thanks to the opportunities Brian had given her. The manager of the jewelry store was in absolute ecstasy today. He had earned an enormous amount of money from this beautiful woman. In reality, the person he should thank was the guy who had stayed in the shadows this whole time. Over the past few days, Brian had learned a lot, including the technique for using the necklace. Michael had wanted to seal Alice again, but why not simply kill her? There were things Brian still did not know, so he had to keep the relic and try to solve every mystery that refused to leave him alone. Just then, he received an unexpected letter from the mysterious Rick Hennessy, known for his strange invitations. By accepting the invitation, he could attend a masquerade ball held on the first floor of the majestic Tower of Trials. The masquerade was one of the special quests that only opened after clearing the 25th floor. Back when the Tower of Trials was still just a game, Brian had once received an invitation and attended this fiery masquerade. The game was unpopular, so he went alone, danced a little, and eventually caused a massive fire. This time, things were different, because a huge number of rankers had received invitations, meaning real fun and unpredictable events were waiting ahead. Besides, Alice would clearly be happy when she learned the champion was taking her to such a luxurious party. The player and the vampire decided to walk through the nameless city located in the neutral zone of the first floor. They wanted to choose the perfect costumes for the ball, but they definitely did not expect to meet someone here. Marcus had received an invitation too and was planning to look the way he did in his best years, carefully choosing his image. There had never been a single time when he saw Brian and felt happy, because the champion always stirred up a storm of negative emotions in him. Last time, Brian had tricked the stalker again by setting up a drawing contest in freezing water. He had to explain that everything was within the rules and that Marcus had chosen the dangerous path himself, failing the task on his own. Marcus decided to trust the champion one last time, even though deep down he knew he had been tricked again and made to look like a fool. Brian came here supposedly to choose a costume, but that was only the official version covering his real goals. He started walking around the room and suddenly noticed a strange, piercing scent. That surprisingly delicious smell immediately caught his attention, because it came from a rare flower found only on the 16th floor. It was rather strange to smell that scent coming from an ordinary goblin living on the very first floor. There were other strange things too. During the conflict between players, the other goblins lost consciousness, but the shop owner did not. It happened when Marcus activated his mana pressure, and in situations like that, only creatures with incredible strength can stay standing. The goblin was very surprised when he noticed Alice, almost as if he had seen her somewhere before. It seemed he immediately understood who she was, which made him even more suspicious. He was only playing the role of an ordinary manager, but in reality this character was not inferior in power to Rick Hennessy himself. He could be called a middle manager, and judging by his sly laugh, that was the honest truth. The goblin confirmed the player's guess because Brian had figured out everything except one important point. The goblin was not a middle manager at all, but a far more powerful figure, and Rick was actually his subordinate. Now that was intriguing, because Brian clearly had not expected a twist like this. He analyzed the goblin and learned that standing before him was an upper manager named Hastings. For those who did not understand, this goblin was one of the very managers who had once created the tower's rules. In the past, Brian had dreamed of meeting a being like this, and now he finally had the chance. For his sharp eye, the champion earned a free costume, although deep down he wanted much more. He had to provoke the goblin a little, so he would hand over an extra invitation for Alice too. That curious conversation ended only a few minutes later, leaving both sides deep in thought. Alice warned him not to joke around with beings who created and rewrote the rules of the tower. Apparently, Brian was sure he knew what he was doing and considered himself more dangerous than any manager. Well, the moment of truth had finally arrived. The masquerade ball was about to begin. Judging by the colorful guest list, even representatives of the Samurai Guild had been invited. Its current master was a man whose name many preferred not to say out loud: Horn. Together with his loyal assistant, known simply as Fatty, he was discussing some mysterious relic. They had just learned that the China Guild had also received an invitation to the ball. During the conversation, a cute girl accidentally bumped into Fatty. He became insanely angry, the last time this had happened being when he disliked a burger at a restaurant. A second later, that massive mountain of muscle and fat was lying on the floor, afraid to even move. The guild boss clearly had not expected his main bodyguard to be so weak and helpless. Alice had not come here to tolerate fat idiots, and if anyone tried to get in her way, she would tear them apart. It was truly better not to mess with this woman because, after 1,000 years of life, she had developed a very specific sense of humor and boundaries. The guild boss did not like that. Believing a simple warning would have been enough. After those words, Brian pulled out an ice hammer and started beating Fatty with obvious pleasure. It was as if he was deliberately provoking everyone with his actions and fueling the conflict. Then the champion analyzed his opponent's stats and realized Horn himself was surprisingly weak. The guildmaster kept shouting, so Brian decided to remove his mask and stop hiding his face. Everyone around immediately turned toward him and, of course, recognized the famous superstar. Then an ice prison rose around them so no one would interfere with Brian and Horn. He warned his opponent not to stand in his way. In the past, the China Guild had ignored that advice and regretted it brutally, so the samurai should not repeat their mistake. The master flew into a rage, memorized Brian's face, and secretly began to hate him. Meanwhile, Brian had already entered the main hall and started enjoying the atmosphere of the masquerade. Teresa had also received an invitation and was now standing near Maria, the woman she had once worked for. The stalker was here too, as always trying to draw attention with his outrageous costume. He noticed two infamous players, Little Casey and Judro's gang of thugs. They were players from Europe, notorious for provoking conflicts and then brutally killing people for fun. It was better to avoid maniacs like them. But for Brian, they were nothing more than a source of rare skills. It became clear that he was planning something again, and the ball was about to become even more fun and dangerous. The vice president of the China Guild, Mr. Lau, was also here. After everything that had happened in the Elven Forest and the icy tundra, he was nervous about the news that Brian was attending this ball. The guild boss had ordered everyone not to touch the champion, but even standing near him was dangerous. Now everyone's attention shifted in another direction. Some little kid with a tiny horn on his head was running around the hall and asking strange questions. His name was Carmen, and he was a lower manager of the Tower of Trials. He had already heard that an invited guest had been beaten, and now he wanted to figure out what happened. Brian said Fatty was at fault himself and planned to send him a suraflower as an apology. The manager clearly did not like those words and threatened the champion with execution. Everyone around understood that the fun was over and a bloody massacre could begin at any moment. Brian decided to remove his mask to show his special status. Apparently, Carmen did not know this guy and did not care who was special here and who was not. If he wanted something, he would get it, no matter what it cost. Alice did not like any of this, so she activated blood mana and prepared to kill any opponent. Brian asked her to stop, and at that very moment a loud, piercing scream rang out. Carmen heard his name and got scared like a little child in trouble. An upper manager entered the hall together with his loyal assistant, Rick Hennessy. He would not allow anyone to bully his guests, especially not some tiny unicorn named Carmen. The tension instantly disappeared, and Carmen dropped to his knees and started apologizing to his boss. Everyone around excitedly discussed what had happened because you do not see an upper manager every day. The unicorn had to justify himself and promise that this kind of behavior would never happen again. He apologized not only to the goblin, but also to the overconfident champion. A grown but still strong-looking man on the upper balcony was watching everything very closely. He had heard about Brian for a long time, and now he planned to hold serious negotiations with him. Beside him stood a Muram sage, someone they had been waging war against for many years. Only the champion of the Tower of Trials could put an end to this endless bloodshed. Meanwhile, Rick Hennessy activated a megaphone and made an important announcement. He would now be hosting the event and asked everyone to stay calm and pay attention. All these people had received invitations because of their potential and unique abilities. Today, each of them would be able to choose the faction whose support would help them climb higher through the Tower of Trials. The main event of the masquerade had arrived, and everyone had to show their value and their abilities. The guests who had come just to have fun were shocked, because instead of a delicious dinner, they now had to clear a harsh dungeon. The player with the highest rating would receive an exclusive advantage when choosing a faction. Everyone was stunned and did not know how to react to such an unexpected turn of events. In front of each person was a button, and by pressing it, they had to choose the tower floor they would be sent to. Maria urged everyone to calm down and suggested joining forces to clear the trial together and increase their chances of success. Even the stalker admitted that this time, they were forced to act on the same side, though he did not like it at all. Not everyone agreed with that decision, because some players still saw other characters as enemies on the path to the tower's higher floors. They stubbornly refused to cooperate and failed to notice the truly important things unfolding around them. By that point, Brian had already pressed the button and chosen the Valley of the Fallen King on the 25th floor. That was where he and all the other players were sent to clear the trial. And as it turned out, this floor was nowhere near as simple as it looked. Brian had made the choice for everyone because he could no longer stand the endless arguing and pointless bickering between players. Sometimes people jokingly call this guy a psycho. And honestly, there is some truth to it, because today's choice only confirmed his reputation. The Valley of the Fallen King on the 25th floor was known for being mercilessly difficult to clear. To escape the valley, a player had to pass through a treacherous labyrinth or be recognized by one of the local factions. The players had not prepared properly, so panic and hysteria began rising among them. No one knew anything about this place, and everyone hoped Brian had some kind of rescue plan. Maybe he really did have a plan, but not long ago he had suddenly disappeared somewhere. This guy knew exactly what he was doing. He had gone to the temple to find the hidden space concealed inside it. There were 5 main paths connected to the king's tomb, and the player could choose only one door. The other players would probably think countless treasures or other riches were hidden behind them. In reality, choosing the wrong door led straight into a deadly trap full of restless spirits guarding the tomb. Only Brian knew the correct move was to choose nothing, because once time ran out, the doors would open on their own. A salamander, also known as the Spirit of Fire, appeared from one of the doors. A second later, it turned into a giant monster summoned to protect the tomb of the Salamander King. It was going to punish the human for his bold intrusion, but the human had no intention of feeling fear. Brian glanced at his little beast and asked it to protect its master. For the dragon, this was a chance to enjoy a tasty meal and show how much stronger it had become lately. The intimidation skill worked almost instantly, filling the space with a crushing aura. The huge fire monster trembled in terror, as if it had become a small child standing before a deadly predator. Meanwhile, the players left at the temple entrance felt something unbelievably dangerous approaching. Powerful waves of fear burst out from inside, wrapping around everything in their path and paralyzing their will. By that point, Teresa had already approached Alice and started bombarding her with questions about where Brian had gone. Everyone wanted to know where that guy had disappeared to. But only the stalker understood that the champion was where the wind of terror was coming from. That was his signature style. Doing what no one else would dare to do, Alice decided to show them clearly what would happen if they acted recklessly. She threw a stone past the temple doors, and hidden deadly traps activated instantly. Now everyone understood it was better not to go in there, and they agreed to wait at a safe distance. At the same time, spirits began appearing inside the temple, coming out from the other doors. They saw the salamander in an extremely strange state. The creature was sweating and begged everyone to shut up and repeat after him before something terrible happened. The salamander warned the other spirits that a devil was here, and they should have nothing to do with him. To the fearsome dragon, all these spirits were nothing more than a hearty meal that fed its mind. The head of Muram, Master Gundabad, was stunned as he watched what was happening inside the temple. It was not every day you got to watch a player summon an ancient dragon for help. Brian had already subdued every spirit, gained more than 5,000 rating points, and taken first place by a massive margin. Many would say this was only the beginning, and that was true, but the gap already looked terrifyingly large. Almost every faction in the tower expressed interest in the champion, and the situation was quickly becoming more and more complicated. Brian managed to contact the boss of Muram, and the man got straight to business without wasting time on politeness. The terms were simple. Either the champion joined his faction or he died. Brian did not even bother listening to the old man until the end and instantly rejected the offer. He gathered the spirits and told them that from now on, they would do all the dirty work for him. After that, Benheimer from the Kingdom of Caladium, part of the Empire, contacted him. He also wanted the champion to cooperate with him and promised powerful support in clearing the tower. The players seemed inclined to accept this offer, as if this was exactly the outcome he had been waiting for. In return, he only had to agree to one condition, and it promised extremely interesting consequences. Meanwhile, let's return to the players still pushing deeper into the tower. At this pace, they would have to spend several hours dealing with all the traps. Maria was finding it harder and harder to control the situation, because some players had followed the silver-haired girl. The system suddenly announced that the conditions had changed. All players killed by traps and limitors would automatically return to the ball. This change happened because of the player everyone called the champion. So what had he planned this time? Some participants immediately rushed toward death just to return to the masquerade as fast as possible. It seemed like it would hurt, but the system was unlikely to deceive the raid participants. Brian had calculated the whole scenario in advance and deliberately chosen this floor. So now even Maria was interested in cooperation. Lau advised everyone to calm down and carefully reread the system messages. When players returned to the masquerade, they would lose all accumulated rating and points, and Brian had set this up on purpose to remove competitors. Lau tried to talk sense into the players, but it was as if no one wanted to listen to him. Only Brian offered real ways to survive, while Lau kept doing nothing but criticize everything. At that moment, Lau felt his master trying to contact him. Thanks to the remote communication technique, Gundabad could speak with his student without appearing inside the temple. Things had taken a dangerous turn, and now the master ordered him to destroy the champion. Lao could not handle that alone, and Gundabad had already calculated the situation in advance, offering a different plan. Meanwhile, Benheimer had fulfilled all of his conditions. Now Brian could calmly move forward, but to do that, he needed the spirit's help. They had to carry out a special operation and protect the player from every possible trap. If even a single speck of dust fell on him, he promised to tear the spirits apart. After passing the traps, they came across the body of a murdered player who had not returned to the banquet. Every player automatically returned to the masquerade if they died from traps or monsters. But if the corpse was still here, that meant another player had been the killer. Only the insane brother and sister from Europe were capable of something like that. Brian had wanted to copy their skills for a long time, and now he finally had the chance. It was time to talk in more detail about Casey and Judro, especially what their past had been like. Once they witnessed a horrifying scene. A psychopathic maniac coldly slaughtered their parents. Strangely enough, even after that horror, they did not give up and kept fighting. Working as a pair, the brother and sister eventually managed to avenge their loved ones. Something inside them broke that day, and from then on, they were never the same again. If he could satisfy their twisted desires, he would unlock the chance to copy a unique skill called Shared Access. First, he would at least have to withstand a storm of their insane attacks. Right now, the brother and sister were rushing toward the champion, which meant the battle had already begun. Their technique was impressive, but they moved too broadly and aggressively. Because of that, every attack was easy for an experienced fighter to predict and parry. The brother and sister knew perfectly well they were going to fight one of the strongest warriors in the tower. Now they activated the twin skill, combining their efforts into one deadly force. It was immediately obvious that these were true lunatics, hungry to enjoy the smell of blood. They could not be compared to ordinary opponents because they enjoyed their victims' suffering and tried to drag out the agony as long as possible. Let's leave Brian alone with these bloodthirsty lunatics and take a look at the Empire. Benheimer was receiving congratulations, because it was not every day someone managed to sign a contract with Korea's strongest player. The boss of Miram was disgusted by the satisfied faces of those imperial pigs. He had made an unforgivable mistake. He had gotten too distracted by the ancient dragon, and now he had to fix the consequences. To do that, he had to summon the leader of Ghostblood, a man known for dark deals. Judging by the situation, they were about to make an extremely dangerous contract, a story full of pure darkness. Everyone thought the Dark Spirit was supposed to kill the champion of the Tower of Trials, but that was not true. The Master only asked him to get rid of the players on Brian's team. Carrying out this job would cost a truly enormous price, because dark forces never work for free. Gundabad could not allow the champion to fully move to the Empire's side. He had no intention of making his enemies stronger, so he decided to handle the problem personally. Now, let's return to Brian, who is still holding the line and patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Little by little, the champion begins activating his skills one after another and absorbing the souls of his enemies. With every soul he absorbs, his mana keeps climbing, but instead of feeling despair, his opponents react like complete lunatics and actually enjoy it. That is exactly how real psychopaths behave, so this battle needs to end fast before they can start messing with the champion's mind. Satisfying these twisted enemies just to copy their skill is going to be anything but easy. The shared access skill is definitely worth it. But how exactly is he supposed to get his hands on it? Maybe he will simply have to destroy these two and stop wasting time on useless negotiations. Brian was already getting ready to take their heads off when the two of them suddenly dropped to their knees. They realized that even together, they could not defeat him, and now they want to join the champion's family so they can stay close to his power. At first glance, it sounds like complete nonsense that no sane person would believe, but life throws out surprises like this sometimes. Brian activated the Destroyer's brand and calmly copied their unique skill. Sometimes, all it takes to succeed is trusting chance and letting a little luck do its job. Today, the champion got lucky, and maybe for the first time in a long while, he won without relying much on force. Now we can shift our attention to the other members of his already impressive family. Teresa, Alice, and Stalker are still searching the temple for the leader. The vampire princess can sense his energy, and that allows her to find the right path. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed through the air, and the atmosphere became sticky and heavy, making it harder to move forward. When the players turned around, they saw a squad of Ghostblood soldiers following right behind them. The leader of the demonic Miram sect turned out to be a creature known as Merc. He had no intention of letting these players meet his leader and declared that their path would end right here. By this point, Brian had already accepted that he would have to put up with the new members of his family. The insane pair could now be considered his brother and sister. He sternly ordered them not to kill people unless it was necessary and to keep their bloodthirsty nature at least somewhat under control. That will not be easy because Casey and Judro are used to smelling blood every morning and every evening. To keep them in line, he will have to establish an official rule and force them to follow it. While the brother and sister were enjoying their new status, their leader suddenly sensed danger approaching. He had an uneasy feeling that the other members of his family had found themselves in a difficult situation. And sure enough, a tense battle had already broken out on the other side of the temple. Alice is still staying out of the fight for now, letting Teresa handle the battle. The princess had spent too much mana searching for Brian and now needs time to recover her strength. Stalker has it much worse because he has entered battle against the leader of the demonic sect. All this time, he has called himself the greatest swordsman in the world, and now the time has come to prove those words. He has to show his true level and cut his enemies into tiny pieces. The deadly sword dance skill has been activated, which means the shadow pigs are about to be destroyed. Marcus has become one with his sword, but will that be enough to defeat Merc? Stalker has never faced an opponent of this level before, because this is an entirely different league. A few seconds later, Marcus collapsed to his knees as blood poured from the internal wounds inside his body. He was now in critical condition and could not protect his own back. In moments like this, support from comrades who are ready to step in matters more than anything. Teresa arrived just in time and managed to block the monster's deadly attack. But she had to turn her attention away, and now Alice was left without protection. The princess reacted calmly, as if she could already feel that help was close. The moment Brian sensed the danger, he immediately came to the rescue. His lightning-fast strikes cut down more than 10 ghosts in a single second. The leader of the demonic sect clearly did not like that interference, because everything had started going wrong. Brian appeared at exactly the right moment, and now the flow of the battle is about to change completely. Earlier, he warned his new allies that they were only allowed to kill bad guys. Now all he has to do is point at the people he considers enemies. And the second he does, two bloodthirsty lunatics burst onto the scene, enjoying the smell of blood. No, they are not vampires, but in some ways they really do resemble those ruthless creatures from the abyss. Merc badly overestimated himself and dangerously underestimated his enemy. Dealing with him turned out to be easier than expected, because he was nothing but an empty shell with an inflated ego. When the shadows saw their master die, doubt and fear crept into their hearts. After that, all that remained was to clean the temple of the rest of the filth. Today, Marcus looked at the champion in a completely different way. Brian had destroyed an enemy who had blocked Marcus's special attack with a single strike. That made one thing clear. Stalker would have to become many times stronger just to get even a little closer to the champion. Soon, Casey and Judro completed the tasks that had been given to them. The Shadow Squad was completely wiped out, and the area was cleared of enemies. Now it was time to use the spirits to open the path to the royal tomb. But Brian's greed distracted him for a moment, and he lost focus. He failed to notice that one of the warriors was pretending to be dead while still breathing. Let's head up to the real world and see what is happening at the Neutralization Guild office. Today, a high-ranking employee named Xiao is working there. Her partners left for the tower a long time ago and still have not returned, so she is starting to get nervous. She absent-mindedly watches the busy avenue, trying to understand what the passers-by are thinking. They all look so calm and carefree, as if they have no idea what is really happening. The world these people live in is far too fragile, and things cannot continue this way. There is no point spreading panic among ordinary people, but action needs to be taken immediately. Everything still feels hazy and mysterious for now, but the truth will become clear very soon. For the moment, let's return to the tomb that the king's spirits have just opened. Streams of golden and diamond energy burst out, and that scent could not be mistaken for anything else. The royal tomb allows each player to choose only one treasure. Anyone who gives in to greed will immediately be cursed with a terrifying royal disease. The black bell is about to ring, and the road out of the labyrinth will open. It may seem like leaving the labyrinth is easy, but that impression is dangerously misleading. A shadow soldier appeared in the doorway, having survived his encounter with the insane family. He pulled out a mysterious scroll and activated it, altering space itself. Strange phenomena erupted around them at once, as lightning and thunder distorted the fabric of time. A portal opened, and warriors appeared from it, led by the leader of Murim. Lao had done an excellent job, and Gundabad was satisfied with his work. Altering space is strictly forbidden, But it seems the Master does not care much about the laws of the Tower of Trials. The administrators cannot watch what happens inside the labyrinth, and that is exactly why chaos is about to take over. The Master pulled out a strange black pill and crunched it between his teeth. He greedily chewed the relic, and a moment later, his appearance changed completely. Even the Hulk would envy his new form. And this warrior is already more than 100 years old. Marcus celebrated too early when he thought escaping the labyrinth would be easy. Now getting out of here alive will be an insanely difficult task. The Master of Murim arrived with his army, and there were too many enemies, so defeating them would only be possible by joining forces. Luckily, Brian can summon allies, so there is no need to worry too much about his safety. 5 spirits instantly entered combat mode and transformed into terrifying monsters. Now, we will finally see who the true ruler and the real top boss of this place is. An incredible battle begins. Murim against an entire armada of spirits, so who do you think will come out on top? This time, the players may not even need to interfere, because for now, they can simply watch. The massive warrior wasted no time and moved around the flank, attacking the enemy from behind. His target was the main opponent, and he used a technique known as Wall of Waves. The special feature of this skill is that its force splits into countless destructive streams. That means blocking one strike is impossible, because you have to withstand several waves of energy at once. An ordinary player would have been destroyed by something like this, but not the champion. Close combat does not scare him, because he is already holding the main relic of the 25th floor. The horn that summons despair is known to every warrior who has even a little self-respect. Once its sound rings out, catastrophes begin tearing through everything in their path. Everything changes when the relic's owner sounds it 4 times because that is when luck arrives. The Master declared that he would not let Brian survive this chaos, even after summoning 3 catastrophes. Brian is not scared by threats like that, but let's see what the Master says once the relic actually activates. The horn has just summoned despair, and the 3rd disaster has appeared inside the tomb. The tomb's first catastrophe is a black killer scorpion that loves fresh meat. It mainly began attacking the Murim warriors because they were the most vulnerable targets. The spirits and high-ranking players managed to retreat to a safe distance in time. Marcus realized the situation was taking a bad turn and activated his battlefield selection skill. Gundabad called his enemy a madman who had no idea what he was doing. Only a lunatic with no fear of death would unleash a tsunami like this. In response, Brian simply smiled and calmly activated the 2nd catastrophe, as if this were all a joke to him. The tomb's 2nd catastrophe was a clay predator with countless teeth as sharp as blades. The Murim warriors now had an even bigger problem, because more than half their squad had already died to the 2 disasters. Their leader is still alive and calls his main assistant over for support. Lau is badly wounded and has no desire to take part in these deadly games unless he absolutely has to. The boss orders him to seize the relic that summons the catastrophes as quickly as possible. If Brian loses that artifact, the situation will fall back under Murim's control. Taking the horn will be extremely difficult because monsters are swarming everywhere, ready to devour anyone in their way. Only a true master can defend against every attack and still keep his balance. The master decides to rely on patience and experience to defeat his skilled enemy. After the 4th sound, the horn brings unbelievable luck, and the champion wants to reach that moment as quickly as possible. Gundabad is desperate to steal that luck because it would guarantee his victory. By then, the champion had already summoned the 3rd catastrophe, and the chaos had reached its peak. The tomb's 3rd disaster was the Monster of False Thoughts, a creature feared even by the dead. Anyone struck by its magic begins to dissolve and disappear from the world of the living. Brian only needed a little more effort to reach that incredible luck. But just as he got close to that moment, Lau lost his balance and dropped the Horn of Fate. By pure chance, the relic ended up in Lau's hands, and now things are getting interesting. The master was delighted and declared that victory was now guaranteed. He ordered his assistant to hand over the relic immediately, but Lau did not move. What does this mean? Has he really decided to betray his master? Lau was tired of serving others, and for the first time in a long while, he chose to be selfish and think only of himself. Brian and Gundabad both ordered him to stop at the same time, but Lau ignored them both. He sounded the horn for the 4th time and claimed unbelievable luck for himself. The royal tomb found peace, but not in the way you might be thinking. Xiao, a player from the Neutralization Guild, witnessed a strange scene at sunset. Everything around her turned crimson, and every living creature felt space itself begin to shift. People screamed, dropped their phones, and ran in panic. A 3rd-generation catastrophe had broken into the real world, because apparently that was exactly what everyone needed right now. Marcus and Teresa were safe, but they reacted to what was happening in completely different ways. Teresa paced back and forth, nervous and desperate to return to the fight. Marcus tried to calm her down, explaining that they could only leave once the skill ended or its owner was defeated. They had only 5 minutes of rest left, and the skill would soon stop working. She was too worried about Brian to understand what was really going on. Marcus had noticed long ago that the champion kept most of the situation under full control. He creates strategies that other people cannot even imagine. So even now, everything is probably going according to his plan. There is no point rushing because he will be fine, so it is better to take a breath. Marcus was right, but he underestimated the role of chance, which changed everything today. When they returned to the tomb, they saw that all the disasters had disappeared. Lao was on his knees, screaming and crying like a child. A massive screen hung above them so every participant could witness the punishment for the chaos inside the royal tomb. A breach had occurred, and the tomb's owner was giving them a chance to repent while opening a portal to the 3 disasters. Lao watched his home burn in flames, but the master would not let him throw himself toward his own death. Nothing could be changed now, because he should have listened to Gundabad and stayed out of the battle between the strongest. The Murim warriors gathered their wounded and returned to their homeland. Only now did the master realize how lucky he was that he had not touched the relic. If he had, the monsters would have broken into Murim and destroyed his lands. Today, he failed to kill Brian, even though luck had been on his side. Now the people of Earth are suffering because of one reckless guy's actions. If Lao had not interfered, nothing terrible would have happened. Brian silently watched everything unfold, trapped in a strange state of frustration. The spirits could feel that it was better not to approach their leader or bother him right now. After a short pause, Brian entered the portal without paying attention to his friends. By then, the catastrophe had already affected every resident in the city's central district. The Neutralization Guild office had suffered serious damage. Xiao managed to survive, but probably not for long, because a deadly scorpion was right beside her. She tried to stay alive by using her chi protection skill. It was enough to withstand the main blow, but the pressure crushed her body like a fragile cookie. People scattered in every direction because today, everyone was saving only themselves. Xiao decided to fight until the end and wait for her friend Namgung. One more moment, and the fragile girl would break under the monster's assault. Today, luck was on her side again, because reliable allies appeared nearby. Brian asked his comrade to hold the scorpion back for at least 10 minutes. Stalker promised he could handle it and move the monster to another battlefield. Xiao looked at the champion and tried to understand why he was here and what he was trying to accomplish. It is about time she realized that in this world, everything is done to build up experience points. The champion is not thinking about saving others because he only cares about his own progress. It is unclear whether he truly believes that or is only pretending to be a cynic. Either way, he is here, along with the Holy Paladin from Amsterdam. Every high-ranking warrior chooses a monster for their own duel. Marcus is fighting the scorpion, which means Teresa will have to take on another disaster. Now, the people killed by the monster do not disappear. Their minds are clouded, and they turn into classic zombies. Teresa has to think not only about the main boss, but also about the people around her. This is what happens when inexperienced players mess around with dangerous relics. Meanwhile, Marcus continues fighting the scorpion in another area. He moved it away from the civilians and entered a one-on-one duel. Even while fighting the monster, Stalker keeps seeing Brian's image in front of him. Maybe for the first time, he is seeing him look this lost and unsure of himself. Moments like this are not the time to laugh, but the time to offer support and show that he can be relied on. For Marcus, this is a chance to step into the spotlight and show more than he usually does. He has always dreamed of being number 1, and now he needs to use his chance. The 3rd disaster moved into the city's eastern district and swallowed several large buildings. The system activated a hidden quest. The champion must defeat all 3 catastrophes. The reward depends on the result and the speed of completion. After the attack on Murim, Brian had planned to take everything he could, but Lao's greed changed everything. Now a huge number of ordinary civilians have been hurt. All of this irritates him beyond belief and forces him to act twice as aggressively. When Alice offered to help, Brian refused and said he would take the main hit himself. To win, he plans to use a level 2 speed barrier. This skill gives him additional options, including the ability to activate a mandala. Now he can calculate everything with perfect precision and deal his opponent a crushing defeat. Teresa does not have such a rich arsenal, so her options are much more limited. However, the Paladin has learned to use her skills with maximum efficiency. She's doing everything she can to heal the zombies, or at least keep them at a distance. But the real target is not the infected people, but the monster known as the Hermit. He earned that name because even the monsters of the abyss could not stand his presence. After being exiled to the other world, he has now ended up on Earth. The monster believed he was invincible until he ran into the paladin from Holland. Teresa managed to land a precise strike and find a weak spot in his defense. But one hit is not enough, so she has to keep the momentum going. The Hermit flew into a rage and decided to use the energy of the local residents. Teresa immediately felt her strength leaving her body and remembered her childhood. She had always been told how important it was to save people from danger, even if it threatened her own life. And even if there was almost no hope of victory. The young girl remembered those words and swore she would always serve the house of Laurentius. Today, her principles have not changed, but her faith in her own strength is slowly fading. The Hermit is too strong, and his aura of death is enough to drive people insane. He is slaughtering the townspeople so brutally that it is unbearable to watch. Teresa's strength left her, and she collapsed to her knees, unable to breathe. The paladin thought it would have been better if she had died herself than be forced to witness these atrocities. Teresa is not the only one struggling, because everyone fighting the disasters is facing extreme difficulty. Brian, who is clearing the quest, realizes it is far harder than it first seemed. The champion notices that Teresa cannot handle it and hurries to help her. At that moment, the portal distorts reality again. The spirit of evil fate appeared from the other world, an interference sent by the Tower of Trials. The magical burden on the caster's power doubled. A battle broke out between the monsters, while the people became victims of the chaos around them. A protective barrier saved them from the deadly debris flying everywhere. Only now did it become clear that Brian had done the impossible. He combined his skills and brought the evil spirit's mind under his control. It cost him almost all his strength, but now the spirit followed his commands. Thanks to that, the Hermit was completely destroyed. Almost nothing was left of him. A beautiful but merciless kill. By then, signs of decay had appeared on Teresa, so had she really died? Her heart was still beating, but Alice warned that if the paladin fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. Brian understands this because he knows there is a future where he will be afraid of Teresa. Meanwhile, the Black Scorpion had been torn to pieces. Marcus had never progressed this quickly before. Stalker endured the trial and proved he was capable of taking the lead. Today, he unlocked new reserves within himself and began to believe he could catch up to the champion. This guy cannot be underestimated because his path is far from over. Marcus earned a new sword that brings 1,000 fortunes. Because of all these battles, many people forgot that the trials were part of the masquerade ball. After hearing about the incident, the goblin ordered everyone to return to the Grand Hall immediately. He apologized to the players for Murim interfering with the quest. But he does not plan to stop at an apology because he understands that it is not enough. Murim's forces committed a serious violation, and it cannot be ignored. The administrator confiscates all of Murim's power coins, leaving them doomed to poverty. The representatives of Murim are furious because they did not spend so long building their strength for this. One of them hurried to find his boss and report what had happened. As he passed through the hall, he noticed a legendary sword known to every warrior with any self-respect. The player immediately accused the sword's owner of theft. Marcus looked at him like the devil himself had taken over his body. This sword was given to him, and he would not let anyone insult his name. The blade spilled blood for the first time, which is what happens to people who do not watch their words. Marcus did not even realize that he had just completed Brian's quest. The champion gave Stalker the sword so he would commit a kill, and thanks to that, Brian received a speed bonus. He finds profit even in tiny details like this, and that is what puts him on another level. After the invasion, an awkward situation unfolded, and the administrator apologized again. Brian had not gone through these trials for nothing. He demanded that 2 requests be fulfilled so the administrator could make up for his mistake. Then the goblin turned to the guests and announced a grand performance. The champion of the Tower of Trials refused to choose a ready-made power. He wants to create his own, one that will lead him to the top of the tower. He managed to earn the maximum number of points and fulfill the secret condition. No one understood how he knew about that condition, but that no longer mattered. The representative of the government forces used his right of refusal. He is clearly unhappy that Brian is creating his own faction instead of joining forces with him. The champion really had promised an alliance, but he changed his mind. Benheimer warned that by breaking the agreement, Brian would face serious sanctions. Everyone watched the situation closely, waiting to see what would happen next. If Brian backed down, everyone would understand that his new power was nothing more than a dream. That is why he has to go all the way, even if it means using Alice's power. Shared ownership of the artifacts makes that possible. Alice shared her abilities with the Bloodlord, strengthening him. Now the champion can control the blood of every living creature nearby, which is a truly terrifying power. The Bloodlord is not a toy, but a deadly technique that no one should want to face. Every guest at the masquerade felt how powerless they were before that strength. It was already impossible to lure the champion into someone else's faction, and now that is obvious. Brian forced Benheimer to admit he was wrong and apologize. The situation stabilized and no one was seriously hurt. As the goblin watched him, he remembered a conversation with Rick Hennessy. Back then, the librarian had promised a delay in exchange for outstanding results. Some kind of agreement exists between them, and that is very intriguing. Hastings says nothing about it, choosing to keep the secret to himself. The dissatisfied Benheimer promised to meet the champion again under different circumstances. Right now, restoring the city after the monster attack matters more. No one could clearly explain to the people what had happened. A massive obelisk was erected in the square to honor those who died during the breach. People came there to pay their respects and shed tears. One of the strongest members of the Neutralization Guild received special attention. She had to admit that the guild's most powerful fighters had disappeared. If not for Brian and his friends, Xiao would have died too. The champion of the Tower of Trials pulled on a hood and headed to the obelisk. Without him, there would have been even more victims. But that was hard to think about while seeing the tears of those who had lost their loved ones. This cannot be allowed to happen again, so Brian must plan his missions better, or he will have to answer for the consequences. A few days later, everyone returned to ordinary life. Alice still cannot believe that Brian truly intends to create a new force. To do that, he will have to spend a mountain of coins and invite all his friends into the faction. After Xiao's interview, attention around Paradise exploded, with far too many new subscribers and messages. A few minutes later, everyone close to him received an invitation to the faction. Marcus was the first to respond, and the others soon followed his lead. Only Teresa disappointed the champion by saying she was already part of a group and could not betray her allies. She was the only one who rejected the invitation, and that did not feel good. The fifth-floor boss, Andrea, also received an invitation to join. Brian is not gathering only players because every single person matters to him. He expands level funding to an unlimited scale with the duplication voucher. He needs to eliminate the monster and receive the reward at the Sanctuary of the Sun. That will allow him to revive the solar powers and feel like a god walking the earth. Brian felt energy filling his body, and with each passing day he was becoming stronger. His growth never stopped, and at times he looked like a true fanatic. Alice had never seen such a calm, almost frightening expression on a human before, one even scarier than a vampire's. She was beginning to notice more and more strange things about her friend. When he used the power of the Bloodlord, it seemed suspicious to her, because only those involved with the tower were supposed to know about it. Alice decided to ask him about it directly, but at that moment, the system interfered again. Strange things began happening to the princess, and Brian noticed it. But then she forgot everything she had wanted to ask, which is strange, is it not? Right now, the champion's plan is simple. Reach the 8th level and finish what he started. During his conversation with the goblin, besides forming a faction, he had one more request. He delivered a message to someone from Murim with an offer for a deal. After that, it was time for a meeting on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. By then, representatives of Murim had already appeared on the horizon. The letter was addressed to a member of the Black Wind Society, Mr. Yang. The champion did not come empty-handed and knew exactly how to make the exchange. The word Murim comes up often, but very few people understand what it actually means. Murim is one of the leading mid-tier powers, a world inhabited by superhumans who have accomplished incredible feats. The strongest among them is called the Flying Horse, and he is worshipped by a sect known as the Faith. Out of everyone in the clan, Mr. Yang is treated the worst because of his abilities. After receiving all of Murim's coins, Yang felt an insatiable hunger for success. This man is over 40, has many combat techniques, and stands at a high level. To copy his skill, Brian needs to give Yang hope for success, and he knows exactly how to do it. He is ready to hand over what he brought without wasting words. The champion acts confident, even though his opponent brought the Storm Army with him and is ready to attack. Holding the swordsmanship book is basically like winning the lottery, but when Yang opened it, he saw something very different from what he had expected. His threatening aura vanished, replaced by pure surprise. Instead of a legendary book, he had received the Swordmaster's childhood diary. Brian had spent a massive amount of effort stealing it, while Yang considered the find completely worthless. He had come all the way down here for a fortune, not for children's drawings. The champion intends to prove that he is the disciple of the Parasite King, Master Felidor. The Parasite King is a figure known to everyone in Muram. Outside players know nothing about him, but Brian is well aware of him. Yang served the master personally and will not tolerate anyone speaking his name without permission. Judging by the champion's smile, he was provoking a conflict on purpose. The Muram warrior activated Black Heaven and delivered a death blow. He planned to destroy an ordinary human, but he could not even break through Brian's first barrier. The gifted diary gave Yang hope, and the condition for copying his skill was automatically fulfilled. Now Brian copied his opponent's technique and fused it with his own. Little by little, he is becoming the best version of himself, and he loves it like crazy. The warriors of Muram will have to remember his name forever. People like the champion deserve respect, and soon everyone in the tower will know that. After that display of power, no one doubted that he was Felidor's disciple. The clan members immediately dropped to their knees and bowed before the king's disciple. Yang looked happy and thanked fate for giving him this opportunity. Brian defeated them with a simple trick, because an innocent joke had become the key to victory. On the 8th floor, a giant labyrinth known for its unbelievable size was waiting for the players. Its size can be compared to the diameter of Earth, because it is so huge that it even has its own inhabitants. But aside from its size, there are almost no threats there, and getting out is fairly simple. All you have to do is find the energy crystal hidden inside. There is no need to fight bosses or risk your life, because you only need to locate the crystal. Melina has recently become an important figure in the main association, climbing the career ladder, as they say. She headed to the 8th floor for an investigation, just like the other hunters chasing fame and money. There, you can make money by selling rare artifacts, finding items, and returning with a profit. Most players are not trying to clear the floor, but that does not apply to Brian. Melina just wanted to relax and do some shopping, but fate had other plans. Avancelot assigned her to investigate the double waves on the 8th floor, and that is why she is here. These waves appear when massive layers start moving. The moment Brian thought about that, danger crept up without warning. Only Melina's reaction saved the champion's life. She expected gratitude, but all she got was criticism. She should have been more careful and not lunged at people like an angry dog. Brian asked her to calm down and not attack an ally, George from the Black Storm group. Right now, George does not trust Brian and follows Yang, but if his trust is earned, another opportunity to copy skills will open up. Brian needs to prove he can be trusted and show his best qualities. Melina acted too recklessly when she decided to make fun of his clothes. Soldiers stepped out of the shadows, ready to slit her throat at any moment. After that, she turned around and left, deciding she was no longer needed. Now the focus shifts to an area within 20 kilometers of the 8th floor spot. Many players are gathered here, worried about the disappearance of the scouting squad. Jack from the Lockheed Guild is especially unhappy because he is sure something is wrong. There should not be any serious threats on the 8th floor, but something terrible is clearly happening up ahead. Using his body enhancement skill, Jack prepares to take the hit, no matter what comes. An avalanche of weapons is flying toward him, and he needs maximum flexibility if he wants to survive. He has not felt this kind of power since training with his master, even though there should be no strong monsters here. When the attack began, every player mobilized their resources. In front of them was nothing more than a pack of goblins, but it felt like they had been attacked by a kraken. The mage decided to clear the area herself with a fireball. After the strike, she said they could finally relax, but the attack did not work, because the goblins were still alive. On the 1st floor, monsters like these would have been wiped out in 30 seconds. Here, everything is different, because even an experienced mage failed to react to their attack in time. The goblins turned out to be far stronger, as if they had mutated after a nuclear power plant explosion. Jack and his comrades felt death breathing down their necks, and at that moment, amid the chaos of swords and arrows, he appeared. Quiet and calm, George seemed to walk across water while calling for everyone to remain silent. One command from him was enough for the goblins to lose their lives. The players had never seen such flawless technique before, because this was a true masterclass. Standing beside the Muram warriors were a red-haired girl and the already legendary Ghost of Fear. Despite the arrival of new participants, arrows kept flying forward. In situations like this, it is better to use blood skills and avoid getting your hands dirty. The goblins were replaced by more dangerous enemies. Forest trolls. The ghost activated the Demon King's sword and decided to warm up a little. No one had heard from him in a long time, but today was the moment to break the silence. Terrifying monsters began collapsing under the ghost's incredible pressure. Even experienced players could not follow his lightning-fast movements. This is how Brian gradually earns George's respect. And so far, it is working. Murim warriors only acknowledge those who can prove their mastery in battle. Monsters like these should not be here, so someone has clearly interfered. This is an enhanced boss trial from the 9th floor, and the whole situation looks extremely strange. Brian finally understood the meaning of the double wave Melina had mentioned. It means the 8th and 9th floors have merged, creating the greatest possible obstacle for the champion. Now watching his clear will become twice as interesting. Rick Hennessy recently went on vacation and was enjoying his time at home. He was minding his own business and imagining himself as a prince bathing in warm milk. Everything changed when Brian contacted him with an offer for a new deal. Next time, Rick decided he should ask for advance notice. The battle is still raging on the 8th floor, and the fighting has not stopped for even a second. Monsters are attacking from every direction without warning, acting exactly like Brian would. The ghost used a special substance that only works on goblins and monsters. Once the creatures of the tower breathe in its scent, they start obeying him. Brian took control of a goblin squad and ordered them to move forward. Physical strength has to be conserved, because the 8th floor is enormous, and mana reserves can run out fast. Brian knows perfectly well who he is dealing with, and he also knows he is being watched. He is being studied not only by the tower bosses but by George himself. George is trying to understand whether the ghost can be trusted, while the players still have not recovered from the shock. No one warned them about such a dangerous trial on the 8th floor. When the wounded warriors moved to a safe place, they noticed a strange creature. It called itself the loyal assistant of one of the humans and prepared to kill. By that time, Brian had already ordered the goblins to stop. He bought several cheap items and activated a 3rd-level barrier. Using the fire element, he began the process of melting metal. A cheap pickaxe turned into a diamond tool worth a fortune. Then the goblins were ordered to move toward the wall. They were going to dig a tunnel and do everything possible to make clearing the 2nd floor take less than a week. The ghost once again surprised everyone with his approach, but he did not foresee Carmen's arrival. The baby unicorn is already here to stop him from destroying the 8th floor. Carmen asks him not to do anything reckless because he has hostages. Jack and his entire team are trapped and suffering unbearable pain from lightning strikes. Carmen ordered them to follow him quietly, and then no one would get hurt. Everyone was ready to give in, but the ghost decided to protest. When something does not sit right with him, he immediately shows his power and the consequences of disobedience. Brian has always cared nothing for hostages because he thinks only about his own success. Then he used a long-forgotten skill and activated Black Cocoon. Carmen could not withstand that blow, and his plan completely fell apart. This is what happens to those who overestimate themselves and challenge Brian. The monsters of the 9th floor continue watching everything unfold. With the portal now open, it is clear that a bloodbath cannot be avoided. The monsters prepared well, but the champion decided to act fast and deal with all of them at once. Defeating an entire guard force will not be easy, but he has no choice. The ghost ordered his allies to follow him no matter what happened. He is not going to abandon his people and will go all the way for their safety. Hearing this, George remembered a moment from the past that had changed him deeply. Back then, he had been terrified for himself and the future waiting for him. Now he forgot those fears as he looked at the master and placed his full trust in him. His trust had reached 20%, and this was not the limit. The main boss ordered an attack on the invaders in exchange for the lands of the 8th floor. The Blackstone Timekiller volunteered to personally destroy the masked bug. He thought size mattered, but we already know that is not true. Brian destroyed him with the very first strike, and everyone around froze, not daring to move. That is how power should be demonstrated, fast and without words. In theory, there should be 3 9th floor bosses here, but only one is visible. It looks like a clever plan, although the boss is scared and only trying to buy time. He orders the monsters not to stop and promises a reward for the ghost's head. By this time, Jack had already escaped death's grip and was trying to contact command. There was no signal, so he remembered a special technique. A few hours earlier, panic had broken out at the Awakening America Association. Ashley was the first to sound the alarm after noticing that Jack had not returned on time. She asked them to mobilize strong American players, but her request was refused. The emergency response team leader, Hadis, was sure they could not act rashly while Russian and Indian players were destabilizing the situation. The 8th floor is just a massive labyrinth, so they only need to wait, and Jack will eventually get in touch. She is too in love with this player, which is why she is so nervous. Today, she's in a terrible mood, and it is better not to bother her. No one is rushing to save her husband, even though his life depends on it. Then suddenly, her ring lit up and transmitted a request to show vision. With this effect, she could see what the player was seeing. Ashley witnessed a bloody massacre and at first did not even understand what was happening. Her husband asked her to warn the world that the rules of the tower could be broken. Jack is still alive and he can still be saved, which gives his wife hope. Right now, Brian is live streaming from the 8th floor. Wearing the ghost mask, he appeared on screens for the first time in a long while, proving that he is still one of the best. Viewers are waiting for the ghost to fight Brian, hoping to witness the battle of the century. But that will probably never happen. And right now, it is better not to think about it. Fighting the 9th floor boss is no easy task, especially when the opponent is a creature named Hatasha. George still has not gotten used to the fact that the ghost is always balancing between life and death. For him, taking monstrous damage is just another normal day. The monsters are sure their strongest attacks can tear apart a player facing them for the first time. But their opinion changes once they see his true strength and abilities. Tired of fighting, the ghost ordered the spirits to take the initiative. Now the monsters have worthy opponents, and the players have a chance to catch their breath. Thanks to the spirits, things became a little calmer. Melina decided that now she could finally rest and relax for a bit. Has she still not realized that this is impossible when Brian is around? He ordered her to use the brand and attack immediately, then not come back without one of the monsters' heads. Alice also wanted to help, but her strength had to be saved for something more important. Right now, everything is under control, but the situation could change at any moment. Today, Brian is fighting terrifying creatures while his friends do not even know it. Many of them are having fun and enjoying a short vacation. Sandra Iron Fist invited her friends to her grandfather's house so they could have some fun. On TV, they saw the ghost go hunting once again. The 8th floor had seemed like an ordinary labyrinth to them, but now it was clear that was not the case. Teresa watched the battle closely, trying to understand what was happening there. She noticed a girl and a powerful warrior she had never seen anywhere before. Melina had already managed to find common ground with George, although he clearly was not happy about it. Someone should tell him that even one moment of relaxation can cost him his life. 2 more 9th floor bosses had just arrived, the Lizard King and Black Fang. Their feathered ally was happy that his brothers had finally come to help. They carried special weapons, with the Lizard King gripping a charred colossal bone capable of permanently destroying the enemy's weapon. Black Fang bragged about the branch of pure fatigue, which dealt constant damage that could not be healed. To the ghost, these were just boring relics he had already seen before. He did not understand why the bosses had been hiding for so long and were now arguing about who was in charge instead of fighting. They had forgotten that they shared one enemy, and they needed to attack before he destroyed them. George trusts the ghost more and more, and now he even calls him king. He sent his warriors to protect Brian and stop anyone who came near. Finally, we can see this guy not just giving orders but fighting with the game of shadows. A sea of blood instantly spread around them, and for the first time in a long while, Black Fang felt truly offended. Melina did not fall behind either, showing off her new close combat skills. Brian wanted to help her and ordered her to protect an important artifact. Only if the mirror stays intact will the girl be able to get out of here alive. Her Cobra Whip technique finally revealed its full beauty today. The spirits, as always, were performing at the highest level, with excellent mobility and destructive power. Brian kept the situation under control and decided to enter battle against the Red Lizard. To do that, he needed the Black Dragon's help and a flight technique. At the most important moment, the broadcast suddenly cut off. The viewers were furious because this clearly had nothing to do with the internet. Cutting the stream at the most interesting moment should be banned by law. Meanwhile, Rick Hennessy was carrying out the task Brian had given him. He had long suspected a similarity between the ghost and the champion, and now everything finally fell into place. In exchange for his help, Brian promised him the tooth of an ancient dragon bloodline, something highly valued in the New World. Rick set up the barrier at his ally's request, and everything was going smoothly until the system reported an error. The librarian immediately hid in another area, leaving his post unguarded. The barrier that prevented powerful beings from descending to the 8th floor was still working. That lasted until a mysterious figure appeared in the librarian's hall. The hero's enemies were well prepared, and now the barrier had been deactivated. That means terrifying beings will be able to descend to the 8th floor and ruin the ghost's plans. He still does not know this because all his attention is focused on the 9th floor monsters. To reduce their numbers, he needs a long-range weapon. Only the boss can defend himself thanks to his special technique. All the other monsters will be roasted like chickens on a grill. Because of the constant problems, Hatash was forced to use Light Lightning. This skill burned through a massive amount of mana, but it allowed him to stop most enemies. For now, not a single monster could reach the ghost. They relied on numbers and completely forgot the importance of quality. On top of that, none of them noticed the important relic in the center of the battlefield. The thread of faith connected to the mirror that had broken the barrier. Melina protected the artifact and was now reaping the rewards of her work. The item could now summon a terrifying creature to help its owner. Somewhere in the tower there was a monster ready to come to the ghost's rescue. This monster is so huge and powerful that legends have already been written about him. Klaus, the troll boss, answered the call and appeared with his squad of killers. Not only players but even monsters from different floors are already working with this man. As Brian strengthens his alliances, stopping him becomes almost impossible. He is not only developing his skills but also securing serious support. Klaus was merciless and killed everyone he disliked, and he disliked everyone. He remembered perfectly how Brian had freed him from the vampire's slavery, and now he was trying to repay his savior. The situation changed sharply, and the 9th floor bosses clearly did not like it. Everyone was busy fighting except the main initiator of the show. Hatash had just received a challenge to a personal duel with the ghost. Brian showed that even a 9th floor boss did not scare him. This highlighted his strength and showed that he was ready to take responsibility, even when he could rely on his allies. That is the sign of a true leader. But today, even that might not be enough. To win, he has to give everything he has. Brian was so fearless that he charged at the enemy with his bare hands, like a death-seeking cultist. After activating the Demon Lord's sword, he understood that a single touch might be enough to win. The ghost came closer and quietly said, "Today you die." The atmosphere reached its breaking point, and then an explosion rang out as a blue wave of silence swept through. It was so beautiful that even a camera could not have captured the perfection of the technique. The monsters realized it was time to retreat because the battle was lost. The ghost was congratulated for capturing the 8th floor, but this time every participant deserved credit. The champion leveled up, proving that even a union of bosses did not scare him. In that moment of shared joy, he remained serious. Brian felt that he had missed something, and then he suddenly heard sinister laughter. Hatash, lying on the edge of death, smiled and mumbled something unclear. When Brian listened closely, he made out that the monster considered him 10 times weaker than the true ruler of these lands. After those words, a strange portal opened right above the ghost's head. The champion's instinct had not deceived him, because intuition is always stronger than knowledge. Everything around them turned blood red, and the smiles vanished from the winners' faces. Brian had assigned this task to the one person who was confident the librarian would remove the threat. But he failed to account for the enemies being smarter than Rick Hennessy and managing to descend to the 8th floor. The demon had personally arrived to challenge him, and this battle promised to become legendary. Let's rewind time by 60 minutes. The battle had not started yet, and Melina said goodbye to Brian, but he stopped her. He understood that the waves had been prevented, but he did not understand why she had hidden the real reason for the investigation. The girl was in a tough spot, and she immediately started deflecting and blaming everything on the leadership. Lancelot reported that by following the waves, one could encounter a special being. That was why Brian contacted Rick and asked him to set up a barrier to prevent stronger beings from reaching the 8th floor. Rick failed the task, and here is the result. A special being had descended to punish the one who ruined his plans. His first interest is not the ghost, but the vampire princess. He had been told about Brian's power, but to a demon, a human is not a problem. The ghost's skills do not work because the difference in level is too great. He tried to get at least some data on the demon, but the system kept producing errors. He had to activate Fortuna to see even a drop of the hidden stats. That is how he learned that standing before him was the legendary Maekdros, the Death Eater. Brian only smiled and said he had been waiting for his arrival, as if none of this surprised him. He left the spiritual world and tried to restore his energy. This monster's age and level are unknown, and so are all of his key stats. The only thing known is that he is a member of the Hellish family, holds the title of Count, and commands high-level magic. All of his allies were immobilized, while Alice had lost both her stamina and her energy. At this point, he could only rely on himself, but his chances of winning were almost gone. The demon wanted to know how Brian knew his name, and now the player had only one path left to survival. He introduced himself as a dark apostle who served one of the demon kings, the withered soul known as Boris. At first, Maekdros did not believe him, because the whole thing sounded far too forced. But Brian did not back down and continued talking about a secret association of humans who worshipped demons. He claimed that he and his comrades had discovered traces of Maekdros. According to him, his mentor Boris had no desire to gain rank in hell and simply drifted along without caring about anything. After years of serving demons, Brian had become far more vain and ambitious. Now he dreamed of serving another king and honestly admitted it. The information, together with the magical background, partially confirmed the player's words. He really did resemble an apostle, but one question remained. Was he actually useful? Maegdros was willing to overlook the fact that the apostle had ruined his plans in order to judge Brian's value. The player had to prove his worth, and he had to do it immediately. The demon's soul barrier was suddenly blocked by another protective barrier. Through his warrior, Brian used the power of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris. When the ancient god learned about this, he howled in rage like a wounded piglet. He had never allowed anyone to use his skills and now swore revenge. But Brian did not care, because to survive, he needed solar radius. The divine Egyptian power struck Maegdros. He looked at the apostle from a new angle and recognized him as an ally. After that, the spiritual world dissolved, and the players once again breathed the fresh air of freedom. No one understood anything because for them, no more than a second had passed. Some players with smaller mana reserves suffered serious physical problems after the shock. George felt that powerful magic had affected him and immediately looked at the king. Brian was fine, and a strange item had appeared in his hands. The demon had given him the rift key, which was needed to break the contract with Boris. All he had to do was find a rift in the tower and use the key there. Maegdros had met Dark Apostles before and admitted that Brian was the boldest of them all. He had no choice but to agree to cooperate because their paths would cross again. Now the champion could not forget those words and kept returning to them in his mind. The demon had already encountered other apostles, which meant there were other players in the tower who had reached that level. Even Alice did not command magic that powerful, and Maegdros had managed to surprise her. Making a false contract with this demon was like sitting on a powder keg. Sooner or later, it would explode. But right now, that did not matter because the champion was holding an item that opened the next floor. His logic was simple: survive here and now and worry about the future later. George watched the king closely, trying to understand what he planned to do next. It looked like the champion intended to head to the Great Magic Library. That was where the man who had failed to fulfill his obligations was waiting. Rick Hennessy, the great mid-level administrator, had to explain his actions. The barrier had been created, but soon after it stopped working. Brian was in no hurry to believe those words because everything had become too tangled, and now no one could be trusted. That day, Miriam had invaded the state, and Rick was supposed to be present during the battle. He had been monitoring the fight, but he failed to maintain the barrier. The war between Miriam and the state surprised the player. It seemed like Miriam's forces should have been exhausted after the recent events. The contract between Rick and Brian was coming to an end, and as an apology, the librarian offered to let him choose any artifact he owned. Even the chance to obtain items like these was considered incredible luck. The champion chose the Compass of Consumption, an artifact that points to resources hidden inside the tower. For Brian, it was a flawless deal, and he was satisfied. Now all that remained was to hope the lower-level manager would be punished for his mistakes. Rick swore he would make sure that man never stuck his ugly head into the tower again. It was time for Carmen to answer for everything he had done. Today, he came to his boss to beg for forgiveness. In response, he heard only insults and a harsh sentence. The boss had connected the 8th and 9th floors and provided a high-level monster, but Carmen had ruined everything again. He begged for one last chance, but no one was listening anymore. The boss of this disgusting little slug turned out to be none other than the Goblin Hasting. He was surrounded by nothing but dim-witted creatures and asked the ancient masters not to worry. He swore he would fix everything and help the monsters enter the sacred lands. The next day, an interesting video reached the research center. As the ghost's popularity grew, more and more people had one question. Who would win, the champion or the ghost? Everyone cared about that except the main person involved. He had gained 7 levels after the recent battle and was simply enjoying the moment. At that moment, Alice approached him while holding the Pendant of Authority in her hand. 15 minutes earlier, something had happened that needs to be explained. Alice returned home to contact an old servant named Bellis. She came to greet him and offer him the chance to serve the princess once again. For him, this was a great honor, because the vampire had waited a long time for his lady's return. The problems began when Bellis learned everything that had happened. He could not believe that his magnificent princess was now forced to serve some human in a mask. He needed time to vent his anger and come to terms with it. Brian understood that things could not continue this way. After returning home, he decided to introduce sanctions. Alice was shocked, but she was afraid to interfere. Her servant endured the humiliation and could do nothing about it. Only this way would he understand that the champion had to be obeyed without question. After the problems were settled, It was time to take a short walk. In the city center, an unexpected meeting took place between people who should have been enemies. It seemed the empire was thriving and now swimming in gold. Benheimer liked the outside world and had already managed to blend into it. They decided to move to a cafe so they could talk in a more comfortable setting. The heavenly demon had completed his personal training, and someone spotted him during the invasion of the 24th floor. For the champion, this became a new problem, because the strongest person in Murim had awakened far too early. In the original scenario, he was supposed to wake up much later, which meant the Orthodox faction had interfered and ruined everything. Now they had joined forces with the heavenly demon, and the tower was facing chaos. The meeting had not been arranged, so Benheimer could ask Brian to eliminate the heavenly demon. Murim's invasion was the Empire's problem, and Benheimer had come for another reason. During the last invasion, their defenses had been completely disabled, and the investigation revealed that a spy had appeared. A rat had entered the Empire, and now they were asking Brian for one thing: track it down. If he captured the spy, they would provide support and the best route to the upper floors. Once everything was ready, Brian would be contacted. Finally, Benheimer said Murim was preparing something massive. If the champion wanted to survive the coming storm, he needed to start preparing right now. A demon invading the lower floors, the appearance of the heavenly demon, and war on the middle levels. Too many disasters had piled up lately. Everything was moving away from the original scenario and unfolding much faster. Now one obvious question remained: could Brian keep handling all of this? His head was a complete mess, and things could not go on like this. He needed a change of scenery and at least a short break from his problems. He could find that on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, which now looked like something close to Disneyland. Most people do not even know that the first floor hides a cozy little rest area, like a real oasis in the middle of the tower's endless trials. Alice brought her loyal assistant with her, the kind of servant who was always ready to throw himself at any problem to protect her from every danger in the world. During the walk, Brian noticed Teresa nearby, and today, there was something mysterious in her eyes, as if she was hiding something. The girl decided that Brian had found a girlfriend, and now she felt awkward standing near them, not knowing how to act in this company. She was also troubled by guilt, because she had refused to join the champion's organization, and the memory of that kept weighing on her conscience. To keep Teresa from feeling bored and help her feel more comfortable, Brian invited Stalker, who had always known how to cheer people up. He did not gather his friends just for an empty walk, because every action the champion takes is carefully planned and has a hidden purpose. At that moment, the system sent an unexpected notification about the activation of the hardcore theme park, stirring both curiosity and concern. A strange rabbit emerged from the thick darkness and reminded everyone that the goal of the event was extremely simple: run and survive inside this hellish amusement park. Skills and items were completely banned, and the players would have to face the park's monstrously strong residents, with no exceptions to that rule. As soon as the park officially opened, monsters began appearing out of nowhere, filling the area like a threatening swarm. A terrifying raccoon immediately tried to attack the vampire, only to receive a crushing blow straight to the nose. The rabbit froze in complete surprise because it had expected panic and chaotic running, not this level of cold-blooded calm. In reality, things were completely different, because every participant knew exactly what to do and moved together like a well-tuned machine. The players accepted the battle without hesitation, tearing the monsters apart and leaving them no chance to fight back. Through their trials, the team had learned to act as one, and now confidence in battle had become natural to them. The rabbit could not believe its own eyes and begged them to stop, but it was already far too late for negotiations. While Brian and his friends were wrecking the amusement park, an important conversation was unfolding on the Empire's 24th floor. Arthur had managed to destroy one of the Empire's key orders all by himself, strengthening his reputation as a ruthless fighter. The head of Murim's army, Tony, thanked his subordinate for completing the mission brilliantly. After receiving enormous power from Murim, Arthur now saw the outside world as a children's sandbox with no worthy opponents. He could freely leave the tower and was already ready to carry out his assignment: kill Brian without the slightest hesitation. Arthur was sure he could tear his opponent apart, but one thing worried him: the champion had too many allies who could interfere. Tony fully agreed with his concerns and took responsibility for eliminating every potential defender Brian had. First of all, they would have to deal with the Saint of Amsterdam, better known as Teresa. She was under the Empire's protection, and for Murim, this was a rare chance to get rid of many problems at once. Neither Teresa nor her friend knew yet that a real hunt would soon begin for them. A few days later, Teresa returned to her hometown of Amsterdam. unaware of the threat coming her way. There, she met with her superior, Maria, and told her stories about how much fun she had at the amusement park. That conversation helped Teresa release some of her worries and regain her peace of mind. Brian may seem rough and selfish, but he is always surrounded by kind and reliable people. Now it becomes clear why he is so unshakable, because inside him lies a source of absolute confidence. He always knows what to do and never gives in to doubt, not even for a moment, even when everything is collapsing around him. Every minute spent with him is full of energy and fun, and Teresa keeps those memories like a special treasure. During the conversation, the saint noticed Amsterdam's unnaturally red sky, which filled her with unease. Things like this do not happen without a reason, and experienced players immediately understand that trouble is coming. At first, it seems like an earthquake, but it soon becomes clear that a dangerous breach has occurred. Teresa prepared for battle, but her confidence vanished when she saw the one who had come for her. It has been a while since we last checked in on the 5th floor where Andrea runs the show. This girl cannot be underestimated because, as a floor boss, she is constantly growing in strength and experience. Lately, Andrea has been training with Brian and has picked up many useful tricks from him. Sometimes powerful players appear in her territory, but now she has become strong enough to stop anyone. Natash has transformed, and soon the local residents will become part of the champion's army, expanding his influence. During one training session, Brian received an unexpected call that changed the course of his plans. The leader of the player association, Mr. Hassan, reported that the situation was critical and required immediate intervention. A large-scale invasion had begun, spreading across all of Europe and threatening irreversible consequences. Over the past few hours, more than 16 new gates had been recorded, and their number was rising along with civilian casualties. The guilds were urgently forming defensive lines, trying to hold back the enemy attack however they could. But holding out for long in these conditions was almost impossible, because the monsters kept attacking in endless waves. Only max-level players like Maria, the leader of the Olympus Guild, could influence the course of events. Teresa is here as well and offered to give everything she had to clear Amsterdam of the monsters flooding the city. At first, it seemed like the fight was going well, but then Maria suddenly sensed the presence of an incredibly powerful enemy that awakened primal fear. In an instant, she was grabbed by a monster radiating a terrifying level of mana, like chaos itself given form. Even Maria, the leader of Olympus, was helpless, and for one brief moment a thought flashed through her mind. This is the end. Her mana shield was torn apart and a gigantic sword pierced her body, leaving her unable to resist. It all happened brutally and in the blink of an eye, leaving Maria no real chance of survival. Teresa witnessed this tragedy and was shocked by what had happened, unable to fully process it. Overwhelmed by panic and confusion, she lost focus and failed to notice another monster approaching. After taking a crushing blow, Teresa barely got back to her feet, pushing through pain that pierced every cell in her body. The Great Knight of Doom had been searching for her for a long time, and now it was clear that her chances of escaping alive were almost gone. She felt herself balancing on the edge between life and death, with chance and luck deciding the outcome of the battle. Today, all of Europe is drowning in hellish chaos, and people are fighting for their existence while clinging to hope and faith in a miracle. True heroes are born in moments like this, and right now, special class fighters Casey and Judro are showing what they can do. They had just received a call from the boss, who understood that action had to be taken immediately. Casey and Judro were in Germany, fully enjoying the battle and riding the rush of adrenaline. For those two, battle is a celebration because it gives them the right to kill enemies without limits. After hearing Brian's request, the lunatics immediately agreed to help their beloved leader. Meanwhile, an extremely important conversation was already taking place at the main office of the Awakening Association. More than 40,000 people had died across Europe, and this was only the beginning of the bloody count. The major guilds were holding their defenses to the breaking point, but without urgent help, the barriers would not hold and would collapse. If Europe falls, Asia will be next, and Hassan cannot allow that nightmare to happen. He gathered the best players and begged them to intervene and stop the waves of horror at any cost. Each of them had to enter the battle and do everything possible to keep death from reaching their homelands. After learning everything that had happened, Brian left Andrea to continue training on her floor. Alice cannot use her powers in her current state, so it is better for her to stay somewhere safe. She will guide the young fighters, gaining experience and preparing them for the battles ahead. Meanwhile, Brian can focus entirely on the critical situation in Europe. Right now, a furious battle between good and evil is still raging in Amsterdam, and the city is cracking under the scale of the clash. Teresa is holding back the monstrous enemy with the last of her strength, and every second of the struggle is painfully difficult. Even her divine sword technique cannot pierce the Great Knight of Doom's defenses. With every passing minute, it becomes more obvious that the saint cannot withstand the growing pressure for much longer. Her body is shaken by brutal blows, and her energy reserves are melting away before her eyes, leaving no chance to recover. Suddenly, Lord Byron appeared and ordered his knight to stop attacking for a short while. Byron finally understood why Miriam's forces were so desperate to get rid of the saint. Pure and incredibly powerful divine energy was raging inside her body, but along with it, there was also a strange energy that caught his interest. He decided to abduct Teresa and break the promise he had made to Miriam, giving in to temptation. The girl fascinated him far more than any gold or profit, and now Byron wanted only one thing: to possess her. Casey and Judro watched everything closely, and the photos they took were immediately sent to the champion. When Brian saw the pictures, he felt a flash of rage and worry so sharp that for a moment, even fear gripped him. But there was no time for emotions now, because the situation in Europe demanded instant action and total focus. Miriam's warriors were controlling almost everything happening across the continent without showing a single drop of mercy. Then suddenly they felt an enormous power approaching, one that surpassed their own. When they looked up at the sky, they realized that one of Miriam's strongest players in decades was approaching them. It was Ruth, the fearsome mistress of volcanoes, whose name struck fear even into the elders. She had arrived to check whether Byron had kept his earlier promises and dared not break them. When the warriors appeared, Byron started playing the role of a loyal ally, smiling and generously throwing out jokes. Then he confirmed that Teresa had supposedly been destroyed by his sword, hiding his true intentions. Meanwhile, a special death squad was rapidly approaching Amsterdam, preparing to land. Bobby surrounded himself with experienced professionals and reminded them that once they landed, there would be no way back. After making sure Brian was satisfied with the team's lineup, he ordered everyone to prepare for the operation. Each of them understood that they had to give everything they had, so the operation would go off without a single mistake. Sandra was glowing with happiness because she finally had real work to do, while James could not hide his nerves, since this was his first battle outside the tower. Stalker, as usual, stayed silent and was the first to volunteer for the fight, but he never explained his reasons. Brian warned the team that Byron was a powerful mage and an extremely dangerous boss who could not be underestimated. If they kept feeding the enemy bodies, his army would never run out, so they needed to destroy as few zombie skeletons as possible. Meanwhile, players from all over the world were breaking into Europe in different ways, each trying to contribute and support the others. Right now, flocks of flying monsters were racing toward their helicopters, threatening to intercept them in the sky. James took on the role of cleaner and activated his King of Technique skill, sharpened to perfection. He methodically destroyed every enemy that approached without warning, leaving them no chance at all. Brian decided to show that he was still the most fearless player in the entire world. He opened the helicopter door and calmly stepped into the void, as if he had a reliable parachute behind him. While falling, he activated a powerful barrier and summoned a devastating snowstorm. An icy prison swallowed almost every monster filling the airspace. Then he summoned his spirit and entered battle mode, eagerly waiting for the real party to begin. The other members of the team felt strength rise inside them as they watched their leader move with such confidence. Even Byron sensed that something important and dangerous had shifted in the atmosphere. He immediately understood that a new high-level magic formula had been activated nearby and that someone special was heading toward him. Brian, meanwhile, was calculating the enemy's moves clearly and understood perfectly how they operated. He knew Byron would become interested and would definitely call his dragon for backup. But the champion of the Tower of Trials also had a dragon of his own for situations like this. Byron clearly did not expect to meet an ancient creature from legends and myths on the battlefield. The battle erupted instantly, and the players did not bother warning the enemy before attacking. They moved as quickly as possible, knowing there were traitors hiding inside the enemy army. Casey and Judro disguised themselves as skeletons and successfully infiltrated the enemy ranks. Their main task was to find the Saint of Amsterdam's location and pass it to their allies. Casey wanted to contact the leader, but at that moment, the Great Knight of Doom fixed his gaze on her. Her brother hurried to calm his sister down, assuring her that the knight was not looking at them. But he soon realized he was wrong, and the knight really did intend to destroy them. Now the real fun begins, because the masks are off and there is no longer any point in hiding. Meanwhile, Brian and his team were locked in a brutal battle against a giant skeletal dragon. Stalker and the champion moved in perfect sync, like two close battle brothers. They had to activate the maximum number of skills to finally push back this monster. The skeleton was blown into countless fragments and stopped being a serious threat. Now they could feed Bruce and think about their next steps. The players had ended up right in the heart of the enemy camp, which surprised Byron quite a bit. He immediately started rambling about his youth, but Stalker was not in the mood for long conversations. He silently attacked the skeleton, making it clear that they had not come here for empty talk. Now it is time to take a closer look at their opponent. This monster is over 3,000 years old, a level 91 undead who was once the great mage of an entire nation. To copy one of his skills, Brian will have to make Byron taste the bitterness of defeat. But that will be extremely difficult because he is surrounded by many Miram allies ready to do anything for their master. All of them dream of destroying the champion of the Tower of Trials and wiping out his influence. Meanwhile, other players were already rushing toward the battlefield, including Frederick and Johnny. They also wanted to break into the fight and show what they could do. Right now, Amsterdam needs to be filled with high-level fighters as quickly as possible. Only then will they be able to seize the initiative and push the undead out of Europe. Players were arriving from every corner of the world, hoping to make this world at least a little better. They rallied around their leaders and joined the fight for a city that was not even their home. Everyone understood that this was the only way to destroy the threat hanging over humanity. The enemy was extremely powerful and had no intention of letting them act without consequences. Everyone wanted to rally around the main player, Brian, but at that moment, he was far too busy. The skeleton ordered the Miram warriors to destroy the champion while he burned everything around him with fire. Ruth watched Brian especially closely, tracking even the smallest changes in his breathing and gaze. Her technique was incredible, and to copy her skills, Brian would need to make her fight at full power and last at least 5 minutes. His allies had warned him that Miram was preparing something truly massive. Now, with the Mistress of Volcanoes appearing, it became clear just how serious their plans were. Brian would have to give everything he had, although this time, he was not alone. Marcus was beside him, determined to prove that he also belonged among the best fighters in this world. He ordered Brian to save Teresa and promised to hold the enemies back with his swordsmanship. The people of Miram had underestimated Marcus for too long, but now it was time to shatter their illusions. They would have to understand that fighters like Marcus never give up and always aim for the top. He considered himself second only to the champion, and today, he planned to prove it to the entire world. A fierce battle began. Marcus against the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. His technique had to reach a new level, or he risked losing his head. Ruth did not rush to interfere, calmly observing Stalker's style and sensing the strength of his spirit. Brian did not waste a second and furiously cut his way through endless ranks of enemies. He was so fired up that he almost hit his own allies when they ended up in his path. Flames burned even the skeletons to ash, turning the battle into a mesmerizing spectacle. The monsters did not interest him, because every thought in his head was focused on Teresa. He imagined the suffering she must be going through right now, and that only fueled his rage. Byron tried to determine this woman's limits and understand how much longer she could endure. The stream of annoying people enraged Byron, and he violently tore apart the players getting in his way. He rushed from side to side, attacking warriors while still tormenting Teresa. Suddenly, the furious lion received troubling news from his assistant. Rats had appeared in their camp and had somehow escaped punishment. Soon, their location would be exposed, and Brian would arrive here to protect his friend. To avoid problems, Byron handed his assistant a magical relic, the bone of a black horn. He ordered him to strengthen the barrier, gather more warriors, and bring one special prisoner here. He was talking about the mage who had been captured along with Teresa. Hearing this, the woman looked carefully into Byron's eyes, trying to understand whether he was joking. Now it became obvious that the Baron was ready to make her suffer beyond words, and his game was only beginning. Meanwhile, Stalker was barely holding back the pressure while being attacked from 4 sides at once. Only his incredible instincts and experience saved Marcus from certain death. His defense reached a new level, and he mastered the flying sword technique. During this technique, the blade seemed to dance in his hands, creating a deadly rhythm. For brief moments, his opponents became slower, and Marcus used that opening skillfully. Ever since he fought the Miram warriors on the 4th floor, his strength had grown noticeably. But among these enemies was a special woman who would not fall for cheap tricks. She offered him the chance to push his skill to the limit and reach a new level. In other words, Ruth was inviting Marcus to join Miram's army. She could feel the power coming from his blade and promised to introduce him to a master of the highest level. That could make Marcus the strongest and finally allow him to surpass his greatest rival. The swordsman tensed for a moment at that offer, and then a sly smile spread across his face. Marcus firmly refused because he had not come for the enemy's power, but to save Teresa. The battle continued with the same fury, just like in the other parts of the city. Brian was still breaking through endless crowds of skeletons. He was in a hurry, because every second could cost Teresa her life. The Great Knight of Doom had already used the Black Hornbone and was ready to face the champion. Brian recognized that relic, because in the old virtual game, Byron had caused him a lot of trouble with it. The champion desperately needed support, and at the most critical moment, it finally arrived. Right now, he had to move fast, and Sandra was ready to do everything she could to clear unnecessary problems from her leader's path. Her whirlwind arrival instantly made it clear to the monsters that today, they would get neither mercy nor breathing room. Many enemy skills were cancelled in an instant, and Brian felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Sandra had no intention of stopping and was not afraid at all of her terrifying opponent from the abyss. When the knight realized this girl would not be stopped so easily, he used his relic again. A giant fiery lion appeared on the battlefield, tearing through the air with its burning breath. Only then did Sandra realize she had jumped into a battle meant for players on a completely different level. If she had not activated the Robot King's skill in time, her body would have been blown into hundreds of charred pieces. Fortunately, her best friend came to help at the perfect moment and did everything he could to shield her from the deadly threat. Together with James, she decided to hold back the monstrous skeleton and give Brian a chance to break through to Teresa. Every one of our hero's friends was joining forces just to buy him a little more time. Brian was already extremely close, and all that remained was to break through the final wall of skeletons and reach the city center. Byron, meanwhile, was doing everything he could to stop the champion and keep him from approaching his camp. The champion had no choice left, so he called on two more lunatics for help. The brother and sister had only been waiting for the moment to rip off their skeleton masks and unleash all their fury on the enemy. They activated their spinning sickles in perfect sync and whirled forward like a tornado, shredding the undead apart. Brian avoided wasting time once again and sped up even more, racing forward. Teresa was still alive, but her mind had been shaken by everything happening around her. Maria was not only her mentor, but also a close friend, almost like a sister. They had worked together for many years, and now Teresa could not accept this cruel reality. Maria had miraculously survived the fatal wound, but Byron restored her body only so he could torture her. He blamed Teresa for everything, saying that if she had been stronger, this tragedy could have been avoided. After those words, a nightmare began, and Teresa could no longer resist. Drops of foul black tar fell onto her face, and her skin began showing signs of decay. The gates of her soul burst open, and black magic completely took over the holy woman. Brian was already nearby, and he saw what was happening while desperately trying to stop it somehow. Right now, only one thing mattered to him: saving Teresa, because everything else had lost its meaning. But no matter how fast he moved, and no matter how hard his friends tried to help, it was not enough. The holy savior had fallen, and the black tar had taken full control of her soul. Terrifying energy burst outward, covering Amsterdam in darkness and the smell of burnt flesh. Everyone around froze, trying to understand what had happened and what they should do next. Brian stopped in a daze and stared at Teresa, trying to find the person she used to be. Byron only smiled, making it painfully clear that he considered himself the winner. Teresa was almost unrecognizable now. Her body blackened and her facial features twisted beyond recognition. Then she took a deep breath and said with relief that it felt good to finally taste freedom again. The paladin had been reborn into something unimaginable, so much so that even Byron could hardly believe the experiment had succeeded. Now he could control her and give her orders, turning the holy woman into his weapon. After the transformation, there was nothing holy left in her appearance, and now she was capable of destroying her best friend. Teresa drew her black sword and prepared to send Brian into the world of the dead. He had failed to save her in time, and now he had to do everything he could just to survive. The clash between good and evil erupted with terrifying force, and it felt as if the entire world trembled. The Holy Paladin had fought for humanity for years, yet now she stood on the side of darkness. Accepting that was incredibly difficult, but sometimes you have to admit the world is far from perfect. The champion had to keep fighting because the person in front of him was no longer the Teresa he loved, but an enemy he could not afford to pity. Casey and Judro watched the fight, not even daring to think about interfering. They looked at Teresa without the slightest rejection, as if they were seeing her for the first time. In fact, it was the opposite, because they admired this woman, who now seemed equal to Brian himself. The champion did not share their excitement because watching this was far too painful for him. He was forced to defend himself and stand against a power unlike anything he had ever seen. He had once imagined that they might have to fight, but reality turned out to be worse than any fear he had carried. With every passing minute, Teresa grew stronger, fully absorbing Byron's demonic energy. Only activating the Grave of Swords could create even the slightest resistance against her assault. If Brian did not destroy his opponent as quickly as possible, there would be no victory. The dance of demonic soul blades was supposed to at least slow her down and make her suffer. Her demonic aura grew with every second, and he had to hurry while there was still a chance to destroy the berserker. At one moment, the champion got close enough to take her head off, but he still could not bring himself to do it. He could not force himself to accept that Teresa might have to be killed forever. Maybe he was hoping to resurrect her, but he understood that it was far too risky. The champion allowed himself a moment of weakness, and Teresa completely seized the initiative. She sensed Brian's demonic energy, and it awakened a strange excitement inside her. Brian smiled faintly because it seemed his carefully hidden plan had just begun to work. By this point, Byron was already getting nervous and ordered Teresa to kill the champion. But she refused to obey, and the situation suddenly turned upside down. Byron's demonic energy was powerful, but Brian's energy was much purer and stronger. Teresa declared that she was ready to switch sides and abandon her former master. Even in her light form, she had liked Brian, and now even Dark Teresa appreciated his strength. To keep her under control, Byron broke the terms of his deal with Muram. He had done too much and ended up with nothing. He had no intention of forgiving that betrayal and swore to make Brian pay for everything. Byron activated the Black Gravitational Cube of Awakening, and Amsterdam found itself on the edge of total destruction. Teresa took on the Death Knights and confidently said they would not be a problem for her. The other players joined in as well, trying to hold back the monster's assault. Meanwhile, Brian had to focus on the main enemy of the night. Byron was planning something truly horrible, and the scale of the coming battle was impossible to overstate. After absorbing a massive number of skeletons, the boss of the 14th floor stepped into the spotlight. His return made even the most dangerous players feel helpless. The crushing aura could not be ignored, because fear sank into the mind of every fighter. The association members resisted desperately, although holding the line was becoming harder and harder. If the boss merged with the remaining undead, he would become unstoppable and destroy the city. Brian had to prevent that, and as always, he was counting on his resourcefulness. He had never lost confidence in himself, and that was where his greatest strength came from. The Great Knight of Doom had been watching the boss's actions this whole time, waiting for the right moment. He had already tasted victory and allowed himself to relax far too early. Teresa's fight against the knight now had to be different from their previous clash. The girl had gained an extra advantage and planned to show what happens to people who hurt women. She was now facing a knight, but standing before him was a dead woman with nothing left to lose. Sparks flew in every direction, and the blows were so powerful they could have split the Eiffel Tower in half. If Teresa missed even one strike, there would be nothing left of her. She had to give everything she had to keep herself from dying, looking deep into her own mind. To gain true power, she needed to unite with her white self. Teresa seemed to split in two, with her light and dark sides fighting for dominance. They had to merge into one if she wanted to become truly unstoppable. Her light side had to explain why they were still fighting. Their unity was necessary so Brian could endure and defeat the boss. As soon as Light Teresa remembered her close friend, a smile lit up her face, and her eyes filled with tears of happiness. Her inner unity was restored, and Teresa returned to the battle even more determined. Her courage, steady gaze, and sharp features drew everyone's attention. The insane brother and sister looked at her like she was a goddess from a perfect world. Brian had to sharply remind them that they were in the middle of a battle and this was not the time to worship a new idol. Byron felt the moment of truth approaching and continued increasing the pressure. He ordered the boss to destroy the champion so the other players would understand they did not have even the slightest chance. The blows came crashing down with devastating force, and the ground trembled under that monstrous pressure. Even the skeletons fighting on the boss's side were afraid to get too close to him. Perhaps there was only one madman on the entire battlefield who looked at the boss like he was nothing. The daylight skill allowed him to attack from a distance and keep his confidence. Brian blasted a huge hole through the boss's skull, and a deafening scream tore through the air. The problem was the undead knights, who kept feeding power back into the boss. They restored his health and returned the initiative to his hands. Byron could see that the champion had outstanding skills, but sometimes that is not enough, because to become the best, sacrifices have to be made. To become the strongest mage, the skeleton sacrificed his friends, his family, and even his own kingdom. He was obsessed with progress and did not stop until he reached the peak of power. He even had to sell his soul and body all for the sake of power and greatness. In some ways, Byron and Brian were similar, but fundamental differences separated them. The champion valued his friends and was ready to do anything for them, although no one could guarantee he would never step onto a darker path one day. Right now, he was fighting on the side of good, and that was all that mattered. He activated fusion and combined the fire element with glacial power. This allowed him to create a 10th-level multi-layer perception barrier. All of that sounded confusing, but there was no other way to show just how powerful the barrier was. Even Byron felt a chill run through his bones after the fusion succeeded. Teresa stopped fighting for a moment to see what was happening. She could not have imagined that this guy was so strong and powerful. Even the Northern fusion did not look as impressive as Brian's skills. Infinite magic allowed him to use any ability without being limited by mana. Right now, he was displaying the highest level of skill he had ever used. The champion had never been in this form before, but the barrier would last no more than a minute. The other fighters forgot about every other problem. All attention was fixed on Byron and the champion, because the outcome of their battle would decide humanity's future. To win, they had to defeat the 14th floor boss as quickly as possible. Only speed could deny the enemy a chance to recover. Byron kept screaming, accusing everyone of playing unfairly. He felt the champion had broken the rules of the world and gained too much power without sacrifice. But jealousy never leads to anything good, and the skeleton should have understood that long ago. As his final move, Brian activated Eternal Redemption and prepared to finish what he had started. Now this was the end, because no matter how powerful the boss was, he would not survive a blow like this. Byron's soul split into atoms and scattered into the atmosphere. When the skill ended, Amsterdam sank into silence, as if nothing living remained there. Against all odds, the champion survived, and his heart was still beating. But Byron restored his soul and rose from the dead thanks to the power of the undead. To destroy him for good, they had to strike Byron himself, not his puppet. Magic could only harm him partially, but Brian knew the secret. To defeat him, the true vessel of his life force had to be destroyed. That vessel was hidden too deep, and finding it was not easy. An ordinary player could never have done it, but Brian had already walked this path before. And then little Bruce crawled out of the ground, holding a black sphere of energy in his claws. At that moment, Byron screamed like a pig being butchered, and his eyes filled with horror. The ancient dragon was gripping the vessel of life force, having found it thanks to his master's clues. All this time, the champion had been using magic only to distract his opponent. Byron had brought too much pain and suffering to the people of Europe. Countless people had died, and many more had been turned into soulless skeletons. They had begged for mercy, but the undead did not listen, and something like that could never be forgiven. Now the ancient dragon slowly began devouring the vessel like a sweet treat. That was exactly how it should have ended, but someone else interfered. An unknown figure attacked the dragon without warning. The impact cracked the vessel and shattered it into tiny fragments. That figure turned out to be a girl named Ruth from Murim. Everyone was terrified because the black vessel released its energy into space. Byron cried out. His heart shattered, and he lost the right to keep living. His body crumbled into ash, leaving no trace behind. As a reward, the champion received a special item, the magnificent mage's goods. But Brian had dealt most of the damage, even though the decisive blow belonged to Ruth. The reward was split evenly, and our hero could not accept that. Ruth did not even think about apologizing, and instead, she was happy about her luck. For her, this was revenge for the broken deal Byron had failed to honor. Ruth highly praised the champion's skills and said she would gladly fight him when he was ready. After those words, the warrior girl disappeared, while Brian felt it was hard not only to stand, but even to breathe. Dark Teresa appeared behind him, because she still had not managed to kill the Knight of Doom. He had retreated into a portal once he realized his master had been destroyed. Dark Teresa called herself Tiara, and with the mission finished had no intention of staying here any longer. She returned into her own mind and decided to give Teresa her life back. From now on, they would only switch places in critical moments. Teresa returned to normal life and received a second chance. Brian was genuinely happy about that, because this was exactly what he had been trying to achieve. As they embraced, Marcus appeared on the battlefield, having survived his clash with the Murim warriors. The day had been long and brutal, but despite every trial, it still ended in success. The very next day, the battles resumed, and that surprised no one. The monster Byron was dead, but Europe was still crawling with undead. The continent had to be cleared of monsters so people could sleep peacefully again. Players from different countries joined forces and spent a great deal of time cleaning everything up. More than 100,000 people suffered from the undead outbreak in Europe. A decision was made to create a global awakening weapon to protect the people of the tower. The great guilds of the Awakening Association agreed to cooperate despite their differences in culture and values. All of this was being done to save lives and prepare for an assault on the tower. When the tower first appeared, Brian believed it was no different from an ordinary game. But he was wrong, and life kept proving that to him more and more. With every passing day, he understood more clearly how different reality was from the virtual world. Even if he cleared the tower, would it matter if nothing was left afterward? While he was thinking, Stalker approached him, because they still had not discussed the previous battle. Marcus had not struggled much against strong opponents until one special warrior appeared. Never before had Marcus felt someone suppress him so completely with power alone. That warrior was stronger than anyone and called himself the Dark Dragon King of Heaven and Earth. Hearing that name, Brian flinched as if he had been stung. The Dark King was not supposed to appear this early, which meant everything had gone off course again. Meanwhile, Teresa was recovering in the hospital. She was doing much better, and so was Maria, who had survived terrible torture. Teresa now had a split personality, and they would have to accept that. She would not be dangerous as long as they maintained a friendly relationship with her and found the right balance. The source of the Demon King of the Black Sky's power was demonic energy. The curse of the Demon King manifested in an unexpected way, which Brian had not anticipated at all. Changes are not always for the worse, so maybe Teresa will become even more useful in future battles. Suddenly, the champion received a call from the president of the association, inviting him to a meeting. Two people had arrived at the association, and they were extremely interested in meeting the champion. This was connected to the influence of high-ranking government structures. A private plane was sent for Brian, and within a few hours he was already on his way. During the flight, the champion analyzed his progress after the last battle. He had also managed to copy Byron's skill, which meant he could now create his own undead army from corpses. After finishing his steak and leaving the bone behind, he decided to test the new skill. It worked. And after a few seconds, a tiny monster hatched from the bone. Right now, this ability seemed useless, but in the future it could play an important role. Brian had no idea that chaos had broken out in the personal belongings section. The brother and sister were causing trouble there, trying to stay as close to their boss as possible. Meanwhile, inside the Awakened Association, a conversation with strange guests was underway. Tired of waiting for Brian, they began getting irritated and making the atmosphere heavier. They were Chandra and Aaron, representatives of the Kandara Guild and top-ranking players. Their time was valuable, so they had been given the best hotel and equipment. But if they crossed the line and insulted the Korean Association, it would lead to serious problems. Suddenly, everyone went quiet, because the champion of the Tower of Trials had entered the room. Hassan immediately left his office and gave it up for the conversation. Brian listened to both of them, since they were the ones who had insisted on meeting him. The players sensed an insane aura of death coming from him and became extremely nervous. Right now, all the strongest players were concentrated inside the tower, and the future depended on what forces the tower-level department would use. If the players kept climbing higher, a great battle would become unavoidable. Brian was offered an alliance with friendly Murim forces, specifically the Kandara Guild. That would give him access to information about the state and many hidden advantages. Information about troops and camps could not be obtained even on the black market. They also had other exclusive data that would become available only after the deal. If Brian agreed, he would even learn who the spy was, the one who allowed Kandara to know so much. The players had no doubt that together, they could celebrate victory and destroy every enemy. They waited for his agreement, but the champion simply laughed like a child. With Gluttony's gaze, he realized that his guests were trying to get into his mind. Brian refused the alliance because he had always been a loner and had no intention of changing. Then, the Kandara Guild players called the Korean Association a group of ignorant children. Words like that on foreign soil had to be punished. Brian instantly showed them just how massive the gap in their levels really was. Now let's move to the mountains of the 21st floor, where Murim is hidden. Two warriors were walking there, discussing the champion of the tower. George was beside them, along with the Dark Dragon King of Heaven and Earth, who was stunned by the stories about Brian. George said the champion was cruel and spared no one on the way to his goal. Like other villains, Brian treated his power as a tool. But at the same time, George remembered that Brian never abandoned his people when they were in trouble. During their last meeting, they had formed an alliance, and now George had to choose a side. The master warned him not to grow attached to the champion, calling him a criminal who had stained countless lives. To end this threat, the blood sword had to be summoned. He would have to bring Brian to the base alive, if possible. The master wanted to personally learn why George had become attached to him so quickly. Very soon, the champion would have visitors, and everything would end in a fun battle. Meanwhile, the insane brother and sister broke into his room. Casey and Judro wanted to live near the boss and feel like part of the team. When Brian returned home, he immediately spotted the two fools. They were exhausted, forgot to hide properly, and fell asleep right by the wall. To avoid disturbing the little ones, Brian headed to the Tower of Trials. The 12th floor contained an anthill, and the champion immediately summoned his spirits and dragons. He introduced them to a newcomer named Taibon. Taibon was still weak because he had only joined recently, so the spirits needed to make him stronger. Together, they headed deeper into the floor to fight ants and evolve. This is the only way to level up, through battles, blood, and madness. After that, the champion headed to the tower administration. Muram had attacked the state ahead of schedule, and if no one interfered, the administration would fall under its control. After the death of the 14th floor boss, around 90 days remained to clear the 15th floor. Brian would focus on strengthening the administration while other players arrived at the new level. Benheimer handed him a royal ring that needed to be used. The artifact could teleport its owner to any state territory, but only once. To carry out his plan, the administration needed strong ties with the state. He had to start with Benheimer, who was important for the future strategy. A second later, the champion found himself in a sacred place. Standing before him was the Emperor of the state, Reinhard III. Soldiers immediately surrounded the player who had entered without permission. Shouts of invasion rang out. So the first impression clearly did not go well. Let's talk about Reinhard III, who in his youth was known as the Raging Lion. He became a legendary ruler who brought the state to the height of its power. But after the sudden death of his heir, he fell into despair for reasons no one fully understood. Having lost his taste for life, the emperor lived while waiting for death and became a withered old lion. Benheimer was known as the emperor's right hand. He would do anything for him because the two were bound by a strong friendship. Brian asked Benheimer to protect him from the guards, but his companion suddenly disappeared, as if he had fallen through the floor. It seemed all of this was a planned test of the young champion's abilities. If he accidentally killed someone, winning back the state's trust would be almost impossible. All he could do was neutralize everyone without causing serious harm. Suddenly, a shout rang through the hallway, ordering the guards to retreat. The great swordmaster Abraham and Lord Mackenzie volunteered to fight the intruder. Abraham de Felicia was a 25-year-old master whose skills had become a legend in the state. His partner Mackenzie was a true titan, but even titans have weaknesses. If Brian could find Mackenzie's weak point, he would be able to copy one of Abraham's abilities. It was strange that great swordmasters were here instead of fighting against Muram. Abraham ordered the stranger to surrender and activated the Aurora Blade. Everyone held their breath because seeing a legend show his skills was not something that happened often. Apparently, they had not yet heard about the champion of the tower, a man capable of surpassing any legend. Activating just one skill was enough to make his opponents lose their composure. The Song of the Sword proved that it was far too early to write the champion off. Two swordmasters stood before him, but Brian's sword was much longer. I said size does not matter, but right now, I am taking those words back. The atmosphere instantly heated up, followed by a shout accusing Brian of barbarism. Prince Bayan declared that only barbarians carried purple swords, and that alone was enough for execution. Brian got distracted for a moment and took a hit from Abraham, but he quickly pulled himself together, stepped back, and let his opponent slice through empty air. Everything happened so quickly that no one understood what had just occurred. The champion held an overwhelming advantage in speed and used it skillfully. He attacked Mackenzie to reveal his weak point. When the knight lost his helmet, everyone saw his shining bald head. The spectators were shocked, as if they had never seen a movie with Dwayne Johnson. After that, Brian smiled smugly and put on a new pair of sunglasses. He activated a flash that blinded everyone in the building without exception. People screamed, fell to the floor, and rolled around, completely robbed of their sight. When the light faded, Brian had already disappeared. The warriors scattered in every direction, rushing to search for the enemy. Abraham asked his partner to calm down, because the damage was not actually that serious. Meanwhile, someone was hiding behind the large portrait of the emperor. Brian had fulfilled every condition and successfully copied Abraham's skills. Very soon, every resident of the state learned what had happened, even in the most distant regions. Now the unknown young man was wanted dead or alive, with a large reward placed on his head. Meanwhile, Brian showed no concern at all and calmly walked through the city with Alice. He had to change his image a little, but that was only temporary. Everything could have been simpler if Prince Bayan had not shouted accusations about his barbarism. The champion decided to personally speak with the man who had gotten him placed on the wanted list. He opened the door and saw a massive man who had clearly been waiting for him for a long time. It turned out to be Benheimer, calm and composed as always. He had already prepared a light snack for the guests and told them to make themselves at home. Benheimer had wanted to evaluate the champion's abilities one more time and was satisfied with his reaction in the castle. Now they had to find the spy quickly and end the problem, while Benheimer promised to prepare the shortest route to the tower administration. To get that route, the administration had to come under the protection of the state. The old man showed his intelligence and finally revealed his intentions, which meant it was time to reach an agreement. Fierce battles were being fought for control of the administrative base known as the Giant Citadel. The emperor was no longer capable of ruling, and his inner circle was fighting for the throne after Reinhard's death. Instead of uniting against outside enemies, they were wasting their strength on internal conflict and power struggles. It looked pathetic, because at this rate, Murim would take everything without leaving a single piece behind. Establishing a route would be difficult later, but Benheimer had an idea. He suggested that Brian choose a royal jewel in advance, then lead the capture and secure the citadel for the state. If anyone found out about this agreement, Benheimer would be in serious danger. But he was ready to take the risk and even sacrifice his life for success. The system issued a new quest for the first person to capture the tower. He had to earn the emperor's trust, help Benheimer, and lead the state to prosperity. If he succeeded, the champion would receive a third special battle, which suited him perfectly. Alice interrupted the conversation, warning them that someone was approaching the house. This visit might not be friendly at all and could turn into trouble. Benheimer's pursuer had managed to bypass the magic jammer, which meant he was probably a great swordmaster. The men prepared for battle, while Alice went to open the door without the slightest fear. A moment later, horrifying monsters burst inside, sweeping away everything in their path. Alice was ready because she had just eaten and had no intention of letting them ruin her meal or her sleep. So she was the first to enter the fight, showing the full extent of her cruelty. Then, Benheimer joined the battle, deciding to personally clean up the uninvited guests. Brian was in no hurry, because he analyzed the monsters and realized they were creations of necromancy. In the state, something like this was considered a great evil, which made the attack even stranger. The Demon King of the Black Sky quickly showed who owned this house. The monsters were still outside the house, so they could not afford to relax. Red magic bullets were perfect for clearing out large numbers of enemies. There was no point drawing a sword, because the fight would have become too long and boring. Brian did everything necessary and heard that the one who had organized the attack was nearby. It was Gawain from the Mountain Society, and he smiled before giving a slight bow of respect. All of this was extremely interesting, but for now, let's leave Brian alone with his adventures. On the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials stood the legendary Murim. During training, Ruth noticed a portal opening and became alert. A familiar figure stepped out of the portal, the swordsman Marcus, whose name was known by many. He should have been grateful because it was Ruth who had stopped the Black King from killing Stalker. Back then, everything had been hanging between life and death, and she stepped in to stop the madness. The Black King almost tore her head off for blocking his path. Ruth asked for Stalker to be accepted into Murim and given a chance to learn the art of swordsmanship. She claimed that Marcus was a disciple of the temporary mortal soul and could learn a great deal from this experience. When the master heard that, he immediately became interested. Of course, it was all made up because Ruth had improvised and somehow it worked. The temporary mortal soul was a legendary master of Murim, and although she had died long ago, her fame lived forever. Ruth kept her composure as if she did not notice the hateful stares behind her. In reality, the legendary woman was still alive. More than that, she had not aged and had reached the peak of her power. The creator of the spiritual period sword, known as the temporary mortal soul, was a legend whose name everyone knew, and Marcus was the one who possessed her soul sword. Meanwhile, Brian sent Alice and Benheimer to the royal treasury. He stayed behind to listen to the masked man. Alice calmly left him alone with the stranger, fully confident in his skills. Brian had something in mind and clearly planned to get everything he needed. Because of the noise, the Imperial Guards would burst in here within a few minutes. That would be enough time to exchange information and gain some profit. Thanks to Melina's help, Brian already knew a few things about the man in front of him. Gawain was deeply respected among the knights. He belonged to the main force, fought on the front lines, and feared no one. On top of that, he was a master of psychological tactics and information extraction. To keep things fair, they decided to activate the scales of truth. Both sides would take turns asking questions and had to answer as honestly as possible. Lying or refusing to answer would be punished by the law of the scales. Both of them had important questions, and the conversation promised to get heated. Brian accepted the terms without hesitation, ready to risk his arm for knowledge. Very soon, knights arrived at the house, drawn by the noise of the battle. When they burst inside, they found no one there. The guards spread through the area, searching for the people involved in the mysterious fight. Gawain was nearby with a bloody hand and the feeling that he had been unbelievably lucky in that conversation. He was still remembering the first question, which had made him feel slightly dizzy. Brian had only wanted to know how many Black Apostles were currently part of the main force. Gawain was surprised, because very few people knew about the Black Apostles, and information like that could only be obtained through the association or the mages. The scales of truth forced him to answer quickly and honestly. Gawain had no choice left, so he said there were only 3 apostles. He had been caught off guard, but now it was his turn to ask a question. He wanted to know the secret rule of the 15th floor, the tomb of the Antichrist, and how to enter it. The champion possessed vast knowledge of the Tower of Trials, and surely knew about the tomb as well. This could prove the existence of the Tower administration, and Gawain hoped to find the tomb and revive the King of Devils. Brian thought for a moment as if trying to remember the place. Then he laughed and said he would not tell him anything. Cold sweat ran down Gawain's face because he did not understand what was happening. The scales of truth accepted the answer and did not even react, leaving Brian's arm untouched. It was impossible to explain how that happened, as if black magic itself had protected him from punishment. It is time to stop for a moment and look more closely at the scales because their principle is surprisingly simple. The scales of truth detect lies through the heartbeat. That means if you slow your breathing, you can control your pulse and make any statement pass as the truth. After that, the champion activated a 3rd-level weakening barrier spell. With shocking ease, he tore off the handcuffs and learned that he would have to deal with 3 Black Apostles at once. Now he would finally find out what they were doing here and why they were hiding the truth. After that, Soul Seal was activated, and all that remained was to finish what he had planned. Only thanks to his emergency escape skill did Gawain manage to dodge the deadly palm strike. This guy turned out to be truly cunning and agile, and that had to be admitted. Now he understood how dangerous it was to play adult games with someone like Brian. Before leaving, Gawain revealed that not only administration players were operating here. Somewhere nearby was the very person who had spread the rumor that Brian was a ghost. Marcus had arrived here with someone from Miram, and that completely changed the balance of power on the chessboard. At that moment, Brian felt as if thousands of icy needles had pierced his heart. He had just lost his right-hand man, the person he had always been able to rely on. He had been betrayed not by an enemy, but by Stalker, and that knife in the back hurt especially badly. After saying that, Gawain disappeared, leaving Brian to deal with the consequences alone. Marcus really had thrown all the cards into the air, and now the plan would have to be rebuilt from the ground up. Let's return to the Imperial Palace, where real chaos was unfolding today. Prince Bayan was forcing every guard to unite for the sake of catching the criminal. The state's prestige was falling fast, and that had to be stopped immediately. Abraham was also deeply shaken by the recent events. He could not forget how the player had activated the Aurora Sword, proving that his strength was not inferior to the Knights of the Empire. Abraham was used to thinking of himself as the best warrior, but his confidence had vanished. Lost in thought, he failed to notice what was happening around him. Thanks to the magnificent mage's goods, the player could become practically invisible. Brian slipped into the palace without obstruction and began moving through different rooms. He noticed Benheimer arguing with Alice inside the palace treasury. The vampire princess wanted to take far too many artifacts, while the government representative begged her in vain to stop. Now it was Brian's turn to choose the artifact he wanted. A massive selection stretched out before him, treasures gathered by the Empire over countless centuries. After thinking briefly, he settled on the Red Dragon's blood. Even an Imperial mage could barely control this blood, but only Brian knew how to properly use its power. Now all that remained was to arrange the battle and fulfill his part of the deal. First, Brian planned to call the brother and sister living at his house. He made a video call and told them about an urgent mission. Lately, the champion had been thinking more and more about the tomb of the Antichrist, and Gawain had not mentioned it by accident. It is one of the few places in the tower where mages can be found, and entering it requires a summoning relic or something else just as rare. Right now, Brian was wanted and using special magic to avoid being caught. Only Alice could see his true face, while to everyone else he looked like an ugly village nobody. After a short search, the forge he needed was finally found. The best blacksmith in the state worked here, a master named Aaron. His customers were rarely satisfied, and everyone had gotten used to that. The forge had consistently held the title of the worst place in the state. There was so much trash here that simply standing inside felt like a trial. It was hard to believe this drunken wreck was the best blacksmith. But first impressions are often misleading. Brian's all-seeing eye confirmed the master's incredible skills. To copy one of his unique skills, Brian had to warm the dwarf's soul. First, he needed to wake him up, and a 10-year-old Imperial Royal Prince wine could help with that. The moment he heard about delicious wine, the dwarf opened his eyes. He instantly came alive, looking like a greedy zombie trying to eat someone's brain. The blacksmith's mood improved, and the conversation moved in the right direction. Brian knew what he was doing and offered proper payment for the work. Queen Pendragon's bracelet now belonged to the vampire princess, but the champion did not care. He was ready to hand the relic over to the master as long as he got what he needed. After receiving the payment, the dwarf immediately got to work, as if he were reliving his greatest years. It seemed as though God himself had destined him to become the greatest blacksmith. Every tool obeyed him as if it were remote-controlled. A single wave of his hand was enough to achieve the perfect result. The princess's bracelet was badly damaged, and Alice had a full-blown meltdown. She should calm down because this was only the beginning, and the rest of her collection was next. Now let's move to the third floor of the Tower of Trials, to the Temple of Transition. Teresa was there today, surrounded by fans from every corner of the world. She had come here at Brian's request, but the packed crowd would not let her pass. Suddenly, loud screams rang out because the insane brother and sister had arrived on the floor. Casey and Judro, as always, scared every participant in the trial. The fans scattered in panic, and Teresa invited the twins into the portal with obvious relief. For a long time, they refused to go with her and kept trying to summon the black version of Teresa. She had to clearly show them what happened to those who disobeyed orders. One more mistake like that and the twins' heads would fly off their shoulders. Meanwhile, another item from the vampire princess's collection was destroyed. Alice looked devastated and refused to believe what was happening. Not a single item had been enhanced yet, as if the dwarf had lost his talent. If he really failed, he would lose his blood tonight. While Brian watched him work, he managed to pick up part of his technique. He said he also wanted to try making something with his own hands. The drunk dwarf could no longer work miracles and had to pass the work to the younger generation. Arun was shocked when he saw how quickly the young man mastered the blacksmith's art. After several hammer strikes, the player added red dragon's blood for reinforcement. Materials like this were extremely rare, and the dwarf realized that the person before him was special. He worked as if legendary Thor had kissed him at birth. The copy skill activated, and now Brian had mastered Metal Breath. After finishing the main part of the work, he returned the hammer to the master. The final touch had to be done by an experienced blacksmith, because that was the only way to reach a perfect result. The dwarf may have felt deep despair after understanding every secret of his craft. But within that despair, he found new feelings and the strength to create. In moments like this, life became colorful again. Energy overflowed through his body, creating miracles that had no explanation. The dwarf was unrecognizable, working with the fire and drive of youth. The item quickly reached the critical point of enhancement. The red dragon's blood successfully fused with the artifact, and its power rose to the limit. Now it was an enhanced Pentagris Fang, glowing in a rich blue color. Every third attack increased the chance of a critical hit by 7%. If the Fang was broken deliberately, its attack power would increase more than 100-fold. Everything turned out better than anyone could have dreamed, because the dwarf was a true master. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he realized that all this time, he had not truly been at the top. Today, he had grasped an even deeper technique and intended to keep growing. Brian decided to use the moment and offered the master a cooperation contract. This guy knew how to recruit the best specialists into his team, and in that, he was unmatched. The problem could be the vampire princess, who had lost her treasures today. If no one stopped her, she would tear the blacksmith to pieces. But the conflict was interrupted when a strange sound rang through the old house. A bell sounded, which meant the Empire was under attack. Everyone thought Murim would launch its attack suddenly and without warning. In reality, this was not Murim at all, but giants who had crossed the state's borders and begun their assault. Right now, most of the knights were fighting on the front lines, while the giants had already broken into the capital and struck unexpectedly. Stopping them would be incredibly difficult because there were far too few warriors left in the capital. Benheimer had asked Brian to fight the giants in the castle, but now the enemies were here, right in the heart of the city. All of this looked extremely suspicious, but someone like Brian always has a backup plan. Meanwhile, the battle had already erupted, and the capital guards opened fire to kill. Under no circumstances could the giants be allowed to break through the walls. The problem was that the giant warriors moved with incredible coordination and had clearly prepared carefully for this attack. They killed without mercy, sparing neither soldiers nor ordinary civilians. From the very beginning, it was clear the wall would not withstand the pressure of such powerful titans. One of the giants had already crossed the line, and Abraham realized everything was about to end in disaster. The giant paid no attention to him because a completely different player had caught his interest. Brian had just combined 3 skills and activated Giant Strike. Now his strength could rival these terrifying creatures, and he was not inferior to them in any way. A single blow was enough to send the giant flying back outside the capital. After that, the champion handed the mask to Alice and started recording, because it was time to put on a real show. Blood skills quickly took control of the giant's squad. With the speed sword, all the enemies were destroyed very quickly. The recording was finished, and now all that remained was to wait for the channel's subscriber count to rise. The knights admitted that without the help of these 2 warriors, they would not have been able to hold back the giants. But then they immediately remembered that the guy in front of them was the #1 criminal. The prince arrived at the scene right away, along with the great swordsman. Abraham felt that he might finally have a chance to avenge Mackenzie. Brian was probably the only one who stayed calm, saying that if anyone wanted to arrest him, he had no objection. The prince laughed and said no one was going to arrest the hero who had saved the capital from giants. He surprised Abraham and invited the hero to the palace for a warm welcome. This was exactly the kind of approach the champion had expected, while Alice looked surprised. Very soon, they found themselves in the temple, where they were welcomed as defenders of the capital. The atmosphere had changed completely, and now Brian felt right at home. The prince even apologized for the earlier misunderstandings and said everything between them was now settled. He immediately ordered a guest room to be prepared and a festive table to be set. Just a few hours ago, the champion had been considered an intruder, and now he had become a hero. Abraham did not trust this man and wanted to understand his true intentions. Mackenzie still could not recover from what had happened yesterday morning. He needed a drink to relax and survive the humiliation. Half an hour later, Alice was taking a bath and enjoying delicious wine. They were given a VIP-level room with their favorite drinks and dishes. The video gained many views, and now everyone wanted to know who this ghost girl was and where she had come from. On top of that, the prince had changed his attitude and was ready to do anything to befriend the hero. This immediately brought back Brian's conversation with Aaron, who had hinted that Prince Brian was the state's spy. Brian had managed to read this man's thoughts and learn the whole truth. The prince was Muram's spy, but for now, it was better not to tell anyone. They needed to watch the atmosphere in the palace carefully and maintain the balance of power. Soon, the doors to the room opened, and Abraham walked in with 2 glasses and a bottle of champagne as an apology. A few minutes later, they were already talking like old friends, discussing Mackenzie, who was deeply upset. Brian explained that he had come to help attack the giant's lair at Benheimer's request. After hearing that, Abraham seemed disappointed. It looked like this guy might be another spy who had no interest in the state's freedom. Right now, he is not revealing his true intentions, but he needs to be watched closely. The state is collapsing along with the glory of the imperial family, and that process began many years ago. Even defeating every enemy would be meaningless without a strong leader. The country will fall apart and Muram will soon take advantage of that. Brian decided to step out of the shadows and tell the truth. He hinted that he knew about the prince and Abraham betraying the emperor. For the swordsman, this was a shock, and he felt deeply insulted. His brother asked him to calm down and said he did not want to fight, but to improve their understanding. He understood that for the sake of the country, knightly principles could be set aside, and he did not blame Abraham. The swordsman made it clear that he had been caught off guard and really was working against the empire. He offered the champion much more than Benheimer if he destroyed the giant's lair for the prince. The champion promised to think about it, and by the next morning he had already made his decision. He agreed to accept the state's mission and promised to destroy the giant's lair. The prince wished him luck and promised close cooperation after his return. As soon as the experienced player left the capital, an important conversation began behind his back. The prince did not care how any of this ended. He planned to pass a request to his boss to use Brian and destroy the lair at the first opportunity. In reality, the champion had no intention of playing these dirty games. He would not work for the prince and understood that an unfair game was being played against him. First, he wanted to reach the citadel, and only then would he decide on his next steps. He needed to gather as much information as possible and see the full picture. Right now, Teresa is in the holy state of Ceres. Her light and dark energies have merged, creating a perfect balance. They have never seen anything like this here, and everyone is studying Teresa from every angle with interest. Archbishop Sabina was especially interested. I know Sabina looks strange, but please do not criticize the author of this story. Teresa came here to study the Holy Lands. Problems appeared right away because of the companions she brought with her. The twins simply were not made for peaceful life, because they always create chaos around them. Teresa is forced to investigate everything Brian assigned to her. She needs a report on a trusted ally, because someone is preparing a catastrophe and planning to attack the 21st floor. Lately, mysterious disappearances have begun happening all across the Empire. Everyone who vanished was a guardian of holy relics. Because of the war, there are almost no people left who can carry out the investigation. Teresa has to take control of the case and find the missing priests. Recently, she contacted the champion, who reported that he had discovered a group of giants on the 21st floor. They had used the war between the Empire and Murim to try summoning a powerful demon for the full takeover of the floor. The Holy Empire is very important to Teresa, and that is no secret. She values these lands and will do everything she can to protect them from darkness. That is exactly why Brian sent her to investigate the group of giants and protect the Empire. He promised to send several players to support the investigation. I am sure that if Teresa had known she would have to work with the twins, she would have refused the mission. But it is too late to refuse now, so she will have to team up with the lunatics and connect all the dots. The Empire and Murim have been taking up too much attention, and we have forgotten about the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials. Inside the anthill, a little skeleton named Tybon is still growing. He has become much stronger thanks to the support of the spirits and the ancient dragon. The Lord began calling for his assistant. A few seconds later, Tybon appeared and showed off his fearsome appearance. Over all this time, he should have grown into a powerful monster, but something went wrong. He is still far too weak, and it is too early to trust him with serious missions. He will have to be given a simple task: espionage. Some strange man had been watching Brian and Alice for hours, and now Tybon had to keep an eye on that rat. The little skeleton promised his master that he would become stronger. Very soon, he forced the tracker to jump down from the tree and show his face. The man was not alone because he had come with serious backup, and that scared Tybon. The man in the white cloak was Matthias, commander of the White Snake Shadow Corps, and the Emperor had ordered him to bring Brian in. Brian had to appear and be punished for pretending to be the Emperor's disciple. For Tybon, this was a perfect chance to show how much he had grown. The same could be said for Alice, who had not smelled blood in a long time. For some reason, Brian asked her not to kill anyone, then lifted his head. He realized that the owner of the hunting dogs was watching him, a legendary master. Brian had pretended to be his disciple, and now he had to prove to the master what he was capable of. The Dark Dragon wants to make sure the champion is really as strong as people say. George was also watching the battle closely and hoping Brian would succeed. To win, Brian had to be extremely careful with Matthias, the White Snake. He is incredibly dangerous, and the Dark King did not send him on this mission for no reason. Matthias had proven his skills long ago and was considered one of the Master's best warriors. Against opposition like this, watching the champions becomes twice as interesting. For now, the best player in the world is not even breaking a sweat. All he has to do is keep dodging until his opponent loses control of himself. Meanwhile, Tybon had already destroyed several mercenaries without even breaking a sweat. An ordinary little skeleton was surprising everyone with the skills he had gained in the anthill. Alice was not even interfering, because she had been forbidden to kill, and that was why she had no interest in this children's show. If she had been allowed to spill blood, everyone around them would have been destroyed long ago. The White Snakes saw that Matthias's partners would no longer be any help, leaving him alone with a tiger. Brian activated Berserk mode and became utterly merciless. Ice figures completely covered the experienced snake's body. Only the activation of self-defense allowed Matthias to escape and continue resisting. He thought the second round would go better, but that was a huge mistake. He should have simply fallen onto his back and surrendered right away to avoid all this suffering. Brian revealed the Fear of the Black Sky skill and delivered a blow that was hard to compare to anything else. He was ready to finish off the wounded beast, but the Master's interference stopped the beating. The Dark Dragon King asked the champion to stop, which meant he was clearly surprised and had earned the Master's trust. Alice sensed danger and offered to kill everyone, but for now, it was better not to make any sudden moves. The Master finally stepped out of the shadows and things became very interesting. During the virtual reality game, the Tower of Trials had collapsed and left nothing behind. The Dark King was one of the people Brian could relax with and pour out his soul to. He was glad to see the Parasite King, also known as Felidor. His stats were hidden, and the only known fact was that he was over 70 years old. He had given a foolish order and underestimated his opponent. The White Snake should not be upset, because the champion was simply too strong. Brian easily suppressed every attack and smoothly moved into a counter-offensive. All this time, he had kept his main monster locked away and was in no hurry to activate Blood Death. If Alice ever reveals her true power, even the Parasite King will have trouble dealing with her. The master asked to know the player's skills and admitted that he had underestimated him. All this time, he had wondered why George became so nervous whenever he remembered the champion, and now he understood. The master knew that Brian had been telling everyone he was his disciple. At first, he wanted to punish the player, but after seeing Brian use Black Sky, he changed his mind. He offered the young man a chance to stop saying foolish things and become a true disciple of the Parasite King. Only the chosen few receive an offer like this, so it was basically like winning the lottery. The White Snake had dreamed his entire life of becoming the master's disciple, and it was painful for him to see Felidor accept a stranger. Brian was ready to become the Parasite's disciple, but only if 3 of his conditions were met. No one here had ever seen this level of disrespect before because this guy was definitely insane. He had clearly crossed the line, and everyone was trying to understand how the master would react. After a short pause, the master smiled viciously and prepared for the storm. Because of his kind treatment, Brian seemed to think the whole world was under his feet, and it was time to put him in his place. The situation clearly worsened, with Alice growing nervous while Brian only smiled. He was not nervous at all and continued listing his conditions, saying he only wanted a temporary contract without joining the master's faith. Then he said he wanted to control the shadows and the White Snake for 3 days, which angered the master even more. And after that, he demanded to take George with him. The master had never seen such arrogance before, and he exploded with rage like a god of death. Everyone around scattered in different directions to avoid being caught in the shockwave. The master gave the player a chance to say his final words before death. Even that did not affect the champion because he kept smiling and playing his own game. If all his conditions were met, he would become Felidor's disciple and complete the missing 13th Demon Eclipse. The balance of power shifted quickly after the champion displayed the power of Black Sky. The master had always dreamed of completing the 13th Demon Eclipse, and now he had a chance. He did not understand how the young man had learned about this, but he clearly wanted to use the opportunity. After all that terror, calm and grace finally arrived. The master took a liking to his new disciple and began treating him with respect. Felidor ordered his assistants to call Brian master and obey his commands for 3 days. After that, the status of disciple and master could be officially confirmed. All this time, George watched everything closely and analyzed Brian. He used to hate him for lying about being the Emperor's disciple, but now Brian had actually become one. He was still absurd, and now George would be pleased to accompany him again. The White Snake had better calm down, or he would start having problems again. There was still one more ally to find before the attack on the Giant's fortress. Brian was carefully preparing for the battle, understanding that success had not come easily and that he needed to be as ready as possible. Near the western gate of the Giant's fortress, the heat today is unbearable. Even the strongest spells cannot open the smallest crack in the defense. Count Javier, commander-in-chief of the army, is deeply unhappy about this. He orders them to advance again and again and destroy the barrier. So far, every attempt has failed, but sooner or later, the barrier has to weaken. Only a few knights managed to get through to the other side of the barrier. They found themselves trapped among enormous giants. Getting stuck in front of a barrier like this is like selling your soul to the devil. Blood and suffering await everyone who ends up inside. The giants grew up in the magic of the World Tree, so they are not only vulnerable to curses but also incredibly strong and powerful. The giants see themselves as special, because the World Tree was the one that chose them. Ruth believes only giants are worthy of ruling this Tower of Trials. Today, she came to check the results of her new disciple's training. Marcus has to show what he has learned in the world of Murim. He did not expect to end up so quickly in a place where thousands of warriors die every day. Brian could see that his close ally had joined the enemy's side. For him, it was a stab in the heart, and he had no intention of looking away from it. He turned to George and asked him for a favor. The warrior had to carry out his commander's first assignment. That evening, Marcus calmly cultivated in his tent. He was trying to find inner harmony and understand the resources of his body. His new master had taught him, a master who turned out to be alive despite the legends and rumors. Marcus sensed a foreign aura in the tent and immediately struck with a killing blow. He ordered whoever had dared enter without permission to step out of the shadows and show his face. George warned him that he had not come to fight, but to deliver a message from his lord. Brian had already heard that Marcus had joined Murim, and the news had hit him hard. If Stalker returned and reported every piece of information he had about Murim, this would end with ordinary punishment. But if he had truly gone over to the dark side, Teresa would find out very soon. As punishment, the champion was ready to split Marcus apart and hang him upside down in the middle of Seoul. Out of respect for their past, he might leave him with only his underwear, though even that was not guaranteed. Marcus went berserk like a chained dog and gained one more reason to kill the champion. By that time, Brian had finished his preparations and moved into action. Tonight, he would storm the Giant's fortress using his most serious skills. Now let's move inside the Giant's fortress and see how the assault unfolds. The Giants consider humans pathetic and completely underestimate their strength. One of the patrol guards walks along the fortress, staring into the dark corners. He notices a small skeleton trying to sneak into the castle unnoticed. The moment the Giant stepped closer, a talented player appeared beside him. He calmly passed through the barrier's resistance and emerged from the shadows. The Giant froze in terror and did not even have time to call for help. Toriel, the World Tree, constantly senses people from every corner of the Empire trying to break through her barriers. Right now, she is speaking with a Titan who tells her not to worry. According to him, no one would dare break through the Mother's barrier. Even if they managed it, the Giant King, the boss of the 21st floor, Azog, would deal with them. He speaks to the children of the World Tree and says that worthless humans have dared to attack their mother. It hurts him, because the future of the Tree Giants is now under threat. If the great people unite, they can protect their lands and destroy the enemy. The king calls on his brothers to prepare for war and move forward without fear of death. If the enemy maintains the blockade, the Giants will begin dying of hunger. But that does not matter because Mother stands with them and is always ready to help. One of her children suddenly came to the World Tree without permission. The moment he entered the sacred temple, he immediately lost consciousness and collapsed. Everyone rushed to defend the territory, and that was exactly why the champion was able to overcome the barrier and enter the sanctuary. Only giants could enter this place, but Brian used one of them to trick the system. The World Tree activates a summons and calls the soldiers of Lost Paradise for help. She orders them to make the human pay a heavy price for breaking the rules. The player knew that there was a strong link between the World Tree's outer and inner barriers. They consume so much energy that both cannot be used at the same time, meaning double protection does not work. Brian plans to take advantage of that and test Toriel's strength. A single fire strike was enough to demonstrate his power. Now Toriel has to choose because she cannot maintain both barriers at once. Either she gives the fortress walls to the people of the 21st floor, or she loses to the champion. He seemed like a madman to her, but he clearly knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, a bloody massacre was unfolding in the catacombs of the Holy Empire. The twins were slaughtering undead as if they had been born for this task. Teresa was also taking part in the massacre, but there was not a trace of joy on her face. That was because the remains of fallen paladins had been turned into undead soldiers. This situation was not normal, and it had to be fixed immediately. In the middle of the battle, Brian contacted Teresa to check the situation. He ordered her to destroy all the undead and then head to the Holy Empire for help from the paladins. The enemies had already been inside the catacombs and were moving faster than expected. Judging by her lord's reaction, Teresa realized the situation was far more serious than it first seemed. At that moment, a stinking skeleton crept up on her, craving fresh blood. Teresa managed to turn around in time and grabbed it by the throat. The twins laughed happily, showing just how thrilled they were. That meant Teresa had awakened Tiara, changed tactics, and ordered the extermination of every unclean creature. Now let's return to Brian, who continues fighting the spirits of the World Tree. The Giant King had just learned everything because Mother told him the truth. If the Morning Barrier was not activated, the White Jade would be in danger. The White Jade is an essence containing Mother's power, and it cannot be lost under any circumstances. But if Mother disables the outer barrier, the soldiers of the Empire and Murim will break into the fortress. The king promised to handle this and help Mother in her difficult hour. In Murim's camp east of the Giant's fortress, no one was sleeping either. The soldiers received an order to attack the fortress. Even though none of them wanted to die, they were surprised to discover that they had passed through the barrier without feeling even the slightest resistance. The barrier was down, and Murim now had a chance to show its full strength. The one who wanted that most was Holy Sword Marcus, who had trained for a long time and become a completely different warrior. Seconds later, he was already crushing giants with his Blade of Death. It is not every day that you see a human strike down beings capable of suppressing the strongest people on the continent. The swordsman had reached a new level, and that could not be denied. Without the barriers, the fortress would soon fall, and the Empire would not hesitate. It became clear that the barrier had not fallen by chance, and Marcus understood whose work this was. Brian was busy doing something at the heart of the tree, and all that remained was to figure out his plans. By this point, Toriel had activated the inner barrier at full power. By shutting down the outer one, she gained a massive surplus of energy. Brian felt all his basic stats dropping rapidly. These curses could not be removed even by the barriers of an experienced player. Toriel was defending herself with everything she had, and it would have been foolish not to prepare for that. A battle of minds began, with the champion showing that he did not fear the power of the World Tree. Only a child born under the blessing of the Jade could survive in such inhuman conditions. The player reminded her that activating the inner barrier came at an enormous cost. Because of it, the children of the sacred tree were dying outside, and that could not continue forever. Toriel had always believed that every living being in this realm belonged under her control. Let's see what she says when Brian activates the Judgment of Anubis. Toriel's power was instantly cut in half, and her skills were locked for an entire minute. She claimed that no one could break free from her curse. That was exactly why Brian had brought undead with him, creatures immune to every disease. Tybon's chosen opponent instantly transformed into a great death knight. He was full of strength and eager to prove his usefulness to his master. The white jade was hidden inside the shell, and his master ordered him to bring it at once. Toriel desperately tried to stop him, but it looked like she was already losing control of the situation. Her curse was powerless because the player had predicted every step and outplayed her. Now she was left without her sacred power, stripped of the jade. It seemed nothing could interfere with the champion's plan anymore. But moments like this are exactly when things usually go wrong, and today was no exception. Everyone had forgotten about the Giant King, who had promised Mother he would solve every problem. With one strike, he knocked the Death Knight away and caught his weakened mother. The outer barrier rose again, and by then, thousands of soldiers had gathered around the fortress. All of them felt unbearable pain, collapsed to their knees, and could no longer move. The giants felt Mother's new blessing and regained their confidence in victory. Brian also breathed a little easier because Toriel had removed the inner barrier now that the Giant King was nearby. Switching barriers required an enormous amount of energy. Even the most powerful being in the world could not spend that much mana without consequences. Without barrier protection, he would have to fight the experienced and incredibly powerful Azog, a giant who could match almost anyone in the world in strength and endurance. Brian would only be able to copy a monster like that if he impressed him with his own power and won the duel without using a sword or spear. Tybon decided not to interfere because the champion intended to test himself personally in this battle. By that time, not only the warriors of Murim and the Empire had gathered near the fortress, but also other participants in the coming events. Masked people were here as well, preparing to perform a mysterious ceremony backed by the main organization. The secret room on the 15th floor still had not been opened, even though all the relics from the 21st had already taken their places. Gawain was upset that his plan had failed and was now forced to improvise. Still, in the end, that did not matter, because what they had planned would be carried out anyway. As soon as the ceremony began, serious problems appeared. A swordsman emerged from the forest, and he had no intention of standing around and watching. George had come here to put an end to any sign of dark magic. He began destroying everyone involved in the ritual, trying to delay the Devil's Awakening. At the same time, Brian and the Giant were preparing to face each other in a deadly clash. The Giant King swore revenge for the desecration of the sacred temple. He instantly activated Giant Strike, showing that his power could not be underestimated. Brian was ready for the attack, blocked it, and prepared to reveal his own potential. The player knowingly chose a dangerous path, deciding not to use weapons during the duel. All of this was necessary to amaze the giant and obtain his skill of unimaginable power. The champion struck again and again, and even without his usual sword or spear, he did not feel defenseless. By this point, the king understood that the human standing before him possessed exceptional strength and courage. He mistakenly believed that the humans attacking the giants outside the fortress were Brian's allies. In reality, Brian was acting alone, and neither Murim nor the Empire interested him. Activating the Emperor, Heavenly Demon Mastery, the champion prepared to finish the fight. His strike reached its absolute limit and pierced straight through the giant's defense. Toriel, the World Tree, saw Azog lose to someone in physical strength and combat skill for the first time. There are only two ways to clear this floor: take possession of Toriel's White Jade or defeat the boss. Brian decides for himself exactly how he will clear the floor, and that freedom of choice belongs to him. the giant felt that the divine tree bugs would soon run out of power and stop helping him. He realized he had to use the white jade somehow to hold back the player's strength. After absorbing part of its energy, the giant grew even stronger and entered berserk mode. For the next hour, his strength and speed would double with every passing moment. Toriel ordered her soldiers to protect her until complete safety was guaranteed. The berserker charged forward, hungry for revenge after everything he had endured. He unleashed a furious cyclone on the champion, like a giant blender tearing through juicy fruit. An ordinary person would have turned into a bloody smoothie long ago, but Brian held his ground without flinching. He used the vampire's blood skills to block this insane strike of fate. It became clear that winning would require combining several skills into one deadly combo. After thinking for a brief moment, the champion used Colossus Strike together with Claws that hide the moon. He activated the third True Star limit, in combination with the White Beast skill. The system warned that trying to recreate the power of a higher being would bring consequences, but Brian was not stopped by that. His magical energy reached an outrageous level, and he did not care about the consequences waiting for him. The Titan delivered a crushing blow, but he did not see the human get torn apart under its force. Instead, the giant's blade was stopped at the last moment by the hand of God, the Right Grave. Hand activated successfully, although because of the restrictions, only 10% of its power could be reproduced. His power stats increased fivefold, even if only for a limited time. Brian had less than 5 minutes left to tear the giant apart. Toriel saw a human use the power of a higher-class being for the first time and understood that this guy was special. The giant had no chance left because, despite his size, he felt like an ant before a human. The floor boss had just signed his own death sentence, and the judge was ready to announce the verdict. Outside the sacred zone, the battle continued without pause. For a moment, the Murim warriors froze, mesmerized by the unimaginable sight. Right in front of them stood the giant king in berserk rage. He had just taken a blow from divine power and been thrown out of the sacred temple. Everything happened on such a massive scale, and at such speed that this moment would be impossible to forget. Marcus had never seen power like this and was afraid to even imagine who could be capable of it. And then he understood. It was Brian, wielding colossal power and an all-consuming force. His strikes felt like the touch of death itself. The boss of the 21st floor had no chance left and could not even resist. Every witness lost the ability to speak. They could only stand there with their mouths open, stunned by what they had seen. The spirits gathered near the vampire princess were also afraid to even come closer. Only Alice accepted all of this as natural because she had always known her leader had no limits. Sometimes Brian enters a generous mood and puts on a display of strength for the whole world. Today was exactly that kind of day, because the champion had decided to remind everyone who the tower's top favorite really was. His attacks looked different this time, replacing cold precision with pure rage and unstoppable power. The giant king fell before the eyes of his massive army. Marcus had dreamed of tempering himself in Murim and reaching the level of his rival, but now he understood that this was out of reach. Deep down, he had always suspected it, and today, his doubts finally disappeared. Berserk mode was deactivated, and Azog never managed to reveal the power of his ancestors. Internal bleeding began, and he admitted this was the most crushing defeat of his life. The boss was destroyed, giving up the title of king at the very end because of his own weakness. The conditions for copying the skill had been fulfilled, and now Brian could activate Berserk power at any moment. Toriel remembered when she first came to these lands and created a paradise where no one could harm her family. Now everything had turned out differently, because the giants had fallen under the pressure of outside forces, and the goddess had failed to protect them. Her will had been broken, and she no longer intended to resist. Brian promised that everything would end as quickly as possible, while remaining tense and completely focused. The Imperial troops were convinced they had won. They decided to capture the citadel and raise their flags over it. The Murim warriors were in no rush, with many wounded and unsure what to do next. Not all the giants had died, but after their king fell, their confidence had been reduced to almost nothing. Brian addressed everyone inside the citadel and ordered them to get out, because this fortress belonged to him now. Count Javier mistakenly believed they were allies, and that turned out to be a fatal mistake. If he wanted to stay alive and enjoy donuts with milk tonight, he would be better off running without looking back. By the next day, the giants had to get used to their new king, a massive troll named Klaus. To strengthen the alliance between the giants, Brian called in his old friend. As the head of the trolls, Klaus knew perfectly well how to toughen up soldiers. Together with the World Tree, they rebuilt the base, and the giant swore never to attack again or destroy the jade. Toriel met the champion halfway and agreed to a truce. Brian recorded plenty of videos, and his financial reserve grew. Now he had become much richer and could stop worrying about money for a long time. Many guilds felt a crisis approaching because no one had ever faced such insane power before. They all began trembling with fear, as if they had lost every right they had before one man. For his victory, Brian received a gift from the system, a giant soldier's sword. He already had far too many weapons like that and had been hoping for something more interesting. After the battle, Andrea visited him, having also heard about her master's triumph. All that remained was to contact Teresa and bring every plan to completion. George had already delivered the champion's instructions to the Empire and Murim. If they wanted to argue over the Citadel, they would have to drop their claims and send envoys here tomorrow. The Empire called Brian a traitor, while Murim demanded that Marcus attend the negotiations despite his objections. Stalker should have been punished long ago, because betrayal is no different from a knife in the back. During the fierce battle, George managed to take a mysterious relic from the mages, one surrounded by an aura of strange faith. This thing is extremely unpredictable, and even one careless move with it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Brian reminded his comrades that this was far from the end, because everything was only just beginning. From now on, this place would become the source of their power, and they would have to keep defending their new foothold. The Empire or any other state could attack at any moment, and this did not only concern the residents of this floor. Everyone could feel that they had come far too close to beings that were better left untouched. To secure their first foothold, they would have to act quickly tomorrow, but today, they needed to test the team's capabilities. A sparring match began between every member of the team and their leader. Brian activated the Demon King's sword and prepared to deliver a real masterclass. The duel became legendary, although its outcome remained unrevealed. The long-awaited meeting took place the next morning. The forces of the Empire and Murim arrived to stand before the new ruler of the Citadel. The Giant's fortress was the only place on the floor where armies could move without restrictions. In a war, this was a key location, and both sides were ready to do anything to obtain it. Javier remained arrogant as ever, acting as if he were the one in charge here. It was time to show him that his words no longer meant anything. The Citadel belonged to Brian, and the sooner Javier understood that, the better it would be for him. The champion's power made everyone present shudder and feel incredibly small. Brian was the only one controlling the situation, and that meant he was the one setting the terms. The conditions were simple. By tomorrow, they had to prepare offers worthy of the Citadel's new owner. If they failed to come up with something worthwhile, they would not be granted access to the fortress. After the Citadel fell into Brian's hands, the war between the Empire and Murim came to a halt. If the prince captured the fortress, he would certainly use that advantage to launch a rebellion. The fate of an entire state had changed because of the appearance of just one man. After the negotiations, Brian went to the sacred tree to share his observations. He explained how the talks had gone, then noticed something unusual. Standing before him were tiny children who were destined to grow into mighty giants one day. They were called the children of the next generation, born through the power of the White Jade. Toriel immediately remembered the day the Citadel fell. She had expected Brian to destroy her, but that did not happen. Instead, he gave her a chance, and she promised to raise these children to protect the new order. King Azog would gain a new life, and everything would move down a different path. The White Jade has many hidden abilities that even Brian does not know about yet. Now he will have his own army of giants, one he can use for his own purposes. George, who had changed his image and now looked like a mummy at his leader's request, brought the swordsman to him for negotiations. Brian and Marcus were left alone, trying to understand the champion's true intentions. The question was simple. Why had Marcus joined Murim, the people who had once driven Teresa into a deadly trap? For the sake of his own goals, he had betrayed many people and joined their side, even though countless lives had been lost. Now he wanted to find out whether it was possible to defeat Brian and become the strongest in the tower. Months of brutal training had come to an end, and Stalker was ready to show what he had learned. Brian had no objection, because he was looking forward to proving his superiority once again. Both of them had always aimed for first place, for the peak that only the gods of Olympus could reach. Stalker had always fallen behind, but today, he was sure his losing streak would finally end. He immediately revealed a new technique and charged forward inside the space he had created. But even after months of training, he had not become any smarter and remained the same naive, reckless man. His attacks were easy to predict because he followed patterns and never improvised. Yes, his strength had grown, but that was not enough to reach the top. Marcus demonstrated the 10th strategy of the soul pendulum. He believed the technique he had received from his master would help him break through the wall he had always wanted to overcome. Natural fury crashed down on the champion of the Tower of Trials, who did not show even a hint of fear. Not a single one of Marcus's attacks reached its target, and this was a complete collapse. No matter how hard he tried, his strikes still could not touch his opponent. At first, he poured all his anger into desperate screams and attacks. Then his strength left him, and he fell to his knees, crying from helplessness after failing to come even close to victory. Marcus had tried everything. He trained furiously and even joined the enemy's side. But none of it helped. And now it was painful to look at him. Brian crouched beside him and admitted that the 10th level soul pendulum technique had impressed him. He tried to encourage the swordsman and explained that his defeats came from rushing too much. Constantly chasing sensations will never lead to success because he needs to learn how to live in the moment and act with awareness. His movements must become measured and precise, and Brian is ready to help despite everything that happened between them. This display of generosity brought tears of gratitude to Marcus's eyes. Stalker remembered their old duels back in the era of the virtual game. Back then, he had always rushed and tried to win with speed alone. He only gained real strength the moment he stopped thinking about victory. By simply enjoying the moment, he entered a state where he became an unbeatable champion. It turned out that he had been holding himself back all along, and only now did that become obvious. It was time to stop crying and return to the path leading to the top. Stalker thanked the man he had hated his entire life. Anyone who thinks Brian helped him out of pure kindness is badly mistaken. In reality, he did all of this so he could copy Stalker's newest technique. The copying conditions had been fulfilled, and now Brian could even repeat his opponent's future techniques. After settling every issue, he called Stalker closer. Betrayal does not go unpunished, because those are the laws of the Citadel. In Muram's dormitory, the usual calm remained, with only a faint unease in the air because of the uncertainty ahead. Ruth thought Marcus had returned to training, but when she saw him, she forgot all her plans. He was wearing a repentant maid outfit, the punishment for betraying the champion. The sight was impressive because even in Muram, where plenty of men had long hair, outfits like that were not worn. Ruth decided to ignore her disciple's strange hobby, deciding that everyone had the right to self-expression. Meanwhile, let's return to the mages who still had not completed their mission. Today, they were once again praying to the devil while hiding deep inside a cave. Brian had gathered a great deal of information and could now summon a demon. This could turn into a disaster if the champion decided to use that chance. The mages were rushing to seize the initiative and establish contact with the demon world. To do that, a sacrifice was required during the ritual. Gawain turned out to be merciless and sacrificed every mage around him. He decided to act on his own, aiming to destroy the greatest devil dynasty. He begged for this place to be wiped off the face of the earth and for a chance to become the king of the tower. A passage to the demon world opened, and the key leaked onto the 21st floor. The Thorn Crown of Pilgrimage answered the call, and all this time, it had been inside the Citadel. None of the floor's residents understood what was happening, and everyone felt the approaching threat before falling into panic. A monstrous creature emerged from the rift of another portal. Only the most experienced warriors understood that this was the beginning of the end. Everyone inside the Citadel received an emergency warning about the arrival of a devil family. Those who wanted to survive had only one option left: run without looking back. Resistance was out of the question, because there was no chance of survival. Brian looked worried, but he could not be called surprised. It seemed he had always sensed this danger coming, although until the end, he had hoped it would not happen. He turned to the divine tree and asked her to listen carefully. The strongest demons would soon appear here, and the champion would need Toriel's barrier. She trusted him and activated all the power available to her. All protective barriers focused their power on one strictly defined area. A fierce struggle began, and the pressure on the barrier grew with every second. The demonic spawn was tearing its way into this world, promising to destroy every resident of the floor. Either they would stop the monster, or they would fall into madness and fear. The demons sensed the familiar presence of its kin and intended to find them. Today, it did not matter who you were: an Empire warrior, a Muram fighter, or a guardian of the Citadel. Everyone was equal now and had to unite to stop the demon from taking over reality. The demon of frozen hell, named Jasmine, finally revealed her true face. Meanwhile, in the Holy State, a rift leading to the other world also appeared. The relic reacted to the blade soaked in holy blood and opened the gates to the world of the dead. From those gates emerged the demon of infinite hell, named Shendu. Only the twins were happy about his arrival, saying that now the real fun would begin. Teresa was in no mood for jokes because the demon could tear her apart with a single glance. Suddenly, she felt a heavy hand on her shoulder, and the Archbishop was standing beside her. All of them were fully prepared and swore to protect the Holy Land until the very end. The Children of Light had to unite and show the demon that no one wanted him here. Players and holy knights rushed into the attack, and a grand battle was about to begin. Seconds after the demon appeared, dozens of warriors died in agony. Abraham tried in vain to organize a defense, but the army would not listen to him. Panic ruled everywhere, because the demon from the upper floors was too strong even for the divine tree. Without the barriers, the residents of the citadel would have burned to ash in seconds. They were saved only because the tiny skeleton was selling fire resistance potions, giving the knights a chance to survive. Brian stepped outside with the fearless maid, giving people confidence. He kept his usual calm, although his companion left everyone completely confused. Marcus felt uncomfortable in his punishment outfit and would now think twice before betraying his leader again. It was time to act, because the moment Brian saw the thorn crown of pilgrimage, he understood that a demon would appear. The only thing he had not expected was that it would be Andre from the upper levels of the tower. In the distance, a portal churned, connected to a magical world from which demons endlessly drew power. As long as the portal stayed open, destroying the monsters was impossible, and only the barrier still allowed everyone to breathe. But sooner or later, the barrier would collapse, and holding back the demon would become impossible. The champion sent a special group to destroy the portal's magic. All they could do now was hope that group would complete the mission. Finding the source of magic across such a vast area would be extremely difficult. The 21st floor is enormous, so now they had to rely on the ancient dragon's instincts. Meanwhile, Andre summoned killers, intending to burn every village on the floor to the ground. Monsters burst out from under the earth, creatures known as the Killers of Freedom. Brian addressed the survivors and announced the beginning of a war to enslave the demonic killers. Those who showed the greatest effort would receive extra points in the coming negotiations. His words were aimed at the Empire and Murim, because they needed to prove their cooperation with the Citadel was worth something. Today, they would have to unite, or all their fighting would lose its meaning. Just yesterday, the Empire and Murim had been fighting each other and spilling blood across the continent. Today, they fought shoulder to shoulder against demonic forces, and that was the effect of the champion's charisma. Brian, as always, was the one thinking furthest ahead, and no one was surprised by his cunning anymore. Now both armies fought together, occasionally drinking the potions given to them by the skeleton. Thanks to that, Brian automatically received all the experience for exterminating the demons. This strengthened him rapidly, and he did not even need to actively join the fight. The Swordmaster wanted to prove that he had become much calmer and more confident. He charged into battle, allowing the enemies to surround him with the flames of hell. The champion decided he would never hear from Stalker again and mentally said goodbye to him. But he celebrated too early, because Stalker survived by activating the Soul Pendulum Sword, although he lost his dramatic outfit. Now he felt the freedom he had been waiting for, and wanted to prove it was still too early to write him off. No one should have called him a woman, because with a body like that, Apollo would have been a better nickname. After the fight, he returned to his old appearance and put on his favorite clothes again. To avoid becoming demon prey, he and Brian had to help the knights hold back the assault. Fierce battles were also raging in other parts of the floor. Fire was not everywhere because Jasmine preferred cold, and her frost was more terrifying than any flame. Brian knew what was happening and was trying to change the course of events somehow. Everything was moving too fast, and Andre's level made copying his skills impossible. To reproduce his power, Brian would have to endure a direct attack, almost like a kiss from death. Andre is a devil of tribal hell and a blood relative of the great devil Guntifor. Toriel was gradually losing her energy reserves and the strength of the barrier. She admitted to Brian that she could no longer hold back the demon's assault. The barrier was collapsing, and from the beginning, it had only been a matter of time. Still, she had at least managed to delay the monster from the underworld. That was enough for the knights to prepare and unite their forces for the decisive battle. Now Brian intended to show his power by using ice energy. He chained Andre in ice restraints with heavy weights, hoping to stop him even for a short time. This gave Stalker a chance to activate the Soul Pendulum Sword Dance. It was one of the few techniques he had mastered in Murim, and this time it worked. The demon was damaged, but he managed to break free from the restraints. He melted them with his heat and swore to destroy everything connected to the residents of the 21st floor. Stalker was trapped and understood that he would not dodge the attack in time. He was saved at the last moment, as kind forces pulled him away and spared him from becoming a fried nugget. His savior was the White Snake, who had arrived with his squad to challenge the demon as well. The champion asked him to evacuate anyone who ended up in mortal danger. Whether they liked it or not, today they were all one team, even old enemies. Something like this happens once in a century and is always tied to an invasion of demonic forces from hell. The ancient tree was burning and Toriel could not bear the sight. She knew her children were there and they had to be saved before they burned alive. To hold back the flames, Brian activated the Graveyard of Swords. But even the maximum concentration of energy inside the weapons was not enough to extinguish the heat. He had to summon the Spirit of Fire, a master in the art of fighting with flames. He endured a direct hit, which meant the champion had managed to copy Andre's ability. He was sure he was fighting the demon shoulder to shoulder with the other warriors of the floor. But that turned out to be a mistake, because the enemy had been waiting all this time for a chance to strike from behind. That enemy was Namgung, who had been waiting for his moment for a long time. He used the Flying Swallow sword technique, spinning up a deadly tornado. Only Cersei's barrier saved the champion from a fatal wound. Ruth begged her friend to stop, or the demon would burn everything around them to ash. But Namgung told her to shut up and claimed that everything happening was the champion's own will. He insisted that the demon attack had been arranged, and that now was their chance to get rid of Brian. The Elven Forest, the explosion in Beijing, and the attack on the Citadel were all links in the same chain. Brian had constantly forced Namgung to endure defeat, and today it was time for payback. The champion had not predicted this betrayal, so now he had to improvise while preparing for a new threat. Namgung called him a true devil who needed to be executed, and in some ways that was true. His blade was already ready to cut off the enemy's head, but George stepped in at the last moment and stopped the bloodshed. He considered Namgung a madman who had chosen the wrong opponent to fight. But Namgung did not care about anyone else's opinion and demanded that George step aside. He begged George to come to his senses and understand that Brian was not who he claimed to be. Namgung insisted that the champion knew far too much about the tower and was hiding the source of his knowledge. Brian did not reveal all his cards and only promised that he would explain everything when the time came. He called George someone close to him. And maybe that is why the swordsman follows his king without hesitation, never doubting his purity. To Namgung, those words sounded like mockery, and boiling with rage, he threw himself back into the fight. All this time, Ruth silently watched the battle, her face showing deep dissatisfaction. No matter how much Namgung hated Brian, the time and place of the battle could not be ignored. Right now, the champion was the one controlling the flow of events, and killing him was unacceptable. While Ruth was thinking this over, little Tybon shot her with a needle coated in sleeping poison. A few seconds later, she collapsed helplessly to the ground, sinking into unconsciousness. The little skeleton placed her on a stretcher and carried her off in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, the clash between the two swordsmen continued with the same fury. George had to deal with Namgung and give his master time to focus on the real threat. They had already managed to block one of the demon's attacks, although it had cost them a massive amount of energy. Now all they could do was rely on the group of girls heading out to search for the portal. If they failed to close it, the 21st floor was doomed. When they found the right place, they came face to face with the problem. Horrifying necromancy did everything it could to stop Andrea and her companions. The boss of the 5th floor had received a second chance at life and wanted to unlock her full potential. Through her actions, she wanted to repay Brian for his help and put an end to the insane fanatics. The judgment skill activated, strengthened by the Holy Scripture technique. Andrea had trained for a long time, sharpening her control over magic, and now her moment to shine had arrived. She no longer needed to hide her skills or spare her opponents because today, anything was allowed. While she fought the necromancy, Alice got a chance to close the horrifying portal from the abyss. The activation of the destruction spell was supposed to work instantly, and no one could interfere with it. The connection to the demon world was quickly cut off, which gave everyone hope. Now the monsters could no longer draw energy from their own universe, which meant there was finally a chance to win. After long hours of fighting, the twins Casey and Judro were still smiling, although their smiles had grown dimmer. They were exhausted to the limit, and every next strike from the demon became harder for them to withstand. Only the Archbishop's support kept them balanced on the edge between life and death. The Archbishop had no thought of surrender and refused to break her oath to the gods of the White Light. Teresa also remained on the battlefield, waiting for the moment to deliver the decisive strike. All this time, she had been hiding in the shadows, gathering strength to activate Divine Fall. After all, a paladin is made to cast demonic creatures back into the depths of hell. Her strike was so powerful that for a moment, It seemed the demon's defense had been broken, but it was only a brief weakness because the enemy was still standing and had no intention of retreating. Even after losing his connection to the other world, he still had far too much strength left. Teresa decided to take a desperate step, ignoring the sister's objections. She was ready to sacrifice all her energy if it meant protecting the Holy Land. To some people, this place meant nothing, but to Teresa, it had become a true homeland. She was ready to give her life and do everything she could to prevent the darkness from touching it. The other monsters also learned that the connection to the demon world had been cut. They felt themselves lose their supply of power, although even that remaining strength would have been enough to win. Demons had always seen humans as tiny bugs, and that was exactly where their mistake lay. When the portal closed, their bodies began shrinking rapidly. Brian and his allies realized they finally had a chance to turn the battle around. Now the gap in power had narrowed, and a completely different game began. Two master swordsmen accepted the challenge and prepared to fight. Those who were not ready for the heat fell instantly, swallowed by flames. Brian ordered the death squad to retreat and carry every wounded person off the battlefield. Together with Marcus, he joined forces again to deliver justice. No matter what happened between them, in the decisive moment, they always fought side by side. Andre admired his opponent's persistence and asked them not to die too quickly so he could enjoy the battle. The demon had not fought in the real world for a long time and felt more alive than ever. His power remained, his speed had increased, but his health was no longer endless. He could no longer maintain his strength by drawing from the demon world. Every wound had now become a serious problem for him, just like for the other monsters. The players finally had real chances of success, while Teresa felt she could no longer hold back her dark self. She gave her body over to Tiara, allowing her to challenge the devil. Right now, she looked more like Brian than ever, as if she were going through a similar moment. Now they would either stop the madness or give their lives for the dream. Watching the battle was like wandering through the halls of the Louvre. It felt like looking at a work of art that legends would one day be written about. Tiara moved so lightly, as if she had descended from heaven and did not know what gravity was. The demon made desperate attempts to stop her. He even summoned a monster from deep underground, one that inspired primal terror. The paladin paid it no attention at all, because her infinite weaving technique worked flawlessly. The horrifying creature shattered into dozens of pieces, and the twins helped finish the job. They considered it an honor to fight beside this woman and called her the Dark Sword Goddess. Tiara once again proved that her skills could not even be compared to Teresa's. But fierce battles were also raging inside the Citadel. There was not only a battle against demons there, but also a duel between two Murim warriors. Namgung and George were still trying to determine which of them was stronger. Namgung seized the initiative and felt he was close to victory. Rage was still boiling inside him because he could not forgive George's disobedience. And George kept fighting for Brian despite having known him for only a short time. There was something inexplicably magnetic about the champion of the Tower of Trials. Everyone who came into contact with him or watched his actions felt the same thing. His obsession was hard to understand, and sometimes he seemed far too cruel. But everyone tried to fight on his side for one simple reason. Being with him meant victory was almost guaranteed. That was probably why George kept fighting without thinking about the difference in power. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with Brian gave him confidence that victory would come in the end. Now all attention shifted to Andre, who was no longer as confident as before. Not long ago, he had felt invincible, but now doubt was tearing at him. After losing his supply from the demon world, the monster gradually began to shrink. The strongest opponents joined forces and attacked him with ancient divine techniques. Step by step, they forced him back and pushed him to use a terrifying technique called Flaming Hell. The players were transported into another world, an illusion. Here, the enemy's stats increased and demonic killers appeared everywhere. The swordsmen felt themselves trapped, surrounded by death and despair. The heat inside the demonic hell was unbearable, and there was nowhere near enough air. But despite everything, the players did not even think about surrendering. For them, destroying dozens of ordinary monsters was not difficult. The main thing was not to forget about Andre and to save enough strength for the decisive clash. Marcus took the initiative, buying Brian time. He distracted crowds of monsters while the champion prepared to strike Andre. They had already used this tactic before, and now it had to work again. Marcus had to stay behind because only he possessed the battlefield selection skill. This technique transported enemies into an illusory world that was not easy to escape. The champion understood that the demon would summon new monsters, and everything would start over again. He had to copy Marcus's skill and try to create an illusion inside an illusion. That sounded insane even to a demon on Andre's level. Brian could not believe the enemy had only gotten stuck around the 40th floors and mocked him without mercy. Because of that, his determination to prove who the real champion of the tower was doubled. But before we see this insane battle, let's return to the holy area. Here, every fighter is exhausted and barely staying on their feet. The demon is still alive, although the monster he summoned has already been destroyed. Tiara impressed her opponent so much that he decided to get rid of her as quickly as possible, afraid she might destroy the foundation of the demon world. He imagined himself as the guardian of the floor's balance, as if he were the true ruler of hell. He had just activated a special skill called Dark Intimidating Sky. But the seal of death struck the demon with a sudden crushing blow. Behind that strike was the master who had been searching for Teresa across the entire continent for a long time. Tiara immediately understood that he had come here at the request of the champion of the Tower of Trials. He had intended to arrive from the very beginning, but he had been delayed by a fight with an ice monster in Murim. That enemy had already been destroyed, and now it was time to cleanse the holy area. The demonic bull naively believed he would be allowed to leave alive today, but after what he had done, only the end of all his suffering awaited him. The Parasite Master activated Dark Intimidating Sky on the 21st floor's map, and with the very first attack, the legendary demon fell, never managing to conquer the Holy Land. It was truly beautiful, because only real masters can do something like that. Now let's return to Brian and his duel with Andre. Marcus removed the restriction on his spiritual world to see what was happening, but he was too late, because the champion had already pulled the demon into a new illusion. This spiritual world was called the Lonely Peak of the Tower. Andre found himself here for the first time and felt as if he had been driven into unknown worlds. He had been sure his own illusion was unbreakable until he realized the champion had been hiding his true power all along. At that moment, Marcus decided to join in and merge his spiritual world with Brian's illusion. That was how a new domain of an unknown world was born. This unique spiritual world was created to seal the demon from the underworld forever. The stats of every player rose sharply, feeling like a light tingling at their fingertips. Meanwhile, the innate monster's stats fell, all thanks to the strongest illusion. The demon refused to believe that his spiritual world had been destroyed by two ordinary humans from Earth. But he should have accepted reality because otherwise, a swift and painful end was waiting for him. Brian asked Marcus to remember every difficult battle he had ever lived through. All that experience had to merge into one and allow him to feel like a new god of swordsmanship. They activated the Song of the Sword, combined their skills, and went on the attack. Their synchronization level rose to the limit, and the demon faced unimaginable power. His defense cracked under a storm of blows he could not block in time. Before the battle, Marcus remembered his teacher's words about the path of the swordsman. His mentor had taught him to turn the enemy's rhythm, movement, and breathing against them. Thanks to the complete fusion of their swords, gaining the advantage became much easier. The demon quickly realized that today was clearly not his day. He fought like a proud lion that should have been retired long ago. At that moment, the 11th technique of the Soul Pendulum Sword was born. It was not just a fusion of skills, because the world witnessed the birth of something unknown. The demon suffered a crushing defeat, and all his illusions collapsed in a single instant. Within seconds, the devil's magical energy vanished from the 21st floor. Namgung looked up at the sky and could not say a word for several more moments. Deep down, he admitted that the king of the tower had exceeded every expectation and defeated a creature from hell. But rage still filled him, and he decided to kill George anyway, even though the act was meaningless. His strike would have reached its target, and if not for a fanatical technique, everything around them would have been drowned in blood. At the last moment, Andrea stepped in to save George. She activated a protective barrier and pulled him against herself as if they were old friends. Brian did not tolerate anyone going after the people close to him. Alice had learned that long ago, and now she was ready to punish the man in the dress. While her master was not nearby, she intended to use his power for a good cause. They needed to get rid of the one who had tried to block the champion's path. Meanwhile, the survivors helped the wounded and tried to return to normal life at least a little. The 21st floor had burned to the ground, and the demon world had become a foothold. Andre cried out to his master in vain, hoping for salvation, but no answer came. He had been abandoned to his fate and received no help at the decisive moment. For more than 1,000 years, he had faithfully served the head of the Demon World Legion, Gunta. But sooner or later, Brian would meet that monster and rip the heart out of his rotten chest. As a final offer, Brian suggested that Andre take revenge on the master who had betrayed him. The demon was utterly devastated and agreed. As proof of that agreement, he sacrificed his farewell gift, his own heart. This was supposed to help him settle the score with Gunta, who had failed to come to his aid at the critical hour. Half of the heart ended up in the champion's hands, and the demon Andre finally fell. The battle to defend the giant citadel could now be considered over. With the great demon dead, peace and calm returned to the citadel. Murim and the Empire, both having suffered heavy losses, temporarily stopped arguing over ownership of the castle. Now the castle belonged to a third party, which removed the reason for further conflict. After completing all the hidden quests, the champion copied Andre's initial flame. This skill replaced his previous fire element and gave him new fire-based advantages. The demon's heart would be useful for observation on the next floors. There was finally a little time to rest and meet with old friends. The Parasite Master returned together with the beautiful Teresa. The remaining members of the demon family had been destroyed, although it had taken every bit of strength and nerve they had. The Master was amazed that the champion had managed to unite the Empire and Murim, something that had not happened in centuries. The clever plan worked, and Brian once again proved that flexibility and intelligence mattered more than brute force. Now he was being called the hero who saved the country, and even his enemies admired it. That is how it happens. Yesterday's criminal becomes the leader of a state. The danger had not disappeared, but people needed a break and a taste of freedom. There had been almost no reasons to celebrate lately, because endless wars and battles had worn ordinary people down. No one doubted anymore that Abraham cared about the state's safety more than it had once seemed. Maybe that was why he asked them not to reveal that another demon was still hiding on this floor. 3 monsters had been destroyed, but this was not over. The investigation showed there had originally been 4 of them. The only thing known about the remaining one came from many reports of residents dying. Every floor needed to be searched, and they had to be extremely careful. There was strange activity in the underground prison of the giant citadel. Ruth was being held here for everything she had done. The little skeleton was going to punish her for her crimes against his master. A listening device had been placed on her body. In the future, the champion would be able to learn every plan the Murim warriors made. Suddenly, someone without a pass broke into the prison. It was the swordsman Marcus, barely recognizable after the battle he had survived. Tybon tried to stop him, but if he had been bigger, maybe he would have succeeded. Stalker had come to take one of the masters and save a bright soul. At that time, Brian did not know what was happening because he was at a reception with the Emperor. Together with his friends, he had to kneel before the greatest tiger of the Empire. For the first time in a long while, the Emperor allowed himself to feel joy, although his unreadable face still remained like a stone mask. After long years of isolation caused by the painful grief over his dead heir, he finally felt relief and a faint warmth in his heart. He rose from the throne, drew his imperial sword, and for a moment showed everyone present a trace of his former greatness, radiating a crushing aura of power. He did all of this only to express his gratitude to the people who had saved the Empire from destruction and restored hope to its people. As a sign of appreciation, the Emperor decided to present the dynasty's greatest treasure, the legendary Heavenly Stone, which held the power to connect with the gods. The people gathered in the palace shouted in confusion, unable to understand what was happening or believe their own eyes. Their confusion made sense because the Heavenly Stone was the greatest national treasure, allowing direct communication with the deities of the higher world. Ordinary mortals could never use this relic, and for generations, it had belonged only to the imperial family and no one else. But the Emperor did not hesitate for even a second, ordering that the gift be delivered to Brian and that a grand, unprecedented banquet be held in honor of the heroes. On top of that, he ordered wine and meat to be given to all the people for free so everyone could celebrate the peace they had won. A grand celebration began, the kind of festival people would remember for the rest of their lives and tell their children and grandchildren about. Everything around them sank into an atmosphere of joy, laughter, and freedom, as people savored the sweet taste of long-awaited victory through pure emotion. Even the vampire princess and her friend allowed themselves to forget their worries and restraint for a while and decided to have some fun. Teresa soon joined them, and then the main hero of the celebration appeared as well, unwillingly becoming the center of everyone's attention. Marcus finally stepped out of the shadows and calmly said he had no intention of dancing and would rather watch from the side. Brian understood perfectly well that Stalker was still loyal to Murim, but he did not care about that at all and remained calm. He felt that Marcus was still loyal to the Champions team and would always be ready to help them in any situation. Soon, the conversation turned to the mysterious demon that had recently appeared in the north, known to everyone as Waldemar, or the Poison Demon. Marcus said he knew about this monster and that someone had already managed to defeat him alone, which sounded unbelievable. For Brian, this was a real shock because even he had not predicted a turn of events like this. Now it turned out that the demon was locked deep inside the castle, patiently waiting for his master's order and preparing to fulfill his purpose. He was hiding, waiting for the right moment to make his next move and disrupt the fragile balance of power. Meanwhile, the prince was in an extremely dark mood because his carefully prepared plans had collapsed with the arrival of a player who possessed maximum experience. He had dreamed of capturing the citadel and overthrowing the emperor, but now all his ambitions had become nothing more than an impossible illusion. Meanwhile, Marlene, the guild master of Gandera, proposed raising a rebellion and staging a bold coup for her own benefit. To do that, she gathered her loyal assistants, who already had experience facing Brian and his team. The celebration continued, and no one in the cheering crowd had any idea what danger was already approaching. Only the champion understood that very soon, everything could change completely and new problems could appear. He kept an eye on his friends, although he could see that alcohol had long since clouded their minds and ruined their coordination. Alice and Teresa grew closer through conversation, while Andrea admitted she could not drink anymore and was feeling tired. She reported that Namgung had fallen and would no longer be a source of danger, which brought relief to the entire team. For the leader, this was good news, and he immediately decided to reward his loyal helper for her hard work. As recognition for her achievements, she received an extremely rare gift: the Fox Bead, capable of granting the power of an ancient kumiho. When used, the artifact gave its owner new and truly unique abilities that could not be copied. Andrea did not hesitate and activated the artifact, changing her appearance in an instant. Now she looked like a tiny fox, ready to kill without hesitation or pity, like the embodiment of predatory grace. Over years of non-stop victories, Brian had collected an impressive set of unique artifacts capable of turning the tide of any battle. Among his trophies was even the spring water of oblivion, which allowed vast layers of someone else's memories to be skillfully forged. Nothing like this had existed in the game, and the champion already felt that this relic would be useful later. The Tower of Trials had completely changed, and now the deciding factors were not experience and levels, but flexible thinking and the ability to adapt. The next day, Teresa decided to take a walk through the ancient castle to clear her head a little. In one of the halls, she found many ancient relics once used by the greatest heroes of past centuries. The moment anyone touched one of these items, a powerful restriction spell would immediately activate. For those who did not understand ancient artifacts, surviving in this place was extremely difficult and sometimes deadly. Now, instead of resting, the players had to go to the royal ancestors' sacred zone, a place where people with impure intentions were not allowed. When Benheimer said those words, he looked especially carefully at Abraham, as if speaking only to him. It was the emperor himself who had ordered his loyal assistant to escort the heroes to this forbidden place. The sacred zone was rarely opened to outsiders and almost always remained a privilege of the royal dynasty. Here, inside a temple shining with majesty, rested the emperor's tomb, giving off the scent of ancient magic. After defeating the demons, the heroes had earned the right to receive 3 heavenly stones as a gift, symbols of trust and divine protection. These artifacts allowed contact with the gods of the upper floors, beings inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Once only members of the royal family could use the stones, but now the ancient traditions had changed. Only the chosen became owners of the stones, while those rejected had no right to use them again. However, one more artifact was missing from the massive statue, a 4th stone that had vanished without a trace. Out of the entire team, only Brian knew where that stone had disappeared and why it had been used. It had once been used by a legendary king who possessed absolute authority and the recognition of every god. After his death, none of his descendants had been able to control the relic or reveal its true power. Little by little, the authority of the royal family fell along with it, losing its former greatness. The champion acted so confident that even the unshakable Benheimer could not hold back a flash of emotion. He was already ready to cut out the arrogant young man's tongue, but the emperor's intervention stopped him. For a true ruler, authority was something his servants worried about, not something he concerned himself with. Reinhard had long understood that he would never become as great as his ancestors, and he had accepted that. He had no strength left. All his descendants were buried, and his former authority was gone forever. That was why he asked the champion to accept the heavenly stone and protect the people in his place. During this important conversation, the player felt a wave of goosebumps run down his back, warning him that something was about to change. Suddenly, the protective magic weakened. and the barrier fell under the pressure of an unknown force that had entered the king's tomb. Within seconds, soldiers armed to the teeth surrounded them, ready to attack. The prince stepped out of the shadows and declared that giving an imperial relic to outsiders was a grave crime. He had finally decided to start his rebellion and bared his fangs against the emperor himself. Mackenzie and other swordmasters stood nearby, ready to charge into battle at any moment. Benheimer looked at Abraham as if checking what decision the young swordsman would make. Abraham slowly drew his blade, showing that he was now on the enemy's side. After that, the swordsman demanded that the players split up and promised that none of them would be hurt if they obeyed. In response, he received only Brian's sinister smile. Because the champion flatly refused to follow someone else's rules, Abraham kept begging them to separate, unwilling to spill the blood of the people who had recently saved the empire. But raising his sword against these people was unbearably difficult for him. And then another warrior stepped in. Marlon suggested arranging a bloody battle between players and truly enjoying it. Together with her assistants, she rushed at the champion's team with incredible speed. But Brian and his friends had always been ready for sudden twists of fate and new trials. They did not panic and entered the fight as if they had been preparing for this exact moment their entire lives. Marlon looked at Brian with hunger in her eyes, as if he were the last delicious slice of cake in front of her. She had dreamed of meeting him for a long time, especially after the many legends that had already formed around his name. But scanning his stats turned out to be impossible, because the screen showed nothing at all. This only happens when the target's power far exceeds the scanner's capabilities. Brian still had a choice: spill blood or step onto the dark side, and time still allowed him to make that move. The Emperor watched the battle, sinking into despair and unable to interfere. Benheimer also did not know what to do and could only hope that his old friend would find a way out of this trap. Brian did not feel trapped at all, and on the contrary, he enjoyed the fight and breathed freely. The experienced warrior was not used to staying on the sidelines and watching a battle from the audience. So he drew his sword and warned them that he was about to punish his disobedient students. He had always taught them valor and honor, not betrayal and hypocrisy, and now he intended to remind them by force. They may have grown up, but he was still ready to strip them down and whip them with a belt, just like in the old days. Abraham did not consider himself a traitor and was sure he was acting for the good of the empire. In his opinion, one look at the current emperor made it clear that the empire was declining and needed change. Deep down, Benheimer agreed with those words, although he did not dare admit it openly. After the prince's death, the emperor had never returned to his former self and continued to lose strength. But that did not mean the man who had sworn to protect him had forgotten his oath and abandoned his duty. Even the best swordsmen of the empire were now learning firsthand what the true power of ancient warriors meant. Benheimer had never been this angry before. Not even in his youth had such unstoppable fury burned in his heart. The very first clash turned into a bloody storm, and crimson blood poured out, thick as tar and bright as the burning sun. The emperor visibly tensed as he realized the consequences of everything that had happened and the weight of the threat hanging over them. Marlon only curved her lips into a faint smirk and coldly said that this was already the end for everyone. Blood really was spilling onto the ground, and unfortunately it was not the blood of the two young swordsmen, as one might have hoped. For the experienced warrior, such fast-paced battles had become too much, and today, that was clearer than ever. Tears appeared in the eyes of both of Benheimer's students, even though they now stood on opposite sides. After all, no true teacher can raise a hand against his students, so the master made his choice and refused to keep fighting. Before leaving, he smiled weakly, quietly apologized to his pupils, and admitted that he could not have acted any other way. His strength left him, his body refused to obey, and he collapsed helplessly to his knees. Only now did the swordsmen realize that the prince they had always served had long since formed an alliance with Murim. More than that, he had brought players here who, like him, had been working with Murim for a long time. Everything happening had turned out to be a carefully staged performance, one in which the prince had deceived even his most loyal supporters. Understanding the danger, Brian advised them to take Benheimer and the emperor away as quickly as possible and retreat immediately. If Abraham still wanted to remain on the side of light, he had to make his final choice right now. The champion turned to Mackenzie and reminded him of their conversation during the celebration. Back then, he had approached the knight to apologize for everything that had happened between them in the past. Old wounds can only be overcome when a person sincerely wants it and takes the first step himself. Mackenzie managed to overcome his fear and decided to remove the heavy helmet that had kept him from finding freedom for so long. His revealed face became the source of a powerful flash of light aimed straight at Marlene. The blinding beam instantly robbed everyone around of their sight, and no one could even see their own hands. But the champions team had prepared for this in advance and put on sunglasses at the right moment. They used the chaos they had created to slip away with Mackenzie and Abraham, who had now fully crossed back to the side of light. Mad with rage, the prince ordered the fugitives to be pursued and their heads brought to him at any cost. Once everyone scattered, Brian and Marlon were finally left face to face, ready for the decisive conversation. The champion had long been waiting to meet the player who had managed to defeat the demon of the 21st floor alone. After exchanging several blows, he became convinced that there was nothing truly outstanding about Marlon herself. Brian demanded that she reveal her secret and show how she had managed to do the impossible. Apparently, Marlene's true power only awakened when her soul and body fully merged. From the depths of her being burst the universe of the god of destruction, known as Siba. Now it became clear where the guild leader's unbelievable power came from. After the secret was revealed, there was no point hiding anything anymore because everything had become obvious. Marlon confidently declared that the Emperor's time was over and a new era had begun. According to her, there was no one left in the state who would dare defend that old and helpless ruler. She suggested ending the pointless fight, joining forces and walking the road to success together. Brian admitted that she was partly right because only a few close aides remained loyal to the Emperor, and that was clearly not enough. That was exactly why he had gathered a squad of fighters in advance, people ready to fight to the end for the side of light. The champion had predicted every move his enemies would make and stayed several steps ahead of them. When Teresa saw who had arrived at the castle, new hope flared in her heart. Before her stood the Archbishop's holy knights, along with the insane twins, striking fear even into their enemies. It turned out that Benheimer had known Sabina for many years, and they still shared a warm, almost family-like bond. Sabina quickly healed the old warrior's wound and assured him that everything would be fine. There was no longer any point explaining what was happening, so Brian suggested that everyone simply focus on the battle. The enraged prince continued ordering his knights to destroy every last invader. But no one listened to him, because Sabina had come here to end evil and bring light back to the Empire. The prince refused to surrender without a fight and decided to use his dark tricks. He addressed the citizens of the capital with a loud and important announcement. In his speech, the prince falsely accused the emperor of betrayal and claimed he had formed an alliance with rats. For the good of the state, he ordered the people to overthrow the emperor and give the 21st floor a new dawn. The prince was sure his words would be accepted as truth, because faith in the emperor's strength had long been shaken. Hearing these accusations, the knights froze, trying to process what was happening and figure out whom to believe. Complete confusion ruled over everyone, and each person was acting on instinct alone. When they saw the emperor leaving the castle, they decided they had to stop him no matter what. Sabina stepped in to show these knights that they were nothing before the power of true defenders of light. After all, those who once swore to protect the emperor had to remain loyal to that oath until the very end. The archbishop forbade unnecessary deaths and ordered them to strike the knights hard enough to disable them for months, but leave them alive. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Gandera Guild continued hunting the emperor and had no intention of stopping. The twins used this moment to get better acquainted with their new enemies and test their strength. Casey and Judro openly challenged the players, wanting a proper warm-up fight. After Brian refused to join them, Marlon had no choice left but to try ripping off his arms and legs. The champion was extremely valuable to humanity, so all this time Marlon had been trying to keep him alive. If he survived all her attacks, he could remain alive, but only as her obedient slave. A fierce clash was approaching because the guild leader fought using the power of a god himself, the god of destruction. Siba gave her a feeling of complete invincibility and superiority. Deadly attacks came down on the champion from every direction, leaving no room for hesitation. But Marlene mistakenly believed that a few attacks like this would be enough to secure final victory. It was clear that she had underestimated the champion, who was used to overcoming any trial. It seemed Brian was about to use the heavenly stone he had recently received from the Emperor. This was worth watching because far too many legends surrounded that stone. Right before everyone's eyes, he began trying to establish contact with the gods of the upper floors. Marlon should have acted faster to stop him, but she was too late. Now, seals bound her in place, and all she could do was wait for the deities to answer the player's call. A higher being intended to reveal itself, although the tower's restrictions would not allow it. For that reason, communication through the heavenly stone was the only thing still possible. The higher being did not like this at all and decided to break the imposed restriction. Brian had previously rejected the Dark Apostle and escaped through cunning, and now he was trying to contact a deity, which could turn into a disaster. It seemed the champion had become the main target of this monstrous being, and now he was not in an enviable position. The rotting heart Boris once again revealed his disgusting face and bared a sinister smile. As it turned out, on the 5th floor, we had only seen part of his dialogue with this deity. Back then, Brian had refused to cooperate and acted like a reckless lunatic playing with fire. He had called himself a tiger who would never befriend a dog. But now the situation had changed sharply. This was not the time for jokes, because the champion urgently needed help, strange as that might sound. In response, Boris only burst into childish laughter, saying he had no time for trivial matters. But he was already thinking about a special curse for this guy, forgetting that Brian knew a lot about him. It was Boris who had once added extra conditions involving the maid outfit. Even when interfering with the system, he kept adding new requirements while enthusiastically watching the champion's content. If Boris agreed to help now, he would receive even more spectacular content in return. The demon would be freed from boredom and once again enjoy endless entertainment. Now the exciting performance could be watched from anywhere in the Tower of Trials, and there was no doubt about that. A few moments later, the barrier that had stopped the flow of time was deactivated. Marlon returned to reality and faced the merciless cruelty of her new situation. Standing before her now was not just a player, but a man who had united soul and body and summoned a powerful ally. Even the god of destruction Siba felt threatened before the Demon King Boris. Boris decided to trust the champion and support him in this brutal battle. The reason was almost laughably simple. Brian had caught his interest, and that was enough. The Demon King's special attack came crashing down on Marlon, leaving her no chance to dodge. She could not resist this power, so all she could do was take the hit and dream of a quick death. Their collision threatened to destroy the entire Imperial tomb, shaking its walls violently. When the fight ended, Brian would simply blame all the damage on Marlene. Meanwhile, the twins did not let up and kept attacking enemies from every direction. Long training with the champion had made them much stronger and more experienced. Now even battle-hardened veterans could not serve as a serious test for them. Chandra and Aaron could not understand why their opponents were so obsessed with defeating them. They had to explain that the twins never act with a clear reason or strategy. If they like something, they simply enjoy the moment and take pleasure in the process. Most of the time, killing made them happy, and right now, nothing had changed. Teresa had already gotten used to this strange side of them, because sometimes even killing can serve a good purpose. She relaxed for a moment, but then immediately felt the underground chamber shake from the clash of majestic souls. It had truly become unbearably hot down there, because two gods were fighting through the bodies of players. Brian had to defeat the ancient Siba. An ordinary fusion clearly would not be enough for that. The demon could not share all of his abilities with him, and that seriously slowed the process down. To turn the battle around, the champion decided to use the privilege of the first conqueror of the tower. Now he could reproduce a unique ignition skill available only to higher beings. But this technique could not be used twice because the chance appeared only once. Brian was ready to use that right and end the fight once and for all. This was exactly how it had to end, with blood and the enemy's death. The terrifying Siba failed to defend himself and felt his barrier being pierced. Everything happened so quickly that he had no chance to react. The champion achieved a decisive victory and felt life once again lifting him onto the pedestal of triumph. At the same time, the knights were still fighting fiercely against the holy monks. The ground split open beneath their feet, and a wave of unimaginable power burst out. The union of soul and body was deactivated, and now Brian had to repay the demon with new content. Next time, Boris promised to make the champion his personal apostle. What that promise would lead to remained to be seen, but their meeting was bound to happen again. Now it was time to use second-level hypnosis against Marlene. Let her sleep and relax for a while, because there were important thoughts ahead about the coming rebellion. Until the Emperor took power into his own hands, the country would keep slowly collapsing from the inside. To receive the reward Benheimer had promised, Brian needed to stop that from happening. Dozens of ideas and thoughts swarmed through Brian's head, and Alice decided to appear with some friendly advice. She knew how to raise the Emperor's fighting spirit and change the course of events. For the vampire princess, a task like this was nothing more than an entertaining little game. She changed clothes and flew over to the Emperor, wanting to speak with him face to face. Alice called him a pathetic slug, unworthy of being the heir to great warriors. Mackenzie almost stepped in when he heard someone dare speak to the Emperor in that tone. Abraham realized everything was going according to plan and asked his friend to stay calm. He suggested they simply watch and see how little Alice would handle this. She admitted that she could not stand the sight of the weak slug he had become, because she remembered him in his youth. Back then, He had been completely different. Strong, courageous, and firm in his decisions, Alice managed to temporarily summon a soul with whom she shared a deep connection. Before everyone appeared the first emperor, Reinhard I himself. He was a living legend, one whose stories were still told in tales and songs. Seeing him was like dying and waking up in heaven. The first emperor addressed his descendant, trying to understand why he had become such a pathetic version of himself. He reminded him that an emperor had no right to sink into despair because he was responsible not only for himself, but for every person in the empire. They had overcome every hardship together, and even after death, the royal family continued to support its descendants. The blood of his ancestors flowed through Reinhard III's veins, and he must not forget that. Fear was unacceptable because his family was always nearby, watching over him from the heavens. He must not disappoint them, which meant he had to live and be worthy of his royal blood. At that moment, the emperor remembered the childhood memories he held dear. Those memories were too precious to throw away. Tears appeared in his eyes, and it was as if he had come alive, feeling like a living human being for the first time in a long while. The legend activated the imperial edict, and the heavens trembled as they split apart. Everyone fighting froze and looked up at the deity that had appeared. Even Benheimer, who was still being treated for his wound, became so emotional that he could not say a word. The legendary emperor ordered everyone to lay down their weapons and stop the fighting. The people obeyed, while the prince felt power slipping through his fingers. Now he was nothing more than a worthless worm washed onto the ground after heavy rain. His treasonous rebellion was finally crushed, and he was sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison. The legendary emperor was glad that everything had ended safely. He smiled and said the empire had to keep prospering without him, just as it had in the old days. Even beneath her mask, he recognized Alice, whom he had known when he was alive. Her appearance meant she had managed to escape the labyrinth, and that was wonderful. It would be nice to learn the full story connecting them from beginning to end. Maybe one day we will see that truth through Alice's own eyes. Meanwhile, the rebellion that had swept through the capital finally failed. The prince and his close supporters were sentenced to execution for treason. By the emperor's mercy, the punishment was changed to imprisonment in a correctional prison, where Sabina was already being held. Even the sword masters were no exception, and no resistance followed. Brian had no way to eliminate every member of the Gandera Guild, so they were stripped of all their gold and exiled to wander the lifeless desert. Thanks to decisive action, a large number of casualties had been avoided. Still, the people had questions about imperial authority. Their doubts disappeared when they saw the emperor restored to strength and wisdom, because the lion had returned to his throne. All of this became possible thanks to Brian, who managed to make the world better even here. Now Benheimer could not refuse the promise he had made and had to provide the champion with the shortest path upward. He swore that he would always remain this player's ally. It is hard to believe that during their first meeting, they almost caused a bloody massacre at the masquerade. The champion did not forget to thank Alice because she was the one who had restored the emperor's former strength. The princess admitted that she had known the legendary ruler in the past. It seemed everything had ended well, and they could move forward peacefully. Among the people gathered to listen to the emperor, Brian noticed a familiar figure. He quickly descended, but the person immediately ran. Only the flaming flame seal managed to stop the fugitive. Of course, Brian recognized her at once because her scent left no room for doubt. Ophelia had hidden in the shadows for too long, but her escape had to end exactly like this. Her fate looked rather grim, especially after the failure of her last mission. The elder vampires had beaten the girl half to death. Her friends died in battle, while Ophelia, overcome with fear, fled from the battlefield. She returned alone and badly disappointed the elder masters. They found it hard to believe that a member of vampire society had begged humans for mercy and humiliation. She was ordered to go to the 21st floor and discover Balmung's location at any cost. If she failed even this simple task, a lonely death would be waiting for her. Now, Ophelia stood face to face with Brian and tried to take her own life. But the activation of the Flaming Soul seal prevented her from doing it. She could not return home and did not know how to keep living. Ophelia begged the champion to kill her with his own hands, but that would not benefit him. Now she would serve her new master forever, forgetting her former nobility. The vampires were still trying to obtain Balmung, and that seemed extremely interesting. Brian ordered Ophelia to return and tell the masters that she had found a way to locate the artifact. The champion had his own plan, one that promised to turn into an exciting show. The Great Relic was famous for its incredible effectiveness against dragons. The Dragon Slayer, Balmung. It was sealed deep inside the 21st floor dungeon. together with the body of a poisonous dragon that spewed powerful venom. For ordinary players and residents, even finding the entrance to this mysterious dungeon is extremely difficult. The entrance follows no clear pattern and constantly changes its location. Only Brian knows how to solve this problem, and it seems to be connected to a guy named Dalton. He is an ordinary tower researcher, and to copy his skills, Brian has to fulfill his request and prove his loyalty to his friends. Brian knew that Dalton had been watching him constantly ever since he arrived. He suggested they stop holding back and speak openly so they could help each other. It turned out that the researcher had recently been working on a large-scale project called the Tower Ranking. His charts contain a full evaluation of the skill level of every active player. He openly stated that he wanted to add Brian's data to the ranking. Brian was willing to agree to cooperate only if Dalton fulfilled one small request. He needed to find the entrance to the dungeon where the dragon sword Balmung rested. Access to this place was strictly forbidden by the Empire's forces, which was why the researcher was so surprised. If he could not help, then there could be no cooperation at all. Dalton could not allow one of the best players in the tower to be left out of the ranking. Otherwise, all his work would lose its meaning and become useless to everyone. But if he decided to search for Balmung, he could face serious trouble and sanctions from the great guilds. He had to make a choice that would decide his future. Today, the Black Crow Guild had its usual cheerful atmosphere. The guild members were handling their daily workload and were not expecting guests. At that moment, the doors flew open and the insane killer twins entered the hall. These top-class European psychopaths were known even in Korea. Brian had asked them to help with the guild and make friends with every member of the team. Everything was simple. Every young player dreamed of joining the Champions Guild. Choosing worthy representatives turned out to be extremely difficult, and that created problems. That was why the twins had to become a kind of trial for new players before official admission. Anyone who survived would automatically sign a contract, and the rest no longer mattered. Now we can return to the champion, who had already reached an agreement with the researcher. Dalton showed him the dungeon entrance, which had failed to hide from his eyes. Then he activated a skill that forcefully opened a portal into a sealed space. While Brian and Dalton passed through the portal, someone kept watching them the entire time. Ophelia had brought one of the leaders of the Vampire Council here. He arrived with an entire army of warriors and immediately ordered revenge on the champion for the damage done to the Vampire Association. Meanwhile, the researcher could not take his eyes off the biography of Siegfried, the destroyer of dragons and owner of Balmung. Thanks to the champion, they got past the traps and avoided losses. The spirits handled their task perfectly because in places like this, they were always priceless. That was because Brian had warned them that if even one hair fell from his head, they would end up in hell. We should not forget that to copy the researcher's skill, Brian needed to show how much he valued his friends. He remembered that, but right now, all his attention was fixed on the skeleton of the legendary dragon. This was the sword that had killed the dragon surrounded by so many rumors. Fafnir died while releasing clouds of incredibly powerful poison aimed at the killer he hated. Almost no one survived contact with that poison, because the dragon's rage was that strong. The sword could only be taken by someone it chose as its owner. The champion was ready to try, but events took a different turn. The vampires reached the forbidden territory and saw the legendary sword. Their leader thanked Ophelia for a job well done and allowed her to return home. There were far too many of them, and every vampire was eager to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. On top of that, they wanted to obtain the sword they had been searching for in vain for centuries. The champion doubted they could survive the poisonous fumes and deliberately provoked a conflict. He got what he wanted, and the battle officially began. The researcher immediately began retreating because he had never been strong in battle. Dalton wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible, not realizing that to the vampires, he was easy prey. Only the interference of an otherworldly force allowed him to survive. The ancient dragon Bruce appeared, a creature who occasionally enjoyed feasting on beings from other worlds. Then Brian summoned all the spirits and even little Tybon. He intended to prove to the vampires that the champion never fights alone. If they thought they were getting a warm welcome, they were badly mistaken. The spirit's breath would soon show them what happens to those who arrive without an invitation. Ophelia immediately noticed that after the battle with Michael, this guy had become much stronger. Ordinary members of her clan could no longer stand against him. The head ordered the weaker fighters to retreat and decided to personally demonstrate the power of the Decus clan. At last, he threw off his hood and revealed his true face. Standing before them was Amlam de Decus. To copy his pure blood skill, Brian had to break free from spiritual domination. The spirits could not defeat this monster because he was completely different from the others. His blood techniques immediately made it clear who the real master here was. For now, the champion could only fight back with the fiery spark of holy madness. From the first moments of the fight, it became clear that he was slower than his opponent. That had not happened in a long time, because speed was considered one of the champion's greatest strengths. Now the vampire intended to test the limit of the player's blood power. He activated the blood explosion skill and prepared to deliver justice. In the next moment, everything around them exploded, and the dungeon was painted in blood-red shades. Only the player's instant reaction saved him from dying in that explosion. Beyond its scent, his blood seemed special even to the ancient vampire. It turned out that the vampire clan was interested in Brian not only as a target for revenge. They were the ones who had once sealed the criminal Brian had freed inside the ring. Now it was time to return Alice, because she had always belonged to the Dacus clan. During the conversation, Ophelia approached the leader, acting strangely suspicious. She had been allowed to return home, but she was in no hurry to use that right. Once her message about Balmung on the 21st floor had been her greatest victory. She claimed she had seen the relic with her own eyes and was ready to help destroy the champion. Those words gradually restored Ophelia's former respect among her comrades. But the activation of the soul seal caused her unbearable pain. In reality, she had come for the forgotten family relic of the Dacus clan. Brian ordered her to enter the treasury and find the traitor's bracelet. When Amlam saw the bracelet on her wrist, he was filled with deep unease. Ophelia tried to remove the bracelet's seal, confirming her connection to the clan. 10 minutes remained before the seal was fully removed, and the leader immediately tried to stop her. Removing the bracelet before the seal was released was strictly forbidden, and everyone knew it. Amlam could not believe that some girl would dare attack the head of the family. He prepared to tear her apart and destroy her on the spot. Only the player's intervention saved Ophelia from certain death. The champion reminded her that she would serve him for eternity, and those words turned out to be true. After that, a fierce battle for survival began. The player was having a hard time because his opponents had hidden advantages. Bloodhound is one of those skills feared even by the dead. To defend himself, he had to activate the Grave Right Hand and reveal its true power. Only the Divine Hand could destroy the bloody attack of death. The opponents rushed toward each other and collided in midair. Like two ancient titans, they tried to outwit each other with clever techniques. Their battle had everything: technique, speed, power, and unbelievable tactical creativity. Watching it was thrilling, but only if you were not on the champion's side. Our hero gave everything he had, while his opponent's body was left with only one barely visible scratch. But that tiny scratch was exactly what he needed to guarantee victory. By this point, Tybon had already finished the preparations his master had requested. The tower's suppression weakened, and the vampire's maximum power dropped noticeably. A fourth-level barrier activated, known as temporary imprisonment. The seal on the traitor's bracelet was fully removed, and the real show was only beginning. Now all that remained was to add a little blood to the bracelet and fully release the seal. Amlam tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The owner of the blood was confirmed, and the seal imprisoning Alice von Ataraxia, placed by the Dacus family, disappeared. The head of House Ataraxia now demanded an answer for every past sin in the name of her legendary bloodline. But before we witness Alice's bloody revenge, we need to look into her past. Alice had always craved revenge, but for a long time, she could not reveal her full potential. Brian promised her he would wait for the perfect moment to destroy the administration with a clever trap. He knew he was risking his own life, but for the vampire princess, he was willing to do it. Now he looked into her eyes and assured her that she had nothing to worry about. It was time to take revenge for all the pain caused by the Dacus family. Ataraxia tore off the seal and felt freedom, like a black cat roaming the streets of Paris. Anyone who dared speak her name died instantly by the hand of the clan head. In the next moment, a battle between vampires worthy of legend was about to begin. These two possessed mastery beyond human understanding. Centuries had passed, and Alice still had a hard time believing that all of this had truly happened. Amlam had always opposed expanding the hierarchy and had stayed beside Alice until the end. Many had betrayed her, but he had remained close like a loyal friend who knew no fear. That was exactly why there could be no forgiveness for him now, and he could not even hope to escape punishment. Suddenly, the unique skill, Red Coffin, activated. Dacus used it to trap his opponent inside walls of blood. For years, he had served her family, but then he made the wrong choice and stepped onto a slippery path. Dacus did it because Alice had waged overly bloody wars and drawn hatred from many people. Betrayal was only a matter of time, and sooner or later, it had to happen. But cheap tricks would not work now, because she had waited for this meeting far too long. Dalton witnessed a legend and watched the battle with growing interest, barely holding back a smile. It was as if he had instinctively sensed the activation of a special post-apocalypse portal. Alice von Ataraxia revealed herself as the true empress of pure blood in battle mode. After her first strike, not a trace of her opponent remained. He had to activate a resurrection skill to return to the fight. Brian did not waste a single second and decided to use this chaos for his own benefit. It seemed all these vampires had forgotten that the legendary dragon-slaying sword was right here. The poison mercilessly devoured the player's body, dealing massive damage every second. The vampires trying to chase him found themselves caught between two fires. No one could understand how a human could endure this poison because it was pure madness. By this point, Ophelia had already made her choice and joined the champion. She was not going to bet on people doomed to lose because that did not match her ambitions. Brian continued taking enormous damage, and his stats were dropping catastrophically. Blood flowed from his eyes, but even that could not stop him. He grabbed the legendary sword and activated star protection together with the Black Sky skill. The poison robbed him of his sight, and his mana stopped regenerating. If he could not claim the sword right now, a painful death was waiting for him. He had only one chance, and thanks to an incredible chain of circumstances, he pulled it off. The sword recognized him as its master. The dragon's hatred faded, and the poison disappeared completely. This became the champion's long-awaited victory. The legendary dragon slayer Balmung had finally found a new owner, and together, they would begin making history. The dying vampire smiled weakly, admitting that he had known this outcome would happen. He had only been waiting for the human to take the sword and activate the transfer skill. Alice tried to interfere, but it was too late. One wrong move, and her loyal friend would lose his head. All this time, he had been trying to understand how Alice managed to escape her imprisonment. And now everything fell into place. Without a doubt, a man who had hunted the legendary dragon slayer dozens of times could not be ordinary. That was why Amlam did not allow him to die, and instead transferred authority over the Dacus clan. No one could have predicted a turn like this because it flipped everything upside down. The champion of the Tower of Trials was turning into a vampire right before everyone's eyes. An unbelievable sight. Drops of the clan head's blood touched his lips, and Brian saw his new form. The soul domination stage began, and all effects were doubled thanks to the purity of the caster's blood. From the outside, it looked as if a demon had possessed the champion. The human had to accept a foreign ideology, break his will, and learn to obey without question. The clan head's first order was for Brian to hunt down the ghost of Ataraxia. Instead, Brian started making faces and strange sounds, like a little boy pretending to be a vampire. A few seconds later, Alice could not hold back and burst out laughing. She could barely believe that her close friend had truly become a vampire. That was how Brian fulfilled the condition for copying the skill by breaking free from spiritual domination. Now the blood explosion skill became available to use, and with one wish, everything around him could turn into chaos. No one could understand how he had done it, but most likely, a combination of his skills had created a powerful protective barrier. It would be strange if a player this strong could be enslaved by a few drops of blood. After entering another world, he proved that he existed on a completely different level. In the past, he had already defeated monsters far stronger than Dacus, which was why he broke free from his control so easily. He destroyed all the vampires and escaped spiritual slavery. Brian mastered the blood explosion technique and could now detonate blood particles hanging in the air. For an ordinary human, something like this should have been impossible, and he should never have obtained this skill. That is the main mistake all of Brian's enemies make. They always underestimate him. That is probably exactly why he has made it this far, although all of this is only the beginning. The head of the Dacus clan tried to run, but there is no escaping death. The terrifying vampire made a fatal mistake through carelessness and underestimated his opponent. He had not even picked up a weapon, deciding that he was fighting a simple human. But now the Dragon Slayer would make him pay for every sin, and it would be painful. Carelessness led the vampire to defeat, and all that remained was to send him to meet the demons. Ordinary attacks were powerless against Amlam, and only a legendary weapon could destroy him. Alice joined the attack and sent her eternal enemy to the other world with the flame of Tursus's judgment. In his final moments, she stared straight into his eyes, satisfying her thirst for revenge. Soon, every other member of the Dacus family would join him, because it was only a matter of time. The flame of judgment left no trace behind. The vampire, who had lived for thousands of years and believed himself immortal, breathed his last. He was destroyed, and now only the dead would dare remember the name of that arrogant bastard. The player's level rose automatically, and as a reward, he received the Decus seal. The vampires who survived the battle realized they had no chance. They instantly retreated, and the unique post-apocalypse window closed. Alice had taken a step toward her long-awaited revenge. She expected to feel joy and relief, but instead she felt emptiness. Brian tried to support her and said she should not obsess over revenge because it was better to relax and eat something delicious. She had probably missed her favorite fried nuggets. We should not forget Ophelia either, because a new stage of life was beginning for this cunning girl. Dalton was also invited to join the group, making this his first friendly evening in many years. Thanks to this, Brian also copied the Synergy skill, which now gives him a 10% stat boost whenever he combines several techniques. All of this became possible because of his kind treatment of his friends and the successful completion of Dalton's quest. It is scary to imagine what is happening right now in the vampire's administrative territory on one of the tower floors. Today, chaos, aggression, rage, and complete denial of reality rule that place. Decus's chair has burned, which means the vampire died while carrying out his mission. One of those present had warned in advance that they should not underestimate a player who had managed to climb this high. According to him, this player possessed the maximum amount of knowledge and flawless mastery. Goblin Hastings had kept saying the same thing, warning that the player would have to be eliminated or he would destroy the entire vampire clan. The vampires found it hard to accept that a human could rival their power. The head of the Ataraxia clan, Mr. Green, demanded a report from the manager so he could understand what had really happened. The manager assured him that he already had a perfect plan to eliminate the player. His goal was to restore the balance the tower had lost long ago. At the same time, Brian was not thinking about other people's problems and had completed his side of the deal. He submitted his stats to the tower ranking and fulfilled his promise to Dalton. Maybe they would meet again in the future, but for now, their paths were going separate ways. Brian had not seen Teresa in a long time, and lately, she had been searching hard for him. She looked pleased with herself, as if she wanted to share good news. Not long ago, she had spoken with the Archbishop and said she intended to continue her paladin training. She wanted to improve her qualifications, understanding that the path of a follower of the Goddess of Light was extremely difficult. To gain greater power, many sacrifices would have to be made, and one of the strictest restrictions was a vow of celibacy. For the sake of her sacred duty, she would have to choose a life of abstinence. Shared moments with loved ones would remain only memories of the past forever. Teresa had no other choice if she truly wanted to become stronger. By the Archbishop's decision, Teresa de Laurentia honorably retired from the forces of the Holy State. She was released from all punishments and obligations to the Church. Now she could continue her path with whomever she chose. Teresa officially joined the Champions team and intended to destroy every enemy in her way. Brian did not know about this, and was even a little scared by such sudden changes. Now Teresa had become a completely different person and knew exactly what she wanted. She transformed into Dark Tiara and suggested celebrating the occasion at her house. Everyone had heard that Teresa came from an ancient European aristocratic family, but no one knew just how wealthy her family truly was. The Laurentia family residence could impress even multimillionaires. The friends gathered there to celebrate Teresa joining the team. She welcomed them with joyful hugs, admitting that she was happy to share this success with the people close to her. A new life was beginning for Teresa. No longer serving the church, she would now help players conquer the tower. Teresa's father, Dustin, warmly greeted every guest. He behaved casually and quickly found common ground with the champion. Soon, he got straight to the point, saying he wanted to take their relationship to the next level as soon as possible. This was a clear hint at an upcoming wedding, and Teresa immediately started acting strangely. She hurried to pull her father away from Brian, explaining it all as a small misunderstanding. The champion pretended he had not understood anything, although maybe he would not have minded joining Teresa's family. Soon, Marcus arrived with the rest of the team. Everyone was having a great time until the twins ruined the atmosphere with their dramatic entrance. The Champions Guild continued to grow, becoming stronger and more influential. It was nice to watch a once small group turn into a squad of elite warriors. The Champion Company's first workshop began. Watching it was fun, even though sometimes they looked like wild people from the jungle. As for the twins, there is not much to say because those daredevils are hard to describe in words. Teresa felt calm until she noticed that Brian had disappeared somewhere. She became worried and saw through the window that he was walking through the green area. After defeating the vampire, he had received the clan seal and now planned to test what it could do. When he activated it, the Decus clan's treasure vault opened. Brian received one random relic, and everything depended on his luck. He pulled out a painting called Quiet Place. whose meaning could only be understood by someone who had mastered the lost language. The player was not too happy with the find because the lost language itself interested him much more. It seemed someone was trying to push him toward learning a language capable of opening many doors. As soon as he thought about that, the system sent an emergency notification. A mysterious speaker contacted him, someone who had been hiding his true identity all this time. He asked the champion not to worry and assured him that no harm would come to him. These were the creators of the Tower of Trials, finally deciding to speak with him directly. Meanwhile, Teresa kept walking through the house, searching for the champion. She felt that he needed support, as if he had been depressed after the last battle. Back in his streaming days, Brian had only about 20 viewers, and their support helped him overcome his financial struggles. Back then, he cleared the Tower of Trials to the end for the first time and remembered one subscriber with a mysterious nickname. And now that person had appeared again, claiming he had always dreamed of seeing the battle between the ghost and the champion. One of his viewers turned out to be an administrator of the Tower of Trials, which was hard to believe. They shared a long history because the creators had supported Brian so he would not have to worry about money. They had even sent him to the gym so he could stay in shape and fully focus on clearing the tower. He had always been different from other people, the kind who gave up quickly. The creators believed in his incredible potential. Where others broke, Brian enjoyed himself and kept moving forward, eventually reaching the top. The hints about the lost language had been given to him on purpose, and they had not been random. Now he had to clear the Tower of Trials in the real world, because that was what the creators wanted. Brian asked the logical question: what would happen if he refused? The answer was clear. All of humanity would die, because that was how it had been designed from the beginning. The white-haired girl found her friend in the dark park. She approached to ask what he was doing there and make sure everything was all right. Brian looked mysteriously toward Alice, because by then, he had already decided what he would do next. They sat by the fountain and had a heart-to-heart conversation. Brian reminded her that he always kept his word and would help bring her revenge to the end. Alice felt strangely calm beside him because the person who had once been her enemy had become her best friend. Saint Teresa silently watched that conversation. She was happy to see that her close friend was all right, but her dark side remained dissatisfied because Tiara had been saying for a long time that Brian should belong to them. The next day, the celebration ended, and it was time to return to the gray routine of everyday life. Still, the fun had brought the team closer together, and that would definitely matter in future battles. At a critical moment, this unity would play a decisive role. During the flight, Brian remembered yesterday's conversation with the game's creator. He had been reminded that he needed to clear the Tower of Trials to the very end and warned that the 50th floor was no longer what it used to be. But Brian was not scared by that, because not only had the tower changed, he had changed as well. In the past, he had cleared trials alone, but now everything was different. He had a large team willing to sacrifice themselves for him. That was worth more than any victory in the game. Brian headed to Sandra's house to meet her grandfather. Mr. Chun looked stronger and more energetic than ever. His magical power had grown, and he had almost reached the peak of his abilities. The master was now clearing the Tower of Trials himself by using the system. Here, a person could gain power unavailable in the ordinary world. Brian was glad he had once secured the support of an ally like Mr. Chun. Although he had never gone through formal testing, his strength would have been enough for the highest rank. Mr. Chun looked surprisingly similar to the Parasite King, almost as if they were real brothers. Now we can finally get to the point because Brian clearly did not come here for no reason. He intends to take Sandra with him to conquer the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. This floor contains the tomb of the Antichrist, a dark and joyless place. Inside the tomb lives the boss of the ruins, who is famous for having the worst reputation. A large number of players and guilds had already gathered around the tomb of the Antichrist. All of them dreamed of clearing this place, especially Europe's strongest organization, Olympus. The Tangan Guild was also here, led by that same guy named Johnny. These two guilds had joined forces with Gandera to clear a series of extremely difficult trials. So far, they had made no progress, and that was making them seriously nervous. Even the first Guardian was far too difficult, and reaching the boss was completely impossible. All of humanity was placing its hopes on the strongest guilds, but for now, conquering this place was almost impossible. Marlon was still upset because of her recent failures. The ancient god Siba had forbidden her from using his power after her constant failures. Now, she had to prove she was worthy of divine power by clearing the tomb of the Antichrist. Today, she noticed unusual excitement in the players' camp because everyone had gathered around a new hunter team led by the champion. Brian had brought 3 allies with him: the beautiful Teresa, Fire Fist Sandra, and Bald James. Everyone rushed to greet the hero the moment he appeared. He had not expected to meet so many familiar and unfamiliar faces here, which turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Then Brian surprised them even more by openly saying that he wanted to join the raid party. He was not interested in trophies, rewards, or coins, because he had come only for the Wailing Witch. More precisely, he needed the witch's skill known as Black Tears. That skill would be extremely useful in the future battle with the dragon. After looking around, Brian realized there were far too many professional players here. For him, this was like a buffet, because he could copy all kinds of skills and grow stronger right in the middle of battle. To obtain Maria's skill, all he had to do was show her his magic, since she was already grateful to the champion for saving her life. This time, Teresa decided to stay close to her friend and keep away from Maria. She was sure they were in for some fun, because once again, they would be killing monsters and fighting non-stop. But Brian cooled her enthusiasm by asking her to stay in camp so Maria could accompany him. This was necessary to copy Maria's skill, but Teresa did not understand that. He explained that he had a good reason and asked her to trust him. After he revealed the plan, the tears disappeared from the beauty's face. Now she was ready to fulfill any request of his without the slightest objection. The players did not waste time with extra preparations and headed straight into the temple. This place was divided into 7 zones, and there were no monsters here, only the Wailing Witch herself and her creations. They could be called her disciples, each representing one of the 7 deadly sins. The first to appear was the sin of pride, and that alone was enough to send chills down everyone's spine. The players prepared for battle, cold sweat forming on their brows as shivers ran down their backs. Johnny was sure Brian was nervous too, but he was wrong. The champion asked the other players to step aside and stop getting in the way while he cleared the temple. Meanwhile, the witch watched the people who kept trying to invade her domain. She had long dreamed of being left alone and wanted people to stop breaking into her home. Behind her stood Gawain, a representative of the main association who shared her sorrow. The Wailing Witch, also known as Isabella, was the ruler of the tomb of the Antichrist. All her life, she had dreamed of a quiet and peaceful existence, spending her days caring for her disciples. Her only wish was to be left alone, and to her, that truly mattered. Gawain assured her that he had come precisely for that purpose and asked the witch to trust him. All they needed was one step, opening the 7th room. His right hand, a girl named Tristan, would handle everything as soon as the doors opened. Meanwhile, the players continued to be amazed by the champion's actions. When the monster of pride attacked Brian and his team, there was no panic. The champion sent Sandra forward so she could show her full power. Fire Fist once again demonstrated incredible strength at a critical moment. Now the embodiment of pride was on its knees, and its immunity to damage had vanished. The monster was vulnerable, and sending it back to its creators would be easy. All they had to do was humble its pride because every brilliant solution is simple. Johnny and the others were stunned by the skill of Brian's team. Their teamwork was flawless, and reaching that level of coordination was almost impossible. After defeating the first monster, it was time to face the second sin. The Apostle of Despair appeared the moment the players felt monstrous laziness. They did not want to do anything, which cut the Apostle's defense in half. He fell almost instantly, and they barely had to try. The other players found it hard to accept that Brian was winning with such simple methods. They had tried to clear the temple with brute force, when all they really needed was to use their heads. The Apostle of Wrath only fell after Brian spent 3 hours giving him a therapy session. The Apostle of Greed was defeated by burying him under an unbelievable amount of coins. Brute force did not work here, because flexibility and intelligence were what mattered. Meanwhile, Marlene isolated herself to call upon the god Siba, but he no longer answered, and instead, she heard the voice of a living person. The guild leader was frightened because she did not understand who was hiding in the shadows, friend or enemy. Tristan activated Whisper of Darkness and promised to help solve all her problems. But Marlene had no intention of listening to nonsense, because she had not come here to betray the light. The problems began when Whisper of Darkness finally took effect. The god had abandoned his servant, and Marlene was left vulnerable. At the same time, Brian and his team continued wiping out the 7 deadly sins. Now it was the Apostle of Lust's turn, and fighting him was a real trial. If Teresa had been here, she probably would have refused to follow the leader's order. Even Maria had to close her eyes so she would not see all those obscene scenes. Only 2 apostles remained, and after that they would meet the mistress of the temple. Maria told Brian that Marlene had disappeared, because she had not been seen for a long time. Many players were walking behind them, collecting mana crystals from the defeated apostles. They were taking no risks and were already mentally counting their profits. Only Johnny hurried them along, ordering them not to get distracted by sweet dreams. At the same time, he noticed Marlene, who looked strange and unfamiliar. She was not supposed to be here because her job was to accompany Brian's team. A second later, the guild leader activated the resonance skill and began destroying everything around her. With one strike, she collapsed the wall, the only path forward. Johnny grew nervous and demanded an explanation for her behavior. But when he looked into her eyes, he realized she could no longer hear him. He reacted too slowly, took the hit, and felt the sword cut through his body. Seconds later, Maria was contacted by her assistant, who reported serious trouble. Marlene had destroyed the corridor and was attacking everyone around her like a wild cat that had broken off its chain. Even the head of Tangun was injured, and panic spread through the players' ranks because no one knew what to do. Maria suggested going back and clearing the passage, not noticing who was already moving toward her. The unexpected guests ruined every plan, and there was no way back anymore. Brian sensed chaotic energy coming from the wailing witch, Isabella. She flew into a rage after learning that her beloved sins had been destroyed. The Apostle of Gluttony immediately burst out to avenge his brothers and sisters. This huge glutton was ordered to exterminate every human in front of him. He had not eaten for 30 seconds and was ready to destroy the entire nugget supply on the south coast. Maria tried to stop the fat boar with fire magic. That turned out to be a problem, and retreating to long range before looking for a way to win would have been much smarter. Fire spells did not work, so a completely non-standard attack method was needed. Around this monster's neck hung the corpses of creatures that had once lived in these lands. Damage could only be dealt if those corpses were eaten, just like the boar had done. First, they needed to increase the distance and avoid becoming dinner for the insatiable enemy. While retreating, Brian activated Gluttony's eye and turned it toward Isabella. The Wailing Witch had lived for more than 500 years and cursed the very fact that she had been born. To copy her ability, Brian would have to return her to the moment of her transformation and surround her with warmth and care. The players behind them were also facing serious problems. They were attacked not only by the crazed woman but also by a huge monster embodying envy. Gawain had managed to create chaos here too, and he should have been thrown out of the tower long ago. I would not be surprised if he eventually becomes one of the champion's biggest problems. Dangers were closing in from every side, and they had to be stopped as quickly as possible. Dark forces tried to make contact with Brian, offering him cooperation. With their help, he could become a dark apostle and solve every problem with ease. But the champion did not even consider the offer, already understanding how dangerous it was. He had a plan for victory, and part of that plan was the support of Dark Tiara. His strongest reinforcement stepped out of the shadows, and the real fun began. The enemies tried to catch Brian off guard, but he answered them in kind. The prepared surprise was ready because Tiara had received every piece of necessary information in advance. Brian announced that the one who had once summoned demons would be sent to the Holy State, since his sinister energy could be felt everywhere. To Teresa, that place meant more than just home, because Gawain had destroyed far too many people close to her. Now, for the sake of revenge, she would have to hand her power over to the dark side. Gawain had to die immediately and suffer before death, like a puppy that dared cross a lion's path. Teresa wanted to do it herself, but she lacked the resolve. Tiara quickly understood her condition and took personal control of the situation. Only she had enough courage and determination to take real revenge. For her, this was not a problem, because the enemy was not some powerful man. He was only a pathetic cockroach hiding a thirst for power deep inside his heart. Besides Gawain, there was still a monster to deal with. The players scattered in fear, and no one could bring the situation under control. After reading the message from his disciple, the experienced master decided to warm up a little. He proved that even in old age, a person can stay in excellent fighting shape. All you need is regular training and the occasional rewatch of Kung Fu Panda. Now it was time to deal with the glutton by using drone summons. Precise strikes should help Brian carry out his plan. He tore a roasted mummy from the enemy's neck and decided to set up a barbecue. To do that, he had to activate this world's restaurant and use a recipe made for the glutton. This magic could turn any ingredient into an illusory delicacy, making the impossible possible. Even the best chefs do not cook that fast, and only one plate was left without monster corpses. They had to empty every dish, even if the psychological trauma stayed with them for life. That is the price of victory, because every win has its downside. The horrible dead monster unexpectedly turned out to be a surprisingly tasty delicacy. The players felt a connection with the Apostle of Gluttony and could now deal damage to him. Only Brian refused to eat the stinking corpse, enjoying a juicy veal steak instead. His comrades were less lucky, and that was the price of friendship with the champion. To forget what they had just eaten as quickly as possible, the players poured all their rage onto the fat monster. It was hard for them not to remember the meal, so they tried to distract themselves any way they could. Activating their skills allowed them to deal serious damage to the monster. Gradually, he lost his power, becoming defenseless before true strength. Isabella watched the battle as black tears thick as tar appeared in her eyes. Brian hovered above the ground, smiling, and said only the final sacrifice remained. The witch burst into tears, releasing black tears as she begged to be left alone. This was Isabella's main weakness, tears that drew attention to themselves. But sometimes, the greatest weakness turns into the most dangerous weapon. The tears transformed into deadly threads that attacked her enemies. Only flexibility, reaction speed, and high mobility could keep someone alive in this fight. The moment the tears touched a target, they came alive and fed on negative thoughts. Brian warned everyone not to touch the tears, or the witch's power would infect their minds. Her tears had become a serious problem, and a solution had to be found immediately. It turned out to be simple. They had to wait until she cried herself out. It sounded absurd, but that was the only way to defeat this unusual opponent. For now, let's move to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Andrea had long since become the local boss, and while this place used to be the Fanatic's ruins, it had changed completely. All of this became possible thanks to the master who had guided the current boss. That master turned out to be Alice, who had been feeling sad more and more often lately. She felt she should have accompanied the champion to the 15th floor. Recently, during the celebration, she had become friends with Tiara. Together, they drained an entire tank of champagne and ended up in a terrible state. It turned out they could be friends, even though they had barely spoken before. During an honest conversation, Tiara admitted that sometimes she wanted to lock Teresa inside her soul forever. The vampire princess grew wary when she heard those words, although she understood it was impossible. According to the fallen paladins, Tiara had always been the embodiment of catastrophe. Alice believed the champion would handle every problem, but she still wanted to be by his side. Maybe she did not trust Teresa and her dark essence. Or maybe she was simply afraid of the witch on the 15th floor. Being afraid of the Black Paladin was the right decision. Seeing how Tiara had just beaten Gawain made it clear how cruel she truly was. The guy could never have imagined that she would turn out to be this strong and powerful. He had to surrender and beg for mercy, but the Paladin does not accept apologies. Mercy belongs only to soft, weak people, and Tiara is not one of them. He had to suffer for his actions, and no god would save him. The witch hunt skill was about to activate, famous for its mesmerizing beauty. The only one who could not enjoy it was Gawain, who had just been burned during the witch's farewell ceremony. That is the fate of those who create too many problems. Tiara only wanted revenge, but she enjoyed it far more than she had expected. In those moments, she looked like a madwoman who had lost control of herself. Once again, the thought came to her of locking Teresa away forever inside her mental prison. Meanwhile, Isabella created new apostles from her own tears to protect herself. Brian ordered his friends to step it up and asked Maria to stay out of the fight. It seemed he intended to show her his magic to fulfill the quest conditions and obtain her skill. This guy had always been one step ahead, and once again he proved it. It had been a long time since he used ice magic, even though it was one of his main trump cards. The right combination of ice abilities with other attributes could change the course of the battle. Every member of the team knew their role, and Sandra in particular was eager to fight. With James's drones, she got close to the monsters and activated her strength boost. After that, her Delta combination reached a new level. The team had moved beyond the usual limits because they were more than just a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer. Everyone focused on their unique skills, which made them twice as dangerous. Even a third-rank curse would hardly save Isabella from facing reality. The barrier crumbled into dust, and with it, the witch's last hopes of salvation disappeared. All this time, Brian had never even thought about staying on the sidelines because he came here to claim not only this floor, but the entire Tower of Trials. Now he activated 9th-level defensive magic, a technique known as the multi-layer barrier, shining like a glass dome. The champion had never shown anything this spectacular or mesmerizing before. Then he summoned the ancient scorpion to deliver judgment on the cursed witch. For a moment, it seemed as if he had forgotten his goal, copying her skill, which required going back into the past. Only a little later did it become clear why Brian had put on this whole show. He was trying to impress Europe's best mage, Maria from the Olympus Guild. She was amazed that a man who did not even consider himself a mage could display such top-tier mastery of magic. Maria felt awkward watching him absorb new magical knowledge at such incredible speed. The condition for copying the skill was fulfilled automatically. and now Brian could use hellfire in any critical situation. The witch could no longer handle the emotions flooding over her because the pressure had reached an unbearable level. In an instant, she found herself inside an abandoned room forgotten by the gods, filled with strange figures. A charming voice echoed there, listing all 7 deadly sins known to humanity since ancient times. The voice urged the witch to free herself from the chains of sin and finally find the peace she had longed for. Isabella no longer had to remain the crying witch and could become someone who had been given a second chance. After those words, she relaxed, and her protective magic melted away like smoke. The scorpion's strike hit its mark, and the small, defenseless girl was crushed by the death train. Once, the genius witch had gone insane after encountering the 7 deadly sins during magical experiments. Now Isabella had returned to her own childhood, becoming a tiny child once again. This bitter ending for a witch who had reached perfection needed to be corrected and given a new path. Brian copied the Black Tears ability and completely absorbed the power of the Wailing Witch. Now Isabella was no longer a threat, and it was time to return to the other players and see what happened next. Tiara had long since lost her mind, and now she could not be stopped, continuing to torture her enemies without pause. Marlene suffered especially badly because Tiara kept beating her relentlessly, reminding her that a guild leader should be much stronger. The experienced Mr. Chun was forced to step in and stop this madness. He could not stay on the sidelines, but even his strength was not enough to restrain the merciless paladin. With one strike, Tiara sent him into a deep knockout, not caring at all about the difference in age. After that, she turned back to her opponent and continued the brutal beating. Raising her sword, Tiara decided to behead the one who had been too weak to protect good. They desperately tried to stop her, but she refused to listen to anyone. Only the champion's timely intervention saved the others from unnecessary casualties. No matter how great the hatred, killing a guildmaster without the party leader's permission was not allowed. Johnny was in critical condition and urgently needed a healer. But right now, Brian could not get distracted by that, because his thoughts were on Teresa, not the crazed Tiara. He directed demonic energy toward her, making her feel a strange excitement and inner tension. Tiara felt no fear, because last time Brian had failed to kill her, and now she was not afraid of him. One day, he would thank her for staying close because sooner or later, he would need a woman who was not afraid to get her hands dirty. Tiara contemptuously called Teresa a hypocritical little mouse who could not accept the necessity of killing. She would hesitate until the very end, and that would only make the situation worse. Tiara promised that when the time came, she would return and do all the dirty work herself. After that, she allowed Teresa to return to the real world. Brian was troubled by how often the alter ego was taking over Teresa's body, because things could not continue this way. There was still one unresolved issue: the secret of the 7th room in the tomb of the Antichrist. The runaway Tristan was there now, performing a strange ritual to summon dark forces. She was being helped by a relic, the war drum of Itipi, which strengthened the connection to the abyss. The location met the requirements, and the special conditions activated automatically. A higher being sensed the relic and finally rose from the depths of hell. This monster was named Hargan, a mid-level demon who had never once stepped into this world before. Tristan explained that she was a member of the Demon Association and was offering her soul as proof of loyalty to her new lord. At that moment, the champion's voice was heard because he instantly understood what was happening here. But it did not scare him at all, because playing games with mid-level demons had long since become a thing of the past. Tristan begged the demon to deal with the human interfering with the mission to resurrect the Demon King. For Hargan, who had just descended to Earth, this was a chance to stretch his muscles and make his enemy beg for death. He thought he was facing an ordinary human, not understanding that the tower operated under completely different laws. This was not hell or the underworld, and Brian had long possessed special privileges here. It was as if he had already taken out popcorn and was ready to watch an exciting show. While the demon tried to understand what was happening, a crushing blow struck him. Tristan, who had been confident in the demon's invincibility, felt awkward and confused. Brian continued calmly watching what was happening and was not even in a hurry to interfere. Instead of him, a true Demon King was fighting, Lord Boris. Hargan immediately fell to his knees and began apologizing like a child who had done something wrong. Lord Boris had originally planned to destroy him, but now he decided to soften the punishment for the young demon. He settled for a martial arts lesson, adding a few educational blows. The Demon King was enjoying the show staged by the champion of the tower, and he hated being interrupted. For Tristan, this was a complete shock, and she could not believe her eyes. The main organization had once only dreamed of contacting the Demon King. while Brian had long been his close friend. They were not just friends because Boris watched the champion destroy enemies as if it were his favorite TV show. Because of the system's restrictions, the Demon King could not remain in the tower for long. He returned to his chambers, continuing to watch the battles with a can of cola and a bag of chips. Then, Brian turned his attention to Tristan, wondering what to do with this problem now. Again and again, he had to clean up the consequences of the main organization's plans, and it was starting to irritate him. While he was thinking about a solution, Marlene woke up after a long period of unconsciousness. The beating had been extremely brutal, but the guild leader had managed to survive. The ruins on the 15th floor had finally been cleared, and every news channel immediately reported it. During the clear, they had faced many difficulties and several leaders suffered serious injuries. In the end, the players achieved victory thanks to the one they called the champion. Now they were returning to Sandra's mansion, where everyone who had completed the raid had gathered. The participants received generous rewards for their success in the Temple of the Antichrist. Brian gave most of the loot to his friends, keeping only the most valuable relics for himself. After obtaining Black Tears and Hellfire, there was not much left that could interest him. When everyone left, an awkward silence settled for a few seconds. Brian called Teresa inside so they could finally begin the conversation that had been waiting for a long time. There was no point hiding, because everyone already knew she had returned. After being locked in a mental prison, Teresa was clearly experiencing serious psychological distress. With her own hands, she had nearly killed people dear to her and had also burned Gawain. The Archbishop had said that the dark version was only the embodiment of suppressed feelings and desires. It hurt Teresa to realize that this dark version was none other than a part of herself. Brian tried to support and calm her, acting like a wise mentor who gave precise advice. He explained that until the main organization and its ideological followers were destroyed, humanity would not be free of problems. To help people, sometimes you had to step over yourself and eliminate villains like Gawain. Over time, more situations like this would appear, because the higher they climbed, the more serious the trials would become. This time, they were lucky, because Dark Teresa had not managed to cause too much damage. But if Tiara decided to kill someone again, the question would be whether Teresa could stop her. Brian could not accept this vulnerability because it made their team too fragile in critical moments. Teresa understood his hint and suddenly decided to leave. Alice was not sure whether being this harsh was the right move because the champion could have been more flexible. Teresa was truly having a very hard time and needed support. Who, if not Brian, should have given her a strong, reliable shoulder in that moment? But he acted exactly this way, hoping to temper Teresa and make her more decisive. Teresa is not the kind of person who breaks under the weight of other people's words or cold indifference. Sooner or later, she will gather her strength, wipe away her tears, and return stronger than ever before. Now let's move to the main organization's backup base, where everyone is panicking and trying to figure out how to keep going. More than 3 days had passed since Gawain's death, and the relic used for his summoning had been wasted and lost. The only place on the lower floors where demons could be summoned had now been completely destroyed. Milana tried to maintain the appearance of calm, but her confidence collapsed when she faced an unexpected guest. She saw Tristan, and the mark connecting her to Brian was clearly visible on her face. The champion, already predicting future threats from this organization, was expanding his network of spies. He also had everything under control on the 5th floor, thanks to Andrea's coordinated actions. The 25th floor, connected to the giant citadel, continued to grow stronger and develop. To be ready for new trials, you always need to stay at least one step ahead of your enemies. All the leading guilds had already rushed into battle with the boss, all except the champion. Meanwhile, Brian leveled up again, reaching the 100th stage. His progress was faster than it had been in the virtual game, but that no longer bothered him. The upper floors had changed greatly, and now Brian was thinking about how to move forward. There were still several months left before the final clear, and that time had to be used as effectively as possible. The Dark Emperor had been waiting for him for a long time, promising training that would be extremely intense and completely unforgiving. Now let's shift away from the players and listen in on the creators' conversation because this should be very interesting. Right now, a scheduled meeting of the upper floor managers of the Tower of Trials is taking place. A conflict has broken out between the deities of Northern Europe and Egypt, taking the lives of many of their followers. The balance of power on several floors has been disturbed, and that is exactly what this meeting is about. The managers are responsible for enforcing the tower's rules so that the 7 crowns granting access to the final floor go to a worthy player. They are not supposed to interfere in other people's affairs, but it seems Hastings has completely forgotten that. Traces of mana from ancient beings have been detected on the 50th floor, and everything points to the goblin's involvement. From the looks of it, he violated the rules, although he stubbornly pretends he acted within the law. Hastings reassured his colleagues, promising that he would never let the council down. This slippery schemer acts extremely carefully, and for now, getting close to him is impossible. He was doing his job well, and there was still no reason to remove him. Meanwhile, Brian and Alice reached the 25th floor of the Tower of Trials, Muriel's territory. Today, Alice had prepared especially carefully, dressing in her favorite outfit. They were heading to the sacred mountain George had kept hidden. This was clearly not the kind of place where someone should wear a formal dress. Brian had received a message from the manager asking him to go to Muriel after the battle with the witch. Only 2 messages passed through the system filters, but they were enough to make it clear that something important was hidden in Muriel. This was the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, also known as the Heavenly Demon Palace. The local warriors were desperately trying to figure out where the Supreme Commander had disappeared to. His absence was driving the leadership furious, and so far, no one had been able to find him. Recently, the sect had received impressive resources and rare artifacts. All of it had been given in exchange for support in the war against the Empire. Without the Supreme Commander, serious problems could begin, and the Dark Emperor understood that perfectly. In reality, the commander had only stepped away for a short time and saw no need to keep the sect informed. He paid special attention to the 3rd strongest member of the sect, a warrior named Guillermo. Guillermo tried to remain calm, even though the commander had been absent for several months. During the conversation, he allowed himself to call his mentor the Old Dragon. Suddenly, everything around them sank into a sinister purple aura. Guillermo measured his opponent with his eyes and suggested that they finally settle things in a duel. What is happening here is still a mystery, but watching it is incredibly exciting. Felidor asked him not to provoke a conflict just because the commander was absent. Even as the Old Dragon, he had enough strength to protect the sect from any enemy. Guillermo was far from ordinary as well, because after going through metamorphosis, he had regained his youth. Soon, the disciple Felidor summoned should arrive, and his power will impress every witness. It looks like we will soon see a battle between Guillermo and Brian, so it is time to place your bets. The champion had already arrived at the heavenly castle of all demons. As they came closer, they noticed a guy with glasses who tried to figure out who was pretending to be the Dark Emperor's disciple. George immediately bowed low and politely greeted the guards. Brian, as usual, smiled and joked around, showing a complete lack of fear. The guards did not like that attitude at all, and it quickly provoked a conflict. A deadly cloud of poisonous mist began moving toward them. This technique had been passed down from generation to generation and served as punishment for disobedient enemies. The guard had no personal grudge against Brian because he was only following his lord's order by activating the deadly mist. George immediately retreated, advising Brian to do the same. But Alice stepped in and stopped the attacker so they could enjoy the spectacle together. There is no need to panic when the champion takes the stage. While everyone tried to hide from the poisonous cloud, he happily breathed in its scent instead. Even Poison Ivy had probably never seen someone turn his deadly poison into a weapon. Brian did not just take a risk because he enjoyed the moment, relying on his 1000 poison skill to completely neutralize the threat. From the very first seconds of his arrival, he made it clear that he had to be taken seriously. Let's pause for a moment and breathe in the fresh air of the Mura Mountains. This was where the Heavenly Horse Temple stood, known for its brutal training and its ability to temper even the weakest warriors. The 8th leader of the cult was Master Liam, and today he learned that the disciple of the Right Protector was heading their way. Before the young man took his place in the temple, he had to be properly welcomed. Poison Ivy had already gone there, intending to prove his superiority, confident that the Right Protector's best disciple would drop dead from his poison. That was what the master thought until he learned what had actually happened. His favorite disciple returned in terrible condition, barely able to stand. Never before had the master seen Poison Ivy in such a pathetic state. Brian was the one who had done all this, the guy no one here had even been expecting. They mistook him for an invader and immediately surrounded him with armed Murim warriors. Master Liam swore that the person who had hurt his disciple would not leave this place alive. At that moment, loud laughter rang out, and an extremely powerful and influential figure appeared. He ordered the master to calm down and stop making pointless threats. No one needed to be killed because the Parasite King introduced his disciple and declared that he was ready to protect him from any trouble. Around the same time, Teresa returned to the Holy Land. Sabina happily hugged her after months of long separation. But the people around them greeted Teresa with caution, remembering what had happened. Many of them hated her, and she would have to get used to that because life always alternates between bright and dark streaks. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, and two powerful warriors were approaching. Sabina instantly activated killer mode, preparing to destroy the uninvited guests. But she loved the twins and enjoyed spending time with them. In reality, they had come here on a serious mission, to prevent the disaster that could happen because of Teresa. Here she could focus on training while completely removing distractions. In the Temple of Light, she could pray and feel her connection to the Lord. If the dark essence consumed her, Teresa asked the bishop to cut off her head immediately. The twins did not understand why she needed to go that far, because they had always considered Tiara their friend. Teresa sank into cultivation and found herself inside her own mind. Her strength had grown significantly lately, but would it be enough to challenge the black side? Tiara was eagerly waiting for this meeting and promised to make it truly hot. Now let's return to the masters, who still cannot reach an agreement. Liam could not believe that his disciple had been defeated by a human who was now being welcomed as an honored guest. Brian was receiving every privilege of the Heavenly Horse Temple completely for free. The Parasite King ordered them to stop these useless arguments, or he would immediately demonstrate his power. His divine aura alone was enough to silence even a battle-hardened swordmaster. Once the master's anger settled, Guillermo and Liam were able to exchange a few words. Guillermo explained that attacking Brian right now made no sense, and that they needed to wait for the perfect moment. For now, there was no need to rush because when the time came, the champion would fall alongside his teacher. Brian was still unaware of the problems tied to these Murim sects. All his thoughts were focused on training and preparing for the next floors of the Tower of Trials. He enjoyed spending time with the master and felt a strange but powerful connection between them. The master looked relaxed and completely unworried, while Brian remembered the events from the virtual game. He had cleared this floor dozens of times and remembered perfectly the scenario that led to the Dark Emperor's death. Traitors would strike him in the back, and Mr. Felidor would not even suspect it. Right now, he was about to entrust his disciple with an extremely important task. To do that, they needed to train non-stop, and that was exactly what the master expected from Brian. The other members of the champions team were waiting for now, not interfering or rushing events. They were living almost normal lives and rarely appearing in the Tower of Trials. Quite some time had passed since they began their climb, and now the first winter after the great change of the world had arrived. The boring fight against the 15th floor boss had been streaming for almost 8 weeks straight. Viewers were starting to feel like nothing new would ever happen in this dull world again. Many warriors had been eagerly waiting for a period of quiet and peace, but when it finally arrived, everyone felt a strange unease. Absolute silence was disturbing, because after a long calm, a storm always follows. Brian had no right to relax, because all his time was taken up by training and improving his combat skills. After the master's lessons, a person either broke under the weight of the trials or became something new. The Parasite King forced Brian to step beyond the limits of normal perception again and again. Constant hardship tempered his character and turned his will into solid stone. Watching this training was painfully boring, a long and repetitive process without any flashy moments. Over all these years, Brian had almost forgotten why the Parasite King had no disciples left. All the previous young masters had died during training, because the harsh reality of Murim spared no one. In the game, everything had been easier because the weight of real trials could not be felt there. Maybe the master did not know how to be a good teacher, or maybe he simply enjoyed the suffering of his disciples. The champion had avoided this kind of training for a long time, but now he could no longer delay the inevitable progress. The future remained unconquered, and Brian had to change from the inside to meet the new challenges of the 50th floor. He intended to prepare as much as possible, even if it meant uniting the forces of every faction. Now let's see how Teresa's transformation is going in the Holy Empire. Months of exhausting training gradually changed her from within, just as Brian was changing. Streams of untamed power swirled around her, mixing divine holiness with hellfire. A fierce battle raged inside her soul, one that had no intention of ending. Teresa was struggling because fighting inner demons is always harder than fighting external enemies. Again and again, she fell and got back up, because that was the only way to change. Tiara once again lived up to her nickname, the Unbreakable. Until Teresa understood her own desires, victory would remain out of reach. She had to endure defeat and humiliation again and again without giving up. Every cultivation session ended after the heavy wounds left behind by defeat. But once she recovered, Teresa raised her sword again and returned to the fight. It has been a while since we checked in on the other members of Murim. A warrior named Ruth was with her mentor today. She watched the disciple who ate, slept, and trained without stopping. Through months of relentless training, he had surpassed himself and become Muram's new rising star. Stalker broke every previous record and reached a new level. He made the master remember her youth, when she had trained with the same wild intensity in pursuit of power. Ruth was watching Marcus more and more often, and that was unlikely to be a coincidence. Perhaps their bond would soon become much closer than before. Meanwhile, dissatisfaction was growing in Muram's ranks over the agreement made with the Heavenly Horse cult. The alliance had brought no real benefit and had only brought a new war with the Empire closer. The Heavenly Horses rarely kept their promises, and maybe that was actually for the best. A new catastrophe was forming on the horizon, and fresh information quickly came to the forefront. Thanks to his bug, Brian was listening in on Ruth's conversations and learning important news in time. He had no objection to Stalker's training, because his faction was clearly preparing to strike the Heavenly Horses. Until Muram took decisive action, Brian planned to search for key clues. He felt that he was constantly being watched and preferred to remain in the shadows. The monk technique he had obtained on the previous floors helped him do that. Brian kept an eye on anyone who might stab him in the back so he would know the moment of attack in advance. Only a few people knew about the hidden cave near the Heavenly Palace. The most dangerous criminals were held there, and Liam and Guillermo's visit was clearly no coincidence. A new quest had just activated. Find a clue connected to the conspiracy growing inside the Heavenly Horse cult. The outcome of this mission could seriously affect the balance of power. Brian accepted the quest and had a clear plan of action by the very next day. He informed the master about his visit to the cave. Without strict control, this place would have plunged Muram into chaos long ago. Brian noticed that Liam visited this place far too often and found it suspicious. The Parasite King immediately showed interest and headed to the stone prison. He explained to the guards that he had brought his disciple here for a small tour. After receiving permission, they entered, and Brian instantly activated his fire powers. He understood that the guards would soon report everything to their superiors, so there would be no hiding. The cave was guarded by demons, monsters that served as an impassable barrier for every prisoner and outsider. The champion admitted that he was becoming increasingly worried about his master. He could see that Guillermo and Liam hated the Parasite King. Lately, the master had been unhappy that Brian kept getting distracted from training by unrelated thoughts. He brought him here so he could fight the demons and demonstrate his progress. The master's approach never changed. He always pushed his disciples to the limit, balancing them on the edge of death. At the same time, Liam was slowly walking outside in the fresh air. The guards reported to him that the Parasite King and his disciple were currently inside the cave. By then, Brian had already awakened the Heavenly Horse's dark celestial power inside himself. He was destroying monsters as if his life depended on it. After one of them died, a strange magic circle appeared. Felidor had never seen anything like it before because it turned out to be a flame fragment. Relics like this should not appear inside ordinary monsters, which meant someone had deliberately placed it here. It could only have been Liam or Guillermo, and there was no room left for doubt. Together with his assistants, Brian continued exploring the cave. Meanwhile, the master went to meet with his allies. He visited Liam to have a serious conversation with him and Guillermo. Felidor felt that something in the prison was being hidden from him. He intensified his deadly aura so much that the Heavenly Horse could barely breathe. Guillermo stepped in at the right time, and the tension eased slightly. Liam preferred to step outside for fresh air so he could catch his breath. He left the two of them alone so they could finally reveal their true intentions. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Horse arrived before his disciple. Jennifer, the 10th rank cult disciple known as the Elegant Dragon, was terrified. The master ordered her to follow him into the dangerous cave immediately. Liam clearly remembered the hint Guillermo had given him. Using telepathy, Guillermo had told him to go to the prison and deal with every problem. By this point, Brian had already reached the 5th level of the underground prison. The most dangerous criminals were held here, so he could not afford to lose focus for even a moment. All this time, the champion had been searching for a clue from the system, and he had finally received it. He had expected something valuable, but instead, he ran into the Heavenly Horse and his disciple. The master was clearly hiding something in his hands, and Brian desperately wanted to see it. Jennifer asked her mentor to keep going and promised to hold back the arrogant upstart herself. How she planned to deal with 3 high-class warriors remained a mystery, because the whole thing looked absurd. She had already heard about Brian and knew how to act against such a talented opponent. She had a partner who had been craving fresh blood for centuries. He had been rotting in this prison for many years, and now he would finally break free. Several other deadly prisoners were planning to escape with him. A difficult battle was coming, and Brian would not get through it without his friend's help. George rushed forward, but the champion stopped him in time. If the enemies were releasing prisoners, then they could play by the same rules, like throwing Alice into the chaos. After all, the vampire princess could easily be called a monster who had escaped control. But even among criminals, Alice showed not a single drop of fear. They were speaking to the Supreme Lady of the Night, who had never been afraid of anything. Meanwhile, little Taibon was fighting monsters on the upper levels of the prison. A man carrying a kerosene lamp that summoned flame fragments rushed past him. It was the master, who had decided to collect every piece of evidence scattered through the prison. While Jennifer fought the old dragon's disciple, he hunted demons so he could begin cultivation. The problems began when it became clear that Jennifer was trying to outrun her mentor. She was moving as fast as she possibly could, but the vampire princess was already chasing after her, hungry for blood. In just a few minutes, Alice left a trail of corpses behind her. Brian had asked her one last time to control her rage, but it looked like she had not heard him. No one inside the Heavenly Dragon Castle had any idea what was happening. One of the senior master's disciples turned to his brothers. He said that Guillermo and the Parasite King were fighting right now in the training arena. People were ready to skip breakfast, lunch, and dinner just to see a duel like that. Everyone dropped what they were doing to watch who would come out on top in this hellish clash. From the very first strikes, the masters proved why they were considered legends of martial arts. Those standing closest were thrown aside by the force of their deadly aura. Felidor felt betrayed and poured all his rage into every strike. Meanwhile, the treacherous snake Guillermo only smiled and dodged the questions. At that moment, Liam saw the surprise his disciple had prepared for him. Before him appeared a monstrous spirit with no equal. Releasing this monster was like bringing a natural disaster down on the entire floor. The masters would have to shift their attention if the creature broke free. But for now, they suspected nothing and continued fighting each other like in the old days. Too much history connected them, built up over many long years. Once, the three of them had fought an unstoppable spirit for 3 days straight. Only the intervention of their legendary lord had saved them from death back then. Their lord had ordered Guillermo to make sure the monster was destroyed. But when Guillermo looked at the creature, a bold idea took root in his mind. He decided to bend it to his will and use it for his own purposes. In other words, it was like selling his soul to the devil. And now the kerosene lamp once again summoned the flame fragments. After merging together, they rushed straight into the monster's body. The awakening of Yaksha's power had begun, and the recovery process was already underway. Brian and his comrades ran into this sector of the cave and froze in horror. They had not expected Guillermo and his allies to do something like this. Yaksha is a spirit capable of destroying even gods, also known as death itself. The system activated a new quest: stop the monster threatening the Heavenly Horse cult itself. Their ability to keep climbing the tower depended on this, so Brian had to save the cult. Yaksha was considered an intermediate-level warrior, but his weapon could destroy even high-ranking opponents. This monster was being controlled through the kerosene lamp. Yaksha had no choice but to obey Guillermo's commands. Liam spoke on his behalf and ordered him to destroy every enemy of the clan. He pointed at the champion and his friends, declaring them uninvited guests of the Heavenly Palace. A clash could no longer be avoided, so all they could do was prepare for battle. Yaksha had been storing up his power in captivity for many years. Now all that power burst out, frightening even the experienced champion. The people who had summoned the monster had already realized their fatal mistake. Even Marcus and his experienced teacher were not ready for a turn like this. Alice asked to be allowed to attack first. Lately, she had accumulated a great deal of energy and was stepping onto the front line more often. She revealed the Blood Sphere technique, a deadly demon from the underworld. In response, Yaksha unleashed overwhelming chaos, defending himself against the streams of blood. Compared to this creature, the little vampire looked like nothing more than an ant. Hellfire threatened to burn even the princess to ash. Little ancient dragon. Bruce could not watch his beloved friend get torn apart. He roared and charged into battle, hoping to at least distract the monster. That was the act of a true gentleman. Jennifer could not believe that the being before her was the same Yaksha who had once nearly destroyed all of Murim. But she had no time to get distracted because George was nearby and still wanted a rematch. He asked her to step aside and stay out of the way because his target remained Liam. But the master, on the contrary, ordered his disciple to destroy every heretic and cleanse the cult of suffering. Against the backdrop of the monster fight, all these arguments felt meaningless. What mattered much more was figuring out how the champion planned to stop the monster. Alice stopped holding back her rage and revealed her entire arsenal. But all of it was nothing more than a distraction. They only needed to buy time for the champion to land the decisive blow. Before our eyes, world memory reading activated. A limitless database of every recorded skill began to form. With the 10th level of multifaceted consciousness reached, almost all the enemy's skills were unlocked. To copy Yaksha's power, Brian had to destroy him before he caused irreparable damage to the cult. Brian had only one chance while Alice and Bruce distracted the monster. He had to act with lightning speed and perfect precision because there was no time to think. Out of tens of thousands of accumulated skills, he had to choose one capable of carrying out the execution. Meanwhile, George was carrying out his task. He had to obtain the kerosene lamp controlling the monster, but the little dragon had become too confident in his own strength. He rushed at the enemy and took a monstrous blow of incredible force. Then a blood explosion rang out, as if reality itself was trying to knock some sense into him. Alice was doing everything she could, but she was catastrophically short on time. She was slower than the monster, and her vampire tricks were not helping. The enraged Yaksha entered berserk mode and doubled the number of his arms. One of his most dangerous techniques was called Supreme Power of the Betrayer. Facing it was like having a meteor fall toward you at terrifying speed. Alice was in an extremely difficult position and could not come to her hero's aid right now. It was time to remember Teresa, who was still fighting an exhausting inner war. It looked like she was losing her duel again and ending up on her knees before a merciless opponent. But despite every defeat, injury, and humiliation, Teresa kept trying to rise and face forward with pride. Tiara wanted to understand why she needed all of this and why she refused to give up even in a hopeless situation. The reason was simple. Teresa did not want to become a burden to Brian at the most critical moment. If he ever needed her, she wanted to be there no matter what. And the vampire princess carried that same motivation. In that way, they were incredibly similar, which was exactly why their unbreakable fighting spirit was so hard to crush. Alice did everything she could to shield Brian with her own body and buy him at least a few precious seconds. She only needed to win a little time so he could land the decisive blow and kill the monster, even if it meant sacrificing herself and enduring the most hellish pain imaginable. When the next strike hit, Yaksha thought he had finally destroyed one of his enemies. But in reality, the champion reacted in time and literally pulled Alice back from the jaws of the dead. All that remained was to hope that her sacrifice had bought at least one moment. At that very moment, Brian's various skills fused into one, born from a special power inside him. The Tungrave armor had been created only seconds ago, but it was already ready to turn the battle around. Meanwhile, Alice returned to the Ring of Brahman to recover the strength she had lost. Because of the endless explosions, Liam lost control of the lamp that so much depended on. Now this demon no longer had to obey orders and could tear off his former master's head at any moment. That is always what happens when you summon a creature from the underworld. Sooner or later, it breaks free and turns the world into ruins. The man who imagined himself the master of such a powerful being turned out to be nothing more than an overconfident fool. Every player gathered in the cave felt helpless before this disaster. Only the champion, now wearing his new armor, straightened his back and stepped forward with resolve. Yaksha wanted to devour his energy and restore his power, but today, that would not happen. Lightning-fast speed combined with the armor forced the monster to suffer and retreat. Brian easily dodged the first attacks and landed several precise series of blows. Thanks to his deep experience, he understood distance perfectly and could predict every movement his enemy made. But he had to be extremely careful, because one strike from the monster had been enough to knock down even the ancient dragon. By avoiding direct clashes and fighting smart, he would definitely find a chance to gain the upper hand. For Jennifer, everything happening became the collapse of the world she knew, and her values fell apart in an instant. She had just lost the master she trusted completely, and now she had to figure out how to live from here. George tried to calm her down, because this was not the time for panic or mindless tears. They needed to combine all their strength to stop the monster and keep it from destroying all of Murim. But the look in Jennifer's eyes made it clear she did not believe for even a moment that Yaksha could be stopped. She had also seen dozens of prisoners burst out of the dungeon through the explosions, after spending long years locked away. Brian's heart was pounding wildly because too many threats had appeared at once, and the situation was critical. Moments like this reveal humanity's true heroes, the ones who take responsibility and step forward without thinking about the price. This was not just experience, but an inborn power Brian had to use. Most of the prisoners had already become victims of the monster, who had drained the last of their strength. Yaksha needed all of this to regain his lost power and become even stronger. This was not the time for long strategies or complicated plans. They had to move, attack, fight, and tear the enemy apart with claws and teeth without giving him a chance to recover. His speed allowed him to dodge any strike, while the new armor reliably protected him from sudden attacks. This combination could open the road to victory, but a little luck would still be necessary. The perfect moment for unity had arrived, and even little Taibon, created from steak, was ready to help. The same was true for George, who managed to convince Jennifer to join their side. All of them would fight to the end, no matter how monstrous the losses became. Legends would later be written about heroes like them, because this was truly a legendary moment. Feeling a surge of determination, Brian activated the Black Shadow's ultra-fast strike skill. This was the first time the technique had ever been used against such a dangerous enemy. Yaksha sensed the familiar imprint of an ancient technique and immediately realized he was facing the Parasite King's disciple. This technique would have been enough for victory if Brian had managed to perfect the strike completely. But he had studied it for only a few months, and that was nowhere near enough to reach the level of a legend. To ignite the monster's battle rage to the limit, Guillermo had warned him in advance that if he did not go all out, he would die. And in some ways, he was right, because the weak always fall before the strong. In moments like this, bright ideals disappear, and power crushes every virtue. Maybe those are the laws of the universe, but that does not mean honor and conscience should be forgotten. Teresa was now trapped in a deadly prison, and escaping from it would not be easy. If she died here, she would never be able to return to her body. The twins tried to talk sense into her, but right now, she needed help from someone far stronger. Sister Sabina had already arrived after sensing the spiritual surges in the temple and rushed to help. While the Archbishop tried to turn the situation around, the champion was going through a similar trial. Despite his imperfect technique, he kept fighting and proving his strength. When death was already close, another ally appeared and came to the rescue just in time. It was the Parasite Master himself, who had defeated Guillermo and was ready to unleash true hell on the battlefield. He asked Brian to watch every movement carefully and remember every detail. One day, Felidor would retire, and Brian must not regret the chances he had missed. He had to fully master his teacher's technique right now and pass it on through the generations. The rocks trembled under unbearable pressure, and the air itself crackled with bursts of aura. Moving became difficult because both opponents had unleashed their maximum death aura. The turning point was not happening only here, because something similar was taking place inside Teresa's soul. A higher power entered her body, giving her a chance to resist the darkness eating her from within. The same thing was happening to Brian, who felt the support of a far more experienced mentor. He moved forward without stopping at anything, even if it meant forgetting about his own safety. At that moment, Felidor remembered an old training session with the disciple who had urged him to complete the 13 demonic forms technique. When Brian said those words without flinching, a strange feeling of recognition appeared in the master's soul. He understood that if past lives truly existed, then Brian had been beside him in every one of them. In the end, Felidor completed the legendary technique and reached a new level of martial arts. Now Brian could follow his master's lead and absorb this unique skill. Together, they created a stone fist capable of piercing through anything. The monsters of the abyss once again tried to break free and plunge the world into chaos. But there will always be people who refuse to let that happen. The final stage of the Heavenly Horse skill had just connected 2 generations of heroes. The double strike brought all its power down on Yaksha and sent him to meet his own devil. The linked quest was automatically completed, and the reward was the Shadowgate artifact. Now everyone could finally breathe a little easier, especially Teresa's fans. After all, she had just forced her dark essence to respect the power of light. Now she no longer needed darkness, because the light had shown her the true path. She gained full control over her dark side, but at what cost? Sabina poured all her strength into helping and had now changed in a surprising way. All the jokes about her altered appearance were no longer appropriate, even if they had once been funny. Experienced masters often sacrifice themselves for the future of younger generations. Apparently, that is how it has to be, because sooner or later everyone understands that children should receive the very best. The Parasite King is a man who has passed through thousands of trials and never backed down. Today, he suffered a serious wound, and even high-level healing could not help because his energy channels had been destroyed. George was ordered to evacuate the master to a safe place immediately. Whatever happens, the Parasite King is still far too young to retire. Now the focus shifts to Jennifer, who stands before the most important choice of her life. Her mentor had died a terrible death, and her old ideals had collapsed overnight. What comes next? Where should she go? Whom should she follow? And what should she do? She noticed that a special artifact of indescribable flame had appeared where Yaksha vanished, wrapped in a frightening aura. This artifact measured everyone's contribution to its master's death and tried to determine who was truly responsible for what happened. Brian had contributed around 70% to the victory, so now a serious counterattack was supposed to fall on him. News that the indescribable flame awakened after Yaksha's death instantly spread through the entire tower. This time, the monster had not been destroyed by the heavenly horse, but by a human whose name many people were afraid to even say out loud. The goblin had failed again, and his carefully built plan had fallen apart once more. Still, he should not blame himself too much because he needed to keep trying to fix the situation. Now, using what had happened, the dark forces gained a chance to weaken everyone outside the tower. The pathetic Hastings fell to his knees and swore to serve the ancient being even more faithfully. Events were quickly taking a darker turn, and watching it all was becoming both terrifying and exciting. After the Yaksha incident, the winds of change could clearly be felt within the Heavenly Horse cult. Guillermo, after announcing the loss of the Heavenly Horse and the Dark Dragon, put himself forward as the cult's new leader and prepared to establish his own order in Murim. This led to the cancellation of every alliance agreement, and the ominous prophecy came true. Across Murim, more and more voices were calling for war against the Heavenly Horse cult. Some factions had not entered the conflict yet, such as the Siren Master's cult. Its leader was trying to decide what to do: resist the coming storm or simply let everything run its course. Marcus reported that he would have to briefly pause his training and leave the tower. If it were something minor, he would have stayed. But the situation was completely different. The system announced an emergency gathering, and every employee of the Player Corporation was ordered to report to the Awakened Association immediately. Rumors of an invasion had only recently begun spreading, but they had already put everyone on alert. Brian warned that they would soon face serious problems with the most powerful organization in the Tower of Trials. A full-scale invasion was being planned, and humanity had no more than a week left. He received this information from a reliable source, and now it was giving the president of the association a headache. Gathering the strongest players from around the world would not be easy, because there was no proof convincing enough to make them come to Korea. Every master was a national treasure of their own country, and few would agree to leave home for a battle against an unknown enemy. To win them over, they would have to present undeniable evidence. Brian would have to handle that and obtain at least some information. Meanwhile, a new blogger connected to the Tower of Trials was rapidly gaining popularity online. He called himself the greatest prophet of the 21st century, or simply the Voice. He urged everyone to listen to his advice and never leave home without hearing his latest prediction. In reality, the person hiding behind this alias was Yakamoto, a member of Brian's guild who handled his small errands. To expand influence, no effort could be spared, which was why the prophet had turned into a blogger. Brian was methodically strengthening his position, and he was doing it extremely well. The prophet quickly won over an audience, and people believed him enough to follow him anywhere. The first to change their opinion were the members of the Samurai Guild, who trusted Yakamoto completely. After that, the Olympus Guild and the Neutralization Guild followed their example. They all gathered in one city to become part of a new history of prophecy. Things were becoming more serious, and one question naturally came to mind. What was the champion himself thinking? This time, he forgot about entertainment, because a mission lay ahead, and he asked Marcus to keep an eye on the other guilds. The champion gathered all the data about the approaching catastrophe and handed it to Stalker for analysis. They had no more than a week left, but there was still time to prepare. Now he was setting out to find something that would help him secure the decisive victory. As soon as Brian left the hall, Marcus called his ally out from the shadows. It turned out to be Teresa, the clever little mouse who had been listening to the conversation the whole time. She was still offended by the champion, but she still loved him with all her soul. The hero headed to a special place where secrets were tightly intertwined with hidden knowledge. It was Rick Hennessy's enormous library, and today, he looked especially nervous. Brian brought Yaksha's trophies there and asked him to keep them in storage. For defeating the monster, he had received the Shadowgate artifact and opened a portal to the domain of the Supreme Managers. Brian stepped into the portal and headed toward the unknown without a single doubt. Now he was inside the domain of the Supreme Manager Victoria. The Supreme Guardian of the Tower immediately recognized the champion because lately everyone had been talking about him. This player had become a true headache and the only person who had managed to reach this place. Now Victoria was trying to understand why, out of all the managers, he had come specifically to her. Meanwhile, representatives of different guilds gathered to discuss the coming threat. Marcus began studying the data the champion had given him. He quickly realized that their strength was clearly not enough to stop the invasion. The enemy's power was terrifying from the very first lines of the report. All they could do was buy time until Brian found a more effective way to win. Teresa was determined to give the champion every extra minute he needed to find a solution. He had always managed before, and now no one doubted his skill. Brian had just shared his thoughts with Victoria, which immediately made her furious. He hinted that Victoria was doing a poor job of fulfilling her duties, and right away, he sensed a strangely attractive scent coming from her. He had to calm the angry woman down and show her the flame that ignited every time an ancient being entered a new level. One of the ancient creatures the managers were supposed to monitor was showing dangerous activity and disrupting the tower's balance. It was not hard to guess that Hastings was behind all of this. He had finally crossed the line, although the situation was still under control for now. Brian asked Victoria to help him restore balance in the tower, because that was part of her duties. The managers were not supposed to allow failures like this, and what had happened was their personal mistake. If they turned a blind eye to the problem, the balance would collapse, and every plan would turn to dust. Victoria had to grant him special power so he could restore justice. After receiving a special quest from Victoria, Brian returned to the library. The meeting had gone well, but he had no intention of showing any emotion. As always, he was cold, calculating, and even a little mocking. Victoria offered a deal. If he could clear the 16th floor within 24 hours, he would receive a unique artifact as a reward, the passionate desire of the soul. This artifact would allow him to drive out the ancient being and restore the broken balance. Victoria promised that if he succeeded, she would personally become his patron, and that already sounded extremely tempting. The deal was made, and now Brian had to move forward. Clearing the 16th floor in one day would be extremely difficult, but nothing was impossible. Rick prepared everything necessary, although it took quite a lot of effort. Brian decided to use his main weapon, the one that had saved him more than once during his climb. Meanwhile, alarming threat reports began spreading through the streets of Korean cities. All non-awakened citizens were advised to remain inside safe shelters. Many thought this was just another drill and did not realize that a storm capable of wiping an entire country off the map was approaching. Most ordinary people kept living as if nothing was happening, and that was the scariest part. Many were unhappy with the Awakened Association's actions, but few could offer a decent alternative. Meanwhile, the president of the association met with Ashley Friedman from the press office of the American Awakened Association. She arrived with her husband Jack, and everyone remembered their duo from earlier chapters of the story. The couple came to help with the defense, selflessly and without unnecessary drama. This decision was tied to their past because Jack and his squad had once nearly died on the 8th floor of the tower. They had ended up in hell, desperately needing rescue. Then a mysterious masked ghost appeared and swept away every doubt. He destroyed the enemies and saved the American fighters, and now they had come to repay that debt. The same could be said for the master of the Neutralization Guild, a girl named Xiao. She remembered that she owed Brian and decided to pay back her debt. Recently, she met Maria from the Olympus Guild, and the meeting turned out to be a little awkward. There was still a week left before the catastrophe, so Maria offered to show her around and introduce her to Korean culture. Every new alliance in the world of players was being carefully monitored. Marcus did not miss a single detail, taking on leadership duties and keeping the whole process under control. Saint Teresa was nearby, doing everything she could to help prepare for the approaching invasion. The champion's entire team was finally together, and each of them was ready to pour everything they had into the coming battle, sparing neither strength nor themselves. Marcus decided to give a motivational speech, one that most players found both strange and unexpectedly honest. He admitted that he hated Brian to death, although he understood perfectly why so many people had grown fond of that guy. Despite all their contradictions, every fighter on this team shared one undeniable thing in common. Each of them had gone through a drastic change because of the champion, and now it was time to repay him for the chance to change their own fate. The speech truly reached the people present, and now all that remained was to patiently wait out the remaining week while Brian searched for the best way out. We already know that the champion headed to the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials, where a special challenge was waiting for him. A special quest had just begun. Clear the floor alone within one day and receive the passionate desire of the soul artifact. Before him stretched a massive tropical forest filled with giant insect-like monsters and a deadly swarm queen. Normally, clearing a level like this takes at least a week, but today, there was not a single second to spare. Together with the champion, two girls who could be called his loyal companions, or even slaves, found themselves in these jungles. They were desperately trying to survive and searching for even the smallest chance to escape this trap alive. Brian appeared in time and saved them from certain death with one swift, left-handed move. The girls did not understand why he had dragged them here on the very first day the floor opened and demanded an answer. Emotions were running wild, with too much fear and tension, but only Melina was truly angry at Brian. Tristan, on the other hand, seemed completely in love with the champion and ready to worship his every movement. But right now, there was no time to figure out who loved whom more. They were inside a devilish tropical jungle, where the slightest moment of carelessness meant death. Even simple survival here was already an achievement, not to mention exterminating every monster and reaching the main boss. In this fight, they would have to use a weapon of mass destruction, leaving the enemies no chance at all. Kruger's dual pistols in akimbo style became the perfect tool for a clear like this. The champion destroyed monsters at a speed no one had ever seen before, turning into a merciless sniper of the martial arts world. The Scarlet Shooter skill allowed even an ordinary person to shoot like the hero of a Hollywood action movie. Every bullet gained mystical power and pierced through any defense, leaving the enemies without hope. This style fit the champion perfectly, and if everything happening were recorded on video, it would definitely bring him thousands of new subscribers. Gradually, as the clear continued, the forest stopped feeling like a deadly trap and became safer. The girls barely interfered in the battle, because the champion took the entire burden of fighting onto himself. Between clashes, he managed to discuss the rumors about the main association, hoping the spies had managed to obtain something worthwhile. At the moment, the association was holding secret negotiations with the tower's supreme managers while trying not to attract too much attention. Behind all of this was a man named Nietzsche, someone who always acted from behind the scenes and rarely appeared in public. Melina tried to hide important information, not realizing that Tristan was crazy about the champion and ready to tell him everything she knew. The masked girl immediately revealed the full truth, unable to hide even a single detail. Their current access level was too low to get the full picture of the negotiations between the main organization and the managers. Still, the intrigue was captivating, and it was hard to even imagine where this diplomatic process would lead. They needed to find out exactly which supreme managers were involved in the talks and what goals they were pursuing. Brian ordered the girls to infiltrate the association more deeply and keep supplying him with fresh information. But there was no time to continue the conversation because monsters were swarming around them, waiting for death. The first supreme manager the champion encountered was Hastings. He was the only one who recognized the player immediately while looking at him with poorly hidden suspicion. Everything pointed to this goblin being behind what was happening, since he constantly talked about balance and the need to control the tower. He would have to answer for what he had done. But today was not the time to settle accounts. Right now, all of the champion's strength and attention were focused on completing Victoria's quest and fully clearing the floor. Victoria was amazed as she watched how skillfully Brian handled firearms and brought their use to perfection. But the broadcast was interrupted by a sudden system notification. The ancient being had begun its attack, and everyone understood that this moment had been bound to come sooner or later. Even those who had not believed in the coming threat now saw the situation completely differently. Brian had not expected everything to happen this quickly, and it caught him off guard. Now the main question was whether his friends could manage without their leader and buy even a little time. A massive rift suddenly opened in the city center, throwing the streets into chaos. The association president immediately announced a full evacuation of civilians. Panic gripped the city, and Alice realized in horror that everything had gone off plan. The invasion had begun much earlier than even the darkest predictions had expected. The champion had no choice left, because he urgently needed the vampire princess's help. She swore that she would handle the problems and would not fail her leader at the decisive moment. Meanwhile, Brian combined the Swift Blade and Realm of the Sun skills, creating a new Realm of Wind. Sometimes combinations like this seem simple, but the result is always impressive in its destructive power. The champion had to finish clearing the 16th floor as quickly as possible and return to his friends. A truly catastrophic threat hung over the real world, leaving no time to think. Dark energy wrapped around the country, and players were gripped by panic, running without looking back. The twins had never tolerated cowards who abandoned their comrades and fled the battlefield. They would not allow anyone to avoid the fight because today, everyone was in the same boat and there was no way out. There would be no retreat. The champion was far away, and this was the best chance to show their true strength. Everyone who had once hidden in the shadows had to step into the light and shine like the brightest stars in the universe. Either everything would end with the end of the world, or humanity would once again triumph over the darkness of the abyss. A monstrous ancient being stepped out of the portal, and the mere sight of it made even hardened warriors tremble like children. Freezing cold instantly filled the space. Blood chilled in people's veins, and sweat froze on their skin. The ancient predator Smaug had come out to hunt, and now stopping him was almost impossible. Not only Korean players, but volunteers from all over the world were ready to give everything they had to hold back the enemy's assault. The mages activated a triple shield, but no one knew how long it would last. The attacking players rushed forward as if this were just another raid against a boss. But an ancient being could not be compared to the familiar bosses from the Tower of Trials. This was something completely different, terrifyingly unknown and horrifyingly powerful. Madness can only be beaten with madness, which is exactly why everyone placed their hopes on the twins. Those two had always laughed in the face of danger, and today, they had a chance to prove it was not just empty bravado. Their coordinated attacks had frightening precision and brought the first noticeable results. The monster was cut into pieces, but the joy came too soon, because that did not guarantee victory. On the contrary, the situation rapidly grew worse as new monsters were born from every piece, increasing their numbers. Let's look behind the scenes of this battle and see who is standing behind everything. Before us is a strange woman with crimson eyes and a black tattoo wrapped around her face like a mark. From the looks of it, she is a vampire, and she openly hates everything connected to human cities. Having left the tower for the first time, she looks at this world with obvious disappointment. Hastings had promised to catch a special player for her and tear him to pieces. For now, everything was going according to plan, and the manager only asked the vampire woman to be a little patient. But Brian is not the kind of person who calmly watches his friends get hurt, so he will interfere soon. When his battle begins, he will surely live up to the expectations of every supporter he has. After each defeat, the black goats grow more numerous, like a mythical hydra. For the players, this is an extremely alarming sign, because the containment plan failed from the very beginning. Even top-ranked elite fighters cannot handle them, and ordinary players have no chance at all. In moments like this, they especially need a leader who can unite people around him. Marcus already instinctively feels that now is the time for him to prove himself. He trained for years to grasp Muram's experience and power, and now the moment has come to act. First, he gives the order to evacuate the civilians, then prepares for battle. With Anubis's manifestation, the evacuation moves quickly and without unnecessary panic. Players scatter through the streets following his orders, but Marcus himself stays behind. The need to stop does not frighten him, and instead, he feels determination surging inside him. Today, his opponents will be the Black Goats and his spiritual sword. Right now, before us, the martial art of the spiritual sword reveals its 12th form. Stalker merges with his weapon and begins delivering justice without the slightest hesitation. Dark forces have no place in the human world, whether they accept that or not. For Teresa, this battle is a chance to prove that the light inside her can overcome any outside darkness. Now they act together, and even the dark side is completely under control. This kind of symbiosis opens incredible possibilities and grants truly destructive power. This battle will become legendary thanks to the activation of the exclusive divine skill, Devoted Holy Nation. This mode is known as Joan of Arc's Hatred, and it looks incredibly impressive. Brian walked his path alone for a long time, and only now has he finally found reliable friends. Maybe this is exactly what the highest leadership of the Tower of Trials wanted. Right now, the champion has finally seen the boss of the 16th floor. The Legion Queen stands before him, and all that remains is to destroy her, claim the reward, and return to his comrades. Today's task is especially difficult because the Queen has summoned reinforcements and ordered her bugs to protect her at any cost. There is no time for a long fight, so he has to break through the insect swarm as quickly as possible. At the same time, the battle has to be not only efficient but spectacular. His friends will not be able to hold back the invasion without his help, and they need the champion right now. He clearly understands that his comrades will not have enough strength against this many monsters. Brian predicted this situation in advance and prepared a special plan. Fierce battles are raging all over the world, but only the radio station has remained outside the chaos for now. The station president, Mr. Fred, completed every assigned task and gathered a large supply of magic crystals. That should be enough to summon truly powerful reinforcements. Brian planned everything down to the smallest detail, and now it is impossible not to feel impatient while waiting for the result. The Uniting Faith artifact fused with the Boundless Mirror, thanks to the Vampire Princess. Using skills like this outside the tower requires enormous resources, and only Alice is capable of doing it. They had to pledge countless items and spend mountains of crystals and magic stones. In the end, every player outside the station witnessed a true miracle. As already mentioned, the main threat lies in the monsters' numbers, not their individual strength. That was why serious reinforcements were needed, and the Troll Legion became the perfect choice. Klaus brought his allies, ready to help an old friend in a difficult hour. He was happy to recognize Johnny, with whom he had once fought side by side. And if you think that is everything, do not rush to conclusions. Brian was clearly inspired by the final scene from Avengers: Infinity War. He summoned every legendary ally to help, including Andrea and the giants of the Citadel. The sight was mesmerizing. And now, the balance of power on the battlefield had completely changed. The horde of black goats had lost its numerical advantage. Standing against them was an elite army of titans, ready to fight until their last breath. All of them had gathered here because of one person, the champion of the Tower of Trials. He had helped each of them in the past, and now he was reaping the fruits of his actions. Soon, he himself would join his comrades, and that moment was already close. The 16th floor of the Tower of Trials is covered in flames and chaos. That is what happens when a player whose name even the bravest monsters fear to say enters this place. The Legion Queen has been destroyed along with her endless army of insects. The floor was cleared in less than a day, and the reward was the unique skill, Heart of the Army. It allows him to greatly strengthen the abilities of all summoned creatures. On top of that, the champion received the long-awaited, passionate desire of the soul as a special gift. This mysterious artifact awakens a power that allows one to understand the very essence of existence. It is the key to victory over the ancient being, and now all that remains is to finish what he started. One of the highest-ranking observers gave Brian many valuable hints. He had constantly guided him along the path of least resistance. Without the help of those two girls, the champion would have had very little chance of stopping the invasion. By combining his skills, Brian moves into the space of the hidden painting. This place, filled with ringing silence, is known as the Ancient Temple, and now it welcomes a new hero. Strange stones lie all around, and the walls are covered in the forgotten language of ancient civilizations. All the conditions for studying the lost boundaries have been fulfilled, and the second-class change exam begins. A man named Belter de Rohenmask appears before the player. To copy his skills, Brian must pass a trial. Hold Belter with a barrier for more than 1 second, but we are not allowed to enjoy this duel and are taken back to Seoul instead. Here, the vampire princess is doing everything she can to stop the attack of the black goats. She is being helped by professionals who are pleasant to work with side by side. The trolls, who had been bored in their own lands for so long, will now remember this day as something truly great. After this battle, they will not want to kill or spill blood again for a long time. This moment will split their lives into before and after. The same will happen to the other participants in the battles, because there is no avoiding it. There is always a battle that changes a person forever and never lets them be the same again. Today is exactly that kind of day, one where there is no room for hypocrisy or weakness. Only honest and selfless warriors will survive this bloody meat grinder. Blood, the smell of burned flesh, and flashes of magic are all waiting for the fighters in the center of Seoul. The vampire punishment reveals its full power, and now it is not aimed at humans. Alice cannot restore her strength through the contract, so in the end, she has to spend her own energy reserves. Bellis must protect the magic crystals feeding her power. Without those crystals, the defensive line will collapse, and the champion's entire plan will be threatened. Today, far too much depends on Alice, and this is her moment to shine. But besides the black goats, they also have to repel attacks from other monsters. People in black suits emerge from the portal, recognize the vampire princess, and condemn her for protecting humans. Behind them appears the same woman who had spoken with Hastings earlier. This is the great and terrible head of the Leversita family, Abigail von Leversita. She acts decisively and has no intention of letting anyone interfere with her plans. The Hall of Public Execution is activated, but the current head of the Ataraxia clan demands that Alice's life be spared. He orders his warriors not to kill her, although capturing her is still necessary. Filthy traitors is what the princess calls these rats who decided to stand in her way. Judging by their behavior, they could hardly wait for the chance to go to the grave. The Path of Blood skill will show them the true power of this terrifying woman, and now we return to the ancient temple. Before us stands the legendary barrier master of an ancient kingdom that existed thousands of years ago. He created all the main barriers of the Tower of Trials, and now the champion has to survive a battle against him. The chances of surviving this clash are extremely low, and everyone understands that. The man who created all these techniques can easily block any attack. His level is unreachable, and comparing him to other barrier masters is pointless. With one movement of his hand, he analyzes the power of any opponent. Belter is a true god of barriers, and there is no other way to describe him. Before fighting, he wants to know the player's motives. Why did Brian choose to study barriers instead of something else? This path is incredibly difficult, yet its complexity is mesmerizing. Barriers allow you to create your own world, one that belongs only to you, and that is a truly divine gift. But Brian does not like long conversations because, above all else, he is a man of battle. So after answering the question, he immediately charges forward and delivers a crushing full-power strike. But even that is not enough to damage his opponent's barrier because it is that impenetrable. If Brian studies barriers, then he is just as stubborn as Belter himself. Even if someone dedicates their entire life to mastering this art, they may still never reach the top. Belter has no intention of letting anyone go any further. He is like the Black Goats, whose only goal is to destroy everything. Many players are already balancing on the edge of death and can no longer continue fighting. Even elite warriors are facing serious trouble, and ordinary fighters have no chance at all. Monsters keep appearing again and again, like endless waves of the ocean. Marcus spent years training at sea to gain strength, but even that is not enough now. In this difficult moment, he remembers Brian's voice asking him to look after the champions team. A smile appeared on Marcus's face because Brian always asked for the impossible. Still, they had to fight, because there was no other way out. Master Siren was watching this battle. She was pleased to see her disciple in perfect form, but why had she come? She had simply answered her disciple's request without thinking about the consequences. The same could be said for the Dragon King, Mr. Felidor. He had little spiritual energy left, and leaving the tower in that condition was extremely risky. The master could not sit calmly in safety while his disciple fought a great threat. To move confidently through Winter Soul, they needed a fast car and an experienced driver. Mr. Chun fit that description perfectly, which was probably why he was here. Brian had called him too and warned him about the coming storm. He asked Mr. Chun to help the tower's residents during this difficult moment. Not all of them were hostile to humans, and some were ready to stand on humanity's side. Two masters, like two drops from the same lake, finally met. Boost mode turned on, and Mr. Chun remembered his youth. Maybe back then he had owned a brand new Lamborghini or a Mustang from the latest collection. While he showed off miracles of speed, Alice continued fighting the traitors. Many vampires had once imprisoned her, and the list of those who had to die was enormous. In the past, the princess had already destroyed half of the traitors, and now it was time for the rest. Abigail urged her to stop bluffing and finally surrender. She considered this fight meaningless, because their strength was unequal and the outcome was already decided. If Alice could use her full potential, she would have won long ago, but right now, that was impossible. She fought only because of her faith in her master, who had always taught her resilience. Abigail had never understood vampires who sided with humans. Crawling before weak creatures was pointless, especially for high vampires. She intended to end this disgrace right on the streets of Winter Soul. The special spear of the transparent tree was activated and aimed at Alice von Ataraxia. The ghost tree's followers emerged from the blood, ready to carry out their leader's order. Alice's opponents had become much stronger, and it looked like this was the end. She tried to defend herself with a blood barrier, but that only delayed the inevitable. Continuous attacks destroyed her defense and rapidly drained her energy reserves. Abigail enjoyed the fight and prepared to deliver the final blow. She was disappointed that Alice still had not activated her spear, because without that, the battle could not be called complete. The princess looked weak, confused, and almost out of hope. She must no longer bow before humans and disgrace her bloodline. Alice was ready to endure anything as long as she did not fall to her knees and surrender. She even cut off her beautiful hair, following Teresa's example. That is what legendary women do, proving that hair is only part of outer beauty. True beauty is always hidden inside, and there is no arguing with that. The princess never gives up, which means the battle will continue until the last drop of blood. Now let's look at the champion, who is doing everything he taught his friends to do. He does not retreat, moves forward, and tries again and again to win, even when it seems insane. His opponent is strong and unshakable, unafraid of techniques from a human from Earth. Even the zodiac signs cannot break through Belter's defensive barrier. Something far more powerful is needed here because, in the art of barriers, he has no equal. Still, it is strange to hear someone who loves barrier techniques so much call them meaningless. Belter devoted his entire life to barriers and loved his craft beyond measure. Death found him at his desk, where he had spent all his time. He understood the meaning of his life only after becoming a ghost of this system. No matter how much time passed, everyone had always ignored his art, but he would never allow anyone to surpass his legendary technique. Barrier arts are among the least popular skills in the tower, despised and dismissed as useless. Many believe offense matters more than defense, and in some ways, They are right. Brian understands the master better than anyone because he also spent his life on video games and never received recognition. He had often been told that he was the only one playing at that level of difficulty, like a blind man ignoring the rest of the world. But even without recognition, that does not mean a person wasted their effort and time on what they loved. Step by step, you can discover unseen worlds, and that is thrilling. As they say in Japan, a samurai has no goal, only the path. Belter remembered his past and the moments that had made him happy. One day, he created a special barrier and, despite his loneliness, felt truly happy. None of his efforts had been in vain, and that was the whole point of the story. The simplest barrier turned out to be the most important one in his life. Brian asked for the chance to use the best techniques to save the innocent. He acknowledged Belter as the first master of barriers and asked for his support. Sometimes, you do not need strength to win, only the willingness to join forces with an enemy. But this advice probably will not help Alice, because her situation is completely different. No matter how much she fights, the result is the same: defeat and pain. Fallen legends were brought to their knees because of her stubbornness. Many great vampires died because of her actions, and now her entire bloodline hates her. They call her the shame of the clan and a puppet of humans, not understanding that every story has two sides. Now that shame has to be washed away. One strike, and the princess's head will be taken. Hope leaves Alice and warm tears roll down her cheeks. Alice von Ataraxia began her journey among humans with hatred. Over time, hatred turned into distrust, and then into true friendship. Brian promised to restore her clan's former glory, and at first she agreed for the sake of revenge. That was her deepest dream, her burning desire. But then everything changed because Brian showed her an entirely different world. A world filled with support, respect, and the warmth of friendship. From feelings like that, something greater is sometimes born. An eternal power that cannot be stopped. And now the revenge she had dreamed of for so long is slipping from her hands. She is not thinking about death, only the warm memories of her bond with someone dear to her. Revenge no longer matters now, because there are things far more important. Brian hurried to save his friends, fighting his way through the jungles of the 16th floor. Then, he showed flexibility and managed to reach the legend of barriers. All of this gave him an advantage and allowed him to return to Earth in time. Alice's head is still on her shoulders, and now she can stop crying and look to the future with confidence. The champion saved the princess with boundless magic and selfless resolve. Now he can use any magical skill without spending mana. Half an hour of this power should be enough to perform a miracle and change the outcome of the battle. Abigail had always dreamed of meeting this special player. Now she has the chance, but she will have to pay a high price for it. After passing Belter's trial, Brian obtained the second rank of Barrier Master. He completed the study of the forgotten language and can now create runes of majesty. This path will be extremely difficult, but he is ready to walk it. Youth gives him wings, and all we can do is hope he achieves everything he wants. Belter believes this guy will be able to use everything he created in his youth. Technique analysis complete, energy destruction activated. Even the legendary vampire recognizes the power standing before her. Abigail called herself the greatest being in the galaxy, but her own arrogance destroyed her. Now looking at this technique, she trembles with fear. Brian aimed the eternal release of energy at the vampire. The strike was so powerful that it could be seen even from space. The blood barrier tried with all its remaining strength to protect its master. But that was clearly not enough to stop a man with skills like this. Brian can create anything without spending mana, and that gives humanity hope. Even Teresa felt his presence because he was finally nearby. This guy always appears at the perfect moment to write his name into history in golden letters. After activating his full potential, he began cleansing the land of otherworldly creatures from the ancient world. Every one of them was wiped off the face of the earth, and not a single human was harmed. Almost nothing remained of the horrific monsters, a true art of monster extermination. Out of the entire vampire squad, only one supreme leader survived. The whole family unit had been destroyed by a single spell, a disgrace for the vampire nobility. Other vampires had always wondered how Alice had managed to escape the eternal prison. Now everything was clear. A special player had helped her. Abigail no longer had any thoughts about Alice, because now she was thinking only about saving her own skin. She tried to run, but it was already too late. The hunt had begun, and the wolf had caught its prey. He had no intention of letting go of a creature that had caused him so many problems. No blood tricks would save her, only delay the punishment. The champion had no intention of wasting time on small fry. He intercepted her blood power and turned it against its owner. The ancient binding barrier instantly activated in the player's favor. The 9th level rune seals were already ready to take effect. The multiple barrier technique with the Sagittarius zodiac sign looked dazzling. The vampire queen screamed, admitting defeat while desperately clinging to a ghostly thread of life. But a traitor's words mean nothing, especially after all the evil they have done. The passionate desire of the soul artifact can reach its target even in the far corners of space. Its accuracy is almost absolute, and Abigail had signed her own death sentence. She could scream, fall to her knees and beg for mercy, but all of it was useless. Retribution had come for her sins. A painful, cruel, and merciless death. Abigail von Leversita was destroyed. A pitiful end for a disgusting creature. The passionate desire of the soul artifact allowed the energy to reach the source of the rift. Brian fixed his gaze on his true enemy, the mastermind behind this entire war. He reminded her that her time had not come yet, and that she should not amuse herself by placing obstacles in humanity's path. All the ancient Valencia could do was wait for her meeting with the champion on the 50th floor. He demanded that she disappear and never return. The invasion of the ancient power was stopped, and Korea withstood the blow. Sometimes champions see the future, or perhaps strange illusions visit them. Brian found himself in an unfamiliar place, badly wounded and gripped by fear. His master and even Alice showed no signs of life. All of them had suffered terrible wounds in that legendary battle. To succeed in the Tower of Trials, he would have to leave them behind and continue climbing. After the vision, he opened his eyes and felt a rough tongue on his face. The little ancient dragon was happily greeting his master. They were swept up in joyful screams and wild hugs. They needed to be careful, because in that excitement it would be easy to hurt the leader even more. Because of the overload, Brian spent an entire week unconscious and finally got some proper sleep. He thanked his friends for their support and admitted that he felt much better. That sorrowful winter morning had finally arrived. The Awakened Association held a solemn funeral for everyone who had died in the tragedy. The best players from around the world came to see the one who had saved them all. A massive crowd gathered at the victims' memorial, wanting to honor the fallen who had protected civilians. Thanks to the preparations, heavy civilian casualties had been avoided, and most of those who died were players who came to help. 121 players never returned home after that legendary battle. Their courage would remain forever in the memory of everyone present and the entire Awakened Association. On that day, humanity learned the truth about the tower's residents who had stood up to protect the human world. Troll leader Klaus took the microphone to say a few words. Once, he had met a human who protected his people from a vampire attack. After that, Klaus decided to repay the debt and came to defend human lands. During the battles with the vampires, he met an amazing guy named Johnny. They fought side by side, as if they had known each other their whole lives. They went from enemies to true friends, because things like that sometimes happen. Now Klaus sends his friend off and asks that he rest in peace. From that day on, the world was split in two. Some people became even more afraid of the tower's residents, while others wanted to use their existence. Teresa worries about how these changes will affect humanity's fate. She hopes people will continue walking the path of light despite the dark pages of the past. Brian thanked his friends for holding the defense while he was gone. He noted Teresa's incredible bravery and said he was proud of her growth. When he was losing consciousness, he remembered several moments. In the image of a paladin saving his life, Teresa looked stunning. Looking at her, you understand that only the path of light can transform a person like that. She did not give up, wiped away her tears and proved her strength, and it was beautiful. Even her dark side had to admit that none of it had been for nothing. Now everyone is discussing friendship with the tower's residents. Is it a chance or a new threat? People are trying to find answers and understand how they should feel about it. Humanity miraculously survived the catastrophe, but this is not the end. Everything hidden inside the tower can be overcome. But will the manager help next time? The association president invited Brian for a serious conversation. The champion had done a great deal for the city and asked them to keep the portal open. People want to know why and whether it is truly necessary. He explained that they had not fought the ancient being itself, but only its advanced force. During an invasion, a resident of the 50th floor sends a scouting unit ahead to weaken the enemy. The invasion is not over, so the gate cannot be closed. Any problem can be solved if you find the right key to the right door. To rest, Brian went to Sandra's place. Her house is full of fun, with many players gathering there to relax after the nightmare battle. The world's first magical hot springs appeared right in her bathroom. The Parasite King is recovering there, healing from a serious injury. The hot springs cleanse the energy of the soul. Thanks to that, the master feels major relief and gets some rest. Even Master Siren has been appearing in the real world more often. She enjoys soda and the benefits of civilization, which she had not seen for many years. Many other girls also would not mind enjoying the hot springs. That is why the place feels fun and cozy, filled with a friendly atmosphere. All that remains is to calm the Parasite King, who is annoyed by all the noise during his recovery. Mr. Chun called Brian out into the hallway. He had a serious conversation to have about Felidor's condition. His body was affected by cancer cells, as if he had been exposed to intense radiation for a long time. No one knew how much time he had left, whether months or only a few days. Meanwhile, preparations were underway in Muram's secret passages to strengthen the warriors' positions. Guillermo still had not managed to discover the right protector's location. The first 20 floors of the tower had been searched, but he had vanished as if the earth had swallowed him, according to Simba, the 4th-rank commander. Despite his severe injuries, the Dark Dragon King managed to reach his disciple. Long exposure to the poisonous stones had left him with only a slight cough, and he had miraculously remained unharmed. Guillermo intended to seize control of the Central Plains, but for now, the cult was still too weak. He needed a far more powerful force to claim victory. Right now, he was about to activate a power that would help him conquer the entire central continent. This was not done without help from that same goblin, the supreme manager of the tower. For now, everything was going according to plan. The ancient being had provided many creatures for the war. These warriors were neither living nor dead, but true corpses. Guillermo drew a symbol with his right hand, and now he would lead the army forward. The Muram alliance had to fall soon. The Heavenly Horse cult would finally have a chance to capture the floor. Jennifer still had not decided on her future, as if she were standing on a scale and searching for the right path. Still, she was leaning toward the light, so she called George to tell him everything. More than 3,000 corpses had begun moving toward the Central Plains. These monsters had been created from pure mental power, something no one had faced before. Several floors could be completely destroyed, and that could not be allowed. George immediately met with the champion and passed along all the information. As expected, Valencia had begun the invasion inside the tower and created an army from nothing. George would focus on restoring the Master, while Brian would try to stop the catastrophe. Soon, he would need the Parasite King's power, which meant they had to bring him back as quickly as possible. On the 25th floor stands the city of Luoyang,